They're quick to judge, especially men, because it's some sort of toxic masculinity. But
I hate that.
yeah, honestly, if you're not getting them, you're living wrong, first of all, because they're amazing.
We just do it big over here, you know? Work hard.
And relax hard.
Oh, look, I'm having such a bad day at work today.
Hex and Scump's preseason pampering is complete. But with Minnesota only days away, Hex has another pregame plan in the works.
In 800 feet, turn right onto Bellevue Drive.
Dylan Envoy Hannon joins the duo as they head out to meet up with the rest of the roster here in town.
Yeah, so I figured that we'd go buy a couple of things just so we can show up and look super fresh at the event in style, as we usually do.
Hector hit us up to go down to the lab. It's a pretty nice like shoe and luxury shirt store.
I'm gonna give everybody a $500 budget. Don't go nuts.
$500 budget? That's one pair of shoes at this place?
Maybe.
He said it was free, so, I mean, I'm there. Getting free stuff, there's nothing like it, so Hector said that we had a little budget.
The whole point wasn't the shopping or them getting a budget to buy whatever they wanted, or the point of the matter was that we're gonna be together.
Again, it's all about team building vibes, man.
I want them to know that I'm here for them. So I figured, yeah, let's go shopping. I gotta go shopping, let's all go shopping.
The fact that we're teammates, we're gonna celebrate before we even win a championship.
Welcome to the laboratory.
Thanks.
Hector is the coolest. I've never experienced an owner or someone hitting us up to have a spending limit to go buy shoes.
There's so many selections to choose from. It's blowing my mind. Ooh.
My agenda was to get some Jordans because I don't have any. Yo, Hector, these look good?
Yeah, fire, dude. Yeah, of course.
Wait, they're gonna go with the colors good.
Yeah, look.
And mission accomplished.
We have issues right now because everybody's, well, the majority of them have been able to pick super, super quickly. Pierce hasn't picked.
We're all having fun getting our stuff, and he's like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't buy this stuff with my money, so I'm not gonna make Hector buy it for me with his money.
I'm just the type of person I am. I'm very picky with like anything that I buy, and all the stuff that I like want, that I like, all seem to be super expensive.
Oh, Hector.
Yeah.
Pierce didn't use his 500 and relinquished 250 for this dope Star Wars piece. It's Star Wars. He was very hell-bent on not getting anything for free, which is admirable, but foolish.
Pierce, are you doing
It's
that?
Pierce's gift to me.
I
He
don't,
said
anything in here is overpriced for me. Everything's above $1,300. There's no point for me to use it.
So I ended up getting the free jacket because Pierce refused to get anything.
One dude that I walked out of there with like massive respect was Pierce. He can afford any of the shoes in there if he wants to. But he said, if I'm not gonna buy them with my own money, I'm not gonna make you buy it with your money, which I respect. That's so dope. Moral of the story is we had a really, really good time. Team bonding happened, and we walked out of there with smiles. I know I did.
Total comes out to $53.90.
Say louder for the camera.
$53.90 is the total.
During this preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have done all they can with the time they've had. Now, with only a few days left before Minnesota, Coach Troy Sender-Michaels convenes one last meeting at the Hex quarters.
Basically what we're going to do now, guys, is we're just going to watch a VOD of a Florida scrim that we played the other day and just try to see if we can learn something.
Let me top out.
One right. Well, I should just pinch the hill right away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you made like
around.
a bad play. You could have just stayed sandbags for a second.
I don't know how we didn't die. I threw a nade at him.
If anyone's playing for the flip, bro, you just got to be like instantly trying to get to back bar as hard as you can. You just got to make sure these last few days of practice, we just put in the serious grind and make sure everyone's performing as much as they can individually and just take it one step at a time.
Troy's been amazing coming in. He's helped us a lot already. He talks to us in a way that is easily understandable and, again, isn't too, like, intrusive or being mean or questioning our skills as players. He's just very, very good at relaying what he wants us to do or what he thinks is correct.
Oh, he tapped. telling you, it's Seth's second sub, man. He's just a monster.
It's the second sub, that pressure, Seth.
I mean, you're pinching, I'm just running and dying. Like, there's no method to what I'm doing.
During the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have regularly studied tape together, a process that helps them improve their play and figure out team chemistry.
The thing with our team is that we have a lot of like strong opinionated people on our team, me being one of them. I'm smoking it.
Yeah, no wonder we ain't got no smokes.
Wait, I'm throwing smokes, don't worry.
Yeah, but they're on the flank.
Sometimes me and Pierce will get into it a bit when it comes down to a certain play or anything. At the end of the day, we both realize that it's for the better of getting better as a team and working together to find a solution that works for us.
Going over VODs together, you always see those little small things that could win or could lose you a map. People don't realize how much that helps going into events.
Whenever I watch you guys like have a bad problem with sometimes flowing through the hill. With this team, it's very different, as everyone on this team is an actual legit superstar and doesn't really need that much time when it comes down to watching like a certain mistake back and over.
Back hill, TJ. Peter, back hill weak. Ain't no lie, bro.
Going yellow. The second we lose L control, they just spawn there and they have like infinite pressure. It's like we have to fight 2 to 3 waves just to like actually feel content in this hill.
No one's out to get you. They just want themselves to get better and you to get better, especially if they're on your team. So they just want to win as much as possible. And that's something I had to learn over the years because I was very toxic when it came to taking criticism. And it's something I'm trying to work on still and something I could get better at.
There was a time when Alec and somebody else was in bar, and I was like, just keep getting kills inside of it and you'll spawn them out, because that's every single time what Empire does.
This is the final chance to study tape before season launch. The Huntsmen kick off against the Dallas Empire before a much-anticipated showdown with a new potential rival, Optic Gaming LA. The team Hex, Scump, and Formal left behind.
I don't personally see that as a rival at all. You know, people that watch might, just because it is my old organization, you know, Optic. I don't hold any bad blood over them at all. They did what they thought was right, and you know, they're doing their thing. Obviously, I want to beat Optic just because it is Optic, and if I don't beat them, everyone's going to be like, ha ha ha, you lost Optic.
So one thing we're messing up on this map, on First Hill, like, whenever we don't have control of it and we don't have the spawn already, like, we have to just headbutt the hill, because if we don't, then they're just going to get second hill rotation, and then we're going to be down, like, 90-0.
Wait, Dylan, I think this is the game.
Oh, this is the game.
Go back.
Wait, go back?
What do you mean go back?
Go to me.
You actually want me to go back?
No, go to me.
Oh my God.
Frosty.
You're shooting my own trophy.
Why are you shooting our trophy? No wonder we got no trophies.
Over the final days of the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen continue their work, scrimming daily and breaking down tape. Their flight to Minnesota for league launch is scheduled for tomorrow. The last thing left to do is pack for the road.
I gotta make sure that the jackets are all packed away for sure, because it is Minnesota.
Gonna be a long weekend, but I'm excited. It's the home opener. You want to come out with a bang and show everyone like a preview of what's going to happen this year. I think we're making the right strides in our practice and preparation to be at a good spot when we get to Minnesota.
And we are about to compete against the OG. A lot of people think that there's going to be a rivalry between us and Optic because of the history that we had. Optic, for me, ended when we stepped away. Optic, to me, is just a brand out there, a soulless brand out there. There is no new Optic. The real thing that no longer exists. Everything that was ever something there walked away when we walked away.
I'll have 4 outfits for the weekend, even though we're only there for 3, just in case. You never know, because it is the inaugural first game of the new Call of Duty season. I want to show up looking as fresh as humanly possible.
All right, so right here you got my headset, controller, you need those to play, and then my glasses that I use. They're like blue light glasses that actually makes me play a lot better on those really long days. I'm one of the few pros that use a Scuff Impact, and I like the feeling of it.
Envoy knows exactly what he needs for the event, but as he starts only his 2nd pro season, he also knows there will be a lot to learn on the journey ahead.
Whole new team, you know, whole new like league structure this year, whole new experience, figuring out how our team works and like our chemistry and what gets us in our groove at events or what like actually preps us. Should I grab these shoes that we just picked up at the lab? You know, pretty nice. First pair of Jordans, had to go with the pine green. These are definitely the game day shoes. I don't think Dallas or OGLA is stopping us with these on.
Over the past 2 months, the Chicago Huntsmen have done all they can to prepare.
The daily grind consumes.
But the time for preparation is over. The Call of Duty League is finally here. The Huntsmen know the real campaign is about to begin.
Everything that we have been working towards culminates at the Minnesota event. This event means a lot because it's our first one. It's the first appearance under the brand. It's our first appearance as a brand new team.
Dylan, Arcides, and Gunless, they're hungry to do everything for the first time. And I feel like me and Seth can just, you know, provide them the path to succeeding at the level that I know that they want.
We've been putting the extra effort in. We've been putting so much work in scrims, VODs, and extra time into Call of Duty outside of scrims, and we're all ready to go. Super excited to put these guys on for the first time.
I feel like Minnesota is going to be a test for us. Everything's been coming together online, and it's all going to come down to then. So it's going to be exciting to be on the stage. I know we're a top 3 team. It's just going to come down to putting everything together whenever things matter, because I know we have the talent. I'm really excited for Minnesota and to see how far we've come.
Just know that we have been preparing very, very hard. We've been playing nonstop. That's ours, and we're gonna take it.
There is strength in numbers. When a group of people united by a common goal come together, by definition, forms a league. And in the Call of Duty League, that goal is simple: to be the last team standing. With the lights at their brightest, the stakes never higher. A new era begins. Teams will rise. Superstars will shine. It's time to be teams must now answer the call and begin their quest. This is the Call of Duty League.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're live from London all weekend long. Of course, it's the Royal Ravens home series. And Chance, I could not be more excited to kick things off.
This is it, Ben. We are in London. We got the best crowd in esports, at the very least in Call of Duty. And this is the one. Like, when the year started, we see London when it pops up on the schedule. Yep. This is the one. I have to be at it. I need to be a part of this crowd. It's as good as it gets. Even if the we don't even need Game 5 Round 11s. We could have 3-0 smoke shows and the crowd is going to turn up.
Ninja's back. Is that Ninja back in the crowd? Absolutely love to see that. Love to see it. So many familiar faces from the London crowd. Of course, we know it's the best crowd in Call of Duty. We can't wait to see how the crowd's going to turn up this weekend. Of course, as you mentioned, we'll be in there at some point today.
I mean, yeah, I think we got like the first match and the third match. That means we got like 4 in a row at the end to rile them up a bit, see if we can start some American chants as well as all the illustrious football ones you guys have.
No.
Not a single one.
We'll leave the American chants for the American events, and we'll let the Brits handle.
Bro, we got Let's Go
London.
Clapcap, and we got some defense for like Search and Destroy. We got a ton of creative stuff, Ben. We'll be okay.
I will say the crowd is already getting loud. I think the bars aren't even open yet, and I had a couple of tweets of some people being a little upset by that, but hopefully they open soon enough for everyone everyone here in the venue. But obviously, you mentioned our schedule for the day. I want to take a look at the schedule of games, of course, presented by the U.S. Army. We have a good one to start things off, one where there's a little bit of a storyline between ourselves, and also we spoke to some of the coaches, of course. That's New York versus Paris.
It's the same storyline, honestly, in like opposite directions, right? You like start with the New York team. Everyone's coming in the first event. They got superstars on the lineup. They're looking fantastic. Then they falter out, dip 0-2, and they just get obliterated. Right. And then for the side of Paris, everyone overlooked them. They were supposed to be the team that was bottom of the league. We were expecting them to be 12th place without contest. They completely turned up. They're one of like 4 teams that started out 2-0, and they looked incredible.
Of course, second game of the day, Dallas Empire versus Seattle Surge. Following that, Chicago Huntsmen in action against Los Angeles Guerrillas. And then I'm sure the game everyone here in London is ready and waiting for, the Royal Ravens versus Toronto Ultra. There was some banter back and forth on Twitter between the two teams. And of course, all that will be settled here on the main stage. But for me and you, Chance, that's one we'll be in the crowd enjoying the London fans.
I mean, this is like the nice build-up, right? Like they're good series the whole way
right?
through, but it's the lead into when
day.
we get the London crowd behind the actual team, and that's what I'm excited for, right? Because obviously the crowd last year was as good as it could possibly get, but now they have like a full team to actually like sit there and root for. Like even in Minnesota, the Rocker, the crowd got behind them in Minnesota. It was fantastic to see. Now we get London behind London. It's just as good as it gets.
And let's not forget, tournament format this weekend here in London, so it's not going to be show matches. But we're excited to get the day underway and to introduce our two teams. We'll send it now down to Frankie on the main stage.
Very much, Benson. Now, London, before we get started, let me tell you a story. Last year, I was on the other side of the world, and I saw some footage from the Copper Box in April. And to be honest, it was like a bunch of filthy animals. And I saw you all. And I thought, those are my people. And I've got to join them next time. So thank you, CDL, for having me. Now, are you ready to welcome your first 2 teams, London? Wicked. Okay, well, our first team, they didn't have the best start in Minnesota, but they do have a British boy in their ranks in the form of Zero. I know he's got a few fans here, so let's meet them. It's the New York Subliners.
Mr. Ice in his veins. Bongo top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Here we go. 1 versus 3.
He's like, no worries, bro. I got this.
Continues to light it up. Come in and dominate the respawn.
All right, London, you can do better than that. It's the New York Subliners! Now, I don't know what kind of noise the crowd are going to make for our next team, because they did beat the London Royal Ravens in Minnesota. But listen, no one is going to underestimate this team ever again. It's Paris Legion.
Shocks, cuts them in half. And what is that flick?
The Legion come out on top.
Zed with the cluster!
It all comes down to this.
That was as close to perfect as you're going to see in a round.
Everyone say hello, bonjour to Paris Legion. I think, London, that was more of a bonjour. Listen, really all I care about is the Battle of the Brits here. We've got Zed, we've got Zero, Benson and Chance. What you reckon?
Thank you so much, Frankie. You're absolutely right. A couple of Brits on both sides, but the crowd definitely welcoming Paris Legion, I think it's fair to say. It's going to be a good first game, though, Chance.
I'm incredibly excited. Again, it's the 2 conflicting storylines. A team that was expecting to be bad that might not have overperformed, but performed up to their own standards. Looked fantastic at 2-0. And the flip side for the Subliners, where they got completely obliterated. So hopefully they've gone back to the drawing boards, figured out what their mistakes were going to be, and turn up for this match here in London.
Well, of course, for every game, we must know our maps. So we'll take a look now at our maps and modes presented by the U.S. Air Force to see exactly where things are going to play out Jensen, I really want to get your opinion. How does the series look for both teams?
Well, obviously, it's not like we have a ton of data. They've only played 2 matches so
true.
far in
This
the
is
year,
true.
but the Hackney Yard Hardpoint that we're kicking off with, neither one of these teams have played it so far. Really, the only standout map at all is actually going to be that Domination. And of course, it's really going to be only Paris that's played the map twice, so they have a little bit more experience on it than the Sublights are going to have, at least in terms of being on land, but we'll see if they have anything cooked in the books.
And again, to reiterate, for New York, we expected to see them do great things on opening weekend. We didn't really get to see that. Paris, on the other hand, we didn't really expect much, but they showed us a lot. So very excited for this first game, and obviously you saw the little slide there. We want to talk about, of course, the quick scope, again, presented by the US Air Force, and really get a look at exactly how this series is going to play out. Predictions, Chance?
So that's like the interesting one, right? Because like anyone that paid attention to the last series, well, you have to look at the Paris Legion, expect them to win. The stats are heavily lopsided in their favor.
Yes.
I mean, even for the
Look at the
subliners, that
SNDKD.
SNDKD is a 0.5 as a team.
That's bad.
Yeah,
That's
and
bad.
keep in mind, they are 2-12 in round count. Like, they got obliterated by the phase on Piccadilly 6-0. They lost 6-2 the other time. But the good news for them, they finally got rid of Piccadilly. So we're not going to see it in this series. So they were 2-12 on that map, but at least they're switching things up.
Well, without further ado, game one about to get underway. Again, the Royal Ravens home series here live from London for the weekend. It's going to be a good weekend. And as we said, we've got some good games today to start things off. And you're absolutely right. Some of the maps that we saw from New York didn't look the best. We had a chance to speak to coach and analyst JP and Revan, of course, good friends of ours, and they kind of filled us in a little bit on some of the decision making, but we won't see that game mode specifically or map and game mode combination specifically in this series. And maybe New York might improve some of those stats there, Chance.
I think New York's going to turn up as well. I think if you go back and look at their first 2 series, well, one of which they played against Atlanta FaZe, who have just been smoking teams left and right. So they falter there. No harm, no foul, right? That's kind of the expectation. Now they know, oh boy, we actually have to turn up. This paired squad is coming to play.
Most definitely is. Game one, Hackney Yard, Hardpoint. Without further ado, first game of the day, Paris Legion versus the New York Subliners. And it makes sense to kick things off with a Brit. Admittedly, he's playing overseas, but it doesn't matter. It's Zero. He's been a fan favorite of the English for quite some time. So excited to see how he fares this year and, of course, in this game as well.
Well, it doesn't fare too well off the rip. It's actually going to be Dens that turns up, and these are just going to be standout players across the board. It was the Aussies, really, for me, that were standing out from the Paris Legion the first time around. Dens and Shocks were playing out of their minds in the respawn. Their KDs look ridiculous. We saw that towards the start, and, well, off the rip, already quite a few kills going their way.
Yep, as it stands, a small lead for Paris Legion, nothing too much. And, of course, New York are inside the hill, so they'll chip away at that early lead and take the lead themselves. But it's this man on your screen now, Luca, who really all eyes seem to be on when you talk about Paris Legion.
I mean, he's going to be the expected superstar coming out of Australia, right? He was the guy that as soon as he turned 18, they were like, he's the new man on the roster, the new man turning up for the country/continent to go big. But right here, he's going to falter. It's actually going to be Zuma that shuts him down.
And that's a player I do really want to talk about, because from what we saw from opening weekend, Zuma played so well. Yes, you can look at a few search and destroy performances and say, that didn't really feel like Zuma of old, but it does. When you watch his respawn performances specifically, you feel like he's back in an old Call of Duty Ghost form, if nothing else. This honestly could be his year.
I mean, I was expecting the question of like, who do you want to see on the subliners kind of step it up? And for me, it was like everyone but Zuma. It wasn't a one man, it was the rest of the team kind of situation. But either way, off the opening rip, the subliners get a phenomenal amount of time. However, now they have to break into P2.
Right, and we had this conversation with Revan, ironically enough. We were watching New York scrim yesterday, and it was this map specifically. He said, yeah, you know, P2 is one of those where if you rotate early, you get a full 60. It's simple, and ironically enough, New York broke within the first 10 seconds. But it is a tough one to try and hold, Chance.
And at the same time, though, you talk about how impossible it is to break, and now the subliners have it surrounded, and they break through seemingly with ease. And we were cracking their joke to Revan. They break it all the time, so I don't know why they're so in their heads about it, but the success is there. They had a nice lead after P1. They end up breaking through on P2, and they're just going to re-extend that lead that they built for themselves. But of course, if you break through on P2, now you have to rotate to the next hill as well, and they're going to have to do it as soon as possible.
New York so far playing well, 65-38. As finally, the second hill is done. We'll rotate over towards B3. Just a quick kind of upgrade. Zuma currently stands 8-7, leading the charge for the New York Subliners. On the flip side, it's Kismet. We haven't talked about him, but I'm sure when we get to game 2, we will. Just a leader in search for Paris.
Leader in search for Paris, but now you're just watching every single pair off of players almost fall one by one. Kismet, though, is going to be racking up some of the hill time. The Subliners, well, are able to get 4 down, clear out the hill, and they're going to be able to break on through. So every single hill, it's been Paris gets there first. The Subliners, though, eventually overwhelm them.
Kick Again, a glance at the stats. Den's picking things up a little bit for Paris Legion, but still, it's New York inside the hill. 20 seconds remain. Luca finds one. He find the second. Zuma would be that kill, but his teammate's slaying out. That's the important thing, and as he watches across, another easy double for Luca. Paris Legion may have been down, but they're making a little bit of a comeback here, Chance.
And right now, it's actually Paris doing a pretty good job on this hill just with the AR presence. We've seen meta talks all the time about it being 4 MP5s, 1 M4. They're actually running a double M4 setup, having quite a bit of success with it. You see Dens, again, one of the standout players for Paris back in Minnesota right now, at least tied for leading the lobby in terms of slaying. Either way, though, it's back to the subliners inside the hill. Attach able to pick up another kill. Well, he's got to wait for his teammates to come give him some backup because Paris are trying to surround him.
Attach on your screen should have first engagement, and that's going to be Kismet, but in actual fact, Paris Legion will start to flood the pinches in. Shocks gets himself a double. Paris break.
Paris break, and they're in free and clear. 30 seconds left on the hill, and, well, they might be able to at least tie the game up so long as New York doesn't get inside, and you can already see New York. They're not putting a ton of pressure on that hill. They don't want to overextend themselves. They're trying to make sure they keep that map control, and that's why you see the arrow at the bottom left corner of the minimap. He's just there to watch mid. He's not going to move. He's going to be that anchor, trying to keep those spawns, well, towards the left side of the map.
Temp springs into life. There's a double, and honestly, he might not be done yet. There's 3 for Temp. Can he find number 4? 6 seconds remain on the hill. It's a close game, 96-92. As Temp wants to contest the final few points. There's going to be 3 players lining up, and unfortunately for him, only finds 1. Den's again there for the trade.
And still just a great job of that map control. Attach even picking up double kills, and that is just pouring the pressure on because New York, they spawn up 2 steps away from the hill. Paris, it's going to be a bit more of a hike, so nice little spread on the map for the subliners. Zero going to be the man inside the hill, just waiting for these players to start funneling through, setting him up for easy kills.
And this could be a big moment for Trave. He's able to try and find a couple of kills. He has a teammate in support as well. New York could build themselves a nice lead, but unfortunately Attach getting a little ahead of himself, takes down his teammate Zuma, and now has to really redirect his attention back towards the hard point. Zed will fall. Attach taking his time, but unfortunately for him, maybe that misplay could cost New York, but still, they're inside the hill.
And now we're thinking multiple hills in advance. You got the subliners right now fighting for the right side of spawns. That way they have it for P2, and this is being done before that first hill even pops again. But either way, the expectation, these 2 teams gonna go head-to-head. A very tight game here, and frankly, I'm looking at a couple players inside of Paris like Zed to heat things up just a little bit more. The only player in the lobby without double digits in kills.
Yeah, a little slow start from him, 8 and 12. Does have 25 seconds hill time, but in terms of hill time, it's Dens at 15 and 11 with a minute and a half hill time so far, but with 48 seconds and almost a tied game. Luca on your screens. What damage can he try and do here for Paris? Hardpoint neutral, no one on it. Luca trying to slay from above. He's found 1. There's number 2, almost with 3. Zuma has to play his life.
And this is another situation where the ARs right now for Paris are just coming up big. The first time Paris really had to lead this entire game, and now Zed's allowed to play. The problem is, well, the top side of the minimap is open, but you see the New York subliners. They don't know exactly if they can force through or rotate towards the current hill on P1. Players inside right now just getting cleaned up by Kismet, but it's a similar situation again where New York, they're not able to secure those right side spawns. They're gonna have to break through on P2.
Tough, but you mentioned, of course, in the first rotation, how hard that can be. New York, they get very, very easy every time we've watched them play this map. We'll see, though, off the rip, Paris Legion set up, ready to go. It's important now they get the first couple of kills, the first push from New York, and of course for Paris, they now could build themselves a sizable lead. Is this maybe where New York throw this map away?
Well, this is a big moment for Paris just to extend it. You got Zed as that leading cutoff man. He's going to fall, but you just see the presence that Paris have just across the bottom, or the right side of the minimap, excuse me. And, well, New York, you're going to have an opportunity just to flood through. The smokes are going to help, but even when they're picking up these kills, Paris is just going to consistently spawn right on top of each other, and that's what makes it so difficult to break through. You basically need a clean 5 down followed by a second clean 5 down to get through.
20 seconds remain. Could there be one last push? Well, there's the first 5 down. You ask and you shall receive, but Paris is still going to smoke close to your point, and New York should know this. Zuma turns, unfortunately not going to find the kill. He's going to give the information to his teammates, but now it's about just delaying time, contesting as much as you can. Paris don't even want it. They're going to push out. We rotate to P3 with Paris Legion in the lead, 179 to 145.
Now you can see accuracy. He's going to be in his home. He wants to live inside the hard point. He posted up for as long as possible. And, well, you see that mid-map. He's got clearance there. Everyone for Paris is going to be trying to flood through. Well, pretty much the right side. Accuracy gets the 1 free kill. And, well, you can see how easy his job is, honestly. He's got his teammates, has the cover everywhere for him, but eventually the nade is going to take him down and get him out of that hill.
New York still trying to come back into this one. 35 seconds remain. quick glance at your stats. So really, the only thing that stands out to me is accuracy, having a great game, 24-17, 38 seconds of hill time. He's gonna have to keep on that pace if you want to try and come back and take game 1 in this series. Zero back on your screens though. Looking to maybe try and find the cut mid-back. Kismet will be there, and Zero should be able to find at least one, maybe more. 2 more plays in front. Den shuts him down though. However, New York in the hill. If they get the final 9 seconds scrap time, it's basically a tied game.
Back and forth game, as you would expect. Now the subliners actually have maybe a mini advantage rotating to do. You see the kill feed, that's going to be a clean 4 down. They're going to have that rotation very early on and try to extend it as much as possible. Now Paris, well, honestly, have their work cut out for him. You got to attach up top. He's on a 4-3, starting to get a little bit hot.
Can he do more damage? He's actually found number 5. It's Luka, but unfortunately he does fall, but it's New York in the lead. 197, 184, 0. Is it your time to shine? 2 in front of him from Paris, but Temp is there. The trade comes through. New York hold the hill.
Doing just enough. It's one last man standing and 10th the last one alive, and now you got that 20-point lead trying to bump it up just a little bit further. Happy to let this hardpoint contest. You see Zero going to be a bit of the bait, but Kismet actually flies down, takes down 2 from the steps, and just like that, Paris, well, they're good to get that final 15 to scrap.
Dens should be able to find 1, and that scrap time chance, as you mentioned, so important. Again, puts us at almost a tied game as we go into the next hard point, which will rotate in a couple of seconds. Kismet picking up the scrap time, but again, it's all about that rotation. Zuma wins a big gunfight, 0 with 2 as well. This is going to be a hard one for Paris Legion to break.
Well, right now you see Paris on the bottom left of the minimap. They're really trying to put the pressure down there. That way they can just block those spawns from the subliners. And well, Zed, that's his job. That's why he's playing slow. But now you got all 5 players for Paris working their way towards this hill. Accuracy, of course, in his home, ready for the gunfight.
This is one thing you could probably fault New York from opening weekend, was their kind of inability really to close out in these clutch situations, but that is pretty much perfect. They can win it here. 13 seconds. Luka has to try and make a play for Paris. He's found 1. Can he get number 2 and 0? No, he can't. And with 5 seconds left, Kismet is left scrambling towards the hill. Will he even be able to get in? I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And that is game number 1. New York Subliners take it 250 to 202.
And this is the subliners we've been expecting to see, Ben. They were 0-3 in Hardpoint before that map right there, and they look fantastic. And I'll tell you, that kill that Temp had at the end on Zed, that was the play, right? Paris are trying to lock down those black spawns just to block out the subliners. As soon as Temp turns and burns like that, you know New York are going to be happy.
And again, it's super important to note that for New York, they look good, right, at times in opening weekend. When you watch the Hardpoint, for maybe the first hill rotation, maybe even the second rotation, you're like, okay, they're playing as we expect. But closing out the Hardpoints was what really seemed to be their thorn in their side. That, a much better display, more composure, putting the pressure on Paris early in the series.
And especially for a team that has it in their head of how difficult P2 is to break. Well, the first time they had a great deal of success, they made it look easy. Even the second time around where they don't ever really get the clear-cut break, they still take Paris out of the hill for maybe 20 seconds out of the full 60. Which is not bad. It's respectable. It helps you for the rotation going on. And then ultimately, in my mind, it's accuracy. He's the litmus test of the team. If his players in front of him are falling around him when he's trying to be inside the hill, his stats are going to look terrible. So when you see him leading the lobby in terms of slaying, that means everything is going right for this New York team.
Of course, it's a great game out of Zoomer as well, a player we kind of praised highly. But the one thing that we mentioned, search and destroy, Paris Legion, there's one player you have to talk about every time they play Search. It's Kismet. The man is so talented. We got to see it all throughout the season last year, and he started this season very, very good, as long as he didn't have a sniper in his hand.
Well, I mean, so he was respectable with the sniper, but he's just the type of player that you would prefer to cause as much chaos on the map as possible.
To have a sniper in his hand.
But again, if it works, it works. But it wasn't the best thing in the world.
It didn't work.
Either way, him and Zed as a duo as well, because I think Zed put up a 1.39 in Search over the event. Kismet with a 1.3, so they're neck and neck. But those two players have been the duo of sorts, the American and the Brit, doing what they can.
Well, we'll talk more about Search and Destroy in just a sec. Want to have a quick glance at our Scuff Gaming play of the game. It was a close map number 1, but it was closed out right at the very end. Some massive kills coming in from New York, which did just enough to see game number 1 go their way.
And again, honestly, dealer's choice on which kills exactly you want to get. And frankly, it was just the win.
Just the win.
Was the play of the game.
The win is the play of the game.
Hey, if you win, that's the entire goal. Disgusting stuff we see on that final scoreboard.
Hey, man, they close it out. That's what counts, right? It's what we talked about so far for New York. But back to the conversation.
Best in the business, man.
Of course.
Best in the business.
What you want to talk about, Kismet, right? his search and destroy, I kind of laughed a little bit with Paris. After they played their second series, they went to do an interview with some of the media in one of the media rooms, and I just finished doing something myself. I walked out. I was like, oh, Kismet, dude, really good job. Just maybe don't use a sniper in search and destroy. And he kind of went, ha, ha, ha. And all of his teammates were like, nah, dude, he was killing it. I was like, was he though? And even Kismet himself was like, yeah, you probably won't see me do that much for the rest of the season. So for me, you make the perfect point. Cause as much chaos as possible, right? That's what we know Kismet can do in search and destroy. The flanks, just the crazy mid-map pushes sometimes. He's just very, very creative, and he's a player you want to see as mobile as possible.
I mean, he hasn't reached like Fellow or Zuma status with the flanks or the mid-map pushes
Not yet,
but
not yet.
Still an agent of chaos. And like, I've never seen a player so happy when they get like a specific map, be like, this is my wheelhouse, this is where I want to be.
This is me, baby.
Kismet's one of those guys, man. He does not lack confidence in himself at all, and this is the perfect kind of map for him. We say it quite a bit, but Ramaza, again, the min-map pressure is going to be huge. You can cause so much chaos with all the doors, Ben. Frankly, just with all the doors that are down there, hide behind them, burst on through. There's a ton of plays that you can make with them. And just, if you got to keep an eye on a player on the side of Paris, it has to be Kiz.
Oh, dude, you're absolutely right. And again, on the other side, you look at the duo of Attach and Zuma, and you say, all right, opening weekend, we weren't impressed in search. There was a couple of donuts that came out. Don't think we're not going to mention it, New York, because we absolutely are. You cannot have that happen again. These are two players that when you think of their careers, when you think about what's made them so good, you think search and destroy, whether it's Zuma flanks, Attach in his 1v1s. He never loses his 1v1s, but you cannot be going as negative as they were. I mean, a donut in search for players of that caliber, unacceptable.
And the crazier thing to me is you only played 2 maps of search and destroy. Attach and Zuma dropped donuts in one of them, and they still had a higher KD than accuracy over the course of like the weekend for search.
Why you gotta do it to him?
Not ideal. I mean, again, as a team, just not ideal. They just did not have a good run of it. However, we only saw them on Piccadilly. Here on Ramaza, though, they at least have the man advantage for now.
Well, it's New York on the attack. Attach will be carrying the bomb already. A one-man advantage has developed. 4 versus 3, advantage to New York. And as you can see, New York thinking a little bit about the B site. They do have control though. They want to try and rotate, force maybe a 4 versus 1 or a 3 versus 1 at the A site. Definitely possible.
And this might just be waiting for Dead Silence to make a play. Attach is going to know that a player's upstairs. You can see him trying to work with Zuma just a little bit to set up this pinch and just about making the move. Shocks falls right down. Attach was sitting there waiting for it. Had Zuma for the trade, but not even needed. That leaves Denz and Loka in a 2 versus 4.
Could be possible. I think for me, it's that top orange arrow. It's Luka. And if he can try and collapse in quick enough, maybe the play could be made. But if he takes too long, of course, at that point, bomb's already planted now for New York. So this 2v4 just got a little tougher. And, well, actually watching the flank, Luka will fall. Now it's all down to Denz. The 1v4. Surely, there's absolutely no chance of this. Time ticking. And finally, the kill comes through. New York take round number 1.
And that's the power of having Dead Silence, or not having Dead Silence at the end, where all 4 players on the map know exactly where you are. They know exactly where to look. Attach and Zuma going on the hunt, 0, even with the MP5, just holding it down. But very clean early round from the New York subliners, carrying that momentum from the first hardpoint into game number 2.
Oh, round 2, of course, will be Paris Legion on the attack. We'll see, can they try and turn things around. Of course, only Zed getting a pick for Paris Legion in round number 1. We'll see if, as mentioned, he can try to get it around there. So Attach on the screen's being very, very aggressive now. Chance over towards B.
This is the most hesitant bomb pickup I've seen in my entire life. A player just sitting in spawn, just debating on whether he wants to grab it or not. But now you have Temp. You can just hear all the doors opening and closing around him. He knows the player is going to be up top above him, but Attach, well, has a couple players in front. But I think when Paris don't grab the bomb, a player is probably having some sort of issue. And, well, the great feature we have, Ben, we can pause the game.
Dude, you know, I didn't know about that until opening weekend. It just came up game pause. I was like, wow, the future is here. It's pretty cool.
I love Beanox, bro. Like, they were in I can't remember what event it was last year. Actually, it was Miami. I do remember. And just hanging out with the Beanox guys and just talking about all the features we're going to have in the future. And I was like,
game pause.
Do we have a pause feature? They were like, we don't have it yet, but we're working on it. But
Shout out
it's
to
here,
those guys.
and it is wonderful. And Beanox are my favorite people, Ben. Yeah. My absolute favorite.
I don't disagree.
Well, the British crowd, then Beanox.
Okay.
We'll
I'm
give
sure,
it to them.
sure they'll appreciate that. But I've just been told it's just a controller issue, so it should be resolved very, very quickly. And we'll get back into the action. Of course, the second round was just about to get exciting there, Chance, it felt like.
Absolutely. And again, you see like the mid-map presence is always going to be important. Like if you get a first blood mid-map and you gain any sort of control on either side, everyone that's over towards the actual site basically just has to stop. But pressure's over towards B. The pause feature just kicks back in. Already kills get traded. Still a true 4 versus 4, but then accuracy and Zuma kill everything.
And that's one of those. I don't think Paris expected that. New York straight at him for the 2-0 lead, and this is more like the New York we expect to see when we talk about Search and Destroy. 2 very quick rounds and a very quick flank as well.
I was going to say, and Zuma flank.
There
as
you
much
go.
as we were talking about Kismet being the agent of chaos, again, Zuma, this is what he's been known for 7, 8 years, something like that. This is his absolute wheelhouse. So on the flip side, got to keep an eye on him. But the litmus test for New York is accuracy.
You mentioned it
the
before.
Man is 5-0. That's when things are going phenomenal.
Yeah, dude, a great start from him. And speaking of good starts, Zuma 2-0 as well, hasn't died yet. Kick things up on board with accuracy himself. The 5-0 start looking very, very good, but if he can try and find a first blood here, I think he spotted Shocks just, but Shocks will scramble away. Of course, New York back on the attack. Can accuracy find that first blood? Oh, well, that's not a great nade. Well, he didn't fall, but Temp is already through.
Temp managed to go through, and again, it's that mid-map pressure that makes it happen. Now Attach is swarming. Free gunfight for him. That's actually going to be a trade-out, but New York, as soon as they get that first kill, they have all the pressure in the world onto the site. Keep in mind, you actually have Zuma going on. Once again, a massive flank with the MP5, shuts Luka down and has Zed locked in his sights.
Crowd appreciating Zuma's strong Search and Destroy performances as well. 3-0. Can he find more? Zed and Den still alive. I will say shout out to Zuma's dad. He's here as well in attendance. And I feel like Zuma always plays better in front of his old man. So far, that is true. And so far, New York are cruising through Paris Legion. Looking to go 2-0 up in the series here. And we mentioned the story, right, for Paris Legion. They played so very well opening weekend, but was it a fluke? You hate to say it so early, but what was it a fluke? And what did we get from New York? Was it really the ceiling for that team? I think we both agree. No, absolutely not. This is looking more like the New York we expect to see.
And again, like, it's one of those situations where I'm staring at the minimap and trying to figure out who that arrow flanking is. Why do you even have to think about it? Of course, it's going to be Zuma.
Yeah, of course.
He's hanging out at 4-0. Accuracy hanging out at 5-0. It's been a field day. Already, New York has won more rounds in these first 3 rounds than they did the entirety of Minnesota.
One of the really big things you look at on the Paris Legion side of things is Kismet 0-3. There's another pause comes through. Tactical pause this time, I reckon. Slow the game down if you're Paris, right? You want to just,
My controller, guys, I don't know what's going on with it, but we might need to take a bit of a break.
I don't know. 3-0 down. Either way, though, as we mentioned, New York looking a lot more like the New York I think we expected to see opening weekend and didn't. I mean, you talk about game 1, the Hardpoint, they close it out. The first Hardpoint win, the Search and Destroy. Now they've won more rounds here in London than they did opening weekend. So overall, a much better showing so far.
I mean, this is the beautiful thing about hot takes. You have an incredibly limited amount of information we get from the first week, including New York having to play FaZe, and we know FaZe has been fantastic. The first series, maybe you just get off to a slow start, so now we form all of our opinions, decide everything is just going to be facts, and then the first series comes underway. New York already not even exceeding expectations, just matching what we thought they were going to be from the start. At the same time, though, a couple tactical pauses come in. Paris talk over their strategy just a little bit, figured out and be like, all right, we know Zuma's going to flank. I don't know why we had to figure out 3 rounds to make sure that happened. Just watch it.
Yeah,
do what accuracy does. Just stare at it the entire time for 2 minutes straight.
I think he's
It'll be okay.
2 kills so far this game doing just that. One was against Luca in one of the early rounds. I think it was round number 1. But you're absolutely right in terms of hot takes and what you can expect from teams. And it is worth mentioning again, if you are just tuning in this weekend, very different than what we saw in opening weekend. Tournament format here. So there will be a champion, there will be a winner. The question is, can London do it in London? How sweet that would be. Of course, for everyone else, they would love to deny London that privilege, and it starts with New York and Paris.
And I will say, what a fantastic hoodie on that stunning young man in the front row, Ben. I don't know where he got it from, but he's got great taste.
Thanks, Chance. Appreciate that gas.
I'll do what I can.
Appreciate you. Game still paused. I would assume it's the same issue as last. I have a quick glance down at main stage, and everyone seems good. No, same controller, same player. Maybe we should get a new controller. Might fix the issue.
just re-talking over how to watch the flank on Ramaz. You got to figure out. You go to the B site, just have someone sit in the tunnel, turn all the way around. You can effectively leave someone in spawn as well if you want to watch it as well. But again, Zoom has been feasting for now. Accuracy has been feasting for now. Got to see if they can continue that. And of course, from the side of Paris, figure something out. I mean, it's not complicated. I'm assuming they'll be able to bounce back in this game as well. But if anything, it's nice for them that the pace gets slowed down.
So here's a question. What if New York just blow through Paris? What does that then do for your perception of Paris Legion?
Absolutely nothing. I mean, my perception hasn't, like, it would be interesting if Nameless's power rankings, like, when all is said and done in, like, the next couple months actually meld and, like, to exactly what they thought they were going to be.
They might.
I would say any team that went 0-2 or 2-0, my opinion hasn't changed drastically. Okay. I still think the Empire are going to be top 3 team in the game. I expect great things. I still think the New York Subliners are somewhere in the middle of the pack, but I think they're going to get better as time goes on. And Paris had a great start, but I think they're going to have to claw and dig for every single win against every team they play.
Well, it's enough waffle. Back into the game. New York Subliners 3-0, the advantage they have currently. For Paris Legion, they're on the attack. And so far, it's one of those patient rounds of Search and Destroy where everyone just waited for that dead silence to make a play.
This is actually New York with quite a bit of pressure. I mean, they are very far pushed up on the map. Temp knows, waiting for the time to set up a kill. Now he spotted 2-player. Kismet's going to be free. Knows Lucas down low, but does the smart thing, just tries to stay alive, and easy first blood for New York.
And Temp find one more. Well, he's seen the cross, and that's just enough information. And you'll see a few of those white arrows maybe just move away from the B site, play around the information Temp has been able to gather. Zero should be the first one to potentially find himself some action. Back over towards Temp. Honestly, this could be massive if he's able to find these kills.
And this is just patient play from Zero. He's able to at least get one and just stagnate that push from Paris, who, well, now time is ticking down. They got 30 seconds to get this bomb plant. They do have clearance over towards A, but Temp still causing problems, gets the wall bang on Zed, and Paris, well, a man disadvantage once again. They got the work cut out for him. It's all up to, well, now just Dens. See what he can do in a 1 versus 4, but it is a hopeless situation.
Yes. Yes, it is. New York making a statement early here in London. The Hardpoint, yes, was close, but they closed it out nicely. The Search and Destroy hasn't been close at all, Chance.
I mean, this is every single time we come out of a pause, I like have to regroup myself, see like the state of the scene, and I'm like, oh, New York, they have all the pressure in the world on defense. They have all the map positioning. Temp's in a perfect spot. He's already spotted 2 players. He's got free kills and accuracy. Hasn't done anything for 2 rounds. Still just hanging out.
Yeah.
Still 5-0.
I mean, 9-0 is the combined stats for accuracy and Zuma, both having great games. And on the other side for Paris Legion, Kismet 0-4, everybody else 1-4. Paris are struggling here in London. However, a first blood for the Brit Zed. He shuts down Attach. Now Paris actually have the advantage.
No time wasted. He's going straight through. A player's in the corner. Temp doesn't need the help. Zuma's just there to cheer him on. As Temp just soars through, but now Zuma, all the pressure in the world. They got clearance on this B site, and they have, once again, that man advantage. But it's going to be Temp and Zuma working together.
That's about as free a kill as you're ever going to get. Temp says, thank you very much. Now, 3 versus 2. Temp with another simple kill. He's just walking through Paris like they're not even there. Dens again. Left, last man up, a 1 versus 4. I respect that from Temp.
I mean, it was a nice shot. He definitely hurt Dens. Dens was very comfortable taking the gunfight, but either way, I mean, last time it was a 1v4 for him. This time he has another attempt at the 1v4, but still, it just seems like a hopeless situation.
It's just funny seeing the way New York changed that. It was, all right, hunt him down and kill him. Temp, I know where he is. I'm challenging him. Temp dies. All right, guys, just play back. let's not feed him an unnecessary clutch. But a good round overall. You can afford to do that in a 4 versus 1. One person can throw his life, especially if it's Temp, right? He's feeling confident. He's just picked up 2. He's looking for number 3.
And I was going to say, like, 2 easy kills as well. Like, where's the reaction
Simple
from Kismet?
kills.
Shock dies up top, and you're just staring out the side of the door trying to make a read. But it's just how we've already seen that twice, where Shock just gets killed for free because that B site like window up in the office, they just have no pressure. New York has all the pressure, no reaction from Paris, who've just been getting picked apart. And well, Kismet still in the donut camp.
Yeah. Bit rough from him. Of course, he was the player that we were saying you have to keep your eyes out for. And on the flip side, accuracy 5-0, Zuma 5-0 as well. Attach is going to have the first fight, and it's Kismet that gets on the board, but Attach's nade was enough to shut him down. And if accuracy pulls the trigger, through the smoke, not going to happen, but now all of a sudden he may have to spring into life. He goes down. Zed finds 1, 0, and Temp alive for the 2 versus 3. It's gonna have to be a retake as well. 0 falls. Temp all on his lonesome. 1v3.
Temp for the 1v3, and he has got all of his work cut out for him. He's not in the worst spot in terms of positioning. He has been mapped, but he's gonna be loud. Dens is gonna hear him. And finally, Paris get on the board, and I gotta give a shout out to that smoke as well. If accuracy just didn't have that smoke right in front of him, would have been a free round for the side of New York once again, but you use the utility correctly, you make the right plays, and finally get a little bit of clearance out onto the site. Paris, finally, striking back.
Problem for them, of course, is this is a very steep mountain to climb. 5-0 down, need to win 6 in a row, they've done 1. Kismet, of course, gets on the board, 1-6. Luca also 1-6, Shocks 1-5. Paris definitely struggling. Dens, though, doing his best. He's been last man alive for maybe 3 or 4 rounds, it feels like, for Paris Legion. As you can see on the minimap, the way New York have attempted to try to play this round.
Yeah, massive push over to A right now. I mean, Kismet's going on the flank, but he doesn't have a gunfight for quite some time. You of New York have surrounded this A site. Players are through. Temp, though, the most aggressive one on the map. Zed does clean up that kill. Advantage.
And Dens is huge. Dens is massive because he could shut down this push pretty much single-handedly. As the first player over towards A, you cannot let New York get some free kills as accuracy gets 2. Watching the flank, and that is peekaboo from Attach. Pops up, shuts down Zed, or shuts down Dens rather, as that could be the round. Zed and Shocks. Now for the 2 versus 4, Zed trying to be a sneaky little beaver. What can he find? 60 seconds on the clock. Paris, of course, need every single round, but it's accuracy again. Finds the pick on towards Shock, and Zed all by himself.
And it doesn't matter how sneaky you are, you open that door, you're the Kool-Aid man. He comes through and takes down 0, but they know exactly where he is, clean him up instantly, and the subliners on a tear. A dominant 6-1 win.
Yeah, much better in Search and Destroy coming out from New York subliners from what we saw in opening weekend. Obviously, we're going to reference it a lot because it's the only real data we have on these teams, but New York looking very, very good. A good game 1 win and a very convincing game 2. That, of course, gives them the 2-0 lead in the series. That's everything from myself and Chance for now. We'll be back with game 3 after this.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas. We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? The United States Air Force, learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
First game of the day here in London against Paris Legion. It's been good so far, but I do want to have a quick glance at our tactical play presented, of course, by the US Air Force, and a chance for me. This is going to be a good little play coming out of Temp. Their search and destroy was pretty solid.
I mean, when I think of tactics, I think of search and destroy, and I'm hoping for the best of the best when it comes to one of those plays. And I mean, honestly, you pick your poison, right? Basically, every single round from the side of New York, you have different moments all over the place where we're watching Zuma get double kills on flanks, accuracy posted up, getting double kills left and right. You have peekaboo moments where it's actually just like, hey, free kill on Dens. All over the place. You have tactical plays, Ben.
Yeah, there were some good plays, that's for sure. And of course, for New York, closing out game number 2, an important one now because they sit 2-0 up in the series chance. And to be honest, they're looking fantastic. And here it is, of course, the tactical play presented by the US Army. Here it is, Temp with, honestly, 2 very free kills. Shocks, you can understand. Of course, he's not watching that, but the second one here on Kismet, far too easy for Temp.
And again, both of those, there's just zero reaction to what's going on the map from the side of Paris, right? Like, that side is open. Temp, the hop-up is available. Shocks is paying no mind to it. And we saw a couple times where New York, they get all the pressure in the world into that building. Paris never reacted. And then it gets worse because Kismet didn't react to the, hey, my player just died up top. Should I go try to hunt that player down, make a move at all? Decides to do nothing. Temp will take the free second kill that he's so happy to get.
Let's take a look at our game fuel keys to victory. We'll start with the New York subliners, improve slaying, and delete Minnesota from your memory. The last one I definitely agree with, right? It was a slow start, and they seem to have done just that. And in terms of improving your slaying, in search and destroy specifically, that's what you're getting.
I mean, even in the Hardpoint, every single player had a negative KD. They didn't win a single one, but they turned up in the slaying category. They do fantastic.
Of course, for Paris, Shocks and Dens continue to make a statement and play with something to prove. Of course, coming into the first opening weekend, when it came to something to prove, everyone had them at the bottom of the power rankings. They go 2-0. You cannot lose that fire. You cannot lose that passion, Chance.
Not at all. I mean, the first event, everyone's going to say, hey, it's the first one. We're all getting a feel for this sort of thing. So all the teams are going to come out and just try to smack Paris around from here on out. And, well, we'll see how capable they can be on that. But now we go over towards Gunrunner, which, again, Paris, this is the one that, well, they've played twice. New York, haven't seen them on the map.
And bear in mind, I think Gunrunner was one of the maps that we actually saw New York beat Atlanta on. And it was one, if I'm not mistaken,
that was Hackney Yard.
That was Hackney Yard. Oh, I was so close.
So Paris are 2-0 on this map. New York haven't played it yet, at least not on land. Obviously, they played in scrims, but I will say, despite the fact that Paris are 2-0 on this map, both of the wins are within basically a 20-point margin.
They were close,
It's
right?
not that they've been dominant, they've been solid, they've been respectable, and obviously now they need to turn it up and shut down the slang from New York Subliners.
Well, for New York, one of their wins, of course, Domination was against Atlanta Phase, and it was a very good win. Zuma, for me, was the key player when we talked about Domination. He was making veteran plays consistently. Can he try and do the same here? As it stands, home hills have been kept up, B still neutral. However, Zuma in prime position to try and make a play. Attach is there to help, and now New York, they've managed to find a couple of kills, almost 3. B flag should be there to claim.
That is just overwhelming pressure. It was the duo putting in the work early. Now you got accuracy again at his home on the objective. He's going to fall. His teammates are there from the trade in New York off to the early start. You can already see on the minimap, no wasted pressure. Zero is already in green. He's, well, was going to be the cutoff man. Luke is there to shut him down, but all this pressure that Zuma and the subliners are getting makes it easier to hold this B flag, because after you get that wave of kills, accuracy is there waiting.
It's important to note, though, look at what that pressure B does on the bottom side of the map. Paris Legion spawning in between their home hill and New York's home hill allows them now to put pressure on the seaside. However, New York should know this based on how close to B they were spawning. So someone's going to have to wrap back. That somebody is accuracy. He has a big job to do because Dens is ready and waiting, poised to try and neutralize the C hill. He's just going to run straight through it because unfortunately his teammates have all fallen. Dens doesn't really want to have to try and make the heroic play himself, and unfortunately he will fall. So for now, The score 27-16 and still a 2-1.
It was a really nice setup that the subliners had as well, right? You would attach watching across for such a long time where maybe it seemed like Paris could just flood onto the flag, but they were taking damage before they could get there. And, well, right now, it's just that overwhelming pressure from the subliners that are just, well, building themselves a nice little lead.
New York subliners looking good, feeling good, playing good. I want to send it over to an Astro Gaming listening with New York.
Pipe. Let's go, that's 4, that's 4. You could fling quick. Go to CL spawn, go to CL. You're good, Tom. I got you. I'm gonna go play left side. I got pipe. One's deep on the deep. Green box, one shot.
I'm gonna push this.
Green box absolutely dead.
I'm getting a try from you guys.
This is green box if you have a nade.
Nading.
Yo, get to my crate. Mid-wall. One more, done. One more boxes, shocks. I'm top crate right now. Nice, all green, dead. You've been backed up.
Look at me, guys.
Because we don't know how to play.
Look at B.
Well, Chance, for me, that's one of the best listen-ins we've actually had all year. Clean, precise communication. Of course, as you mentioned, Paris Legion 2-0 on this map. New York taking it to them, though, with 3 minutes left of the first half. 57-32 the score.
And New York are just suffocating. You've been having Zuma attach and temp just constantly and just slaying positions where they're just pouring it all towards that A side of the map, giving them no room to breathe. Zero, though, trying to help out with the pressure game. Gets a little D-mate double kill. Now Shox is like, thank you, I need an opening.
He's just making it interesting for his teammates. That's all he's doing. Can they clean up? Well, yes, they can. Attach and Zuma spring into life. B still not captain. The one thing that's been so impressive from New York subliners so far, admittedly only 3 minutes played, is the way they've controlled the map. They've controlled the spawns very, very well. Whenever there's been a situation where Paris Legion could overextend, someone has tracked back to deal with it. So yes, they're putting an immense amount of pressure on Paris Legion, but they're also controlling the spawns very, very well.
Zero just having flashbacks to the jetpack arrow, but Zed's going to come out on top for the kill. And despite all the pressure that New York has had on, it's really not that substantial of a lead. True. You see Zed's doing a really nice job of kind of keeping speed locked down. And yes, New York has held on to B pretty much the entirety of this side. But now you actually have Paris. They're on the flag trying to take it away. And still C has not been capped on New York.
And bear in mind, there's one orange arrow right at the bottom, and Attach almost spotted him. It's going to be Zed, who I believe is just ready and waiting over towards the C hill. And he's just waiting, so very patient, but oh no! That's not pretty at all. Through the smoke, Attach jumps out. He finds the kill, and New York will claim their home flag.
I mean, they claim the home flag, but again, Paris has done a phenomenal job. Like, if you look at players, Denton, Shock, the guys that are supposed to be leading you in slaying, that are 3-8, 4-9, you imagine they're getting smoked, which from the pressure, it seems so, but it's only a 20-point game, a minute and a half left, and honestly, not a bad spot for Paris to be in.
I mean, one of the keys for New York was when they were able to actually neutralize the home hill of New York. They kept it neutral for so long that the point lead, which could have been out of control, a massive chance, is actually pretty small to your point, but now New York put the pressure on. They want to try and fight inside B. Zero finds one. The trade is there. Paris should be good to hold on to the B flag.
Now you got the litmus test in accuracy. Well, he's on a 4 spree. He's down and posted up, and now it's basically all Paris wrapping back just to deal with the Attach. Finally, Luca is able to take him down, but again, New York are just agents of chaos everywhere on the map. Pressure towards A, pressure towards C. They're happy just to leave the B flag in the hands of Paris momentarily because they're still accruing that lead.
Problem, B kept A, 45 seconds left, and they trade out B. Now this is where it gets scary for New York because C is gone. That will be under Paris control. New York spawning over toward the A side, but with 35 seconds left, I don't think they're going to be too worried. As long as they can cap up B, which they have successfully done, they should be A-okay, or have they? No, Zed with the challenge. He's going to deny Attach the last few seconds, so B is back to being neutral. But I think if you're New York, you'll be relatively happy, all things considered, with the lead you're going to have going into the second half.
I mean, realistically, the only positive thing with Paris is when you're getting outslayed that hard and it's keeping it relatively close, like that's kind of like a nice caveat. And of course, for New York, we saw the keys to success. It was to keep up the slang. They've done exactly that. They had themselves a nice little lead, but obviously, as we're saying, they cannot afford to slow down at all. They have to keep the foot on the gas.
Was very good first half from New York, but now going into the second half, we'll see Paris can turn things around. I'm curious to see what New York's opening break is going to be on the second side. Do they want to maybe just flood Paris Legion's side, go for the setup, which was so successful for them in the first half, or will they just settle for the B hill.
And this is going to be an incredibly important break for Paris as well. Trying to mount that comeback, the opening break can be everything because it decides whether or not you're getting spawn trapped a bit towards C for the first minute and a half of the game, or if you win it and get that CB flag pressure, you can do to New York what New York did to you.
It's a pretty mirror matchup split outside of New York only having 2 over towards B as opposed to Paris Legion's 3, but the nade kill from 0 may actually be able to help things out as Temp flies through the door, tried to make the play. New York will surely fall unless Attach can go big at B's by himself. Players all around, he drops another. That's the second time you've done the accuracy, I'm counting, but it doesn't matter because he finds a kill anyway.
He's got to work on his little nade spots, you know?
Okay.
Just a little bit farther to the right, you'll be good to go, but if not nades, his gun has been on point. This is 3 games in a row where accuracy had just been a man on a mission. He was 9-1 or something like that in the search and destroy. He had 28 kills, led the lobby in map number 1. We talked about him needing more slaying. Accuracy has provided exactly that.
He's playing out of his mind so far in this first series. However, unfortunately for New York, Paris should get a little bit of control now on the map. 4 players go down. C is capped up. There's 1 player causing havoc on the home hill. That was Zed. He will fall. B should be capped up by Paris. And this now chance is where Paris can chip away at the lead and potentially try and make the comeback.
And you see no time wasted from the subliners, though. They have a ton of pressure over towards C flag, and Temp's actually going to be able to make it there. You do have players from Paris watching the cross, but it's going to come down to the nades to get that player off the flag, but a ton of progression is still there, and you see New York are able to decap it for a moment. Accuracy still alive, trying to take down Zed with the pistol, does get shut down, and now you actually have a bit of a spawn flip coming in as well. Paris is now capping it.
119 to 95. Paris slowly but surely coming back into this one. 4 minutes remain. Zuma with a double. Attach looks for 1 as well, but Zed finds the pick for New York. Now can they put pressure back on towards B? Control of the C hill. Accuracy was waiting for the push to come through, and rightfully so, because he shut down shots. Meanwhile, Temp trying to find a gap mid-map. Somewhere to expose maybe the setup here of Paris. Has he done it? Has he got behind enemy lines? That's the question. Well, I think Paris is looking for him, but Dens isn't going to know about it. Temp now knows as well. Behind the double from Temp. Sit down, Shocks. Almost 3 for Temp as he single-handedly walks into the B hill. He's not done yet. Finally, Luca shuts him down, but the play from Temp enough for New York to break into B.
I could be convinced Temp has active camo popped at all times. He's killing people, and there is no reaction from the side of Paris. 2 maps in a row as to where he is, but I guess when all is said and done, Temp goes crazy just for a moment, and Paris eventually able to stabilize that B flag.
And this now, for me, is where New York have to be precise with their decision-making. What do they want to do? Do you keep pushing B for maybe another minute or so? Or at this point, do you try and make it as chaotic as possible and push the home hill? For me now, with 3 players falling at B, you've got to push the home hill. You have to put pressure on A, but Dens has sniffed it out. Doesn't matter. Zuma wins the fight. He's going to have another 1v2. He did this so much on opening weekend, and I praised him so highly for how much of a nuisance Zuma can be. Paris Legion, they know he's there. They have to deal with him, and unfortunately for him, he does fall. Paris 10 points away from tying things up.
Well, it's going to be Attached leading the charge for the sub. Trying to pick up the slaying just a little bit, but you see all those little orange arrows hanging around in and around that B flag. So far, so good. Attach is able to get 1, but the trades are going to be there. Now it's 0 on the flag inside of the smoke. Trying to be confusing, but Zed with the double kill, able to take him down.
And Paris is just spawning so close to B. It's so hard for New York now to really try and put pressure on that side, and all the gunfights now seemingly being lost. If you're New York, at what time do you push the panic button? At what time do you say, forget B, we have to overextend, cause absolute chaos? Against Atlanta, they were so good in those chaotic moments, and now they've let the lead they had in the first half slip. 146 to 145, the next tick, Paris Legion going to the lead.
And shout out Shocks as well, right? He was 3-9 at one point. He's turned his game around at 19-17. Kismet trying to be the leading man. He does die there, but got 2 kills just before it. It's just a perfect setup. Now you have Zed on C. If he can neutralize
this is great.
This is where the lead gets out of control.
Oh, he's neutral. Has he got away? No, he hasn't. The nade will shut him down. You have to be very careful when you go for those plays, especially when you have the lead, but it works out for now. Paris still with the advantage. 157, 149. New York get their home hill. 1:30 on the clock. New York, you've got to be perfect.
As players running right in front of him, able to take down accuracy. And, well, New York has a ton of pressure on this B flag. They're trying to just neutralize it. Zed trying to stop him. Cannot connect. It's Temp and Attach the duo.
Oh, that was massive. Temp finds 2. Attach watch the flank, and now all of a sudden B, does it belong to New York? It does maybe, if they can stay alive, but Temp will fall. The reinforcements, they're coming. The cavalry is there in the form of Zero, but the nade shuts him down. The flank comes through from accuracy. Does he want to commit to it? Less than a minute left, 168, 156. New York, you have to be quick. You cannot be slow in this situation.
And you see the plan now from Paris is to just put pressure over towards Z, just to alleviate it over towards B, but New York, well, they're down by quite a bit. They're gonna have to get a flag.
They need a decap at very least here over towards A. Attempt's gonna go for the smoke pops. Neutral comes through. Denza shut down Attempt. Temp has to stay alive. Zero is also there. Bear in mind what's going on at B. Keep your eye on the minimap. Someone's OE'd over towards C as well. Temp has to win that fight. He does. But unfortunately for New York, B is going to be decapped. C is also going to be decapped as well. Paris Legion, they were unbeaten on this map and game mode. And Chance, I think it's going to stay that way.
And that just gets so spicy as well with the first half that the subliners had. You think they're in a great spot, but again, they were just massively outslaying the Paris Legion. The second half, it wasn't spectacular by the Paris. They weren't making crazy plays, just a consistent amount of slaying over time, consistent pressure towards that C flag. So annoying to play with, so annoying to deal with, and Paris come out on top, still undefeated on Gunrunner.
So the series, after map 1 and 2, looked like it could be a quick one. Even after the first half of Domination, Chance, I was a little worried for Paris, but they've showed some life here in London. They take game 3. That's now a 3-0 record on that map and game mode, Domination Gunrunner. So congrats to them. Clearly they found the secret recipe that works for them. But now, can they come back into this series? Can they try and get a reverse sweep to start things off here in London?
I mean, I think they absolutely can, but of course you got the play of the game, and honestly, it's another one, dealer's choice, but Shock's able to just gun player number 3, and it's a team kill. The only thing that could stop Shocks in those heat of the moments.
Of course, that your Scuff Gaming play of the game. Paris Legion, a very well-played second half. There in that Domination. Really good stuff from them, as we mentioned, staying alive now in the series.
Stay alive in the series and try to pull off that reverse sweep. And again, this is why hot takes are so difficult to make. As great as New York subliners
so
look
right.
on maps 1 and map 2, you can't get ahead of yourself until the fat lady sings.
So here's the scary thing for me. If Paris do push this to a game 5, I start getting a little concerned. I start getting maybe a little scary because you look at game 2, New York was all over Paris. It was a terrible map. Terrible for Paris Legion statistically. A couple of players really struggled. I don't think that happens again. I don't see a world where Paris Legion search is that bad again. Because yes, it was good from New York, but it wasn't one of those, like, you go back to opening weekend at London Feb, when you watch them play Search and Destroy, it was just dominant. Every single round was just absolutely dominant. New York was good, but I don't think they were that good.
And it's a small point, but it's worth bringing up as well. We actually have seen Paris on Armaza before. They beat Optic 6-3, so there is a bit of like home cooking that Revan and JP can go take a look at to try to figure out Paris' strats. Well, if we go to a map number 5, it's going to be on Petro. I think we have double Petro for the Hardpoint and S&D to finish off the series.
Okay.
But if it goes there, now you have no information on the team. So yes, it's a small little advantage for map 2 that's now taken away from map 5, but there's just no information across the board on these maps.
Could make things a little spicy. As we said, New York currently leads the series 2-1 against Paris Legion. The storyline coming in for us, and I think many at home, was Paris really overperforming on opening weekend. Everyone sort of had them on the bottom side of power rankings, and for New York, it was really underperforming, if nothing else. A little bit disappointing performance when you look at that group of players and what you expect them to achieve. So far, though, New York looked good in the series. Map number 1 was a good win, by no means a blowout. Map 2 definitely was a blowout, though. Map 3, finally, Paris is awake.
And on a map like St. Petro, I mean, for at least the subliner's sake, I'm going to be staring at accuracy pretty much the entire time. And you can make it an AR battle and look at Dents from the other side as well and see which one of those assault rifle players is going to have more success, because Petro is a map that if you're an M4 player, you're a little bit happier than you ordinarily would be in this game. So we'll see which one of those players can come out on top and if accuracy can continue the dominant series that he's had.
He's been very, very good. Game 1 started off pretty good. Game 2, excellent. Game 3, very, very good as well. Just unfortunately, his team lose the map. But now, St. Petrograd, Hardpoint, Game 4, Paris Legion looking to send us to a Game 5.
We'll see if they can pull something off crazy again. Had the hot hands, trying to fight for a little bit of that momentum coming into this new Petro, and see if they can scorch one away, Ben.
And credit to Dens, for me, throughout this series, when Paris hasn't even been playing at their best, he's been absolutely fantastic. He's going to need to keep that pace up. But we start things off on board with Zuma. His nade finds a hit marker. But he finds the kill, and there's number 2 as well. Zuma so fast, so aggressive. New York in the hill.
That is a man that has perfected his opening break. Says, yes. Hey, I know they're coming down the wall. Let's just shoot through the door. They're going to be there. So you got the nade to cover one. You got the bullets through the wall to cover the other. And it's the perfect opening break. Of course, though, Paris, well, they're already just heavily focused, if not on the hill, on securing the spawns. Because, again, just off the rip, New York have just bounced back from the final bits of that domination game.
Lead. About 30-0 so far as Attach says, no, that's my door. 2 kills in quick succession. 1 more as New York look to try and flood the spawns. Paris have to make sure they don't lose control of this because the early time is all in favor of New York. The kills are going to be crucial, but a team kill comes through. Where is Kismet going to spawn? Luckily for him, deep in the back of the map, but Zero finds himself a double, and he's doing enough to just block that spawn for now, but he needs help. He needs his teammates to push, and he's going to feel this pressure coming. He's going to expect it.
He's going to expect the worst possible time. Doesn't even hear the player opening the door behind him. So Kismet will say thank you very much. But now you have this sticky spawns for Volt Paris, and they're going to be happy for it inside the hill. Dens knows exactly where he needs to look. But again, the AR battle, accuracy falls. We're back over to Dens, and the kills are free. He even has to get them.
And this is now huge for Paris. They have to hold this hill and really just reduce the lead New York was able to gain on that first hill. You obviously talked a lot about accuracy, 1 and 5 to start things off, but it's Attach and Zuma, 6 and 3, 0, 5 and 3 himself. They keep trying to apply the pressure with just 19 seconds left on the hill. I think they've just done enough.
Den's got so bored of not being able to shoot anything that his teammate moves right in front of him, gives him a little love tap, and, well, New York do break through. But now Zed, actually, the lead cutoff man, takes down accuracy, and that is a very big gunfight. Now he can get pressure on this left side, just deal with Temp and just get the kill or at least slow him down, because you see Zed knows he needs to run back because his teammates are falling around.
Yep, Zed just, again, realizing the importance of just blocking the spawn, waiting for his teammates to pinch the hill. He's played this very well, but again, the teammates have to come very, very quickly. His Attach is going to find 1. He's going to find number 2 as well as he just springs into life in the hill. But again, Zed did such a good job staying alive. His teammates now spawning on top of him. Much better chance to try and break.
And this is a massive opportunity right now for the subliners that they're able to even get the next 15, 20 seconds and keep the right side spawns. They're going to be set up long term, but Attach inside the hill, just hanging out. He's got Temp with the guns with him. But as Temp falls, it comes down to Attach. The last man inside the hill does get dropped, but 22 seconds. New York will say, thank you, we'll take the time. We already have a 50-point lead, and we're going to win the gunfights anew. Now they're trying to set up for that full 60.
Oh, they're going to be very, very happy with that. Just 14 seconds left on that hill. Yes, it will go to Paris, but you can see New York pushing up, trying to get map control as that next rotation chance is going to be so, so hard. Honestly, New York could really build themselves such a sizable lead now.
Yeah, and you talk about difficult hills to break. This one is definitely towards the top of the list in Modern Warfare. And, well, accuracy again with the M4 just has crazy long lines of sight. You got Zuma with 2 kills, make it number 3. He makes it look easy, and this is where he's at his best. When he can roam around and just kill everything in sight, he will thrive.
The Italian stallion, man. Just let him roam around the map. 16 and 8. Double positive so far. Having a great time here in London in the opening series. And for New York, they're still inside the hill. 30 seconds, finally a little bit of life, but the trade is there from Zuma. He's not giving away that hill time.
And Zuma, just the silent assassin. It's like I'm watching him shoot his gun, but I can barely hear it because of how quick and quiet this man has been. 19 and 8 on a 3 spree. Every life, he's getting at least 2 or 3 kills in a row. Doing damage like that, his shot then is on point.
And this was the fear, right? When you rotate towards pool hole, how long that rotation is, how hard it can be. New York have built themselves almost a 100-point lead as it ticks over 144 to 56. Paris Legion are in a whole world of danger. They cannot get broken this quickly. It just can't happen. 3 kills already for New York. They're looking for more. Shox and Kismet have to go big. But Shox, last man, New York have just walked into the hill, chance.
Walked into the hill, and again, they're making it look easy. This is New York at their best. This is a team of roaming slayers just having their way. Shox up top is trying to do what he can, but you see the kill feed. He's not getting a massive amount of help. The team kills are not going to help anything. And he has spent, what, 30 seconds trying to go down some stairs.
Yeah.
Not successful at all, so he's trying to go out the back door. Accuracy sitting there waiting for him.
And this is almost where you might just have to concede that time if you're Paris and set up ready on new and really just try and make that comeback. Because the game started with New York with a solid hold on P1, and they were able to contest P2 before a great hold again on towards P3. for me, if you're Paris Legion now, you have to do exactly the same as what New York did to you in the first rotation of hills.
I mean, this is almost like Accuracy and Attach has switched roles. Accuracy hasn't seen a single second of hill time. Attach has lived inside the hill, has managed to get 15 kills, but there's not a lot to do when Tommy, again, 22 and 10, has been feasting. But again, it is a team of roaming slayers. Temp now up top. He's in a position he likes to be. They're just feeding him kills. Now he's on a 5 spree. Zero on the other side of the map is picking up kills left and right. It is just an insurmountable pressure game. New York started hot in the series in the hard point. They didn't do great in the domination, at least not in the second half, but they reflipped that switch. They are just on a tear.
30 seconds of hill time remain. New York over the 200-point mark, and now the question is, Paris Legion, you're about to get a 100-point club here in game 4. As the rotation will be coming in shortly, you can see New York already trying to put that much pressure on the backside of the map, and if you're Paris Legion now, Chance, you just have to stay alive, and you almost have to play perfectly.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, if you're Paris Legion, you have to get full 60, then rotate, get a full 60. Like, New York subliners, in effect, can set up 3 hills in advance from now, put down the controllers, hang out and wait, pick them up for the rotation, and they'll be good to go. It's a massive lead, and on a map like Petro, we haven't seen too many insane comebacks yet. I'm not expecting it to be the case here.
And all credit to Zuma for me, this map, absolutely fantastic. The man is 25 and 11 with a minute 10 hill time. He has taken over game 4 for New York subliners. And yes, if you're Paris Legion, you may be able to fight for 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, but the experience of New York should tell them, we just need to contest every now and then, make sure we rotate early for at least 1 hill, and the game, Chance, should be over.
I mean, in fact, there's not even a point for New York to put pressure on this hill. They absolutely can because they have such a massive lead, but you go over, you win the rotation, you just keep the Paris Legion at bay, and you'll be good to go. And, well, actually, a lot of kills going the way of Paris, but it's just, again, too little too late. So much to deal with.
The key kill there for me is Accuracy on Shock. Shock's just trying to rotate. Accuracy's ready and waiting. And look at how deep in the map he already is to the point you just made, Chance. He knows. I just have to go to the back of the map, unlock the spawn for Paris, and boom. We take the first series here in London.
It's just about running the stats up at this point. 15 seconds and the subliners will take the game. Paris try to go through mid-map. Temp is going to be hanging out waiting. Luca with the nice kill, but what does it amount to? It is just a tragedy of all proportions for Paris, trying to fight their way through mid-map to get to this hill. New York putting an absolute stamp on the game.
Well, GG New York subliners. They'll take the first series of the day here in London, 3-1. And it was Zuma with the explosive game 4 to close things out. And to be fair, a great series all around from that young man.
I mean, just completely absurd. I mean, literally right from the opening break, Zuma comes up, starts wallbanging people, lasering them through walls. You get the clean 5 down, and there was 1 hill the entire time that Paris had any amount of success. Otherwise, it was outclassed, outgunned, and outplayed.
Curious to see what that maybe changes for the perception of Paris Legion, but still I think it's fair to say not enough data yet. This is, of course, tournament format, so we'll see a lot more games than we did opening weekend, Chance, and maybe that should help really fill in the missing pieces, if you will, of those 2 teams.
Fill in the missing pieces, but it's just a situation where so much Call of Duty left to be played because we make the hot takes, but it's going to be a very long year. But again, full credit to New York. Tommy turned up when he's got his dad in the building. You know, Papa Zuma gives them that extra bit of horsepower, if you will.
That's good.
I'm proud of that one, actually.
That was actually very good.
Thank you.
But you're absolutely right. It seems every time his dad is in the building, you get just a little bit more from Zuma, and, you know, rightfully so. Playing in front of a very, very proud father. And such a good performance from him. But that's going to be everything from myself and Chance for now. We're going to send it down to the main stage with Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. What an epic opener. This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And here I am to present our resident Brit in New York. It's Zero. Listen, first of all, what's it like winning the opening match here in London?
I mean, we had a tough Minnesota, you know, 0-2, but we went back and just said, listen, they're pre-matches. We obviously didn't play very well. We just went back and played a lot harder than we did and came here and beat a very favorable team to win. So,
listen, I'm new in this game. I don't want to be rude, but your search and destroy, it didn't look great in Minnesota. Today was a different story. What did you learn from the last time we saw you play?
I think we learned that New Yorkers could not go to London and play Piccadilly. But yeah, we came here during the veto process. Their coaches were laughing. They were laughing about the map choices. And as you can tell, looking at the score, they're not laughing anymore.
At the same time, though, not laughing anymore, But it was a bit of a shaky start, though, on Hardpoint, that first map, Hackney Yard.
Listen, Hackney Yard's just one of those ones where they had better spawns, but we knew we could. That's one of the maps where we know we can just go ham because we got 3 of the best sub players in the game, and then you've got me that can do it all. So, other than that, we took it to them. They started laughing, and I hate it when people laugh about VOs because they just were free kills.
The thing is, though, they did tell me yesterday that you refused to scrim against them. They said that you thought they weren't good enough to scrim against.
Yeah, they literally scrimmed in Europe for like a few months, and obviously we didn't think they were good enough. They went to Minnesota and proved they were. We haven't scrimmed them since, obviously, because they were in our group for London. We're going to scrim them because they're a good team, but other than that, we didn't scrim them because we didn't think they were good enough.
Well, listen, that was quite a nice thing. You did call them a good game. Thank you so much, Zero. What do we think of our boy? There we go. Congratulations to the New York Subliners for winning the opening series here at the Copperbox Arena in London. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And coming up after the break, we're going to see the Dallas Empire take on the Seattle Surge.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile, Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
First series, Benson and Chance. Just gonna maybe get a little bit pregame, but before we get to that, we have a special guest joining us up here in the caster booth. We got Attach. How you doing, bud? Good first series. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
To bounce back against a team like Paris is amazing. We really needed that as a team because we were so disappointed in ourselves. I'm sure everyone was disappointed in our team after our showing in Minnesota.
Right.
So it felt really good to show what we're made of.
One thing we do want to point out, because we were, doing a little bit of prep. Obviously, you showed us watching your scrim yesterday. We have to bring it up. Piccadilly Search and Destroy. It wasn't good for you opening week. We're very glad you didn't pick it. Was that on purpose? Was that a conscious decision you made?
We did not pick it this time.
Okay.
We played an S&D that we actually have strats on. And so it was
helpful, right?
We actually knew where we were going. So it felt really good to play that, and we played it well.
And I was going to say, how did that win feel as well? Because from our perspective, it just looked easy. Like you, Temp, Zuma, literally just running around doing whatever you wanted, and every single round just about looked free. Was that a nice thing rolling into the series as it continued on?
Yeah, I mean, just being able to do what you want on the map and knowing exactly where to go at all times, you can do whatever you want.
It is helpful.
So many kills, cutoff kills, everything. Our team is just playing really well right now.
Yeah, look free.
It's very easy when you know what the other team's going to be, right? You guys made it look very, very simple. In terms of the rest of the tournament, though, because obviously we shift from maybe more show matchy to now actual tournament. How is it for you as a player, like that difference? Because obviously you play 2 games, it's like, it's like show matches almost. But now tournament format, how do you kind of prepare, like the difference almost?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really good to be at a tournament because when you only play 2 matches on a weekend, and that's just not COD. COD has never been like that. Right. So it felt really good to just be at a tournament because now we got 1 win under our belt, and we're just going to keep on going with the momentum throughout the bracket.
It's a fantastic win as well, but is there any team that you're looking forward to playing? Is there anyone you did the home cooking for you? Coming to London, do you want to take down the home team? Are you looking at Chicago to test yourself? Who's the favorite?
Careful what you say, because you don't want to swing the crowd against you.
Yeah, no, I mean, the crowd's going to be against us when we play London. That's just how it is. But we got Trey Boy Cardi, 0. So they're going to show us some love too, I'm sure. But I just want to play everyone, just because I don't care who we play. But after what everyone's been saying after Minnesota, I just don't care who we play. I just want to win.
Because that was strange almost, because when we looked at your team on paper, we thought, all right, this is a fantastic team. But Minnesota, what went wrong almost from that event?
So the first match versus London, we were honestly just super out of it. It didn't feel like we were playing playing in a real match.
Gotcha.
We came out versus FaZe. We played a little bit better, but they just are a very good team right now. So we got outclassed. So it felt good. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Not bad.
So it felt good to just get a win under our belt to start this tournament and get some momentum.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You get your win. Thanks for joining us up here as well. We appreciate it. Anytime. Don't leave him. There you go. You're free to leave us attached. We're gonna miss you. We'll take a look at some highlights from that series, of course.
I want to watch it.
And you're welcome to stay and hang out if you really want to.
You just watch yourself just get all the kills, or even Temp, the wall bangs, literally everything.
No, it was good. A lot of kills came through, but overall, the series was pretty nice. Temp kind of went for an ego child, but you don't blame him. But he made up for it a few rounds later. But overall, New York looking good.
And it's, again, one of those things where not even looking good, just looking like it was free from start to finish. Every single kill, shooting players in the back. It was just pretty much nonstop. And then maybe the one point of concern, if you had to be critical, would be the domination. But even still, the first half, they were completely outslaying their opponent. They had map control the entire time. And maybe they faltered a bit in the second half. They had the instant bounce back. It's something you love to see.
It does beg the question, though. What went wrong there for New York in the second half, specifically?
I think it was a matter of not running up the lead as much as they really should have. Again, when you have the slaying duo and Denz and Chalk from the side of Paris that were combined quadruple negative, and you only have a 20-point lead, you didn't deal with the annoying pressure that Paris were consistently overextending, going for the neutralizing on the opponent's own flag. They didn't respond to the pressure that Paris was putting on too well, even when they were getting all the kills.
So far, a good first series for New York, and we did have some kind of questions, we must be honest, about both Paris and New York coming here to London. I think it's fair to say we had a few answers there from that first series. Maybe not all the answers, but we will see more gameplay, which will help us, of course, decide more of those answers and questions.
I genuinely think it's going to be, again, the hot takes are going to bite everyone in the butt at some point. I think, in my mind still, it is FaZe and Chicago are the clear-cut top two, and then it's sort of everyone else. You can have a team you expect to be at the bottom of the league in Paris, come out, have a fantastic weekend. It's fully believable because of how close the competition is. It's been a storyline since World War II, I think, for the past 3 years of it's getting better and better. And now, of course, with franchising, there's only 12 teams. You know the competition is going to be the best we've ever seen in Call of Duty. It's going to be a tight race.
Yeah, most definitely is. And two players who really excelled in that last series was Attach and Zoomer. I want to take a look at some of the stats from that first series because they both played very, very, I mean, look at the KD. Attach a 1.5, Zoomer a 1.6. Your hill time was just fantastic as well from both of those coming in that final game. And that's exactly what you want. If you are a fan of New York subliners, you want Attach and Zoomer roaming around the map, getting your mid-map cuts, just killing everything they see.
I mean, it's not just the slang, too. Like, the hill time from Attach, all of that was on the Petro. Like, there was a moment where it was accuracy, 0 seconds in the hill. You don't see that pretty much ever. And Attach was in it for the entire time, minute and 17, just hanging out. And he was getting all of those kills while inside of the hill. He's racking up those defense. He's winning all of the important gunfights. He was a man on a mission. Both players playing outstanding. Flashbacks to AW.
Oh,
very long time ago.
Made it look very, very simple. But that's going to be everything from myself and Chance. We're going to send it over to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, more gameplay here from the Call of Duty League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Alright, you guys good?
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
COD League, we're here in London. It's now time for match number 2.
And I can tell you what, it's actually not a lovely day outside. It's a little grey. I think it's forecast for rain. These shots, though, do paint a very pretty picture. Welcome, friends. It's going to be Miles and Momo as we take you through our next series here of the day. We are still working our way through pools. We've got a very, very fun one for you, boys and girls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've just seen a game there, New York Sublimes. I believe we had Attach here in the middle of two Huntsmen before. Just kind of giving us a bit of a rundown. But we've got Dallas and Seattle going up against each other now. The Americans going head-to-head. It's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting matchup indeed. We do have some keys to victory to get through for Dallas. Now, again, Dallas had a rough run in Minneapolis. Let's be real, mate. It wasn't great. But their opponents were absolutely brilliant. Let's take a quick look at those keys to victory now for Dallas. And again, Phil, what do you think, though? I mean, you think Dallas can do this? You think they can go all the way?
I think Dallas for sure. However, Seattle, on the other side of things, you know, they didn't have a great time in Minnesota either. You know, their search and destroy was lacking. We saw some keys, obviously, for these to kind of pick up was win their search and destroy. It sounds simple. It is simple. I think Nameless wrote these, so don't judge
he's
me.
not wrong.
But he's winning search and destroy. And you know what? Look at the players that they've got. The likes of Octane, the likes of Karma. This is where they need to focus it. But by all means, enable Slack. They can be hit or miss sometimes at S&D. When these guys are on the right page, they can be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, on the other side of the board, though, again, for the Dallas Empire, their game fuel keys to victory. It's going to be something a little different. It's Illy and Shotzi, mate. What happened to them, Phil, in Minneapolis?
I mean, people will look at kind of inexperience, but you look at the likes of Shotzi. This guy's a world champion in his own right. Illy, obviously very young, you know, coming into a team, but the players that they're surrounded by, the likes of Krim, the likes of Clay, they can succeed. They will succeed. I backed this team from the very beginning, and I can see these guys going the whole way. Dallas, they're a very, very strong team. They had two tough opponents in Minnesota, but I expect them to bounce back today.
Fingers crossed they can indeed. Well, friends, now we have our maps and modes presented by the US Air Force. This is going to be the series ahead of us. It's going to be a double dosage of Gun Runner for the Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Then we're going to be hitting up the double Petrograd for the Dom and the Hardpoint if we need it. Last map will be an Arklov Peak Search and Destroy. I hope we get it, because let's face it, Seattle really do enjoy those Game 5s. Got to see that Search and Destroy win for Seattle if they're going to find any victory here. But again, that's a really tough ask when they come up against Dallas. I mean, they took the Search and Destroy there off of the Huntsmen. They may have had a tough run against Atlanta when it came to the Search. But Seattle, if there's any way to demonstrate that they've learned from their mistakes in Minneapolis, it's right here in London.
I think for both teams, it's all about improvement. You know, we saw both in Minnesota, these guys have poor performances. Yes, we can say, you know, Dallas had a very tough opponent, two tough opponents. Seattle, again, was it just kind of a slow start? For me, it's just kind of seeing who kind of steps up day one here in London. We're into tournament mode. It's very interesting to see. Let's get into it.
Now let's get into it. Frankie, what's happening there on the stage?
Very much, Miles. Now we're about to meet two teams who have everything to prove. The first have an absolute legend in their ranks in the form of Karma. I am, of course, talking about Seattle Surge.
This is huge. This is huge.
Are you serious?
Apathy finds the triple.
Enable! Karma starting to heat things up.
It's the Octane Clinic.
London, give a warm welcome to Seattle Surge! This is what I call a heartbreaker match, because they're going to face the Dallas Empire next, and that team has got Karma's former teammate on it, Crim 6, and they used to love each other. It's going to be a different story after this.
But on the flank, it's going to be Clayster. And Clayster's going to get bumped. Four going to drop three. They're going to get the clear. You got to go fast. You got to go quick. You got to go that way out. It's chaos.
One of these teams is going to finally get their first win of the CDL on the books today on this stage in the Copper Box Arena. Miles and Momo, who's it going to be?
Crikey, I honestly couldn't tell you, I really couldn't. I think Empire's got a lot of favorites coming into this one. I think the Search and Destroy is definitely one of their strongest suits, but the respawns, man, where's that going?
I really don't know. I think it's a very, very tough question by all means, but I think Dallas, they have to improve. I'm looking at Shotzi and Illy with keys to victory. These are the two young guns we've seen play online so perfectly. I want to see that. I want to see that flair. I want to see that aggression. I'm kind of leaning towards Dallas, but again, am I just looking at those names? Am I looking at that kind of fast-paced action? I'm just ready to get into the hard point.
Yeah, we're very keen. I'm not sure if you can tell, but we're excited to get into this one, friends. For me as well, I mean, this matchup, we talk enough about, Dallas, the way that they played, every map they played against, the toughest opponents possible, which was Chicago and, of course, Atlanta. They had a tough time of things there.
I mean, going forward, obviously, we're going to be playing Gunrunner Hardpoint. We look at Seattle's record already. We see these guys 3-0 in this map mode and combination. So it's going to be interesting, again, why they've picked this, why this has kind of slipped through the choices of the coaches. But Seattle, this is their time to kind of start strong, I feel. Yeah, it's going to be a big, strong start for them. Again, we touched on their Search and Destroy being a very, very weak game mode for them. But they managed to get first bloods a lot of the time, though. I mean, out of the, I think, 15 rounds they had, 11 of those rounds were a first blood. They still managed to lose those pretty rough to Florida. We're going to have a quick scope now, friends, as we roll straight on through, presented to you, of course, by the US Air Force. I mean, so far, there's no CDL points, Phil. They haven't got a single win. I mean, the stats don't look good, but this is the kind of story that we're talking about going into this. Dallas and Surge, they didn't have a great Minnesota. This is the time to step it up, to get some CDL points. Obviously, 10 points for a victory, and what a way to kick it off right now here in game number 2. It's the first of many. Obviously, for you guys at home, we'll be going through a plethora of games, but I'm excited to go into this Gunrunner. I was kind of touching on it there. Seattle, very, very strong on this map and mode combination, so why Dallas have picked it, it must be, again, kind of a confidence thing going forward. All eyes are on Shotzi and Illy for me, mainly Shotzi. I want to see this kid go off.
I mean, this is the perfect chance now for Dallas to prove that they are certainly a top 3 team. An opponent like Seattle is going to be a very solid chance for them to shine, find some performance here in the COD League. High expectations for them going into this one. For Seattle, on the other side of the board, though, for them, this is a team made of champions, the dad squad, if you will, but you have to hand it to them. This is a roster that could cause serious damage. I believe this team will become truly incredible before the end of the season. Can they find something special here?
Oh, it certainly can. Like you said, sirs, there's MVPs, there's world champions. But as we kick things off, let's get into the hard point here with Shotzi. The MP5 in hand, a lot to prove. And we're going to jump into it straight away here, pushing forward, getting amongst the action. Of course, a couple of times ticking down before it is unlocked, but breaking through, he's going to find himself one. Krim, of course, finding a double, and now we're going to see the kill feed light up, but it does look like Dallas getting their first advantage.
Yeah, solid point. Just to start this one off, again, we'll be focusing quite intently on the eyes of Illy and, of course, Shotzi as they see them try to redeem themselves after the performance in Minneapolis, but so far, so good. That one very measly point on the board for Dallas there is about to change. Smokes are going to be going through, slacked on your screen. Very, very challenging to try to make a play here onto the hard point. Again, it's a very open space. Slack's going to find one, but again, the crossfire there from Dallas Empire is going to keep the hard point theirs.
Yeah, and this is great from Dallas, because of course, when you're fighting for this middle, keeping it neutral and keeping those points down is very important. What you want to keep your eyes on is that mini-map. Those yellow arrows are just kind of maintaining what they have, and they have that spawn for the next hard point. It's going to be a bit of a money hill for them. So 5-1 right now. This is fantastic for Empire. They've actually taken some of those points. However, on the flank, it's going to be Slack taken down after finding a double. You can Clayster will fall. This is where Dallas, they need to dig those heals in and keep those spawns.
So it was a bit of a dry first hard point, but the second now as we go over towards the depot. I mean, this is already looking great now for the Dallas Empire. Munitions is now popped. We're seeing Cute take care of mid-map controllers. Octane tries to find his way around the flank. Meanwhile, on the front door, the plays are looking now solid as the Seattle Surge have just managed to break in a quick contest. But Cute, though, immediately back into the point, looking to flush these players out, but a great nade there from Apathy is going to take care of him. Clay, next line of defense, as Dallas still try to hold the line.
Yeah, very low scoring, but kind of traditional here. Clay finding a triple. Karma, Apathy, and Slack will fall. Krim's had a great start as well, finding a 5-kill spree already, but you're looking at Shotzi, 6 and 5. He's finding his feet. A 5-kill streak here. Make it 6 for Clay. A fan favorite amongst the COD community. Seattle Surge just 1 point on the board. This is again where you're going to see them rotating. They're going to hold that tight line in the middle. They don't want anyone passing. This is where we may see a little bit of a change in momentum, Miles.
Yeah, a really solid start there from the Dallas Empire. Again, after 2 hard points, Clay sitting at 9-2, 6 kills in a row for the gentleman on your screen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, though, Enable, 1-7. Not a great look for him. He's managed to get back up to 3, but here we go. Straight over towards the minecarts. And again, a solid setup already there for the Seattle Surge. Shots up now for Octane as he and Slack drive those members of the Empire back. Cute now trying to push in through pipes. And again, that trophy system holding down the line admirably. Smoke's coming through now, and this is going to be the big push from Dallas. They don't have too many numbers there on the point to make this work out, so this is actually going to be quite a staggered push from the Dallas Empire, as Seattle finally managed to get a solid chunk of time.
And this is what they want. They want Octane in long lines of sight here with that assault rifle. That is what he will do! Crimhuke and Shotzzy denied. Illy is going to break through and find a double for himself, and actually, Dallas are scoring for there, but for the first time we saw Surge break in, take that hard point, and Octane was really locking things down, and that is what he does best. However, it is in the hands of Dallas for 15 seconds. It looks like they're going to take the last couple, and we're going to rotate once more. We're going over to the crates, but Clayster,
wait a minute!
He's on a 10 spree. Let's jump on board with Clay and see exactly what he can do right now. Clay with an MP5, what are you doing?
But he's just picking up anything and everything he can. He's scavenging around for weapons. He's sitting at 13 and 2. That was his 10th kill in a row. What is this? What is he doing? He's managed to get himself into the hard point. Can he find one more kill? There's a player right in front of him. There's... Oh, no! Slacked! Slacked manages to end the run, but who cares? Hughes managed to get himself 5. That's going to be in the 90-point lead now, working out of Seattle. They're looking a little ropey here on Gunrunner.
Yeah, and I've been waiting for Hugh to kind of show us what he's made of, and he's on 14 kills right now. He's leading the lobby, slaying. However, Clayster 13 and 3. The stats do not lie. Score is about to tick over to triple digits, 99 and counting here for the Dallas Empire as the battle still goes down on Crates. We need to see more slaying power from Surge. We've got Karma 7 and 14. Not what you want to see. Not even a second of hardpoint time for Karma or Enable. We need to see things change. We need to see it done now, Miles.
Yeah, it's got to happen sooner rather than later. We came into this map actually thinking that Seattle would have at least an advantage, or at least a solid footing here in the respawns, but so far it ain't really working out. 5 seconds now until the hardpoint will move once again. Things are looking very, very good for Dallas once again. We now go to the very back warehouse. Karma trying to slow the play down from the front. Enable desperately trying to find some entry kills. That's a nice bit of work there with the nade, but now Octane's going to try to make the push from behind. Enable makes his way in. He looks left, he looks right, he dips out. The play's still developing in from behind. This is it. They managed to punch right through the front door. And they've obviously managed to hold the time for now, but there's still another member of the Dallas Empire just on the outside now, trying to find their way in on towards the hard point for the contest.
Yeah, and I will say this is the best thing that we've seen Surge do here. Break through and now maintain this last 30 seconds. They've got trophies, they've got things to play with here. You're probably going to see maybe a smoke or 2 for a break, but we might see Dallas just give this up. And just a larger look at that mini-map. We're going to see number 2 shots. He go for it once more. He is going to be denied here. But overall, the slaying power most certainly favoring Dallas. When you look at the overall score, though, we're looking 20 points, 25 points potentially here, but is being chopped away. Apathy finding a nice double. Karma on your screen, though, looking for that long range MP5, but it's the close-up battle of Apathy here as he takes down another.
Yeah, solid stuff again from the Empire, but Seattle are managing to drive this one back. Octane low, very ammunition count at this stage. He's got 19 rounds and finished. That's going to be a very welcome respawn as we go back to the center platform, back into the first hard point. So we now find ourselves in the second set. Seattle with a very solid foothold here in the middle position. We're going to be seeing Empire try to break in through the showers directly in front of the hardpoint. Also trying to break in from the forest, but Karma slowly, surely clawing his team back into this one. Enable finds 2. Karma, wonderful flank. Perfect timing to catch Crim 6 there. Out and about as the clock still ticks in favor of Seattle.
We're seeing Octane do what he does best, and that's pick up kills and maintain that hard point as well. 10 points in it right now, and I can't believe I'm saying that. When you got Huka plus 10, you got Clayster double positive. Overall, the slaying power is there, but we are, of course, fighting for this middle. And with 15 seconds, we look again to that mini-map. We see who is controlling those spawns. Illy's just find himself a triple. Karma finds a double to bite back, but Dallas will still have these spawns going into the next rotation, and that is what they want. They're going to be able to hold this, but are they going to be able to hold it as long as they did last time?
Again, looking at that minimap, you see that strong line of little golden arrows just facing away from the depot as we go into it once again. Dallas with those strong rotations, Dallas with the map awareness, but here comes Karma, here comes Enable. Octane's now trying to find his way forward, stuns are through. Can they find the entry kills now? Up and top from the window, tagged up from behind. Brilliant awareness there from Dallas. They will hold. It's a 3 down now for Seattle. Solid chunk of time once again for Dallas. This is looking absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Karma trying to be sneaky there, going up and about, but he's going to be taken down. It's going to be Illy again. We saw him pick up a triple, and he's going to find another 3-piece there, followed by Crim and Shotzzy. It's a clean sweep here for Dallas as they're about to breach 150. Currently contested, though, 1 player in it. It's Illy once more. He's going on a bit of a streak. 5 for him, 3 for Shotzzy. Crim 6 on a double as well. But Illy and Shotzzy, again, we talked about these players. We wanted to see Shotzzy finally going down after a 4-kill streak. But for me, Illy, it's that objective time you want to see as well. Over 1 minute and 15 now in the hill, really putting it in for his team.
At 166 now, leading the way. Again, the rotation's looking great. Hughes first in, lively bit of work there. Karma's going to clean him up, and again, trying to find that hard point as soon as it flips over. We go back towards the mine entrance. Crim 6 though, walks straight past Slack. Slack managed to catch these players and off spawn. Crim's there, but is it too late? You have got Seattle in control for the time being. I mean, the kills department is not necessarily that flashy, but things are looking great for them. They've got a lot of work to do here though to get back into this one. The close spawns for the Dallas Empire is going to allow them to get into the fight very, very quickly, but is it going to be enough? Nice kill there from Clay, just on the tippity top of the head there of course, Enable as he goes down, but the line is still being held by Seattle.
The spawn's great to have, however, when you're fighting through and you've got trophy systems, you've got the likes of Octane sat on a power position like that with an M4 in his hand, it's so hard to break through. Octane's running out of ammo, for goodness sake. This guy, 5 kill streak, 23 kills to his name, and a minute 40, the most objective time in the lobby, and the fighting back here, only 10 seconds left, and Octane soaking it all up. He's having a good time, he's having a fun time, and he's got an MP5 in his back pocket. Let's see what he can do with this too.
He's going to need it. Here comes the remainder of the surge. They are going to get on point, but again, a great bit of work there done on the hard point. Seattle just in a little too late, but they do have shipping containers now completely controlled. So let's see how they go. Karma with a nice 3-piece there as Apathy finds the kills as well. Slack, he's going to be trying to get the majority of this hill time.
Yeah, just want to talk about Karma as well. You know, he was very heavily negative starting off here. He's only -4 now. He's really starting to step it up. We see him get a triple just to kind of hold this hard point over by the crates. But this again is one we might see go back and forth on your screen. Karma will find one, will find Clayster. Takes damage, but he's okay. 7 bullets in the chamber. Might want to reload. The stun's going to connect, and Shotzi's going to break through, but Enable and Slack now getting in the mix, and my goodness, it is MP5s everywhere. 20 seconds left on the hard point. We might see a lead change. We might see Seattle take over, and yes, we will. They're going to hold this hard point, and Dallas, are they in trouble? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're looking at these stats. Shotzi, 23-26, he's looking a lot better. 21-21 for Illy. So far, so good. Is this the turnaround that Dallas needed? With a slight lead now for Seattle. The next rotation coming up. Clay's going to get dropped as Apathy now trying to lead that charge. We go once again back over to the warehouse, and once again, we do see Dallas in control. Is the break going to be clean from Seattle?
Well, that's it. Seattle obviously broke through first time. Can they do it again? Are they going to be able to do it twice? Will Dallas learn their lesson? I will say you're hearing Damon's name echo through the copper box now. Obviously a fan favorite as well, but Dallas holding on here. Time ticking away. They're trying to find themselves that all-important 200.
Slacked. Far right-hand side of the map now as he tries to make his way through mine entrance. Solid cover fire. The hip fire from up top makes its way through. It's not going to be enough though, and once again, Dallas will hold the line. 208 now and climbing. Great bit of work. We are going to go back towards the middle of the map. There is going to be a solid piece of control now though from Seattle as they have managed to buy that time, but Crim, he's going to buy back immediately onto the point, finding one in the middle. The shots are there. He can't get Karma though. His old teammate just gives him a little bit of vengeance. It's now 220. It's going to be 30 points for the win here on the first map.
Yeah, we're going to see another rotation go through, and don't get me wrong here. Dallas can end it on the next one, but Seattle should be set up pretty nicely here. You've got Apathy set down low in the crates. However, Shotzi trying to break on through. Will find one. Illy and Duke do drop. Shotzi finds another, find himself on a bit of a streak, but he's going to be taken down from behind. It's going to be Octane, and we're going right back to the middle here. It's a very dangerous game because Seattle technically have those spawns, but look at your mini-map. You've got one player being sneaky, going right round the back here and not playing for this middle hard point. I love that play, Miles.
It's going to be Illy. Illy's going to be the play to make that one. Top right-hand side of the mini-map as he creeps through. There's not enough time here on the hard point. I mean, if Dallas can deal the damage here, they can win it, but at the same time, they're setting themselves up for absolute glory on the next hard point. Octane doing the very best he can to keep these players off. Duke's going to find it, but it's this man on your screen. It's Illy. He's got slacked. He may well have the next hard point wrapped up if they don't win it here. I don't think they have enough time, but Dallas, they've set themselves up to find map 1.
Yeah, and I tell you what, with 10 seconds left, it looks like Dallas are going to take this, and Illy, the thorn in the side of Seattle Surge right now. He's going to get a long-range MP5 shot. Apathy next, but Karma and Apathy will double team, and Seattle will hold here as the rotation goes down. We've got one more in the back. It's the man Shotzi. He's going to be denied. Contest will come through, but it looks like Surge still in control. We've got a game on our hands, Miles.
All right, it's got to be perfect. It has to be so perfect at 247 points now. Dallas only need a matter of seconds on the point to get the win. The defensive hold has got to be immaculate. They cannot win it here. So Seattle have to get every second of hard point time and win the next rotation. What do you do if you're Dallas? Do you fight for the point and try and make those cheeky kills, or do you go for the next one?
You've got 3 points, you need 1 break, and this could be it. Octane will deny another double kill for Octane. Locking himself down. Crim's gonna slide on in, find himself a contest, but Enable kicking things off. A 5 kill spree. You see the kill feed, all Seattle Surgeon at this point, Miles. With 20 seconds left, maybe a rotation. The contest comes in. One's in there.
There it is.
Illy. Illy's found himself a double, and he's gonna find himself the last 3 points for Dallas Empire. The Undertaker himself.
Back from the dead. Dallas take map 1. And I will say, Seattle, Moments of greatness, moments of magic, but not quite enough. They needed some of that, you know, good special sauce to begin the series with, but can't be too disappointed if you're Dallas.
I will say, that last play was absolutely fantastic. The Scuff play of the game, of course, will be shown. It's got to be Illy, that final one, just to sneak on in. If you look how close this is, the minimap's so important. He's the only one in here. He finds that all-important double. They only needed 3 points, Miles, and you outlined it perfectly. Do you rotate at that point with 20 seconds left? A very ballsy play by Illy.
Exciting stuff. Again, if you are a Dallas fan, not a bad scene to be in. Bit of a surprise, I think, for some. I think the Seattle fans were certainly looking to take the respawns because now they put themselves in a very tough situation where you now have to win the search. You've got to win the next hardpoint and the Dom.
Yeah.
Is that even possible right now for Seattle? Are they in a good enough form where that's even a possibility?
I mean, most certainly, we need to see a strong improvement on their search and destroy. However, going into that, I think Surge's record on Gunrunner Hardpoint was very good anyway. But for Dallas to come out here and make their mark, that's kind of the confidence that they needed for the likes of Illy and Shotzzy, I feel. Now that's where the vibes are flowing. Are the vibes flowing right now on your screen? I don't think so. There's experience there. They can put a map behind the Miles. They can move on to a search and destroy, and they can go forward and just kind of forget this, which is really nice to see. However, you know, experience can only take you so far.
Yeah, I mean, and when you speak of experience, I mean, both of these teams, I mean, some of the most experienced players in the entire league.
Yeah.
You know, so this is a real heavyweight bout right now, especially when it comes to, you know, the accolades these players have. But I mean, right now, both of them sitting at no wins thus far in the COD League. They're both sitting on no points. After this one, of course, we will be awarding points to someone. Who will it be, though, Phil? I think still, if you're a Dallas fan, it has to be said. They're looking fine. And after that big win there on the first hard point, shaky at times, but ultimately the right decisions were made. Illy and Shotzzy, confidence. You brought it up a moment ago. After Minnesota, I mean, there was a lot of criticism. And I'm not sure, as we've touched on this somewhat before, is the COD community, you know, social media can be a little rough. I wonder how well those players took that criticism.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, especially when you're that young. But the likes of Shotzzy, obviously, he has already experienced elsewhere. For me, Illy is one of these players for the past 3, 4, 5 years that's been dominating in Search and Destroy Online. He is an awesome Search and Destroy player. We just need to see it put to play. So again, I'm looking at that individual to kind of step it up, to push forward. And again, he's got the right players around him. It's only a matter of time before it clicks. But you're not going up against some amateur team, Miles. You're going up against the likes of Octane, the likes of the 3 rings that is Karma. It's a very, very tough ask. This is not an easy game by any way. But again, I was leaning towards Dallas going into this. I think it was a very short space of time for Seattle to kind of improve heavily. I mean, change something, baby. Change your seat.
That's it. Is that the upgrade right there? That's it. Slack now. He's changed the chair. Is that the secret to success?
I don't know. I'll take that chair, though, if it's going free.
It's definitely not going free.
No?
No, I mean, it'll be going to Atlanta.
Right now, I just want to, you know, sit
you want
down,
a chair right now?
put my feet up, enjoy. It's a great game, Miles. I'm having fun.
Coming up next, it is going to be Search and Destroy. We're going to be sticking it out on Gunrunner. Oh, London, it's only Saturday. We've got a long day ahead of us. And, of course, Championship Sunday tomorrow. Empire, again, as we go into the Search and Destroy, their record thus far is not so bad. I mean, they did take the hands from Atlanta, but they do have a very, very solid hold against the players of the Chicago Huntsmen. Now, will they be able to do it to Seattle? In theory, totally. In theory, Seattle, but it's London. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Will they find the success they feel?
I mean, you look at individuals like Octane. You know, last time he was here in the copper box, he was not only winning, he was holding that MVP trophy in front of the incredible crowd that is London, and I'm sure he wants a repeat performance of that. Octane is an amazing player. But going into Search and Destroy, I want to keep my eyes on Enable, on Slack, you know, these entry players, the ones that are going to get up close and personal. However, like you said, Miles, we're sticking on Gunrunner. Are we going to see Seattle bite back here, make us have a game? Or Dallas who's going to kind of steamroll this one?
Oh, they could do. I mean, here's one of the biggest problems that Seattle face. In Minneapolis, they had literally nothing in the mid-game from Search and Destroy. Their openers were fine. Again, the First Bloods, look to see them repeat that success here against Dallas. Let's see if they can make some mid-round adaptations after they manage to get those First Bloods, after the plan maybe doesn't work out. Illy, we know which direction he's going.
Oh, he knows. Trust me. Just go in a different route. However, one thing I will say, going into Gunrunner Search and Destroy, you're going to see a lot of attacking movements towards the B-bomb side. We see something towards A, it'll be a little bit different. We'll outline that for you, but of course, 1 life each. First to 6 rounds, it's pretty simple, but on your screen, it's that man Shotzzy, MP5 in hand, and he's found himself a nice little filing cabinet. Taxes are coming up, of course, but that'll have to wait till after.
Illy watching over the A site now. Long line of sight there to put that M4 to work. Hugh. Close. It's going to smoke up. Just try to bait out these kills. The bomb's now going to be going down very, very quickly there at B. Hello. It's Hugh. Oh, Hugh's managed to find one shot. He's going to get the back up there, and the second kill goes his way as well. And this is great. Seattle, you're down by 2. What do you do?
Oh, it's going to be a difficult one here as you've given up the bomb site completely. The bomb is down, however, Octane and Slack have just turned the tables here, and now all down to the young guns that is Illy and Hugh, of course, outlining Illy. It's one of those search and destroy players to watch, and now it's back in favor of Dallas, 2-1. All eyes on Enable.
Illy watching over the site. Enable, unable to find the kill. He's jumping right back out. Oh, he's just gone and double dipped. He really shouldn't have done that. That's bad. Man has 10 seconds, though. They are going to be able to get the defuse. Enable's going to jump this at the right time. Enable, big shots. That's big. He's managed to get it.
Yeah, he's managed to get the important kill, Miles, and the defuse will not come in. That's all he needed. I will say the bait and switch was there. It was beautiful from Duke and Illy, but perfect timing from Enable there. And again, securing that first round. It was back and forth. It was advantage Seattle, advantage Dallas. But it all came down to this all-important kill.
He really, he faffed about on the first 1v1.
Yeah.
But when it really mattered, that was where Enable found the success. Good stuff. And again, just not able to get that sort of bodyguard play there from Dallas. You have to watch the guy with the bomb, but Enable managed to double back there. He stayed there in green and he got the kill handedly. Round 2, here we go. And we're off once again. No snipes for either side. We have seen a couple of snipes here on Gunrunner, watching towards that B site, watching towards the forest, but Octane's going to opt to run the M4 in that position.
Yeah, and one of those snipers, of course, obviously Octane is I was going to say known for kind of pulling out on this map. We've seen him once do it, Miles, but I'm putting the stamp on it. Karma slacked, drawing the first blood, and Seattle were good at that, and it looks like one apiece here for Karma slacked and Octane. Apathy's joined the party, and it's all up to Mr. Crimsix. And I will say, he's great. He's won a lot of tournaments, but that's a tough ass, you know?
That was a tough one. Hey, man, I was slagging Seattle all the way there. These have been a very, very good 2 rounds.
I will say, obviously, going into this, you talked about it. The first blood from Seattle Surge, they had 11 of the 15 or something that it was through Minnesota, but they were losing these rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Now they're still getting those first bloods, but maybe capitalizing on it a little bit better. We see 3 for Octane, 3 for Slacked. That round was Surge. Dominant fashion here. Are we going to see something different? I did say you'll see a lot of attacking towards B. This is something different. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, this is an all-in on A. A site is going to be absolutely overrun. There's going to be a little bit of a tussle in the pipe room. Illy, though, is going to get the first spot there on Slack. Oh, he finds a second one on a Karma. That's disgusting. And with that, now you're in a very, very tough spot. The play has been slowed now for Seattle. How will they react? They didn't get the first blood, and now they're down a man.
Has fallen, as does Illy now. Illy was the lone wolf at the back of A. We saw obviously on the previous defensive round. He just, bombs it right to the back here. He did find himself a double, but it's all tied up at a 3-3. Minute 20 on the clock, and Crimsix finds one, and Apathy shot in the back there. Octane's going to find himself a wild Huke on the loose. And Huke there, testing the range here. Q5 is going to connect with a Semtex, and just like that, it's the double team from Dallas.
What an assist.
Finds himself a round.
What an assist. That laid right over the top.
Top pocket.
Easy pickings for Clayster. Without the superhuman play there of Illy to win that 2-piece there, right on the top corner of A, that round would have been very, very different for Dallas. And they're getting themselves on the board now at 2-1. We love to see it. What kind of adaptation now will we see from Dallas on the offensive? And oh, we're already seeing it on screen. Illy, what have you got, mate? Put on a show for London. Actually, it snipes to both sides. Octane's got one as well. Wait a minute.
Octane has, but it's all about Clayster. He's found himself an easy double, and just like that, that's when the sniper's kind of nullified, as now you're thinking, hang on a second, I need to regroup with the squad. Seattle in the top position. Those 2 kills, by the way, were top train. Huke out-positions Octane, out-positions Karma, and just like that, we saw a dominant Surge round, and now we're seeing it right back from Dallas. All up to Apathy as he finds 1. Only 4 to go.
Mate, only 4 to go. Apathy can do it. 1v5 is not impossible, but there's a lot of eyes trailed on him, and that's going to be another round. Dallas 2 in a row. That's going to even the playing field for now. We got all excited about those snipes. They didn't matter, not in the slightest.
Hopefully we see more. Hopefully we see those snipers come into play. Interesting to see Illy pull it out as well. Of course, we've seen Octane previously pull this out, and Illy looking to counter that one. Are we going to see the same, though? Yes, we are.
Illy once again running the AX50 on the other side of the board as well. It was Octane in the previous round. We'll be putting it away for here.
Octane, from what we've seen, obviously likes to do it on more of the defensive side, go towards B in those crates. Oh my goodness, what a little slither. A slice that he sees right through the building there.
Hukes once again putting himself in these incredible positions, just parks himself up in a corner, lets these players run around him and just uses his ears as much as he can. Karma's right on the other side. Dead silence play now. Huke goes down, Enable. That's really big. That's a huge kill to save Karma and potentially stop that dead silence run from happening. Shotzzy, though, just sitting in the corner. Pipes, second player there. Not able to get the 180 on him, but that's a nice trade. It's going to be a 4 and make it 3v3 right now.
This is where you've got to be quiet. Again, not every player will have that dead silence. We'll outline it when it is popped for you guys at home. All tied up, though, 2-2. Stun goes out, will connect on Clayster. How does Enable act to this one? It looks like his team rotating towards B. We've got the bomb carrier, however, going towards Cole.
Slacked, able to defend the office just for the time being. Oh, he does get another one. Can he find the third? The other player down by water. That's 2 dead silence invested there. And Enable's actually going to be able to find the kills, and the players rotating around the outside. Seattle, wonderful comms there. Heroics from Slacked. Those 2 kills there in the office room. I mean, that opens the round up.
And again, right to the start of the round, we saw Enable pick up that first kill. Taken down Huke, who was on that flank trying to pick out one of the players. We see Surge get another first blood. And again, something works so beautifully, but sometimes it can all just crumble. Slack, though, we're looking to get aggressive potentially on this defense. We've seen some teams, of course, kind of hold back at the crates. Some kind of take it by storm and push through that. We saw the Mutineers do that previously. Anyway. Sniper in hand for Octane.
Here we go, Octane. He's just going to be watching Forest side, but it's no one actually going to be there. The bomb is making its way very, very close. Apathy's in a position to maybe pop out and catch that player, but with mid being covered right now by Dallas, it's a dangerous position to be in. A single spot here would be very important, but got to watch out though. Huke on that top awning as the bomb goes down. There's Shotzzy. Octane's going to back on up. The pistol's not going to be a whole lot of use at close range there. You have somebody like Shotzzy making his way forward, but oh boy. Position now. Maybe get the flick. That Crim's going to get it done. Lovely positioning. Smokes there on the bomb. As the defense is holding for now, but it's going to be a 4-on-3 as Dallas is starting to look a little ropey.
And this is where you got to look at the time. 25 seconds left on the clock. To get that diffusion, you need the 7.5. Karma's Slack, though, last to pick up those kills. The next one could be a game-changing one. Crim goes down. We're going to see a double for Apathy. And it's all up to just one Apathy with the triple. And Slack managed to stall the diffuse away, but Apathy, like a proud father he is, just looking over, making sure he's doing it all right.
Yeah, make sure you press, what, 6, 7, what is it? I forget
you okay
what it is.
there, Josiah? You good?
Great run. Great run from Apathy. We are going to get treated to it. 1, 2, 3. Huke couldn't get out in time. Lovely shots as Apathy and Slacked managed to secure that round there. And that's going to be 4-2. Seattle starting to come alive. And what did we say? They absolutely bloody had to win the Search and Destroy. And they're managing to turn it around. What a transformation. They were shocking in Minneapolis, weren't they? Jesus.
Wasn't the best performance, Miles. There's different ways of saying things, but I completely understand what you mean. And as we jump into round number 7 here, another 2 minutes on the clock. Smoke's going down from both teams, it looks like. Clayster will be able to breach the first blood, though, and this time it's going to go to Dallas. 7 kills for Huke already. He started off so strong, 3-0.
I mean,
Karma has the bomb.
Dude, Apathy just ran through like 3 smokes. He couldn't see a single thing. He was just feeling his way through that one. And now Slacked creeping towards that site. There's only one member of Dallas on the other side of these containers. Big shots. He's going to get it done there as Huke does the covering fire. Wonderful work there, Karma, on the immediate trade. Wonderful work again from Karma to keep the play alive. And this is going to be now a 3 versus 3. As Damon Barlow looks to arm the bomb. Oh, Clayster. That's a dead silence play just on the other side of the crates. Karma's got to play this very slowly, very sensibly, or he will find Clay right next to him.
Tense moments here.
Uh-oh, Apathy.
Apathy. It's a regroup. It's going to be a trade at least. Clayster does find one. That's the best he could have hoped for. But it looks like we've got a player pushing through the boiler room. And now Surge have regathered the bomb. It's going to be in the hands of Apathy. With 50 seconds left, this is where we may see a plant here. Oh my goodness. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. He's got...
Apathy had a player above him from Illy, and again, it was just 5 kills now in a row for Apathy. Shotzzy now in a 1v2 situation, tags up, not able to get it done. I mean, he was hoping to find something miraculous there as he charged forward, but I mean, 5-2 now. This is map point for Seattle Surge in the Search and Destroy.
Potentially the last round here as Seattle looking to take the first map for themselves in London. Of course, if you just missed it, the Hardpoint, of course, very close game. It was on Gunrunner. Dallas, of course, took that one. So great performances from the likes of Clayster, I believe, hitting 10, maybe 11 kills in a row. Right now, though, he's got 7 to his name as we jump into round number 8. Are we going to see the same old, deep push? It looks likely. Apathy He's going to be defending A, but let's get into the action as Optic get hit by the crease. A laser-like shot sometimes with the M4 as he nicely glides away. Karma finds the first blood again for Seattle. So strong, but the miss down.
I mean, this is important now, timing 4. But with the bomb down, you're going to be forcing the play from Seattle as they have to try to make the retake happen. But it's a very, very powerful flank from Seattle. Watch that rear. They're going to be coming right through pipes. It's a 3-man push. Right through the middle. Crim's going to find one, immediately traded out. Lovely bit of work. Shotzi and Nilly, though, they're going to level the playing field as best they can. It's now a 2 versus 3. Dallas with the advantage. 22 seconds on the bomb. They've got to get a little closer. Slacked is going to be the player to really watch out for at this point in time. Big nade. Great work. Dallas Empire managed to secure that. 5-3. They're still in trouble, but it is not over yet.
Yeah, it was actually Illy again. I think it's this kill cam that you saw there. Finds one long-range MP5 and cleans it up. Slacked, I believe his teammate would have cleaned him up anyway. But Illy, again, search and destroy. This is something that's in his blood, it feels like. And he's finding his feet here on the main 5-3. This is doable here. Dallas, though, can they close that gap even more? They cannot slip up once.
Here we go. One more round. This is all they need. Big start from Illy. As the shots come through, that first blood's huge. Can Dallas keep going, though? Place is going to find another kill. I mean, this is also very, very important work. The bomb in the hands of Karma as he just etches his way towards A.
And I like this play from Seattle again. You know, you've lost full control of B. This is where you kind of dictate the pace, and they're pushing the bomb towards A. You've got Apathy, probably the most important player for Seattle right now. He's trying to cut pretty much half the map off here. Though does have a line of sight. Who's going to be the one to spot him first? Of course, Dead Silence is not always available. Tippy-toeing around. It's going to be Clayster. Apathy does bite back, but he's so weak. He's back in the window, and he's looking away. It looks like his teammate is going to fall. It's all up to Apathy now against 3 of the Empire here. A minute on the clock. Not a hope, not a prayer as Dallas get another round on the board, closing that gap round by round.
Not like this, Seattle. Not like this. One round at a time, and again, it's just slow and steady. It's nothing special. It's nothing too flashy from anybody there on Dallas. Just solid teamwork, covering each other's pushes, making sure the trades are there, and this is another round to the good. Dallas, one more to tie it up. Here we go. Snipes up for Illy. We haven't seen too many snipe kills, any, I believe, this map
I don't
so
think
far.
we've seen any. We've seen it come out a few times, but of course, it's been put away or it's been changed or it hasn't connected here. Like grenades to kick things off. First blood, though. Which way will, of course, we've seen how important it can be. It looks like a strong defense here from Seattle over by B, but that's where we're putting the bomb down and we by Dallas. Time ticks away. The concussion will connect and Slack push through. Nice perfection. Nice point from Illy. Illy as he picks up the kill. Huke finds one on off screen. And again, it looks like the Empire have the advantage both in numbers and the bomb going down. The kill feed all yellow, all up to just one. And that one's out. We go into round 11, Miles.
Not like this! Round 11. Mate, the positioning there was absolutely, it was perfect. It was perfect from the eye. They sit back green. You pin everyone there from Seattle in crates. They do a single thing. They just had to run into the guns, and Huke's going to hit the flank. I mean, it's just a kill box. There was nothing they could do whatsoever. And now, round 11, Seattle not like this. Come on. You were doing so well.
Seattle fans, by all means, they've been through it already. Minnesota for search and destroy. We get another round 11. Huke, double digits, 10 kills to his name. As we go into one, it looks like a pretty standard gun running attack here. Snipes around, shots, he gets the first blood. Semtech goes out, that could connect here. Sniper in the hands of Illy, he's not going to find anything just yet, but it looks like the good play going down a little closer.
Oh, C6, Grim, play. Oh no, it's just starting to get away from them. There's only 2 members now of Seattle left. It's all on the Slacked. No, it's not happening. It's gonna happen. No, Slacked has got a chance now. 1 kill, but they're gonna hound him down, and Dallas close it out like that. You have to be happy. The elation on stage. 2-0 in the series, but honestly, the lead they had there in the search and destroy, Seattle should have had it.
Incredible stuff so far, of course, from Dallas. A huge, huge comeback here, and you can see how happy they are. Of course, you got the sub Tommy, a fan favorite back home here in London, but the surge, they started so strong.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE. So you can
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
Hugh, of course, outlining Illy as one of those search and destroy players to watch, and now is back in favor of Dallas, 2-1.
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? The United States Air Force, learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We're here in London. We're currently 2 maps down in our series so far, and the Dallas Empire are looking absolutely brilliant. I have to say it, very, very surprised at the performance from Seattle. Close, but no cigar after they lost the first Hardpoint, and then it was a 6-5 in the Search and Destroy. Heroics nonetheless.
I will say, again, both maps, they've been close. You know, you kind of look at the score. If you just joined us, it's 2-0 to Dallas. But you've got to look at Seattle, both in Minnesota, both here. They're pushing teams. They're going to round 11. They're going down to those last important hard points and pushing teams, but it's not enough. They need to capitalize on some of these games.
Again, the magical thing for Seattle is, though, they're just this close to being a great team. But they're not quite there yet. They've still got a little bit of work to do. Nonetheless, Domination come up next. But before we get to that, we have a US Army tactical play. And it is going to be your boy, Enable. In that very first round we saw, he had an absolutely stellar play right there under the bomb to make sure that his team got the round.
Yeah, a 1v2 here, of course, you've got to play this down to the time, and you see the time at the top. 8 seconds. 1 kill is all he needed. That's all he got. However, I will say, if that goes wrong, that goes the other way, and we might have seen a different game. But in the end, it's Dallas who kind of come out on top, and they had to make a comeback, though, Miles. It wasn't easy. I think they were down 5-3.
It was, yeah.
or even worse. I'm not too sure there, but it's round after round, and very impressed with the young guns as well for the Empire.
Yeah, solid stuff. And again, now we go into the Domination, our 3rd map in the series. And this one, I mean, we're on St. Petrograd. It's a very, very fast map, extremely quick pace. I mean, this is where you're going to look to see Shotzi and Illy really redeem themselves. So far, for those in the crowd, for those watching on YouTube that are a little bit, you know, let's be honest, not a little bit, very, very critical of these players. So far, the performance has been solid. This is a new Empire, this is a new Dallas. Things are looking up for them. But can they close it out here in 3? It'd be ideal, obviously. But Phil, do you think they can do it?
For Empire, it's ideal, Miles. Do I think they'll do it? I absolutely think they will. And the reason being, I'm seeing the best Uke that I've seen in quite a while. I will say, it wasn't the greatest, obviously, in Minnesota, but, you know, ending the year previously, we wanted more from Hugh. Right now, we're seeing that. Search and Destroy, though, again, look at the KDs individually. 1.83 for both these guys. The first bloods were there for these guys as well. But for me, it was Hugh that really stood out again, because he was the furthest pushed up. He was the one that was getting that important pressure.
Big pressure to get. It's nice to see Clay getting just one extra, first blood in that. But otherwise, what a performance next to that player on screen there, Hugh. I mean, there's a couple of years between him, but Clay still got it. He hasn't missed a step.
A couple.
He hasn't missed a step, mate. He's still doing great.
Closer to a decade than a couple, but anyway. Hugh, of course, joining this team, previously Hugh was kind of very vocal about how happy he was. Not only the teammates, the team themselves, but the Empire, Dallas, and everyone behind them in the scenes. He feels like he's found a family, and that's what's making him, I think, play better. It's comfortable. Going up against Surge, though, it's no easy task. You're against the likes of Karma, Apathy, Octane, but the game, I believe, is ready as we jump into this one. It's going to be Domination. It's going to be on St. Petro. And I'm looking at them MP5s again. The MP5s to start things off, but the long lanes, of course, we know on Petro. Octane's got to lock that down.
Yeah, he's got to lock that down. But again, keep your eye on Shotzi and Illy. They're going to be the players to watch here for Empire. A 3-0, this is exactly what you would have expected from a team who sat in everyone's top 3 in the predictions coming into the COD League. Can they live up to the expectations? Can they live up to the hype? A lot of people to prove wrong. That is exactly what Dallas want there. And again, we're only in the group, so a big win now for Dallas would be ideal. That puts Seattle in a very, very tough situation. They're going to absolutely have to win their next map. And if they don't, we will not be seeing them later on in the tournament. Here we go, friends. Domination on St. Petrograd.
Well, here we go. Kicking things off straight away. Shotzi's going to be laying down the smokes, trying to get, of course, those lanes all taken out. No time for anything but the gameplay here. But as we jump into this, both home flags will be going to either squad. But it's who's going to act first on B. Illy's already found himself a double. And Shotzi here, he's going to be taken down.
Well, so far, so good for Dallas. They managed to get themselves a little bit of beat, but the kills are now going back the way of everybody now on the likes of the Seattle squad. Hey,
that sounds better.
Clayster trying to get towards C. Very cheeky play, just right on the ramp. Goes all the way down by Riverside, and now doing a bit of work there on the C point. He's going to get the trophy system down, and he's going to stay alive. That's going to be a C cap, and oh boy, Dallas Empire, what a lovely start.
Well, there you go, Clay. Being a bit sneaky, and now he's finding himself looking to find a little hiding spot in the back, but it's going to be the long-range MP5 here, and it's going to be Illy once more. This guy is finding his feet. It took him a little while. All eyes were on him, but it's going to be Clay, Hugh, Illy. Woo! My goodness, that kill feed looks fantastic if you're a Dallas fan.
Well, let's hear from the Dallas squad themselves. Let's have a very quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Dallas Empire. Well, we'll come back to that listening in just a moment. Krim up above us as he does what he can to try to secure back these positions. As A now is in the hands of Seattle. They've finally managed to get themselves something, but it is not looking too great from this point in time. Shotzi starting to light things up. He's having a great run. Actually, at 1-4, he's not having a great run. Clay, though, 5-0, will finally be put to bed there as we see a very, very commanding start for Dallas.
Well, it all started with Clay, and of course the rotations onto C. You see C changing hands now. However, one pushing through the middle is going to try and deny that, but it's going to go back in the hands of Surge. B in the hands, though, of Dallas here. He's going to try and lock things down on the outside. Clay with the long-range M4. He's got his trophy down and looking to make some ground here, but his teammates are falling, and A is being challenged as we speak here. So we are going to see potentially Clay play a little bit more of an objective role. Slacks he's going to be taken from behind. Easy kill for Clayster as a quick magazine reload, and it's going to be set up as we see Empire striking back. Smoke's going down, and I will say Surge got close there, but it's going to be Krim to try and deny it. Karma, his ex-teammate, is going to find himself a kill shortly after, though, shut down. And we are going to see A and B go back in the hands of Dallas. So far, so good for the Empire.
And we're seeing A now being pulled over by Seattle, which is great stuff. But again, C's going to change hands immediately. A nice piece there from Octane, just trying to keep this push alive. Clay's still sitting out in the back there on A. Stuns are up. What? There was that kill on Illy. He's going to keep the position. C, though, hasn't quite been cleaned up yet. Shotzi's now still on point. Clay versus Octane right now at the back end of C. But this is big. Clay just comes in from behind. Lovely work. Octane's down. Now we're going to be seeing C contested over slightly more. But again, the spawns here from the members of Seattle being able to get on the C. But they have to get on that point. They need more here than just A.
And it's almost a stalemate right now. No one wants to jump on C to try and cap it, because if you are, you're literally putting a target on your back. And we're going to see that straight away from Shotzi. Clayster And now for the first time here, Surge, they're going to wipe out the kill feed. They're going to try and take back C. You see Apathy pushing up and getting aggressive. Reason being, his teammate slacked over by C is going to cap it. And now both home hills are, in fact, in charge of Surge. We are going to see B remain in the hands of Dallas here, but answering back by the trains. Illy finding another double.
And we talk about how important B is on almost every single map, you know, just to have that mid-map control. But right now, it doesn't seem to matter whatsoever on Petrograd. Who's going to be sitting up there on top? As A will go back into the hands of Dallas. C, though. Oh, there it is. Big kill from Hook as he makes his way in towards that C site. What a double. Hugh's got his back. Clay's going to find the kills as well, as B is still now in the hands of the Dallas Empire. Illy, the reinforcements have shown up, though. Octane doing what he can. And this position has been so solid for Dallas. Can they manage to get back on a beat as the neutralization comes through in the end? And Clay's still alive and kicking.
Well, I will say, Illy 15 and 7. He's got as many kills as 2 players from the Surge combined at any time, but Shotzzy 2 and 10. Again, we've seen Shotzzy have some great moments. We've had some not so great moments. I want to see more from this guy. MP 5 and 2 and 11, not the way you want to start. I will say, though, Shotzzy has 3 flag captures to his name as well. Objective must be played. You look over to the side of Seattle, though, it's all flag captures right now, though, down by 30.
Now, I will say, for those more astute viewers, you may notice that Shotzzy is doing what Shotzzy does at the moment, which is sadly going 2 and 12. I mean, a little slow from him, but you cannot fault the progress, and you cannot fault the teamwork that Dallas have got. Kills may not be everything right now. I would love to see his caps, actually. That'd be an interesting stat to bring up at this point in time. Shotzzy actually 3 caps, so he's literally running around the map, just decapping these flags, hit the neutralizations, doing the work for his squad. Be now in the hands of Seattle. Chance now to get points. All they need to do is just lock down mid-map, let that clock tick in their favor. Can they get it done?
Illy finds another double, as does Hugh. Again, the aggression of these two so strong. And right now, maybe just picking up the slack a little bit from Shotzzy. Broken a slack on the other side of things here. He's trying to make some marks himself. Enable, though. Neutralization on A complete. Now trying to secure it. It's going to be Hugh. Hugh shuts down. Doesn't shut down Enable. Enable snaps onto him. Not only neutralizes he there, captures, but it looks like the Empire pushing and rotating around. They're going to control B and C now. Trophy so important, but that man Illy is not stopping. A is going back in the hands of the Dallas Empire, and it looks like a lot of trouble here because a 3 cap potential is coming through.
Yeah, another triple cap. B, a little bit of tension there as A. This Crim's trying to make his way towards it. Can he stop the cap entirely? Goes neutral. Here comes the charge, and Crim, he gets put on his back there by Slacked. What a kill that was. Seattle will get A back for now, but with 20 seconds left in the clock here in the first round, Dallas, you've got to be feeling very good about that performance. 19 and 9 for Illy, 15 and 5 for Clayster, and there's a lot of caps across the board for everyone on the team.
Yeah, we've got one person trying to neutralize the A flag, and it's not going to come through, but a 5-kill spree for Clayster here. 3 seconds as it counts down. Again, we see Dallas Empire come out strong. We saw this in the Hardpoint. We've seen them take the momentum in Search and Destroy, and then we close out round number 1 in Domination. So strong.
Yeah, we're 1 round away now for a big old win for Dallas, 3-0. It's what the power rankings would have expected. It's what, you know, a lot of the fans are expecting as we go into our last round now, and a solid lead to work with as we flip sides once again. Seattle, it's do or die time now. They will be spawning A side. What have they got in him? Do they watch out for that Clay overextension early on? I mean, are they going to fall for the same tricks twice?
35 points in it, Mouse. This is doable for sure. We talk about Shotzzy, 6 and 14 on the flip side of things. Slack 6 and 14 as well. Both players need to step it up.
Here we go. Illy on your screen, punches his way through middle, almost able to get the kills, but again, the teamwork is absolutely brilliant. Now, at long last, friends, let's go for a very quick Astro Gaming listen-in with the Dallas Empire.
They might spawn arch.
Yo, one guy push C, I'm pretty sure. I want out. No, I spawn A. Camp C.
Yeah. Bust up.
Gate to C, Bram.
There's two on me then.
Yeah, I spawned A. I spawned back in. Get A. What's here? Yeah. Push you. Yo, on me. Yo, yellow coming out to C. Enable.
I got two.
Enable C.
Yeah, I hear you. There's gonna spawn arches. Fuck. Arches. Arch one.
I'm.
Arch one.
Just hold B. Hold
it
up.
up.
Yeah, hold it up.
Nice, let's go.
Good job. You don't have to cap C. You don't have to cap anything.
Yo, this one. Oh, double D.
Arches, middle.
Double D, one shot.
Yellowed up. Another guy was yellowed up.
Water street. I spawn arches, Clay.
One shot, water street, slack, one shot, water street, slack, water street, Oh, yeah, they're two there.
Nice, I'm watching it.
Yeah, two there.
Yo, yellow van, Karma.
Right away.
You heard the comms, solid stuff, and again, the Empire have just taken this one by the horns and absolutely run with it. neutralizing C. I mean, Dallas, what are you going to do now if you're Seattle? You just sort of, you do absolutely everything you can, Phil, but at some point, this is going to become mathematically impossible for the win for Seattle.
Again, right now it's still possible, but Dallas, they're just kind of rotating at the perfect time. They're making the kills and the important plays, and the reason that they can do that is they have this lead. They've given themselves this lead, and right now, they don't have to push for B. They don't have to make any moves. They can sit back, pick up the kills. However, C is important. A little slippery snake is apathy. Good night is a headshot for Clay, is a headshot for Crim. We are going to see the pressure being put on, but as this time ticks down and there's one flag apiece, this just favors Dallas all day long, baby.
You're going to watch Shoot just run circles now around B, try to find his kills. And again, all they have to do is just keep this hold, just make sure that the points work in their favor. And solid stuff, though, from Seattle. Trying to get back in the mid. Clay locking down that tram side of the map. Big shots again. Slack is going to be pushing up next, but is it going to be good? No, Slack's going to get the kill. That's lovely work from Seattle. Now with mid-map control, now they're getting towards B, but no one's there because Illy's once again held the line. He's there alone, but he's doing the best he possibly can. Again, the spawns now sitting down towards the bottom of the map there for the members of Dallas. They do have a solid mid hold, but look, they've kept B safe. No one has managed to get on top of B. Dallas have still got an absolute iron grip on this game.
One thing I will say, talking about iron grips, Clay's a 26-9. A force to be reckoned with, and I tell you what, Chelsea might be 11-21, but right now all he needs to do is keep this pressure up, keep pushing forward, still being that objective player here, but so is everyone else, putting names onto B. This is going to be Seattle trying to get that 100 points, and they are going to capture B. It's important, and they're picking up the kills. So again, this could be the start of something special here. With a 2-cap, you're getting that 12 points every minute here. They're down by, what, 40? So it's going to be close. I think they need a little more, Miles.
It's not over yet. Octane's starting to heat things up. We saw Hugh take clean care of Karma a moment ago, but 144 to 170 now. A's being taken care of on the neutralize. We do have a member of Seattle there on the point, going for the grab. Crim, is he able to get these players off C? Not just yet. There it is. C being made neutral. Now we get into the C capture. A being made neutral. Seattle is starting to come alive, and this is good. If Enable can find that kill on a Hugh there and take care of A, which he doesn't, lovely work from there from Dallas, this could well and truly be a little bit more favorable for Seattle.
But even those small 5-10 seconds there where it's a 2-cap, you're really putting your team in a good position. Karma's looking to play a bit of parkour over areas. He's finding Clayster running by. The communication should be flowing, but the kill feed is all yellow. Clayster, Illy, Hugh. This is potentially where they can recap B. They've neutralized it, and that is okay with them. You see them neutralize it and get the hell off of it. They don't need it. Perfect play here from Dallas. However, kill feeds back and forth, and it's all important. Hugh's going to go down. Apathy with a triple onto B. And actually, Enable, he's found himself neutralizing A, and we're seeing a very important play here from Seattle as they take charge.
Oh, Enable's still good, though. Clay finally gets on the net. He's going to make A his, but this has been very, very decent work there from Seattle. Big kills again. Karma finding 2 there as they make A safe, and that's going to be a trip cap for the time being. Can they get somebody on top of it? Karma, once again, just on an absolute rampage right now. He's still going. They will get the cap.
Oh,
they lined up for him.
Whoa.
They lined up for him. He could only get the 1, but still at 130, A is finally going to go down.
This is possible. A is going hands of Dallas. However, they need to push forward. They need to be aggressive right now. There's only 60 seconds left on the clock. I think Seattle, they need to push for a decap on A. They need to be the aggressor. Dallas are going to put their heels deep, deep in the ground now. Hughes finds a double. You see the green arrows pushing through. A neutralization could be enough here. Octane finds one. A quick recharge there. We are going to see Clayster find another back and forward. This is okay right now here, but the time is ticking. 45 seconds left on the clock, Miles.
That's a huge kill there from Illy there to get the play in, and Apathy now he's trying to get on point as well. They're not going to be able to grab A. They have a tiny little bit of that Seattle slither on top, but it's not going to be enough. Crim trying to watch mid-map. Phil, do the maths, brother. Is it even possible with 30 seconds left?
They need a triple cap. They need it now. You look at the mini-map, and A is all Dallas's, and they're actually trying to cut lanes off. You see the desperation coming through from Seattle, pushing through. Hugh finds a nice, easy triple, and Illy, he's sat back. He's got his feet up and is laughing all the way to potentially the next game here as 163 to 156. Time is not on the favor of Seattle, and Dallas are looking so strong. Clayster in particular, 30 kills and 15 deaths. Make that 31 here as the time ticks away. Dallas Empire, too strong for the Surge.
3-0. Dallas show up and take care of business in that first game. You got to be so happy with that performance. They're going to be so relieved. A team that they would have expected to beat, a team that the fans expect them to beat, and they get the job done in a big way. 3-0. But hey, you said it in the previous matchup, Phil. at the end of the day, those maps were extremely, extremely close. You know, you cannot take anything away from Seattle. A couple of mistakes here or there, a little bit of fine-tuning, and what a transformation, man. What a transformation from how they played in Minnesota.
I mean, that's it. We talk about how much a team can transform, and you can only judge it so much. You know, yes, they beat Surge, and then you start looking at these weird triangles of who's beat who, but the most important thing right now is that's Dallas's first Domination win. It's in the bank, and they're feeling good. They must be feeling good after that one. I will say, throughout the whole series, Illy was incredible. Illy was, for me, one of the players that really stood out, but again, at the very end, that Domination, Clayster, he looks hot, man.
Yeah, one point Clayster was like 28-9 or something. I don't know exactly what he finished on, but a huge bit of work there.
I think he was
Clay.
double positive with over 30 kills.
Yeah, insane. I mean, he went on a 10 spree in the first Hardpoint. Brilliant, brilliant work there from Dallas. Where do you go now, though, if you're Seattle? You're like, okay, well, we could have won a few search and destroy rounds. It comes down to round 11. It's very, very difficult to make those game adjustments. They did a huge amount of work to improve the game overall, but I mean, when it comes to Hardpoint, are you hitting earlier rotations, especially on Gunrunner?
I think the Hardpoint, there was a problem in the slaying side of things. However, going into Domination, I saw great things in the second half from them, but it was just kind of too late. It was almost like they were constantly fighting back, and the ironic thing was in Search and Destroy was the one mode where they weren't fighting back, but they let Dallas bite back, and they let them do it round after round after round.
Well, that's all from Miles and Mem up here. Frankie is on stage with Clayster.
It's time for your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I gotta nab Clayster after that one because that performance and Domination, wow, you really spoiled Seattle Surge's unbeaten record on that map. Unfortunately, they took the L again. Talk to me about your team pulling together after Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, we had a really tough launch weekend in Minnesota, especially, you know, with the rookies on the team to play two of the best teams in the game and some of the most veteran and championship players. Like, it's a really tough two matches. So we just went back to the drawing board, knew we didn't have to change too much, and just kind of came together. And, you know, we showed it here, you know, 3-0.
What changed in S&D, though, because you did have to switch it up a little bit because apathy was coming to spoil your day?
Yeah, we had watched some film on them, and we kind of knew how they played that map, and we knew what they were doing, and we were still letting them do it. And so eventually, once they got to 5 rounds, I was like, yo, stop letting this guy flank us from pipes. And once we started picking it up, we started taking rounds. We decided to be a little more aggressive, too, because we were kind of playing back defensively a little bit, and we're like, yo, we have 3 of the best search players on our team. Let's let them go, like, take the leash off them, let them go, and, you know, it showed. They all stepped up.
Now, listen, you were beaten by the 2 strongest teams in the league last time we saw you. What's it going to take for you guys to be number 1?
Honestly, we just have to play our game. I think that, you know, there's going to be some like jitters for the new guys sometimes. You know, you hope there isn't, but of course there is playing on a stage like this with a crowd like this. But, you know, it just comes with experience. I think that we need to get some more reps under our belt, keep getting some officials under our belt. And I think once we get some, you know, matches underway, I think we'll be all right.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Clayster, for the instant reaction presented by PlayStation. He has got some fans here in London. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we have got the Huntsmen versus the Gorillas. Don't miss it.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live Hardpoint, New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Welcome back to the COD League. We're here in London. We have a little bit of a taste of the next matchup coming here on our main stage. It is, of course, going to be the Huntsmen going up against the LA Gorillas. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is actually a extremely fun matchup. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Huntsmen fans in the crowd. It's to be expected. We're having a lot of fun in between every break. You know, I'm not sure if you can see it on stream back home, but here in the venue, there's a couple of people dressed as Ravens out there. You're getting t-shirts for clawing like maniacs out there. There's a bloke at the front. He just got himself a t-shirt. What a champion! An absolute champion! Should put that t-shirt on right now. We'll cut to him eventually, but there we go. Keys to victory, though, as we look at our Game Fuel keys to victory. I mean, I'm getting carried away with the fun of games here, friends.
It's exciting.
Let's have a quick look.
Excited. I like it. I like it. However, there is another game before we potentially see some Ravens. It's going to be the Gorillas versus Huntsmen, and for me, it's Huntsmen versus Aches right now. The likes of Lacefield and Aches, you know, we've been down this path before, Miles, where we've seen some popular players be shaken off and taken to town by the likes of Paddy P. Keys to victory, though, for the Chicago Huntsmen. Guarantee that respawn, and I think what Namos means by this is they have the players to win every respawn. They really do. They have the slaying power, they have the experience, and they should be winning the respawns. If they can do that, what they winning? 3-0 or 3-1? But moving over to the LA Gorillas, this is going to be a very, very tough ask for these guys. Again, we saw the slaying power in Minnesota. It wasn't great. You know, their respawns weren't amazing. But of course, we saw them push teams all the way. Going up against the Huntsmen, it potentially is the hardest matchup of the league.
Oh, I mean, this is a tough group regardless. No, the Game Fuel keys to victory, though, for Los Angeles. I mean, let's face it, Aches needs to improve. That's rough. All right, Nameless, I think you've got a bone to pick there with Aches. They need to stay on point in the Search and Destroys. Again, they had a lot of success. They had a couple of ropey rounds here or there, but the Search and Destroy game from LA Gorillas is very, very competent. It is, of course, going to have to be the respawns where they do their absolute best, because if they don't manage to win the respawns, obviously the Search and Destroys aren't going to mean a whole lot. You're never going to be able to force that game 5 if you don't take the Dom and the Hardpoint at the very least. The first Hardpoint, though, I think that's going to be real make or break for the whole series.
I think as well, the Search and Destroys, you look at, you know, the Gorillas, and they have fantastic S&D players. You know, you look across the board, and they're the ones that kind of will change something, will throw something different at the Huntsmen. They know that the straight shots that the Huntsmen have, you've got to throw something different at them. So I'm excited to see that. It's going to be a tough one, but of course, Search and Destroy is only 2 of the 5, so they've got to sneak a respawn.
Well, friends, when we come back after break, it's going to be a very fun one. Of course, we have the Chicago Huntsmen going up against the Los Angeles Guerrillas here in London.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Back to London. 2 games in the books. We're getting ready for what might be a pretty epic Game 3. Chicago versus Los Angeles. Spencer, a chance to guide you through the action. Chance, any quick predictions for this one?
I mean, this is like the old-fashioned like Eggs versus like 2-2P kind of type deal. Like it's a little bit different than it used to be, but my expectation is Chicago 3-0. But that's why I throw Eggs into the mix, because as many times we've seen throughout the years that I'm expecting Eggs to get beat, he randomly turns up and goes crazy and pulls off the upset. So I'm hoping for a good match.
You just never know what you're going to get with Patrick Price, that's for sure. They both really had a good showing in Minnesota for launch weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But I want to take a look now at our maps and modes presented by the U.S. Air Force. Chance, any big information that jumps out to you there when you look at that graphic?
I mean, I think the ultimate thing, it's less important what the maps are, and it's purely just about whether it's respawn or whether it's search and destroy.
That's
You
fair.
look at the side from LA, they were great in search and destroy. In my mind, 3-0, they had the one forfeit, but at the same time,
Let's
if you're
Minnesota
looking at the gameplay from that series, even though LA took the loss, it's not like Lacefield still wasn't fantastic with the sniper, so there's still positive information to be gleaned. So you're looking at LA, they were great in search and destroy, respawns not so much. On the flip side for Chicago, dominant in respawns and 50-50 in the search and destroy. They lost to the Dallas Empire, but I think that might just be expected, at least early on. But I know Chicago's put a lot of work in, so that's kind of why I'm thinking the 3-0.
Well, let's take a look at our quick scope presented by the U.S. Air Force as well. And in terms of it, it's going to be interesting. There's a quick look at your CDL points for the Huntsmen. It was 2 for 2. For Gorillas, it was 1-1. Respawn KD, as you rightfully point out, definitely lopsided in favor of Chicago Huntsmen. S&D, though, about even. And one really important thing to note is Huntsmen have changed their practice regime completely. They're scrim and search now.
Yeah, I mean, we've had like a 3 block is basically how it works for like the scrims. If you have 3 sets of scrims a day, they dropped out the first, purely S&D now, so they put the time in. Expect a good showing.
All right, well, that's everything for myself and Chance for now. We're sending it now to Frankie on the main stage to introduce our 2 teams.
Very much, boys. Now, first up, hoping to earn the love of the London crowd, it's the LA Gorillas. London, please make some noise, whether it's positive or negative, for the LA Gorillas. Honestly, I told them to behave themselves as well. Next up, we have a team who I know are definitely going to have some cheers in this audience because they have got some legends among their ranks in Scump and Formal. It is the Chicago Huntsmen.
Going to get caught, but they line up for Scump, and Scump, the king. This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot.
He doesn't have to move.
Oh my lord!
All right then, London. You seem pretty excited to see the Chicago Huntsmen, am I right? I can't think why, but you know what? I still want to see if there's some support for the LA Gorillas. Okay. I still like a little bit of noise, even if it's a boo, it's still something, because I think Aches likes being disliked. I think your boos are going to fire him up, London. What do you think? Yeah? Yeah, okay, come on, London. Do you like him? Do you hate him? All right. And what about the Huntsmen? Listen, London, it sounded like Minnesota in here. Do you love the Huntsmen or not? That, my friends, is more like it. Let's head back to Benson and Chance.
You're not wrong. I think the crowd is pretty one-sided, just a tad, just a little bit. Shout out to the one guy in pink, though, in the crowd who was cheering for Aches. I saw you.
I might have heard that wrong, to be fair. He might have said, I hate you, Aches.
No,
it could have been, I love you.
I'm pretty sure it was I love you because he stood up and he started clapping when Aches walked out. So shout out to that one guy. Hopefully he can give LA Gorillas the power and energy they're going to need, Chance. But one thing's for sure, Chicago Huntsmen, what more can we talk about? Fan favorites, of course. You know, you look at their manager, the leader of the team in Hex. I mean, you just have to try and get behind them. So many old fans of competitive Call of Duty and just fans of Call of Duty in general just latch onto Chicago Huntsmen, and already their fan base chance is huge.
Seems like a very quick swap. Just immediately like shift all the Optic fans over to the Huntsmen. Everything is just green as usual, so you can just move on with your day. And continuing like the legacy to a certain extent with just the dominance of the team as well. Right. Because this is a team that I think clear top 2 best team in the game. Like they're certainly right there. Could very well be the best team in the game. So they got to keep those expectations going.
And that's what's interesting to me. Will we get those kind of answers or more information about Chicago Huntsmen? Because it wasn't by any means an easy opening weekend for them. They come out and they just produce the goods. But now you find yourself in a tournament environment. You know you're going to have fans on your side as well. I am curious to see if, of course, they play London Royal Ravens, where the fans go in that matchup.
I mean, there's quite a few fans dressed up as actual Ravens, so if I had to take a guess, I mean, it probably will just be a good time. You'll get cheers all the way around, no matter who wins. You have something to cheer for, but of course, that is a potential thing later down the road.
Well, you talk about, fans supporting players. Of course, Aches sometimes has been known to be a little bit of a villain, just a little bit. Of course, in Minnesota, the line was, I get to go back to LA, you're stuck here in Minnesota. So
I live in Minnesota.
You do. Did that hurt you?
That was cracking me up. That was just the perfect line, because in my head, I was like, you're kind of right. Yeah, I'm just going to drive home, but it was great. Aches, again, he does what he's best. It's beating the best team in the game. It's pulling off these upsets, and it's being as annoying as possible while doing it.
And it's worth mentioning, this is something that Aches has done so often throughout his career as just a player who's just a Titan killer. It's the best way of explaining it, right? He will be that guy that will knock your favorite team out at the biggest time of the year, and he will do it consistently time after time. And he doesn't necessarily put up the best stats by any means, but the question was so often asked, is it a mental block when you play against Aches?
I think it's like the opposite direction, honestly. I think it's more of Aches turns up when he's going against like the Huntsman or the Green Wall or whoever it's going to be. I think it's him surpassing expectations. Okay. Maybe it's offensive. I doubt that, Ben. I seriously do, but consistency does not lie. It has happened quite a few times over his career.
Oh yeah, there's been a fair few moments throughout that man's career where he's produced the goods against the best teams in the world. But some interesting stats. Lowest overall KD in the CDL, a .67. Wasn't the best, a .41 S&D KD. I have a feeling that the S&D KD bare minimum is going to double this series.
I would hope so. Just get like, what, 4 kills instead of like the traditional 2, but a great time.
I think London's letting Aches know just about exactly how talented he is. It's a little early for that type of language.
And it is worth mentioning, if Aches can hear that, he's just going to flash back to all the times in his head where he hasn't
That's the thing.
And he's turned up against the best player.
If you're a Huntsman fan, don't antagonize the beast. Don't do it, because that's when he's going to perform at his absolute peak. That's what he lives for. He lives for the booze. He lives for those chants against him. It fuels him into just a better player.
And it's the one stat you didn't actually mention on screen. He has the 1 domination cap in the 2 games that they've played. You don't need to cap the flags when you're the main slayer, Ben. You don't need the objective.
You just run around.
You definitely do.
Probably helps, right?
Yes,
points do win domination. But realistically, predictions here, because
Chicago 3-0. Next question.
Okay, I was going to say, to Guerrilla's credit, they performed pretty well at launch weekend. I think it's fair to say they may have
haven't lost to Respawn yet. Again, they've lost 1 map, and it was a 6-1 smackdown on Arklov against like the Empire. And the one thing they've like completely shifted in their strategy for practicing, it's been taking that first block of scrims every single day and putting in the work for search and destroy. So their only potential weakness, which might not have been that weak in the first place,
that's fair.
They've like taken the extra steps to be as professional as possible. This is a roster across the board, 5 professionals that the only sight they have in mind is winning. So that is their singular goal, Ben.
So what I'm hearing is you're not buying into the Aches storyline here at all?
Not in the slightest, no.
Okay, all right, well,
But at the same time, we're saying the exact same thing back in Minnesota, and the Guerrillas did turn up. I had low expectations for the team. They completely surpassed them, so you never know. I really don't.
I will say a win here for the Los Angeles Guerrillas would be a huge statement to the rest of the Call of Duty League, and it would really put them as potential contenders for playoffs. Of course, that's way, way, way down the line, and we have a lot of Call of Duty still to be played before we even get anywhere near that point. But still, it's these games, man. Every single game counts. You're playing for those 10 points. And obviously, you win an event as well. You get an extra 10 there as well. It could be awesome for them.
And just to double back and kind of like sell the underdog story a bit more, like we were kind of making fun of Aches, picking them a little bit for like the .41 S&D KD.
The crowd was.
They were going deeper with it,
let him know.
But we did bring it up. We did bring it up to let the guys know. But at the same time, yes, you have a .4 KD in search. That is awful. Still, though, your team effectively undefeated. Again, outside of the forfeit, you have looked phenomenal in Search and Destroy, so it's still working. Like, as a team, collectively, it has been working, and that's obviously, like, the key to success for the Gorillas here. You're going to have to win both searches. You're going to have to steal one of the respawns, and for any win, it's more than likely going to have to go to that Game 5.
Well, while we wait for this game to get underway, if you're just tuning in, still early over stateside, some highlights for you from the last series that just happened on main stage. It was a good one, Chance. Of course, we got to see Dallas Empire back in action against Seattle Surge, and to Seattle's credit, it was a close series.
I was so close to like making fun of or like picking on Slasher just a little bit because he was like, we already know Seattle's not going to win the Search and Destroy. They were up 5-2, and everyone was kind of like, it's going to happen. And then round after round after round, Seattle collapsed, and it was just like Slasher was like, ooh, don't call that one, dude. Great analyst.
Of course, Dallas Empire looking good. We'll see just how good it will be. Still a lot of Call of Duty played just today alone. I think, what, 4 more series after this one as well, Chance? It's going to be a long day, but hopefully a good day.
And I think tomorrow is going to be even longer. I think we got like 8 matches or something slotted up for us. So it is a ton of Call of Duty we have left to play, and hopefully the matches just continue to get better. Because, like, yes, that last series was 3-0. That was about as close as you possibly get in a 3-0 fashion. Now maybe we get some Game 5 round 11s, which I don't know if we've had very many this year at all. I don't know if we did. Of course we did. Duo, Game 5.
Let's go. Of course, had to be that way. A Game 5 being pretty epic here for Los Angeles Guerrillas and Chicago Huntsmen. There's your Royal Ravens right there. Absolutely love the effort being made. Love that. Of course, London will be in action next. One where we'll be in the crowd, I'm sure, enjoying the atmosphere here in London. But we still have to go through this game first. Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Chicago Huntsmen. Fair few storylines, but really the storyline I think me and you, Chance, are looking at is just how good are Chicago Huntsmen. We know they're great, but could they be championship caliber? Are they at that point?
I mean, for this tournament, I mean, the storyline in my mind is effectively the Huntsmen and FaZe are the top 2 teams in the game, and then after that, it's just kind of everyone else. Okay. That's my mind so far, but of course we've had plenty of hot takes throughout, well, I say the year, the past 2 weeks that we've really gotten things going. So many of these hot takes have been wrong or have been getting readjusted, but in my mind, yes, they absolutely have what it takes. Sure. It's just about showing the crowd.
I think the one thing that you have to bring up when you're talking about Los Angeles Guerrillas from the weekend is, of course, they had to forfeit a map using a banned perk, and well, the effect that had on the team was pretty much catastrophic. They completely collapsed. You want to see composure from that team, right? You need to see Aches lead by example in those toughness. If you find yourself 2-0 down in a series, you may be, but you're not out.
Also take like the leadership role and say, hey guys, make sure the perks are correct this game.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to imagine, at least for the Guerrillas, that's not gonna be a mistake that happens again. Fingers crossed.
Not.
I don't want to jinx them. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud, but you have to imagine by now, no more forfeits for the Guerrillas.
I hope so. Of course, for Chicago Huntsmen coming in here, heavy fan favorites, both here in London, I'm sure watching online as well. Chance, you're thinking of 3-0. I can't see a 3-0. I feel like LA, they're going to have to show a little bit of fight. I think they win at least one. At least one.
I feel like you're trying really hard to sell a story, man, just to like have something to say at this point. I mean, again, completely valid. The Search and Destroy has been the Guerrillas' bread and butter. Another thing, too, to bring up specifically for Search and Destroy, it has been their nade spots. It's a very, like, simple, small thing to talk about, but we were casting on Piccadilly, and it's the same thing we've seen Bevels do in World War II when he was coaching Eggs. Yes. We saw it in Black Ops 4, I think. Hugo and Envy had a ton of nade kills on whatever map it was, and even on Piccadilly, it was half the kills, half the first bloods were nades.
It's important to know.
Gone through the details.
It's important to note just how important that is as well. It sounds like a very small thing, which later on in the year, sure, that does become a small thing. But early on, when you're just had that one small advantage, that one nade spot that can get you a first blood in Search and Destroy, that's such a valuable tool. It takes a little bit for maybe everyone to onto those nade spots, etc. But you know, you have to use everything. In a game like this, for me, it's not just about, oh yeah, you know, winning 10 points, trying to advance into bracket play. It's not about any of that. It's about just proving to everyone you are very, very talented and you can win a championship this year.
Absolutely, and just to double back on the details that like come in Search and Destroy, we saw throughout the World War II year, by the end of it, it really, the rounds came down to who used their like smokes and nades better. It was all about the tacticals, and I don't think we're to that point in Search and Destroy this year, but it's those little details that are gonna make the difference. We saw a bit of that in the New York game earlier. It was the one round that Paris Legion had like a nice smoke to cut off accuracy. That was the only round when they got. This is gonna be a team in the Guerrillas that if they do those details correctly over the course of time, that's gonna be one of their keys to success.
Well, again, waiting for the game to get underway. I believe it was Gunless that was just having a little bit of an audio issue, but I think it's A-okay. So game number 1 should be underway very, very soon. I believe we start on a Hardpoint
A hardpoint gun runner, that's the one that's like queued up and ready to go. But of course, the general consistency is just going to be respawn in general is going to be great for Chicago. Then of course on gun runner, they've only played it once for hardpoint. They won. Obviously, it was like an 80-point differential. So every single win for the Huntsmen has been maybe not a complete, not a blowout, but respectable, pretty comfortable wins throughout everything that they do.
So with that said, is there anyone on LA Guerrillas that you look at in the first hardpoint, or just respawns in general, and say, all right, if you're going to slay with the best, you got to step up. You have to have just one of those games.
I mean, the ultimate needs to step up is going to be Aches again. We saw the KDs earlier. Not too good. Yeah. Not too great. Not a lot of slang. Not a lot of objective play. So he's going to have to pick it up massively, but it's going to have to be the cheap answer collectively as a team. None of them put up good numbers really for hardpoint. Lacefield and Aqua barely staying above even in hardpoint at all. Everyone else negative by a fair bit. So it's going to be the subs, really. The pressure needs to be picked up. Aches is going to have to be a god. Decimate's going to have to be a god as well. We need a beach ball.
Yeah, can we get the beach ball back?
We need like 3 beach balls, honestly.
That would be...
The more beach balls, the better, Ben.
That'd be pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I'm about to the point where I'm ready to break down like beach ball analytics, like how much like in-air flight time is there,
How many
who has the hardest
can you
hits in the
do
league.
with the, yeah, exactly. That actually be pretty awesome.
And then we have to give the ball to Claser, because that's something the crowd demands at certain times.
Of course. You're not wrong there. Of course, the Group A matchup, Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Chicago Huntsmen coming up.
If it's an audio issue with Gunless, I say, hey,
He doesn't
see what
need it.
happens.
He doesn't
Don't use
he doesn't
it.
need audio, man. He's that good where he doesn't even need it. Crowd, of course, just having some fun, rightfully so. Scump on your screens. The man has been king of Call of Duty for so long. It's strange to see him not representing Optic Gaming colors, but of course he makes that transition to Chicago Huntsmen and already popping off that brand right there as you expect. But for him, it's about so much more. It's about winning championships, about bringing home the gold and the glory. And so far, to their credit, this Chicago Huntsmen team look very, very well built.
Well said, Ben.
Thank you.
Well said, and we'll say it again. We'll go around this Ferris wheel. The London Eye, I think is what it's called around these parts.
Look at you,
but
learning.
Has been a fantastic player. And you know what? Let's dig into the kind of roles that are played in Hardpoint on the Huntsmen, right? Let's look at 2 SMGs. You got Scump, and then you got Envoy. Envoy, he's more of that support SMG kind of player. He racks up all that hill time. Scump's job is to slay. Put up the numbers, Ben. I want to see numbers.
I think you're probably going to see some
play. That too.
If Aches puts up the same number as he did, you're going to see some big numbers coming from the Chicago Huntsmen, that's for sure. I am curious if they're all wearing their new shoes, obviously apart from Gunless, but if they go on the shopping spree, we obviously saw that a little bit earlier on, a great piece of content from the league and Chicago Huntsmen.
And then to everyone that did
Gunless
not see
is
that
too
great
polite.
piece of content.
He's too polite, yeah.
Canadian.
Gunless, that might be what it is. Of course, he said no to Hex's offer of buying a new pair of shoes. And, well, to Scump's delight, he got a new jacket from Gunless's funds. As things stand, though, just waiting to get into game number 1. As we mentioned, should be a hardpoint gun runner. As our map 1. I've already forgotten what the rest of the series is. I'd love to throw that up there and have a quick glance once again, but honestly, never mind. Forget it. The game about to get underway. I'm told the issue is fixed. And that means Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Chicago Huntsmen coming up right now. Game 1, the Hardpoint gun runner. It's going to be so important for the Guerrillas to come out strong, try and make a statement, try and silence the crowd, because if you don't, the crowd will drag the Chicago Huntsmen across the finish line.
It all comes down to this, Ben. Who has the better strategy? Who is ready for these gunfights? You've never heard that before, strategy?
No, I haven't. I feel like you just made that up.
I don't know who said it first. It's like a Will Ferrell, something like that. Okay. I have no idea.
Well, either way, game number 1 about to get underway. Gunrunner Hardpoint, as we said. I feel like we have to start off on board with Scump, right? We have to. The king himself, he played so well at launch weekend, and I'm curious to see if he can continue that on here. In a brand new setting, tournament environment, of course, this weekend. Scump on your screens already. There's number 1. Saints goes down, but Saints gets the trade of the day.
Nice trades all the way over the map. The main goal right now for the Huntsmen, it's not just about getting inside the hill, it's about flipping the spawn. So really, right off the bat, just from who picks the side, the Guerrillas are at a bit of an advantage. Just off the rip, just from the side that they spawn on, so they need to make sure they keep the right side of the map in their favor.
And that's so important that you mentioned, but a big win actually comes through. I think it was Formal on Saints on the top side of your map. Keep your eye on that green arrow. In fact, it was Arcites. He will fall. So, as you mentioned, first hill, not really that crucial. It's about holding those spawns for P2 and getting a ton of money time there.
There's also a bit of a balance. Obviously, the team, the LA Guerrillas, want to hold the right side of the spawn, but you can't afford to give give away too much time, and Decimate's going to come up big. He's able to pick up 2 kills, and despite the fact that Chicago has been a couple players trying to sneak through and lock in those spawns, it has been a nice hold coming in from the Gorillas, who, again, don't need to rack up a ton of time. They just need to keep the Huntsmen at bay to set up the P2.
Well, Scump back on your screens. You'll be able to find one there. As she gets the kill with the nade, Decimate will fall. As it stands, the Huntsmen with a 29 4-point lead. However, Gorillas rotated early. As we said, they did well to hold onto the spawns. Now this is where you have to get the time. You cannot get broken on the first push. And Arcidy's already with one, looking for more. Saints could be in trouble inside the hill. Arcidy's looking to try and pick him up. He's managing one, a miraculous flank. Finally gets the pick, and just like that, Huntsmen walk into the hill.
Job not quite done. They still have to find a few more kills because the Gorillas are trying to keep him at bay, but it looks like the player in the back got cleaned up. Saints the last man standing, and even still, it is pretty much job done. The worst thing you can have happen is give away the full 60 on P2, and the Huntsmen have this storm on through. Now you got Envoy. He's going to be on a 4 spree. Everyone right now, guns a-blazing for the Huntsmen.
Again, keep your eye on the minimap, though. Already, the green arrows of the Chicago Huntsmen rotating to new. If they can win a couple of key fights here, honestly, LA Gorillas could be in trouble. It's basically going to come down to Arcides. He found one. Saints shuts him down. So for now, Los Angeles have the rotation, but they are down a sizable amount of points.
Absolutely. The Huntsmen still pouring the pressure on. Saints is doing a nice job in the back just to keep those Huntsmen players from flipping the spawns as quickly as possible. It looks like Huntsmen are still going to like to pour on the map pressure all over the place, but a nice little 5 down from the Gorillas, who are able to stabilize and now should be able to rack up quite a bit of time. Aqua going to be that cutoff man for the team. Honestly, just waiting for the Huntsmen to finally get to him. This is patient play coming out of the Gorillas. Let the gunfights come to them, and you can see why Lacefield, the cleanup kills, making it look easy. And this has been a ton of time for the Gorillas to work back on the comeback.
It's important. It's very important, considering the amount of time they lost on P2, an early rotation. They don't capitalize on that opportunity, but now Tank was turning the hill. There's one, tries to go for the wallbang, doesn't connect. Scump flies into the hill. However, kills still going in favor of the Gorillas. And just like that, they managed to get themselves back into this game. 10 seconds of scrap left. That's going to go their way. And more importantly, that's going to give them the lead.
Nice fight so far. Lacefield trying to let that momentum ride. See if he can find a couple of kills through the smoke. And once again, actually going for the patient play. You see, very content with sitting and waiting, but Envoy gives the business to him, lets him know with the gun, and now the Huntsmen, first players inside the hill. And, well, we'll see what kind of approach you got. RC is, of course, watching the forest side of things, Formal, racking up all the time, and then you see the feed, nothing but green on the left side. Huntsmen bouncing back.
So far, a quick glance at those stats. Saints playing relatively well, 11-9. His first time here in London. Looking to see a good show from him. Currently on a 3 spree. He's at 12-9, 19 seconds ahead. Time Arcides, though, on your screen. Looking to try and break inside, but too many players there, and Saints will extend that streak to 4 now. Chicago Huntsmen try and break in, but so far, so good from the Los Angeles Gorillas.
Yeah, this is a job very well done by the Gorillas, because again, they are thinking long term. They got to make sure they can think about those spawns as well. But now Scump trying to be disruptive. You talk about needing him to be the main slayer. Has 17 kills, 15 deaths. Most engaged player in the lobby by far. He is playing at a lightning speed.
And obviously, if you're newer to Call of Duty, you may look at that and say, well, you know, he's barely positive. Doesn't matter. The amount of pressure Scump is putting on the map is massive at this point. As you said, so many engagements. He's just running around trying to find as many of those kills on the cuts as he possibly can. Hill time, don't worry about that too much if you're Scump. 7 seconds. It's Formal milking the hill for the Chicago Huntsmen. 1:07 currently, and he's in the hill now as well. Chicago start to build the
And the Huntsmen are big chilling. They have players inside the hill left and right. Saints makes the approach, but you can see just all guns on every door. Incredibly difficult to break through. It came down to a 1v1, and Envoy shuts down Aches. The push gets stopped from the side of Gorillas, and, well, you take a second crack, but it's only 20 seconds left on board, and you're still just getting torn apart on your way there.
Gunless still inside the hill, looking at pre-fire, find maybe one more. It's a 6 streak, by the way. Make that 7 for Gunless. The man has been on a rampage this hill with 8 seconds left. Gunless extends his streak to 19-3. He is playing out of his mind. He's going to get the scrap time, but honestly, a 7 streak. He's going to rotate, get a little closer towards his teammates. We'll keep our eyes on the kill feed to see if maybe we can find some more as we rotate back towards P1. It's all about that spawn for P2.
I was going to say, the strange thing about this hill is you really just want to play for the next hill as well. That's why Decimate was so focused on the backside of the map. The Huntsmen are doing everything they can to lock down the right side spawns. They are going to secure that. So they have a 60-second lead. They have the spawn set up for next. It's just not about letting the Gorillas get too much time on this first hill.
And that's the problem. When you're in the Gorillas position, you have to make a conscious decision. Do you want to push through and try and lock in the spawns, or do you want to try and get as much hill time as possible? The problem is now, you don't have the spawns and you don't have the hill. Chicago are in, and Chicago are looking to try to make a statement as Gunless picks up 2. Finally, Aches is there for the trade, but Chicago are pulling away with this game, 153-90.
And this is just straight up job well done. Formal's just hanging out with the AR. Every single time I take a look at the kill feed, it is just the Huntsmen pouring it in on the left side. Incredible amount of success. And again, you just talk about the raw slaying power they have. They have players that can take turns on just going big. Right now it's Gunless, 25 and 16. You have Formal picking up double kills like that, point blank with the M4, and now on P2 trying to run up the score. Of course, Decimate, well, trying to be the leading man for the team. See if he can do some damage, but RC's hanging out in the back and waiting for him.
It's important to mention, Scump hasn't slowed down at 23 and 22, but Gunless now takes over lead slaying at 25 and 16. Meanwhile, Chicago picking up the time, 180-90. Finally, Gunless falls, but his teammate's still on the hill. You have to deal with Envoy. There's the first. Got to be careful if you challenge again, because he's ready and waiting to take that fight.
Ready and waiting, and again, this is just a massive lead, running the score up as much as possible. You can just start playing for stats almost at this point. It is MP5 dominance coming out from the Huntsmen. Now they get plenty of time on the rotation, and Envoy, he is full steam ahead. He is not slowing down for anyone.
The man only knows one gear. And it's 6th gear, look at him just fly straight through. He's bring around the Rosie, he's completely bamboozled Aqua. And it takes a nade to shut him down. He didn't find the kill, but again, damage has been done. The Gorillas out-rotated once again, 212-90. This could be a 100-point club chance.
This is just a masterclass in speed as well. Scumto actually lets a couple players through, but if you look at the kill feed, it maybe doesn't make too much of a difference. It's actually Aqua that was able to pick up 3 kills, but even still, Formal's there for the trades, and I will say, just letting him through the smoke, that was a big opening for the Gorillas. If not, they might have just lost it there.
The problem is, the deficit is so large at this point for the Gorillas. You're still down 116 points. You're fighting for 20-second scrap. You don't have control of the spawns. You have to think about the next rotation as well. If you're the Huntsman, you can rotate early, you can fight through the scrap, keep putting the pressure on. The choice is yours at this point.
You pour it on as much as possible, but the Gorillas, to their credit, have a nice little hill on that one. Aqua goes massive on the break. Now you're going to be early for the rotation over towards New, and you can set up for a bit of map control. Formal able to get to a power position up past Rock, but you can see potential gunfights he has on that side of the map as Will Scump exits the old hill.
More players to try and find on rotation. So far, so good, but it is the Gorillas inside the hill until Arsenes flies in. He shuts down Aqua. Huntsman in the hill once again, and Gunless is looking to try and spawn.
Trying to spawn kill if he can. Does get dropped, but of course the Gorillas just doing what they can in and around the old hill. Scump, though, of course, needs to wait for the reinforcements. He is the lone man pushed up the map right now. Has information on Aches, ignores it, goes to the hill, gets dropped, but his teammates are here.
Now bear in mind, 30 seconds left on this hill, 25. Chicago Huntsmen cannot close it out here. We will at least see one more hill. So for the LA Gorillas, you survive, but you have to make sure you win the fights on rotation. Decimate will fall. Arsenes cleans him up. And Aches, yes, you're going to get the scrap time, but you've got to somehow get to New.
Yeah, and you can just see the amount of pressure that the Huntsmen have up on the map. It's basically down the 50-yard line, if you will. They had all the pressure in the world, and once the new hill pops, all those green arrows can just rat back and get the setup inside. You leave 3 players inside the hill or however many you want. There's not that many entrances in Formal. He will sit here all day. You have to run straight into the barrel, and these will be easy gunfights for him to win.
It's almost impossible. He looks to his left, finds one. Teammate assist on the right, and with 8 seconds before Chicago take game 1, you've got to scramble if you're the Los Angeles Gorillas. You've got to get in, but a team kill comes through. Envoy shut pretty much his entire team down, but he's killing everyone on LA, so it doesn't even matter. Chicago take game 1, 250 to 158, almost 100-point lead.
And effectively, just as expected from the get-go, right? We talked about the slaying power from Chicago, the dominance that they can have. They had, what, maybe plus 25 in the slaying category, just abusive the whole way through. And it was really that final hill as well. LA Gorillas maybe stepped a foot inside and contested for 4 or 5 seconds, but weren't able to get a single point. Outgunned and out-rotated, Ben.
Chicago with the advantage in the series. They lead 1-0 after a dominating game one. But Chance, that was never really the question. The question we had is what's going to happen in the search and destroys? Is that maybe where the Los Angeles Guerrillas can try and take a map and try and extend this series past through?
I mean, that's the necessity for the team. Effectively undefeated, or at least they have looked phenomenal in search and destroy back in Minnesota. If they don't continue it, that's going to be problematic for the team as a whole. And then, of course, from the flip side of Chicago, they tune up their search and destroy. They're going to be in a fantastic spot, well, throughout the entire year.
Well, before we jump to the Game 2 Search and Destroy, let's take a look at our Scuff Gaming play of the game from the first Hardpoint. I mean, Gunless went on a massive rampage. I believe this was a 7 streak. He just didn't slow down. Kills left, right, and center whilst inside the hill. The man was a machine in that map.
And it was a situation where we kind of called out Scump for being like the leading slayer on the team, 17 and 15, hyper-aggressive. Next time you see the numbers pop up, all of a sudden Gunless is +5 on the board for the next highest person in the lobby. It's just any player that we've seen on the Huntsmen can take over a game at any moment. They take turns at it. That way everyone gets a chance to have a little bit of fun. And well, this past one, it was Gunless.
Yeah, Gunless got to the point where he was trying to spawn kill Chance. He was just looking at where the Guerrillas were going to be coming from and having his way. But again, the big question was never really about the respawn Hardpoint, not really even about the domination. For me, it was always about that search and destroy. We mentioned it before, we should mention it again. Chicago Huntsmen, they changed their practice regime, practicing more search and destroy in their scrim set, their allocated practice time. What effect is that going to have for them? You assume a massively positive one. And we're not saying by any means they were bad at search and destroy opening weekend, but if they can improve upon that, then maybe this series is going to be over pretty quickly.
I mean, again, it's just the only map loss they had, so you can't really call it a weak point when you still split 1-1, but you fine-tune your gameplay, you're going to be good long-term, and that just kind of tails into what we were saying about the S&D earlier.
Right.
As players develop over time their strategies, it's going to come down to the details. So if teams are already scrimming it every single day, that's massively different from what we've seen in Call of Duty over the years.
Definitely is, I believe. Game 2, do you remember what it was?
I believe St. Petro.
St. Petro.
I would not bet my life on it, but I believe St. Petro.
Okay, St. Petro Search and Destroy, if that is the case. Look forward to see that. Here's a quick glance at the stat from Formal, 1.15, 14th overall in the league as his Hardpoint KD. For Search, 1.18, 18th overall. Domination, though, that's when all of a sudden Formal evolves into a different type of animal, a 1.62. That's the second highest in the league.
And I think that's just him taking over one of the games. I can't remember which series it was, but they just had a game where he just completely takes over, goes on a massive tear. And again, not that he's playing for stats, but you're just bumping numbers up at that point.
At that point, you definitely are. And it is, of course, worth mentioning, their stats not really had that many maps to formulate, so it'll be interesting to see how that evolves and how that changes as the season goes on, event per event. Because one thing's for sure, the Atlanta FaZe boys, if you're watching at home, hello, hopefully you're enjoying the stream, but more importantly, they dominate the leaderboards across the board. After the first weekend, they looked absolutely unbelievable. Of course, they're not going to be in action here, though, sadly. And maybe a chance for Chicago to come out and maybe win the first tournament of the year.
I mean, again, that's in my mind like the Juggernaut matchup that I'm just like thirsty to see. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know if it's at the next event in Atlanta, if those teams will ever match up, but that's what I want to watch. But at the same time, that means Chicago still has to come out and win this tournament to prove that the storylines are true, because there's a ton of upset potential across the board from any of these rosters, like even the subliners this morning look phenomenal, right? Empire even looked to bounce back incredibly well from what they were dealt with, have the nice little 3-0, but either way, we got to focus on this individual game. We are going to St. Petro, and at least for the Guerrillas, obviously a necessity. They have to win this game, or else it is going to be desperate times and desperate measures.
Of course, you do think back maybe all the way to 2014, Aches and Domination, back on a very dominant complexity side back then, and you know, when you think of the game mode, you do think of their success back then, but things have definitely changed, Now we head to Search and Destroy. Game 2. Can Chicago Huntsmen extend the series?
Of course, we have sniper opportunities off the rip. I think Formal's going to be looking for some picks, and actually I think we're going to see a bit of a mid-map towards B push right off the rip, and you see why every single players, or at least 4 of them, Blood A on defense, but the man that tries to go mid-map, Ake's sitting there waiting for him, and the first bloods are going to be massive. And you can see all those green arrows, they have to stop in their tracks because of that first blood.
Formal looking to line it up. You're playing with death. But Formal will rotate. And again, that snipe can be so lethal.
as he looks to try and even out the numbers.
It's such a tough situation for the Huntsmen. Wow, that might be tricky throughout the year, but difficult situation because A is completely locked down by the Gorillas. And that bomb is hanging out mid-map. They're waiting for a pick, but you can see the Gorillas, they're set up. They are giving them absolute.
Playing it slow, 60 seconds left. Chicago going to have to try and make a play. Of course, they are on the attacking side. Gunless has bomb in hand, still waiting to see if Formal can try and get a pick.
Got nades out over towards. They have the information, but again, it's just going to be a slow climb back when you have no control, but even up the odds. Now it's about the clock, and Arcides actually wins a massive 1v1. Now it's gun blazings on the front. Lacefield's going to drop Formal. Now you got a 3v2 over towards the site, but actually a flank is coming from the Huntsmen, so might be able to make a play. It's going to be Scump up top. There's number one, but Decimate was sitting and waiting for it, making the right read, and now Arcides, well, he's in a tough spot. He's getting hunted and does drop Blazefield, but Aqua is going to be there for the trades. And eventually, a clean and comfortable round from the side of the Gorillas, and it really just comes down to that first blood. Once you're forced on offense on Petro to retake the A site, and you do not have a lot of time in your favor, even when Formal's hitting snipes, it can just be a near impossibility. The LA Gorillas, full steam ahead. So you try to ice him, Ben. You try to ice him, and you pause the game.
Oh, game is going to be paused.
Yay.
So only one.
I swear to God, if someone had hardline on. You never know.
Some of the management there in Los Angeles Gorillas were just having a heart attack. That was weak. London, you're better than that. That was poor. I expected so much better right there. That was a very weak champ. They tried though. They tried. It'll be better later. We'll just wait till the London game. Wait till London. We'll get in there, a couple beers. Okay.
Eventually.
You gotta be excited for that. Come on.
I mean, we got work tomorrow. I don't know how many beers I'm gonna be having. Like, we gotta be up like early in the AM. We got stuff to do, Ben. That's all you. You like have the blood for it. This is your people. This is what you do.
All right, bet. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Oh. That's a poor attempt to the chant.
I can hear 3 people.
There's like 3 people. There's like 4 people.
Okay.
All right, there you go. First round's on me, London. First round's on me.
There's a lot of people in this venue.
That was probably an expensive first round. First 5 people I see at the bar.
There you go.
After this cast. There we go, London. Absolutely love to see it. Best place on earth. Wouldn't change it for the world. But as we said, game currently paused. Waiting to get back into the search and destroy. We'll take a quick glance at, I guess, our tactical play of the game, presented by the U.S. Army. One round in.
I can only imagine.
We're 1 round in, but hey, screw it. Let's have a look.
Formal hit a snipe, and yeah, they did lose the round in the end, but
Doesn't
God,
matter.
Ben, did you see it?
Look at this.
I mean, look at the reaction time.
The man's
Just
a beast. The man's a beast. You expect to see that from Formal's gameplay. Absolutely great stuff. And, well, he doesn't know it, but the crowd was cheering for you right there.
I don't know if hard scopes count.
Of course they count.
Where I come from, hard scopes is cheating, Ben.
Listen,
Quick scope or nothing.
Listen, not everyone can be dashy with a sniper rifle.
I mean, if we're talking about the best snipers of all time in Call of Duty, I think Formal is incredibly high on that list.
Yeah,
Before you just
that's
immediately
fair.
give the nod to Dash, I'll give the nod to Formal, at least on the all-time list.
That's
not
fair.
Black Ops 4.
I think he deserves it. Yeah,
Black Ops 4 is Dashy.
Black Ops 4 is
World War
Dashy.
II is probably Dashy, too.
Probably not even close.
That's
but
fair.
traditionally, Formal and sniping.
Yes.
Kind of goes hand in hand. Very talented sniper.
And what a tactical play, by the way, too. I mean, just incredible stuff. Just pre-aim makes,
Dude,
eventually walks in.
1 round in. It was an important kill.
I mean, it's
almost could have won the round with that, but obviously, as we know, not going to be the case. And, well, the pause comes in. Great feature. We obviously mentioned that earlier on. Being able to actually pause the game is wonderful. We absolutely love it. But I guess with 1 round in the books, Chance, does that sway you enough to say, yeah, Gorillas are going to take it?
Absolutely. I was expecting the 3-0, but after that 1 round, Ben, I'm convinced LA Gorillas are going to stop them, get the 6-0 win, carry that momentum into domination. Probably not, no. I mean, again, incredibly confident they have been in Search and Destroy. They've been very well thought out. We already know the coach in Bevels is going to have everything little detailed, planned out. They had a very nice strategy. Chicago showed them nothing towards A for the first minute and a half of the round. They stayed true. They just stayed nice and patient, left bodies over at the site. So they made nice reads. So by no means do I expect the Chicago to outright destroy them in Search. But no, that doesn't change anything.
It is worth mentioning, of course, just the importance of coaches this year, probably more so than ever, having available with more data than they've ever had, being able to create better strats and just overall, hopefully have better games. I do have ginger hair, yes, London.
Is that what they're saying? You're going to have to translate for me, by the way. It's tough to read them sometimes. It's like a metagame in London events, just trying to read what the crowd is talking about, what their attention is going to be focused on, because a lot of times it's random.
Oh, is this the... I can't hear you, London. I have a headset on. You got to be louder than that. Was that Benson? Give us a song. Oh, it was. Oh. Oh, see, the first song that comes to my head is something that's going to get me fired instantly.
No balls. You won't do it. Give them a song, Ben. They demand it.
London, what do we think of aches? And what do we think of that word I'm not allowed to say? Thank you. Oh, it's all good fun. Anyway, the game's back. The game's back. Chicago 1-0 down here in game 2. The Los Angeles Guerrillas. 1-0. Of course, after winning that first round, Aqua with a 2-0 start. Saints will have bomb. For me, again, I mentioned it before. For me, this is where Los Angeles Guerrillas can come out and potentially try and take a map.
Hey, Vakes, he is going to crawl his way to victory. He has got a slugger of an M4 in his hands right now, but again, very patient play. It's a lot more difficult on offense to just easily breach that A site. So you got to be playing for picks, and there's a couple players potentially lined up for Aches to take down. Meanwhile, though, Formal does strike with the first blood. Takes down Lacefield, and Nboy's going to get the headshot as well. Going to get the 2 in a row. Nice little bounce back for the
Well, now can you try and capitalize on that and build upon it? Try and level things up. 1 round apiece. Formal still looking to try and maybe find someone crossing. For now, there could be 1 player up top. Formal may actually find that sniper. His teammates do the work elsewhere. Tied 1-1.
Nice little bounce back round. That's 2 defensive rounds in a row. Of course, it used to be very offensively heavy on St. Petro until Infinity Ward switched up the spawn just a little bit, and now it might be flipped. And again, you're going to see a ton of tactical plays off the rip of just posting up mid-map. Spread yourselves across the board, play for that first blood on offense, or it can be very difficult for you. But so far, it has been 2 defensive round wins, first blood the way of defense 2 times in a row. It's Formal switching away from the old boomstick. And pressure spread across the map a little bit once again for the Huntsmen.
Tied 1-1. Gunless. Gonna try and play, dodging the nades, but unfortunately couldn't dodge Lacefield. But here's the flank they were trying to buy time for. Formal will pick up 1. What more can he do? Well, Saints, you just walk into the man. Finally, Decimate hits the flank, but Arcees is there again to try and flank the flank of the flank, and he could find 1. In fact, he will. Decimate will fall, and now you find yourself a situation where Lacefield and Aqua are only 2 alive.
And what a play by Arcees to go around. It was Scump that gave him the help, but a hell of a round for the Huntsmen. And again, it is that mid-map aggression. Formal. As good of a read as you could possibly ask him to make on Saints. Gets the nades down, waits for the player to come up, but that was a bunch of body stack for the Huntsmen mid-map through the trains. A bunch of success they just had. A very clean round win on offense, and that's a nice little strat that you love to see.
Well, 2-1 in favor of Chicago. 4-2 up in terms of his stats. Gunless 1-2. Is this maybe where Chicago can extend their lead? Honestly, that's, we said it, but if they do, I feel like it's pretty much going to be the series.
Series right now. Arcees is actually in a very nice spot. He's taking a lot of damage, but it's hard to read the player up top. It is every player on the Gorillas and Saints with the hot double kill coming in clutch for the Huntsmen. Give him the triple, but that is not something you like to see in the feed.
Yeah. Couple play, you gotta be careful, man.
He's probably lagging.
Yeah, sure. That's what it was.
That's what that clan tag means.
Aqua does shut down Formal though, so we now find ourselves 3 versus 3. Bear in mind again. Boy looks to try and open things up. Dodges the nade for now, but 1 shot scrambles away, and Saints challenges. Scum will fall. Mboy still trying to recover. He couldn't go for the trade. He would have gifted a 2-piece. Still waiting. Just to make sure he stays alive, but he's going to take Saints down, and now, honestly, may feel a little confident to try and take the second gunfight. Did he just spot him? I don't think he did. Homeboy scrambles away, but keep pushing him. He'll keep shutting you down.
And he's got that dead silence, I believe, for player up top, but Aches wins the gunfight. Now he's got Gunless.
1v1. Aches, Gunless, 28 seconds on the clock. Gunless spots him. Gunless shuts him down.
And one of the worst rounds of Search and Destroy I've seen in quite some time, but it comes down to the 1v1. It's Aches that needs to step up for the squad, but it's Gunless that shuts him down in the end. A ton of credit to Saints that round. Obviously taking down 2 of his teammates was very helpful to the Huntsmen, and then Envoy goes big as well. So big plays on both sides of the board, both helping out Chicago.
3-1 the advantage now, as Chicago goes back onto the attack. Bomb will be picked up and claimed by Gunless, and once again, that man Formal with the sniper rifle looking to see. Be careful. Don't do it. Wants it. He knows, and he's going to see the nade thrown, so now he gets confirmation. There's a player there, Formal. Swing and a miss. And Aqua will find a first blood, but he has that player trapped. He looks and by the skin of his teeth. Crosses to A.
Dancing with the devil, and that player crossing back and forth. Better not give him anything to work with. He's missed a few times.
He knows he's there. Surely. Isn't that just classic Call of Duty timing? Go on, he's going to hit one eventually, right?
Hey, he had the information. His job was done. He spots him out for Scump to get the kill, and then Formal actually finds the pick on Aqua. As the Huntsmen are picking them apart, you got a 3v2, Lacefield and Saints. As long as they don't team kill.
Easy flank for Scump. Shuts down one. Lacefield now finds himself 1 versus 3. Bomb planted. 40 seconds for Lacefield to make a play. He's been known to catch up at times in his career in situations just like this. Not gonna happen this time. Chicago shutting it down here in London. 4-1 the lead.
I think Formal's just a little camera shy. Hits the final shot. Anytime we're not on his perspective, he doesn't miss. Hitting the clean one at the end. It's just a matter of not keeping him on board. If we watch him, he gets nervous, Ben.
Yeah, that's what it is.
No, he doesn't. He absolutely does not, by the way.
The sniper jitters. I couldn't think of a player less from the truth than that. Formal at 6-3 with some pretty influential kills so far. The Gorillas back on the attack. Saints will be carrying bomb. And there, a look at your mini-map to see exactly how this round is going to start to develop. Chicago, of course, close to the A side, but you got to be careful, RCDs. You can't over-peek. Scrambles away. No first blood just yet.
Still, though, no map control really gained right now for the Gorillas. You hear the nades raining out like crazy to try to give them the opening. The Gorillas actually have it. They're inside. RCD will be able to spot at least 3. Finds the nice headshot on Aqua, and the important thing is he stays alive.
I think he was anticipating a challenge to come, which never did. He had a teammate there with him. That's going to be Scump. And with that first blood, all of a sudden, Los Angeles Gorillas are a little worried. Trying to put that bullet down. They definitely don't have the safety. Formal finds Aches. This round, honestly, might be done. 5 versus 3. Lacefield's put himself in a nice little spot, but he's not going to see anything just yet. Bomb planted. There's a brave plant, I'll give him that. But now you have to try and find the kills. Lacefield has all the information in the world. Surely he finds one, he does. Now the question is, what do you do next? Well, Decimate falls. Lace has to spring into life. He's got himself 2 here. The round could rest in his hands. He's played that pretty much perfectly. Unfortunately for him, though, his teammate goes down, so he's all by himself. Lacefield. Is he gonna check? No, he's not. Thank you very much. Bomb defused. Chicago 5-1 up.
That was a hell of a try from Lacefield as well. He gave it his all, but he just had no help from his teammates. He just needed someone to win a single gunfight, but no love lost. Chicago Huntsmen, full steam ahead. Again, we predicted a 3-0. It's looking like, well, they should be good for the second map as well. A very comfortable lead right now, 5-1. All the first bloods going in their favor. Complete and utter dominance thus far, but you have to close. We have already seen one come back today. The Huntsmen do not want to see a second.
Well, with the way they're playing right now, I don't see it happen. Once again, Formal with the sniper. This time connects with a first blood. And honestly, he may find number 2. If you're mid-street, be careful! Just a fraction off. Decimate was able to find Envoy though, so this round turns to a 4 versus 4. They're just playing with Formal. Arstes finds one. That was, of course, a call out from Formal. This round pretty much feels as if it's over, but Saints will have something to say. He finds Gunless. Lacefield also shuts down Formal, so life still in Los Angeles Guerrillas for now. Scump and Arstes versus Decimate and Lacefield.
They will connect,
That's
but
great.
probably just for some damage. Or not.
Cheating gets straight back. Decimate, though, will find one. 2 versus 1. It all comes down to Scump. He's put himself in a nice spot, and ooh, barely gets away. Problem is, time is ticking. 40 seconds. Bomb not in the best spot either.
And they don't know.
They're about to find out. He's being so careful, so coy. Didn't spot it to his right now. All of a sudden has to try and challenge. This is going to have to be 2 very quick kills. He should know that the second is coming. Scump for the 1 versus 2. Ring around the rosy. Couldn't find it. Guerrillas stay alive here in game 2. Their second round on the board. Almost. He knew they were going to be playing back-to-back. It was a 50-50 on which way to look. But well played from LA.
And that, yeah, LA got a little bit lucky too. I think if Scump had spotted Lacefield in the first quarter, he would have been able to have the perfect read.
Yeah.
And Lacefield almost certainly had to pop dead silence to make that play as well. So it took quite a bit, but the Guerrillas do get on the board.
Doesn't matter how you get it done at this point, right? Gotta go round by round. As Arstes crossing, knows he has support Formal over the top. It would be, in fact, not even going to be this round. Instead, it's an aggressive defensive A push. Saw a round prior. The stun comes out. The nade's going to go over the top. I don't think that's going to connect with anything just yet. But what that opening push has done is given Chicago a lot of map control over towards the A site, and Envoy's got to be a little careful. A couple of shots come through, and now the question is that enough bait to force Chicago to rotate out of A to allow the bomb planter to walk in and get a free plant?
I mean, I don't know how he was like able to even get out with his life, but either way, Ike's able to get that first blood. Envoy is causing all sorts of problems.
You won't. It's almost as if Lacefield went, hold on a minute. Let me just
go right over. Just get out of the way. It's cool, bro. It's cool.
Let me just squirm a little bit over towards the right-hand side.
A little bit further.
Oh, he fancies it. Of course, for Lacefield. 60 seconds on the clock. It is advantage LA. It's as if both players can sense something is awry. There it is! Lacefield shuts down Envoy, advantage LA.
Yeah, it is a 5v3, but at the same time, 38 seconds left. You might have to get that bomb plant and have a couple players still over towards that B site. So Guerrillas still have to make a move.
The problem is, if you're Chicago, you don't really know where the bomb is yet. They haven't really shown. The kills have come mid-map, if anywhere else. And now you're going to attack A, but there's one player who could make the play, and it's going to be Arstes. It's out of the perfect time, but it doesn't matter. Lacefield shuts him down, and now it's down to Gunless and Scump to produce a 2v5, make that a 2v4. Almost finds the pick. Scump trying to wall bang absolutely anything he can. Surely he will fall. He will. Guerrillas win another round.
And Lacefield has been massive. I don't know which player it was from the Guerrillas at the start of that round that sniffed out the flank coming in from the Huntsmen, but if they had been able to get by without a free, that would have been the easiest round of the Huntsmen's life. Someone did a fantastic job of getting that information, and even though Envoy was a distraction for 45 seconds of that round, the girls piece it together, hunt him down, and Lacefield 10-4. Putting on a show as best as he can, trying to claw their way back into this game.
I mean, you call Lacefield out. Look at the stats, 10-4. Great game, but Chicago back on the attack, and now they're going to show something a little different. We haven't seen this yet from them. LA Guerrillas going to use their utility at A, no one home. The question is, how quickly are they going to get the read on how the Huntsmen have played this round? Aix is actually going to be the key man here. He's going to
have one gunfight, which he's not going to expect, and Gunless is going to walk across, and Ace is going to pay with his life. The trade doesn't come through. Oh no! Arshneys makes Decimate pay, and now it's a 5v3 to close out the game and give Chicago potentially a 2-0 lead.
And you can just see how scared he is of the sniper from Formal. Has to jump around, but trying to get control of this site. Nade's not going to connect, but he needs to find a bunch of kills, and he's getting jacked up and stunned and naded and everything.
That helps. Saints does find Gunless, and now all of a sudden, potential for a clutch. Aqua is going on the flank. He's going to fall, maybe a little overzealous there. Formal still watching mid-street. Arsene should be able to find Saints. Not going to shut him down just yet. Lacefield with the cross, though, so still possible. 2 versus 3. Saints mid-map has to stay alive. Cannot fall here to Formal. Bear in mind, Envoy has the bomb, and well, they've said, forget A. We don't want any of that noise. We're going to make our way over towards B, but again, the rotation has to come in so quickly. Here's a glance at your minimap. Number 1, Scump is huge here for Chicago Huntsmen. And I can't believe it. They didn't check mid, and Scump's actually going to be behind them. Scump's just valued his life so well. So much time ticking off the clock here. And Gorillas, Lacefield will fall. It's all down to Saints. A 1v3, he has minimal information. Shot from the front, shot from the back. Surely this is where it ends. Chicago Huntsmen. It got a little scary there in game 2, but they close it out 6-3. And now they have themselves a 2-0 lead.
And a great win for them on Petro. I mean, credit to Lacefield where credit is due. He played out of his mind, but the supporting cast was not there. Chicago full steam ahead. Nice little double-digit game coming in from Formal as well. Finished off with 10 kills and a couple nice snipes to his name.
Yeah, overall a great performance from Chicago, and they answered your questions about search and destroy. Maybe the extra practice was enough. As things stand, the Chicago Huntsmen lead the series 2-0. We'll be back with game 3 after this.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
The official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuf Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile, Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're live here from London. What an event. Things look as if it could potentially pan out to be. The storylines are interesting, and they're starting to develop, but it's Benson and Chance in the casting booth for this game currently, and Chicago Huntsmen have themselves a 2-0 lead over the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and Formal and his sniper rifle was a key component to that success in the search and destroy.
Formal has been absolutely tactical. Again, had a fantastic game. 10 kills he threw up by the end of it. Quite a few nice snipes to his name. And I think realistically the story for me is Chicago basically overwhelmed the Guerrillas outside of Lacefield, turning up in a couple key rounds. But outside of the glimmers of hope for LA, it was really just a shadow of Chicago hovering over them.
Well, Chicago close out the search for a 2-0 lead. Up next is a Hackney Yard Domination, where we could potentially see Chicago close it out. And Chance, I mean, at the very beginning I said, what's your prediction for the series? You were honest. You said you think 3-0 for Chicago, and well, if things stay the way they are, you might be right.
Yep, no, pretty sure. I will say, though, both teams actually played Hackney twice, so we get the repeat for everyone. You have all the information. Obviously, Chicago still undefeated in Respawn. They were 2-0 back in Minnesota. LA had that 1-1 split, but again, the games from Chicago were very clean, fairly comfortable, but not like completely and utterly dominant. So maybe there's some hope then. Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably not.
I'm more now heading towards your side of the fence here, that this could be a 3-0. Of course, Domination, maybe this is where things turn around for Los Angeles Guerrillas, but I mean, they need a big injection of energy. They need someone to come out and start slaying. They almost, to their credit, made the comeback there in game 2, but it just wasn't to be. Chicago shut them down. The problem they had really in game 1 was they were down at the very, very beginning. You think about the rotation from P1 to P2 in the Hardpoint, they let that slip, and then you're always fighting from behind, and a team like Chicago is never going to give that away. It's just not going to happen. So now for me, it has to be a hot start here in game 3 Domination. Los Angeles Guerrillas have to come out firing, and they need to make a statement in the first half. We casted a comeback earlier on in Domination. It wasn't a massive one, but I think it was about 30 points at the half, if I'm not mistaken.
It's very feasible. I don't think we've had too many like nail-biter Domination games, and we have had like a few blowouts, but
right, yeah.
we'll get more of a mix of it as the year goes on. But either way, again, it's just Chicago in Respawn's been dominant. You bring up the first Hardpoint. Yes, that first like rotation from P1 to P2. If the Huntsmen break through that easily, not a good sign. But they also outslayed by 25 kills in that ballpark, plus or minus like 3. If your slaying is just on point, if you guys like Gunless that can randomly just flip the switch, go on a 7 or 8 spree, or literally anyone on the side of a Huntsman, it's so difficult to play against.
Most definitely is. Game 3, loading up. Domination, Hackney Yard. Can Chicago close out the series here? Or will Los Angeles be able to force this to at least a game 4, maybe even a game 5? Things don't look like that now, though. And the slaying continues at the pace it has so far for Chicago. You look at Gunless, you look at Scump from game 1 to lead the way in terms of kills. I don't really think much is going to change as we get ready to jump into game 3.
And I think this is the moment where, like, if you look at Domination from the side of Guerrillas last time, like, Aqua put up like a 1.27, Decimate threw up like a 1.10, which is nice, but everyone else negative, and by quite a decent margin. Everyone has to pick it up from the side of the Guerrillas, and, well,
Respected. Very, very fast push in towards B. Unfortunately, there was support from mid-map. It's going to be Scump, and he fell as the Guerrillas inside the hill. So Los Angeles maybe able to just get a little bit of a decap there onto the small progression that occurred at B. The problem, you have to deal with Arstes, and he's already found himself 2. Looking to try and find 3, that's Ace. The trades are there, and still B neutral.
Be still neutral, but it's LA Guerrillas that have at least a small advantage over towards the flag, but they not only want the kills, they not only want the B flag, they want to push through if at all possible, because you already see the Huntsmen actually, they're throwing a body on C. They want to make it as confusing as possible right from the get-go. Arstes is there for the neutralization. Now he's just going to play his life and be a thorn in the Guerrillas' side.
Score, of course, still minuscule, 8-7, a 1-point lead for Chicago as A is capped up, B now controlled by Los Angeles, and it begs the question, can they lock in C as well as it stands? LA are spawning on that side of the map, but I say that, and one player from Chicago spawns there, and that's Envoy, and neither team wants to go near the C flag right now. As it stands, it's just a
TDM game mid-map, basically.
It is all about the A and B side of things, and it looks like one player for the girls actually is able to get through towards A, but of course the Huntsmen have all the pressure in towards this B flag. Now you got Formal up top trying to be the cutoff man, able to find at least one kill, and well, now just needs to stay alive.
And it's Aches. Aches is absolutely massive right now for the Los Angeles Guerrillas because he's been over towards A for quite some time. He's been blocking the spawn point, and now he's going for the neutral. He's going to get that. Is he going to stay for the cap? No, he's not. He's going to force Chicago to come to him. There's going to be 2 players pushing. If Aches can find at least one and maybe buy some time for his teammates to cause a ruckus over towards B, this could be a massive play for LA.
And this is just neither one of those players wanting to die. Envoy finally is able to get a little bit of help, and he's going to gun Aches as well. Decimate, though, is going to be alive, and Aqua able to find a nice couple kills, and it's all about this pressure on the A side. And look at the feed. The Guerrillas going big, able to neutralize the A flag, and, well, they got the spread across the board.
And this is the setup they want. Aches, of course, was waiting so long. Very, very patient play from him, so a great play at that. Now his teammates can secure B, and Chicago have been forced to cap C. So, 2-to-1 hill advantage in favor of LA. They'll be able to reduce the small lead Chicago had.
And this is job well done by the side of the Guerrillas. They were dealt a difficult hand off the rip, and they've managed it quite well. And now it's just going to be a nice little bump of time for them as they're working to retake the lead. Of course, for the Huntsmen, one player is still over towards A, so Aqua with a mad dash to get back to this flag.
Well, A currently being neutralized. Lacefield, though, jumps in there. Again, LA Guerrillas with the small lead. And again, the spawn's currently a little chaotic, to say the least. It's Aches that spawned over towards C, as are the Chicago Huntsmen. So everyone wants to avoid C like the plague, if nothing else. Finally, Saint says, you know what? I'll decap it. See if we can keep this lead going with just 3 minutes left.
And Ace is throwing himself over towards that A flag, but again, job well done by the Huntsmen, a little bit back and forth, still trying to secure that point. There might be one gunfight that Gunless has to win, contested for a moment. Lacefield goes big in the one-on-one.
Again, a 10-point lead, but still plenty of time in the first side. That's not the best. That's like the third of the day. Envoy doing his best accuracy impression. As now, Lacefield will be able to just scramble away as Gunless finds himself a couple of kills.
Now we have an opportunity to listen to the chaos for the comms and see what Chicago has to say in an Astro Gaming listening.
They're on the, try to put your B here, wait.
Hop down, I got two.
Job, 3. Flood.
One's fire, one's fire, 2.
Might be able to get through. B3, 1 bullet. B3, 1 bullet for you. You guys,
bottom mid, one shot. Bottom mid, one shot, J2.
Are able to get inside.
Two door. JT's there, he might be hitting top L. Watch your top L, watch your top L.
Watch your top L.
Make crates. JT.
He's near bottom L. It's Julian.
JT's bottom L, their door.
Don't see him,
Top L.
he jumped out.
There's their door.
Our door and their door. Don't see.
That's fine. Just push it in.
Door, Lace.
I got two.
McCrate's auto.
Hold.
He's hurt.
One here.
I got 3. Pitching L from C.
Only one more game.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me. There's two.
Bottom mid. Bottom mid, Pillars. Green spawns.
Fire.
I'm putting up, we got someone up, guys.
How was last kid fire?
Now on board with Scum trying to do what he can, and you see a nice little kill feed for the side of the Huntsmen, and really they're just trying to stabilize with the C and B flags. A is all Guerrillas, and that's what the Guerrillas want, at least for now. Of course, eventually they're going to have to try to retake this B flag, but comfortable 20-point lead.
And bear in mind, 60 seconds, this is going to be some good time. Chicago's going to get back in to trying to at least chip away at the lead. As I say that, though, things again are going to get a little chaotic. Try on the minimap, because that's going to really give you all the information you need. Scump with a big win over towards C, a win over towards A, though, for Chicago. So now they actually have a trip cap. This is going to massively reduce the deficit.
And 40 seconds of this could be pretty big. You got Formal defending B. You got players on Chicago all over the map, each defending different flags. Scump has the responsibility of C, trying to deal with Decimate, and the shadows might have been enough to tip the hand of where Decimate ran to. But either way, a ton of time. You talk about a 20-point lead. It is gone. Chicago with a massive in the first half.
And it just shows you how you can flick a switch in just an instant and come back in a game which you were down 20 points or so. LA Guerrillas had the lead. They've thrown it away. The final 9 seconds, Chicago, job well done in the first half to come back from that deficit. 78-71 is not going to be the score. One final tick towards the end of the first half. 80-72, 8-point advantage for Chicago as they look to close the series out 3-0.
And in my mind, that might be a dagger of a recap coming in from Chicago. Good because the Gorillas, from off the opening rig, it took maybe 2 minutes for them to finally get a good setup and start to accrue the lead that they had. They put in work for 4 minutes. All of a sudden it slips away. You give up a 3 cap, and now you go into the second half and you're down on points. That is incredibly difficult to try to bounce back from, but you can see Saints 17-9. If there's any man that needs to continue the slang to try to get the Gorillas back in this game, it's got to be him. But of course, on the flip side, King Scump, 3 kills. He's going to be good as well. Passed him with 17, make it 18 kills. Got done with it when we find it is a very long time coming. You can see the C flag can be difficult to hold on to. You push through to try to get A if at all possible. And well, girls are content with this. They got 1 man with an AR to pretty much watch A because the spawns will consistently come in on that side, and you keep bodies over towards B. And that's why RC is doing everything he can just to break through and get to the A side.
Great play so far, and he's not done yet. Saints will fall as well. Can he get over towards A? No, he won't. Aqua shuts him down. Teammates still inside B, so that should be kept up. It's a 2-point game. It's funny, we were talking about how to have many nail-biting games with Dom. Well, if it stays like this, Chance, we're going to have our first.
Might have our first, but it is going to be the Huntsmen right now that have that 2 flag set up, and you see all the Gorillas, everyone spawning up, hoping it through mid-map, and well, Aqua is not able to find one. He gets dropped.
A full piece will help Aches' KD a little bit.
That doesn't hurt.
That's for sure. Nice play from him, and despite the kills going their way, finally they're able to neutralize B, or are they? Envoy, I believe, is going to find one as... That was pretty disgusting, I'm not even going to lie. RC's on 14 with the team kill. Saints are still roaming around. The lead starting to get a little bigger now. Chicago hold on to 2 flags.
This is basically the Gorillas. Everyone die, you spawn up, hoof it through mid-map, and repeat. This is like their 3rd attempt at it. Saints still trying to cause a ton of problems, but might make a little bit of noise. You got players on every single barrel, and again, 4 men down. A nice defensive hold effectively coming in from the Huntsmen. They get another wipe, so for the Gorillas, you spawn up and you run back and try it again.
As it stands, B still under Chicago control, but the Gorillas are spawning on the C side of the map, which could mean a pinch in towards B. The B hill should actually be free at this point. No one from Chicago is going to be there, and now the spawns, it seems, are going to be heavily on C side. 4 players from Chicago spawn there. However, 1 player from LA is decapping the hill, so now RC's on the other side, has to go big, but the kill feed is still green. For the Huntsmen, they're holding on to this lead.
And they're eventually able to flip. They're getting kills all over the map. You got RC secures A, another kill feed that is just heavily Huntsmen on the left side. They get B as well. They got a 13-point lead, and now they get the setup they want. You get presence over towards A. You're going to be spawning there the whole time. And you got Scump. His job is just to slay.
Just to slay, almost got himself a double. Aches will find the pick, and boy, tries to go in. Aqua finds the pick, so LA, do they now have control of B? RC's is going to look to try and put a stop to that as 4 players go down. B will be capped up, but there's just 1 player there. It's Saints. The trade is a simple one at that. Chicago will stroll back into B, cap that up. Now pressure on LA. What's their play? Look at their minimap. Top side trying to push through. Mboy finds himself 2. He could actually find himself 3 on the top side there. A little assistance comes in from Gunless. And Chicago Huntsmen, they're locking down the map.
And this to me just looks like the Huntsmen taking over. It is tough to keep track, but they have been massively outslaying the Gorillas in the past few minutes. And, well, they got the setup they want. RCD's, again, a thorn in the side of the Gorillas. Finally, Decimate hunts them down, and maybe some of the kills starting to go their way. Decimate mid-map causing problems, and, well, Scump might have to go big once again.
Well, Scump, 141, 121. 20-point lead for Chicago with 2.5 minutes. Can the Los Angeles Gorillas come back into this game? We saw a nice comeback from Chicago in the first half. They were down about 30 points. Almost deja vu. Decimate on your screen. He's made the nice play of neutralizing A, but he has to stay alive. The push may come through. Chicago are still spawning there. That's 1 of 2 that Decimate's been able to deal with. Find more. RCD's mid-map. This is looking good so far here for LA.
This is a big moment as well. They're down by 22, but now they're going to have A and E under lock. The flip is and Gorillas now. It's about how long can they hold on.
It's also about how good at maths are you. Can you figure out, will you win here off 2? Do you need to push and neutralize C? Same can be said here for Chicago. If you can win off 1, you can sit back. You can maybe turtle a little bit. Maybe you even overextend off spawn. The choice is yours, but the chaos ensues mid-map. Saints is going to have to at least find 2 for the trades. He's not going to be able to do so. Now the push comes in at B. Aqua will fall. It's RC's that gets the pick, but the trades there once again. 155, 138, a minute 20 on the clock. The Gorillas backs against the wall.
And now Envoy, his job is get those kills with the nades, get the kills with the gun, and try to cap this B point, but still the Gorillas, they're going pressure through B, and they're looking for the 3 cap.
It looks like at least the neutral, there's one player, it's going to be Aches, who's going to push over towards C, but you have to keep your eyes on the minimap again. What is that going to do to the spawns? We see the pressure coming in from B here for Chicago. C is neutral. Aches will just play his life. He needs to do nothing else here unless his teammates lose all the gunfights, where he's actually going to have to cap the flag. The fight's still going on B. Aqua will lose that. 160 to 152, 48 seconds left. C should be kept up for LA. B should be kept up for Chicago. And I say that, the gunfight win comes in for Chicago. It's Envoy that big as C, and the 2-1 hill advantage back in the Huntsman's favor. That chance could be enough.
It could be enough. It's going to be to the point now. Gorillas, they got to get the 3 cap, and they got to get it fast. They got A, but you see Huntsman, just pay attention to the map. You got bodies all over the place.
You needed it now, and you need to make sure no one decaps the home hill. The pressure's coming in, 19 seconds left. Hills, the kills are there for LA, but 15 seconds, surely there's no way. Surely it can't be done. The decap is almost there. The gunfight's still going their way. 169, 163. How many more ticks will you see? They don't get the cap on C, and that surely will be that by 2 points. By 2 points, Chicago Huntsmen close out the game 3, and more importantly, close out the series 3-0.
A seemingly close game in the end, Ben, but a 3-0 nonetheless. Business as usual for the Huntsmen, still undefeated in Respawn, and their S&D look good to boot.
33 kill game from Envoy, 32 from Scump. Chicago Huntsmen came to play. There will be no upset story. There will be no villain story here. Of course, we'll see plenty more action from both these two teams throughout the weekend, as we've mentioned so many times already. Different format than what you saw opening weekend. This tournament format, we will be playing, or giving a champion, if you will, tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
I was going to say, no upset story yet, but we got a lot of Call of Duty left to play, Ben. There's a lot of opportunities for the Gorillas to back as this weekend goes on, but either way, let's for that series done and dusted. The quick 3-0 out of the way, and a happy crowd who, well, now might get to cheer on the home team.
I was going to say,
the London Ravens.
I hope the crowd stays happy, because London are up next. That's going to be everything from myself and Chance. Frankie, over to you. You have a fan favorite on the main stage, sir?
It turns out this is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. But to be honest, I can't hear a thing because London has been going absolutely crazy for the Huntsmen. Former, what's it like playing when you have London on your side?
Dude, it's amazing, man. You guys are insane. It makes... It makes a huge difference to us on stage. You guys are crazy, man. I love it.
I kind of want to join in, to be honest. The ooh-oohs are contagious. I want to ask, though, about Formal on a hot tin roof with that sniper. Does it suck when you're scoped there for so long and one of your teammates steals your kill?
Nah. It's fun either way. They weren't sniping back, so they made it easy on me.
And there were times, though, when the Gorillas, they were trying to slow the pace. They were letting you come to them to take the kills. All right, London. I'm talking to Huntsman. Former's going to think I'm talking. You're talking about him. So, LA, they're trying to slow the pace. They're trying to bait you in. How did you realize what they were doing?
They made it pretty easy on us. They were doing the same thing like every round, so I don't know.
I can't even see who they're talking to right now. I think they've seen Scump trying to escape the building for a breather. So we are going to head to a break. But when we come back, we are going to have Lottie and the boys on the desk for the first episode of Headquarters.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? fights against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't you sense doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Everyone, and welcome to the Call of Duty League London Royal Ravens home series. I am your host, Lottie Van Prague, and I don't know about these guys, but boy, I am happy to be back home. We've got tons of Call of Duty action in store for you this weekend, but before we get into that, I have to welcome my colleagues here on the desk. Of course, we have Nameless, who you all know, but we also have Rich Campbell joining us. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, I hope I get to stay for a little while.
I hope so too. I'm absolutely loving this sweater we're seeing.
Thank you.
It's very interesting, I would say.
It's more mild than the thing that got me fired the last time.
Yeah, that's true. Your wardrobe was shocking last time you were doing Call of Duty, but this is a step up. I like it.
Thank you.
It is indeed. And of course, we're actually live on YouTube because all competitions will be streamed live and available on demand. And you guys right now already know that because you're here watching with us. But all competitions are going to be here for you guys to tune in on the official Call of Duty League channel at youtube.com/COD League. But of course, we do have a brand new member on our desk. And if you guys don't know much about Rich, please meet Mr. Campbell.
Nameless actually made me this poster. It's of us casting Call of Duty together at COD Champs. You may not see me every day if you're watching Call of Duty or if you're on the desk, but I see you. Every morning when I wake up and get out of bed, the first thing I see in the morning is that poster. And I don't want to do anything else but be on the Call of Duty desk. That stupid f***ing poster. But that's why I'm coming back home.
He's back home, baby. And there you go. Meet Rich, our newest member of the desk. It's lovely to have you back here in Call of Duty. How does it feel to be back where, you know, you think you belong here?
Yeah, I mean, COD's where everything started for me. And it's been probably a year or so since I've been back. I'm very excited to be here. And also, I mean, I'm obviously excited to see how New York's doing now, my home team. Starting to pick it up, and I'm curious to see who else is going to start picking it up as we do get into the matches.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we actually do have a point system here at CDL. So we're actually going to go to our points by game fuel and take a look at those right now. As you know, all of our teams are actually going to be playing for 10 points per win. The winners will get 50 points. We have an amazing crowd in the arena as well. You can probably hear them erupting behind me. But these guys are also playing to get into the playoffs later. That is what the point system is for. Gentlemen, brand new to Call of Duty. It's not money matches right at the beginning. They're playing for that bigger prize pool at the end of the day. Nameless, are we kind of shocked to see our points presented by Game Fuel standing like this so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people expected those teams, Optic, Surge, Empire, and Subliners, to pick up points during launch weekend. But, you know, in early on matches, these guys are sort of going to find their identity and figure out how to play as a team. So it's really going to be these first couple tournaments where they need to start winning so they can get ahead in those points, because later in the season, it will come back to bite you in the ass if you don't get points for playoffs.
Indeed, and Rich, you know, you weren't here with us the first weekend. What did you make of some of the gameplay you were seeing on the stream?
Well, I got to watch at home in my underwear, which was very enjoyable, but I think one of the main things that you don't want to be looking at too much, you said this to me earlier, you said you got to be grabbing points early.
Yes, you do.
Not going to disagree at all, but I don't think you can look at the standings right now and make your power rankings completely based off of these standings.
Well, you can go week by week.
Yeah, you definitely do, but some of these teams have 0 points right now, could definitely go forward.
It will change, and we've actually already seen that, considering where we thought these teams would actually fall at the first launch weekend and where they're sitting right now and their capabilities. I'm really hoping some of the teams that we saw looking so fire on paper will start opening up a little bit more and showing us, you know, what they're capable of, what they've got, and bring it on.
We're already seeing it today. Like, teams playing better like Empire, New York. They're already getting better, and as the season goes on, they'll start to develop more.
Some teams still look kind of bad, though. I'm thinking about Seattle Surge. If I had to make power rankings early, they would have been like number 4 for me, so.
Yeah.
He's a Surge fan, people. He's a massive Surge fan. We're actually going to take a look right now at our top plays from last weekend presented by PlayStation.
Envoy trying to stay alive. Can his teammates spawn him? Slasher's trying to hunt him down. He's able to get another kill. But it looks like the Octa Gaming LA team still going to spawn pretty darn close, but now they have to flood through. Envoy continues. What a play from him.
And that's the big thing, though. Even if you don't have those spawns, the fact that you have the momentum inside, you're able to get that presence at the hard point early as Envoy keeps on going. Look how difficult this is now for them to come through. And that's 5 in a row, 6 in a row.
Sky's in the premium position. Lovely shots from top yellow here. This rug position again, very, very important. Ooh, just catching the elbow of that player there. Unable to close out the kill. Beautiful position again, and stays alive. And Skies finds himself 4 kills back to back.
It's another 2 for Asum. A 3rd for Asum as he goes 5 in a row in the final 30 seconds. What a play from the youngster.
With 11-point lead, only 20 seconds left. That is going to do it here on Hack the Yard Domination. It wasn't the best first half for Minnesota, but they responded in the second. They flipped the ball control, and ASM right now, he's putting on a show.
Smoke goes down. The defuse must be coming in, and it looks like Slacks might have just played this perfectly as he comes on through. He might go down.
Wait.
The time is all that matters. Can the defuse come in as 2 seconds takes just 1, and it will go through. The bomb has gone down.
Uh-oh. It was a 1v3, now it's a 1v2. Waskins, how much more has he got in this snipe? If Attach Peaks gets a little eager, he's going down, but he has to watch out though, because Zero is on his right-hand side.
Oh no.
Like, oh! He finds the ankle, but it's not enough. Can he clean up the kill, or is he going to get baited out? Zero snipes there as well. 1v1! Waskins, can you go all the way?
He's got the time to do it. 20 seconds left. Zero versus Waskins, the snipers for each team. He spots him, but Zero's jiggle peeking perfectly. He throws out the equipment, and with 12 seconds left, the fight spree comes in, and Waskin finds the 1v3 for the Raven.
let's take a look at your Army match schedule for today, because we have plenty of action to whet your appetite with. First up, we do have our London Royal Ravens taking on Toronto Ultra. It's going to be formidable. It's the home team coming here and bringing all their fans with them, filling this amazing venue. Gentlemen, are we excited to see this home team play?
Oh, I'm super excited to see them play. We saw the Twins getting hyped up on the stage, throwing the beach ball around, and you know, there's a lot of expectations here in London for this squad to perform. They have a great team from great European players from the last few years, and this is their place to turn up.
Also, players itching for a win, right? I mean, you look at the Twins. They've been trying to get the win for such a long time. They've come so close, but we need to see them do it here in London.
Absolutely, we do indeed. But we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we are back, we're going to take a look at that dynamic duo and exactly how they work as a pair. It's the Twins from the London Royal Ravens, and of course,
our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the beat back foes. Burning hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are here in a live and loud London homestand right now. Our crowd is pretty incredible. And actually, in fact, I actually can't really hear too much behind me because of this insane audience that I have going on right now, Rich. Can you even hear me?
I'm pretty sure that all I can hear is them cheering for London right now, and it's something that we expected as well.
Oh, absolutely. We have to project. I'm going to start screaming at you guys, but it's amazing. I love this energy. It's getting me all amped up for these matches and amped up to analyze some Call of Duty, man. This is amazing.
100%. And you know what? I could be Ninja right there in the crowd. I'm loving that observation.
Yeah.
But another observation we need to talk about is, of course, our two twins. After a year apart, the dynamic twin duo of Scraps and Wuskin are back together again. The boys from Manchester announced to the world that London was a force to be reckoned with on week 1. And any team trying to take down the Royal Ravens will face double the trouble.
Who wants to do more talking?
I'll do it. He does the most talking. Where do we even start?
We had nothing at one point.
Yeah, before all this, we had nothing. My mum did everything she could for us. She's worked hard all her life.
Still does.
She still does. She makes like minimum wage, struggling to pay bills, struggling to put food on the table, but what me and Bradley are here, this wouldn't be a thing without my mum, 100%. Whereas now we're making, the figures are scary, it makes me stutter.
That was, we took a big step over the years, that's for sure.
When I wasn't on his team, I couldn't sit and watch him play. I beat him, it felt horrible, but when he beat me, he felt horrible.
Who won the last time we played?
We beat each other twice, so...
Asking where I beat him last.
So I beat you twice, you beat me twice.
Champs.
Who's got more prize money?
Win.
Who has more prize money?
What?
Twins, Scraps, Wuskins. Those stats are incredible that these guys are putting up. Good to see these guys go back together.
Yeah, back on the same team, back chilling. Yeah, it's really good to be back playing with him, obviously it's a blessing.
Oh my goodness!
Me and my brother being on the same team, sometimes we don't communicate because we already know what each other's going to do. It's sort of weird.
It sounds weird.
We
don't say things.
True.
Whether it's Scraps or Wuskin, the Marshall twins back at it again.
We was younger. He got hit, I wasn't with him, and I felt it. It was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. We've got it a few different times, remember it?
Within a minute, I'll just know this.
I felt stuff before that he's felt. It's weird.
It's 1v1's going to decide it all! Wuskins, you dirty boy!
I'll never ever sit here and say I'm better than my brother. I'm not better than him in any way, shape or form.
I'm not better than him.
We're equal. That's why we're twins. We appreciate what we have today. It's changed my life completely, and same with him. Playing on the same team as him, representing London, you couldn't ask for much more in life.
We said before the series, like, we need to make a statement. We've got nothing to lose.
To be involved in such a big league, such big stakes, it's really exciting.
We got the whole of the UK behind us, so that's a good. That's like a good drive to have.
Oh, I absolutely love that pair. They are amazing, and we will be seeing them very shortly in our Game Fuel marquee match coming up next. But what we have to get into, of course, is the one and only Game Fuel keys to victory. And I'm heading over to my boy Nameless over there. Talk to me about London. What do these guys have to do to really bring it in their hometown?
Well, the thing for me with London was at the last launch weekend, they played absolutely amazing in their very first match. They had a lot to prove, and it was particularly Wuskin who was going off. Wuskin was absolutely performing at like a 1.6 overall in the entire series, dominating in the search and destroy with that sniper. And they're going to have a lot of energy from the crowd here. The crowd's obviously going to be cheering for them, so if they come out hot and Wuskin plays well, that's how they're going to succeed in this match.
I didn't even expect to see that performance out of Wuskin last week. It was absurd. If he's able to do that again, I think it's going to be a very tough squad to beat. And you look at this duo, and all the way back when we first saw them on Fnatic, instantly just injecting so much into the scene. No ifs, ands, or erms about it. I think this squad might be able to take it on the main stage.
Yeah, and for the Ultra, it's a bit different. They need to silence this crowd, right? Like if they come out and dominate this first map and they shut Wuskin down, who got hype, and him and his brother are feeding off that energy, if they're able to shut that down early on and silence this crowd, they are in a great spot. They're one of the only teams, one of two teams that went undefeated in Search and Destroy. So they come out firing on this map one and take that into the Search and Destroy where they've been great at, they have a great chance of winning the series.
They do have a person that typically is able to convert this crowd into his favor. I don't think they're necessarily going to be cheering for him today, but in Bance, I think that's one of the things I'm relatively nervous about with this team. Not even in this particular matchup though, but you just look big picture throughout the entire year with Ultra's 10 starter mentality. I think that sometimes you're going to be thinking a little bit too results oriented. You look at 1 week, then you maybe make a sub. I'm not sure how that will play out.
It is a bit weird, right? And I did hear something about maybe Bance was going to start, but it was too soon for launch weekend. So now they finally got him in here, and he does play well in Europe. He's always had his best performances out here, so maybe he'll turn up for the squad.
Hopefully we'll have a few answers when we get into this game, but I'm pretty sure that the audience are ready to go. So, do you guys want to meet your teams? I'm sure you do, and I don't think there's a better person to intro them than the one and only Frankie.
What is that
Very
jumper?
much, Lottie. Now, we last saw this team lose the fight for the North, but can they win the Battle of Britain? It's Toronto Ultra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, he is flying!
Pressure, Looney spots him. Looney going for the 1v2! 4 go down medals. Lucky, 3 in a row. Oh my goodness!
Please, London, make some noise for Toronto Ultra!
I don't know what I sounded like, I don't know. Okay, thanks, Jack.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, I don't know if anyone can hear me here because they're all ready and raring to go for their home team. It's the London Royal Ravens.
6 Royal Ravens and 1 spare watch over the Tower of London. And with them goes the fate of Britain. They have watched over the kingdom, shielded kings and queens. They stood defiant as the bombs fell. Legend says that the ravens protect us, and if the ravens are lost or fly away, the crown will fall, and Britain with it. But we won't allow that. The tower stands strong. The crown remains. London Royal Ravens.
Copper Box Arena, be upstanding for your London Royal Ravens! First up, you know you love him, it's Waskin! And his twin brother, it's Scraps! All the way from Northern Ireland, it's Dylan! And he's a Cardiff lad, it's rated! And finally, repping Ireland in the CDL. You know him, you love him, it's Judd! All right, London, are you ready? London, I said, are you ready? Just about time to head over to our casters, Miles and Momo. Take it away, gentlemen.
Everyone did their jobs. Let's get it, friends. This is only the first match that London have got because the groups are still going on. I mean, this isn't even like deciding anything massive. This is just the first game they've played.
Just the groups, Let's get into it. Let's have a look at the maps and modes brought to you by the US Air Force here. Game 1, of course, Hardpoint. Oh my goodness, we're going to see some Ramazza as well. We're going to see Piccadilly a little bit later. Gunrunner as well, got some Cave. I tell you what, we've got a bit of everything.
Yeah, this is a nice spread for us here, mate. The quick scope coming up a little is going to give us some information about the teams. But friends, bottom line is, this is going to be a banger. I don't care if you're a London fan, if you're a Toronto fan, whatever, you're in for a real treat. The quick scope coming up just now, presented to you by the US Air Force. Look at that, 10 points a pair. They managed to win 1, lose 1. And after this, some will be sitting high and mighty in the scores.
And this is where, obviously, these CDL points, everyone's kind of like, oh, everyone's on 0, 10, or 20, or whatever it may be. But this is where you start to gain some momentum. This is where you can get to the 20s, the 30s, and create a lead between you and your rivals, your teams, whoever you're going up against. Both on 10, you want to take this win. It's a big one for both of them, of course. In front of the home crowd as well, the Royal Ravens. They want to make an impact, and they need to do so straight away because this crowd will react.
Oh, this crowd will react indeed. Ramazza Hardpoint, the first map in what will be a very, very fun series. Again, both teams relatively evenly matched in terms of the KDs in both Search and Destroy and in the Hardpoints. But all those numbers go out the window. Now that they're on stage, hearts are racing. Let's get into it, Phil.
Wuskin, Scraps, Dylan, Rated, and Jerd representing the Royal Ravens in London here as we get into this. They're going up against a formidable squad, and I will say, number 2, Vance is in the squad here for Toronto as well, so keep your eyes out on that. The UK boy, of course, carrying alongside him. Been on board is Dylan, and he's got a frag in his hand, but not for long.
Yeah, a little bit of bad blood there, maybe, between Vance who are getting on this one. There's been a mad catch to start this matchup. And he told me to look out for Vance. He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's excited to get into this matchup. Right off the rip, kills going the way of London. However, the Hardpoint had one lonely point in the hands of the Ultra.
Save for the Royal Ravens as well. They were so strong kicking out in Minnesota. But we wanted to do the same today. Looney, Vance, Cammy, though, have other thoughts here. They battle for that top catwalk area. We are going to see Cammy, MP5 in hand, trying to rotate, looking for the train. My goodness, through the concrete wall, finds himself a Wuskin.
Yeah, over towards electronics we go now. Hardpoint's about to flip in 20 seconds. Again, the rotation's gone down very well now for Ultra. Toronto will be taking the next hardpoint here. No one really in position to contest the last one, so this is a solid chunk going towards Toronto. There's a last-minute contest. Vance winning a big fight there against Rated. Control the construction site now belongs to Toronto. Scraps gets taken out for the 5th there from Cammy. Great turn up from him, opening up. Wuskins will answer back quickly, so now we're going to see the contest over that new fresh point, and Wuskins, he'll be in after that takedown on Cammy.
Again, Wuskin, one of the best players in Minnesota, looking to do the same. Of course, there's troubles coming into this, but right now it's all action here. M4 in hand, doesn't need that red dot sight. He seems himself right through the iron sights. 20 seconds of hill time just for him alone. And a really nice break here for the Ravens. The way they rotated around, it didn't look like they had it. The gunfights go their way. Dylan finds him one. Jerd through the wall will shut down methods. Test will go through, but Dylan still rocking and rolling. 7 bullets in the chamber here as he slaps another magazine in that. 25 seconds, plenty to go for him.
Woo! Great spot to be in. Sadly, a bit of team fire comes through, but hey, that's all right. Solid lead now developing for the Ravens. Next rotation, though, the next hard point being set up for by Toronto. Watch that conspiracy of Ravens fly across the map as they try to reposition Dylan. A nice opener as they just let flight across that map. Wonderful shots there from Cammy. Clean up Dylan in mid-map, and now we have Scraps making his way through the top. Big shots again, the tag there with the nade, and his teammate's going to pick that one up. It's a lovely run now from the Ravens as they charge forward. Cammy just a little too strong, and Jerd taken down from behind, so Toronto have managed to slow down this push, but they haven't got the hard point just yet.
Yeah, again, it's a very hard one to break, but right now it's all about the slaying. Wuskin finds himself 5 in a row, but will go down. You can see on the mini-map this is going to be controlled right now by Ultra, but it isn't going to be easy to hold this. We are going to see the Ravens swoop on in now. Dylan on your screen, MP5 in hand, but he's going to get shut down in the back as the kill feed goes back and forth. Scraps from behind. Will find one. It's going to be Vance. Shuts down immediately after. And I will say, we are going to see those favorable spawns come in once more for Ultra.
Yeah, it's very stable position for Ultra right now. Rated, unable to get anything done there on the front. And as you can see, Toronto just spawning right at the far right-hand side, very close to the hard point as Looney locks down that front window. No problem for him. And Wuskins keeps the kills coming for his squad. He's 11-4 right now. Massive work from him. Scraps 10-9. Thus far, so good in the kills department with a slight lead. But I must admit, Ultra starting to pull this one back slowly. Ouch. That was a naughty one.
Putting in the back pocket of the wrong team there from Looney. But I will say, Ravens, they've rotated early. They gave that one off, and it looks like they're trying to cut the map in half. Kill feed goes red here. It's just one player is going to be holding things down. That's going to be Rated here, getting a couple of seconds of hill time, but double digits for the Twins and Dylan. One player pushing forward. It is going to be Cammy. Scraps on your screen there, just lying down Dylan. Over here, trying to lock down these spawns as well. You see the energetic movement coming through. Wuskin finds another. That's 3 in a row for Wuskins there. Having a game of his career right now, 15-5. What a way to kick things off in front of the home crowd.
He's just out of the dentist with a sore tooth, and he's right back on the main stage, absolutely slaying his heart out. You love to see it. Again, the Ravens with an incredibly strong hold. I mean, Ravens can do a whole lot. Jerd's just slowing them down up top. These kills are great, but it's so difficult to make it into that construction site. Hey, it's not a bad thing. He gets the kill in the end.
Finds the kill, will fall as well, but that is a clean 60. I think Rated could have had time to put his controller down there, nip the loo, and get back into the game, but they're going to lead by 80 points here. Incredible stuff by the Ravens, but they're going to have to break here into the alleyway, and it's not an easy one to do so. Classic methods now. Finding kills, but a quick overview. We are going to see Scraps lingering around, trying to be the thorn in the side. Back on with Wuskin, though. So many kills already here, but 45 seconds time ticking away. Scraps finds one, traded out beautifully there. And Toronto holding this hard point so cleanly. We are going to see one player, it looks like Dylan, trying to be a nuisance. He's going to get shut down, though. And Ultra, they hold on.
All things considered, Methods has done a really great job. At one point, he was sitting like 2 and 9 going into this one. He's managed to pull that back to 8 and 11. So big work for him on the Ultra. The front door has just been bust wide open from a 2-piece there from Wuskin. Now Looney trying to lock down that left-hand side lane. Big shots from Dylan after the stun. Methods, he's up next. Big shots again. As again, Wuskin's with these trades. Back and forth they go. Bans unable to get anything there on his former teammates. And looky, the Ravens now have control of the hardpoint.
That's a fantastic hold. I will say there's only 5 seconds left. The Ravens might be able to take this. You look at the scoreboard right now, and you're looking to see a 50-60 point difference. And we're going back to top construction. You then look at the minimap, and it's being controlled by Ravens. Rated. First line of defense taken down. Dylan off screen is going to find himself a double. But again, this is one which will go back and forth. You've got to remember how important it is to rotate early to that electronics door. Cammy's going to be taken down. Kill feed all red. The blood has been drawn. Stuns, Semtex, everything connecting for Dylan. You can see how aware he is of those rotations, watching that flank. It's all going down top construction here, Miles.
I mean, right now in London, you've got a guy on the front line who's just taking the shots. That was Scraps there. Immediately, Rate and Jerk come in. They fill that position. They load up on the hard point. They keep the clock flowing in their favor. I just want to bring your attention to it if you didn't notice. Watkins 21 and 10. Absolutely stellar performance from him again. And Scraps, nice bit of hit and run there, as he will find the 1 kill on Aluni, though, as the push continues. Great stuff from Toronto as they clear out the old hard point, and now they're set up for the next one.
And again, Wuskin for so long has almost been in the shadow of his twin. Scraps was always that kind of superstar player. As Cammy and Classic combined for 4 there, as I was saying, Wuskin really stepping into his own in Modern Warfare, and this is consistency. We saw him play incredible at Minnesota. He's doing the same here in front of the home crowd. Long shots from Methods, though, as the double comes through with the MP5. Contest goes down. As we do see 50 seconds left. And we are going to see for the first time, actually, it looks like Toronto, they've managed to break this and actually hold this. So this is going to be difficult for the Ravens to get on in. And we could see this get a very, very close game here, Miles.
Yeah, I mean, there's 40 seconds left on this hard point. So the last thing you want to do if you're London is just let them have that time and get ready for the next one. They still need to make these plays work out. And you can see right now, the electronic shop's an absolute stronghold. The trophy systems are up, the nades are coming out. And Classic just keeps finding kills. Watkins is up next, he goes down. Who's in the courtyard there? You want a piece of this one because Classic is absolutely running this one. A quick contest towards the end. And now we have 20 seconds remaining. Ray is going to get in there and get the kills.
And that is a huge kill, because that's 20-second swing either way, you know. And I will, again, we look at Ravens, they've already got the rotation. Rated probably the best gunfight of his game so far, and he's going to reward his team with 15 points. And at this stage, a very crucial 15 points. However, look at those red arrows spawning out. It might come back to bite them. Scraps is trying to fight tooth and nail for his team. The hard point pops up, and again, it favors Ultra. Is it down to that individual kill? The fight for that last hard point, it may come back to haunt them.
Here we go. A high push now from the Ravens as they try to take back the barbershop. But once again, trophy systems down and an early hold now from Toronto Ultra. This is good stuff again from them. Classic, 1 minute and 50 of hardpoint time. He really has been the objective player for his team. And this is a very, very strong looking hold now as Dylan's going to be the first one to drop. In comes Scraps, get the immediate trade back. But Looney, though, he's going to be on that side door, just making sure to watch every single angle. Again, the communication right now from Ultra must be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, London will be able to break the front like this. And again, the team shot, the trades, they're just absolutely on point right now. Toronto have pulled this back.
Great hold there from Toronto, and again, that's back-to-back half. Barbershop has been held. Rate is just trying to hold down that top stairs, and it's for the rotation. He's actually going to fall as well. So, Ultra, could this be 3 in a row? They're going to have to break construction for a second. Dylan's up top, the long-range fight. That's a very tough one for Methods. Very ambitious here. As we do see that rotation, the next one has been popped. Construction is going to be in the hands of Ravens. Now, last time, they just sat in this and they soaked up all 60. They can win it off here if it doesn't get broken.
It's on the Scraps as he holds that low position. He's got teammates all over him. It's at the point right now. They do want to get back into that one, but Scraps trying to get that health regen as Wuskin tries to win the fight down by the streets. A little bit of help from his brothers, going to get it done. They do have to watch the back door, though. This is a nice pinch developing from the Ultra. 30 seconds remain. We're not going to see the win here. That's a nice big win there from Scraps as Wuskin off cam. He gets another set of kills. He's on 4 in a row. His brother Scraps on 3. This is a solid turnaround with 25 seconds now for the win for London.
You're absolutely right. We are going to see a next rotation. We'll be going to the alley, but Wuskin, by the way, 34 and 15. Double positive over a minute of objective time. One of the best players in the game right now, and you can see him just punching, sniffing out the opposition there. He's going to find himself Cammy, and he's going to hit the deck. His teammates are going to fall to his not going just yet. Wuskin! Oh, you got 12 bullets, buddy. You need to find another weapon.
Mate, I wouldn't be surprised if you make something work out of those 12. Here we go, the slow and steady push to the side of the ruins. There it is. He will go down in Methods. But the hard point now currently uncontested. We do have a little bit of time from Ultra coming through now with 43 seconds remaining on it. Dylan, though, what's he got? He's got to take care of these players bottom shop. more points indeed. However, for Ultra, now as they cross the 205 mark, things are starting to get dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be a perfect break here, and it's very, very hard to break, especially when you got the MP5 looting, shredded through. Rated, though, finds one. Muskin from behind. He's going to be challenged. Just one more point. Dylan slides in. Dylan finds one. He finds the second, but it's not going to be enough. We are going to see Ultra hold on. Bance to save the day there, but just one more point. You'd expect a rotation, but they're going all tooth and nail. The kill feed's going back and forth. 1 point is what they need, and Scraps turns up for the Ravens. And no wonder Wuskin's pounding his chest, because that boy just dropped a bomb on Toronto.
It wasn't pretty, but they got the win in the end.
It was 2 points, then it was 1 point. I was thinking just rotate, get a nice safe one. But beautifully done by the Royal Ravens here. Close game.
Get the feeling they may have just got a bit carried away. They're just going for that last minute win, making those desperation pushes. They want their ball back.
Will somebody please give them the ball?
Somebody get them their ball back. Who took that ball? Which one of you did that? Our scuff play of the game had to be Wuskins. It simply had to be him. Absolutely stellar performance from him as he ripped his way through the Toronto opposition. I mean, that's 3 kills in the kill feed immediately. He managed to get himself a multi-kill, and then, look, it just all game long, he was just tearing things up.
Yeah, it was a highlight reel. You know, whether it's a play of the game, you could pick 3-4 moments. When you drop 35 kills and only 15, 16 deaths, that's what's going to happen. But Wuskin, again, I thought he had a great Minnesota. I was thinking he's a player who's picked up the game quickly.
They want a wave, mate. Give him a wave.
Hi, guys. I can't hear anything. I've got some great tunes in my ear.
Oh, it's my turn now.
Matt, your turn. Go on, give him away.
That looked a bit like a salute. I might get in trouble for that one. All right, coming up next. Piccadilly, search and destroy. We always joke about the home field advantage, but London are really good at this, man. Let's face it. The Ravens have a solid hold. Them Talons are really locked into Piccadilly. And this is where we saw... No, they're still taking. This is where we saw Wuskins pick up that fantastic 1v3 that we showed in the highlights, one of the best plays we saw in Minnesota.
And I think as well, Search and Destroy, we saw, it was not only the 1v3 and the special moments from them, it was the utilization of the sniper rifle so early on. We saw them popping heads through smokes, and it was just kind of, I was putting it down to, as I was saying before in the Hardpoint, was Wuskin just a player to kind of pick this game up earlier than everyone? Everyone's had another 2 weeks to adapt, and straight away when we jump into a Hardpoint, he just seems like he is on fire. He's electric right now, and he's feeding off of this crowd. You saw him getting hyped there. He's the player that's going to be pulling that sniper out. If he's connecting, this crowd's going to go wild.
Well, we saw him hit like 12 kills the last time we saw Piccadilly from London. So honestly, I think if we can get that sort of similar performance, that's what we're going to be looking for from Wuskins. Watch him start to pop off. Watch him try to take control of the game. On the other side of the board, though, Search and Destroy, Toronto are no team to be sneezed at. They cannot be taken lightly right now. You've got players like Looney. You know, Bance is a very solid Search and Destroy player. Classic. He's been around the block a few times. This is going to be a very, very close matchup. Will the Piccadilly, home turf favour be enough for London to take that one away? It's a bit, it's nonsense, isn't it? I'm sorry.
The real hashtag of Sixth Raven is real right now.
Oh, it's 600 Ravens out there easily. And they're just the loud ones.
Someone's dressed as a Raven, you know.
Yeah, there's the
shout
Ravens.
Out to you.
Yeah, shout out to the Ravens. The fella with the beak on his head.
Search and Destroy coming up next. And again, Toronto, we can't avoid talking about it. We saw Bance straight away coming into this team. This is a change. Yep. With the Ravens, these guys have had not only a strong start in Search and Destroy, but it's the same 5 players. We're not chopping and changing. Maybe Vance brings something different that we don't see. Again, we talked about it in our previous match. We were saying players to watch for me on Ultra. It's got to be Vance when he's coming into the squad. For Ravens, though, I'm thinking Wuskin with that sniper once again.
I mean, when you think about Vance, it's always the first player we've seen substituted actually so far in the COD League. So again, this is a question a lot of people, asking, are subs going to be making a big difference? Is this going to be something that has an impact whatsoever on the game? It's not something we've always had in COD. Now we're going to see a chance for Vance to prove his worth, to show that, that space on the bench wasn't meant for him. And what a match to do it here against the London Royal Ravens. How are we doing, London? We're all right? We'll get that search to you in a minute. Don't worry. You stay comfy. Get another drink. Give us a song? Oh, no. I couldn't do that. couldn't do that. No, can't do that. Because Ben's already taken the good one. Yeah, I'm talking to you, mate.
Is that Benson or Maven?
Hang on, wait.
I see Maven. I see Maven.
Hold on a minute.
This is what I see. What was the chant I got? Huh? What are you saying? Shut up, Maven. Shut up, Maven.
Why do I hate my black all the time? I hate my mic. Stupid mic.
Enough of that. All right.
They're having a great time. We're having a great time. Ben's having a wonderful.
Ben's having a great time.
There he is. Just Ben after Castle.
Yeah, Ben's got a game. Hey! He's got a game after this. All right, Search and Destroy is coming, I promise. We're getting there slowly but surely, friends. But, I mean, look, what can we break down any more than this? Toronto, do you think they even stand a chance?
I certainly
that
do.
Crowd?
I do. The Search and Destroy is where they can bite back and they can give us kind of a run for our money. I will say, London, if they close out the Search and Destroy in the fashion that they have already, with kind of a 6-0, 6-1, we've seen what they can do in S&D. Then Toronto maybe start to crumble in the Domination. We've seen how good Ravens are at that. But I don't think that's the case. I think we can definitely see a round 10, maybe round 11 out of these two teams. Who am I favouring, though, Miles?
Mate, easy.
What a stupid question.
Stupid question. I mean, the toughest thing for me when you think of London, though, is the mental game. They said this about themselves when they lost to Paris. It's the mental game, staying strong. It's not getting overconfident. And that's the biggest problem, you know. God bless you, crowd. But if you give them a big head, it's going to topple them over.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw an interview with Zed after the Paris game, and he was kind of saying, fair play to the crowd. The crowds are awesome. But when you're playing against that crowd, it is so difficult. You hear the boos. I think the only person I know kind of thrives off of it, or two, is maybe Aches of Lacefield. Talking to the Twins.
He's a unit. Oi, London, can we get an on 3? 1, 2, 3.
That's a good effort.
Mate, I will say, Scraps, though, we think of Scraps.
37 and 18 miles.
Black Ops 4 was Scraps' game, right? He was sick of that game. He was disgusting. That phase roster was, led by him with a plum, right? All of a sudden, Modern Warfare turns that duo around massively. All of a sudden, Watkins is leading the charge. That's so exciting to see. It's nice to see the Marshall brothers spreading the love, spreading that limelight. Not something you always see.
No, certainly not. And again, like last year, Scraps was, again, a player which kind of... Okay.
What?
Just kind of came out. Scraps was a player who was fantastic. Dylan was a player who was fantastic. Wuskin didn't get that love. And I feel right now when you think of the Ravens, you think of Wuskins first of all. 37 and 18. I was talking like 32 and 18. This guy dropped over a 2.0 in his first game here. And we're heading to Piccadilly, which probably means the Search and Destroy is ready now. Please!
You hope so.
Don't make us wait any longer.
Oh, map number 2 now, getting underway. Piccadilly Search and Destroy. If you just joined us, friends, London are up by 1. They took care of the hard point. Now we roll into Search and Destroy. 2 bomb sites. Teams will alternate attacking and defending, and it is 1st to 6.
Half the time, I don't even know what this crowd are even saying.
It's loud up here.
I can't even hear you. Certainly one of our own.
Here we go. Straight off the rip, it's going to be Toronto on the offense. And Watkins, cheeky, almost took the head off his teammate there. Looney's actually going to get the snipe on a Jerd.
Well received by the home crowd, of course. 2 minutes on the clock here. Wuskin's going to try and answer back for this one. See concussions, smoke's going down. Cam is going to find himself a little bit of cover here, but frags, they can go over cover. Not today.
Slow play from Watkins as Bance manages to find the 2nd kill there for Ultra. Great's going to get the kill there, line him up, but Looney quickly answers back. Big shot. All falls down to Waskin now, and he's in a tough spot, but he's alive for the time being. He can stay alive. Cheeky peek there. And Cammy's going to get that kill and give Toronto the round.
And that was a very convincing round. Ultra looked strong there. First bullet came through, Jerd obviously went down. And straight away I was like, oh, Wuskin 1v3. I couldn't even finish my thought before it was taken out. Toronto really acted fast there.
Yeah,
put the pressure on, and that was perfect Search and Destroy from those guys.
Mate, they got the advantage early on and they didn't let up. 2 kills from Looney with that snipe. What will they do now on defense? Because the London Royal Ravens will be on the offensive round. Here we go.
Well, Looney's still rocking the sniper, and of course, the teams now having played against each other. Watch whoa! By a whisker. He misses one. Those doors are ringing in your ears.
Oh, wait. Oh, Dylan just looks the wrong way as he crosses the street there. And Cammy's going to find another kill on Terrated. So once again, Toronto with an early advantage. Classic finds another one. That's 3v5 right now.
Yeah, through the smoke as well, and this is just a strong defense here. Very strong positioning from Ultra. It's down to the twins, Wuskin, Scraps. You're against 5 here, now 4. But it's all up to Wuskins one more, and he's got that sniper in his hand.
It's not impossible. Timing had to be perfect there, and it certainly wasn't. Cammy, oh, he takes one, but that gun might have had replica down the side instead of Desert Eagle .50.
Ultra. Strong here in Search and Destroy. Again, good positioning. These guys have had 2 weeks since Minnesota.
It's getting rowdy up here.
And they've I don't even want to say they've improved. They've just had a lot more time to understand. Watch VODs back. I know, obviously, with the Ultra team, these guys, they've got coaches, they've got so many people behind the scenes. They've got a B team to practice S&D against, by all means. So this is a team I do expect to do very, very well. Cammy 4 now.
Dylan, 0-3, as he gets taken down there by Classic. Big nade up over the top for Wuskins. Jerd actually is going to find a car there to take care of Classic. Cammy answers right back. Funny how that works out. As Wuskins yet to really make real use of this rifle. Slow push now across the middle of the map for the members of Toronto. They are going to Scraps mid-map. He'll be cut down just before he gets to the sanctuary of the buses. 2v3. If Rated can find something, great. If we can see a snipe from Wuskins, even better for London right now. And it's going to be a chance for Toronto to just surround them, pick a bomb site they want, and execute the play.
And again, if you're Ravens, you don't want this to get out of hand. Losing back-to-back rounds, not good for morale, but 3 in a row. As Wuskin drops. Methods again. Picks up another hit. Methods is actually, I was going to say carrying the bomb. He's actually planting it here with 50 seconds left on the clock. It's all up to the man himself. It's Rated.
Oh, he got a tag there on the bounce. I mean, the one advantage he has is that they don't exactly know where he is. He starts firing and throwing grenades, and all of a sudden the jig is up. 35 seconds on the bomb now.
Look at the mini-map. He's pinned in left, right, and center. Back-to-back rounds here for Ultra as they start to assert the dominance in Search and Destroy. This is different Ravens than we saw in Minnesota on Piccadilly. When I saw this in the map set, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be one to watch for sure.
You know what to do, fans. In round 4, the Ravens on offensive, and that's what we're looking for. A nice tag, not enough to get the kill though. There's Looney, what a shot that was through the smoke. Cars blowing up aplenty. That big Jeep just does not do anyone any favors. Nice nade over the top from Looney, not able to get anything.
Did look like a strong nade, like you said. Jerk, I was going to say may have been spotted, but he actually gets the bomb down and gets away here. All 10 players still alive on the battlefield of Piccadilly. Frag connects, but it's not going to take anyone down. This is probably the first time we are going to see the Ravens in charge of a round. We're going to see the first blood come through from Scraps. Jerd trying to sell a ticket or two to the Circus Arcade, but Looney ain't buying one today.
It's a nice shot, but is it enough? There are still 4 members of the Ravens up and about. Looney just looks the wrong way at the right time. Oh, the last one left alive now for his team. That'd have been deadly. He managed to catch Wuskins with a snipe, but now he's just sitting duck. The Royal Ravens, here they come. Oh, he's not going down without a fight. Looney will not go quietly into the night. And there it is.
Was that a pistol?
What, from there? Let's find out.
I don't think we're going to get to see it, but I swear Looney just got... Oh, it was from behind. Okay. I thought it was Wuskin on the other side of the map. It was his twin brother. Surprise. Behind you. 3-1. Ultra still in the lead here, but a strong round from the Royal Ravens as they kick things off. Can they make a bit of a comeback themselves?
You got to try and slow down Cammy at 5-2. He's just finding those angles on the Ravens as they move through mid-map so well. He's able to hit those cuts, and that's just a deadly, deadly thing to look out for. But here we go, Wuskins with that snipe off the rip. What have you got? Any magic here? And it looks like it's a bit more of a push right into... Whoa! That flinch is going to hurt. Woo. Deep breath. Nade up and chill.
Bomb's going down. Again, second time where we're going to get the bomb down with all 10 players here. 45 seconds left on the clock. Pressure on the Ravens. Dylan up top, though, getting that height advantage as he slides around.
Rated finding that kill is huge. Now Dylan's got to relay that information as quick as he can. Can we find the trade? Wuskins, that's a body.
Oh, into to the back of Looney, but Bance and Classic have combined for 3. Scraps finds a 1. It's a 2v2. The Twins versus Bance and Cammy in a very influential round here. That's going to be it.
Big tag.
Heat mark. Oh my goodness. Through the construction. The defuse comes in. Get all the kills you want. You got to defend the bomb. Sneaky. Sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Naughty little Scraps.
Very sneaky. Right, here we go. Watkins off the rip. Not quite able to get it done. I mean, we've seen it happen a few times. It's worked out, but it's not easy to do. Dylan unable to make it through mid-map once again. Looney's just been lethal so far. That's his 5th kill. Finds 6. Oh boy, Looney's on a run. We will put him down finally, but not without getting a pound of flesh or 2. Slow and steady approach now from London as they've got to make their way in towards that B site.
Looney really has been stellar in the search and destroy. Kind of the captain that you need here. Cammy finds another. Cammy again. Ultra's been impressive. Ooh. Talk about him. Here he is. Not 1 but 2. But 2 is going to just be stop right there as Scraps is left alone. He does have a large task on his hand with 3 more. One step at a time for Scraps here.
He's got to play this slow. The only advantage he has is the members of Toronto are so spread out. Oh, that's a bad look. Paparazzi, no pictures, please. He has to isolate these 1v1s. If he can just win the fight against Methods, that's great. But now he keeps buying time. Importantly, he watches his back. But as you can see from the minimap, Toronto are not biting. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to push that kill.
Paparazzi got to him, like you said. The one problem there, obviously, he was kind of pinned back. He had to retrieve the bomb. He didn't want to go round trying to win 3 individual gunfights, but the one thing I will say is when Toronto have had their numbers, they've really played Piccadilly strongly. They've got in strong positions. They've had the lines of sight, and they've played it perfectly pretty much here. 4-2 as they lead. This is a round now, going into round number 7, that the Ravens really don't want to lose. You go down 5-2, and it's got to be that kind of perfect gameplay from there on out. Looney.
Oh.
Looney. Oh!
Just skims the surface, not able to really get it done, and that's not too bad.
Second hit marker for Looney in the game. Will be a little frustrated, but as it stands, everyone's still alive and kicking. Jerd looking for the first blood.
Classic's in a tough position, and the good news is he does have Looney still watching over him with that snipe. The Ravens now making their way back through towards that bookshop, looking to try and catch Classic. As the gunfights are now ensuing from mid-map. There's panic on the streets of London now as they try to just find Bance. Classic's making his way right through the front of the bookshop. There's 3 of them inside there. Whoa, Waskin just takes a wing mirror off the police car in front of Bance there, and there it is. He's going to get it. Oh, he finds a second.
And Rated's going to shut down Classic. It's all up to Looney, and as good as he's been, it's going to be very difficult. One thing I do want to point out, which was interesting about this round, was the Ravens just decided to put the MP5s away. It was 4 M4s and that 1 sniper of Waskin, and they kind of digged their heels in. It was weird to see Dylan rocking that M4, but it worked for him. He got the first blood, and it really kind of propelled him into a strong round here. Looney, though, with 50 seconds to play with.
I mean, lonely Looney is a dangerous thing, especially when he's got this much time to work with. Don't do it, Jerd.
Jerd's seen him.
He definitely saw the scope. There he is.
Hi there.
He's going in. Interesting to see. Looney still has all his tacticals. Oh boy, what a throw.
Just got Dylan killed. He had no idea, and he's found himself another.
Wait, if you could find him through the side there of the bus. No, Looney's still good. I mean, this is a man on a mission. That shot from Waskin, there it is. Jerd's going to get it done.
Dylan's like, I didn't know I was behind that car.
But why am I dead? Looney took his time with that one, but hey, props to London, not willing to give up anything. Playing it smart, playing it safe. You lot are great.
Ravens going to try even the playing field here in round number 8. A couple rounds back to back. Put them right on time here. Waskin trying to pull off that fast snipe here. Doesn't come through the smoke, of course. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Jerd dicing with death, sliding around in front of Waskin there. And Scrap's going to go down. First blood again. Whoa, get out of there, Dylan. enemy at the buses. That's going to be a smoke, and it may just help him.
Mate, Dylan is dancing with death right here. He doesn't have Jerd to back him up, and he's like, you know what, I'm going. I'm just making the push. He's got cover fire from his teammates. They've just invaded the bookshop. Jerd's managed to get one. Dylan's going to get the second. Smashed right through the window, found those kills. Jerd's now got the bomb down at B. Dylan in a great spot here to catch those players as they push through bookshop. He's not going to see Looney just yet. That's big information. There it is. Get the rotate. Oh no, he can't get the kill. Method's going to clean him up. Raid immediately on the trade. 30 seconds remain.
Raid finds one. And it's a big one at that. 3v2 right now. Methods has taken damage. And Jerd is in a great position just using this car as his cover here. Bomb is down. 18 seconds left on the clock. He's going to connect with one. Drop shot onto Classic. Oh my goodness. Jerd with a jump shot. 4-4. Oh, this was disgusting. Oh. Made my stomach go a bit, that one.
They're calling the king for nothing. 4-4. It's first to 6, remember? No. Ravens now on the defense. Toronto.
Objective, don't get sniped. Don't get sniped.
Don't get sniped.
Don't get sniped. Run. Nade.
No one got sniped. They managed to get the nades out. The smoke helps out a little bit. Looney, though, he's managed to catch Jerd out through the middle of the map. But Dylan, first blood, goes the way of the Ravens.
This could be 3 in a row if Ravens use this first blood advantage. Dylan, he's not in the best position. He actually gets the first connection onto Cammy, but Cammy utilizing the environment to his best of his ability. Finds himself just one, and Jerd up top. See, this is, again, a tough position. High risk, high reward, it almost seems, because that sniper,
Gotta back down. Gotta let it go.
Let it go.
Cammy still there in mid-map, but Looney's just repositioned now to top scaffold, moving that deadly sniper rifle around. He's really been making it work. Just trying to bait out the play here by running through the metal detector. He's trying to make something happen here, but it's not quite working.
The bomb's in no man's land. Okay, I hear you. 55 seconds left on the clock. You look at the minimap. Again, the bomb is in a very difficult position here.
It's right near that A-bomb site.
Wuskin just posting up.
Here we go. Ultra making a play towards the bomb. They've managed to secure it. And there's the kills. London makes secure the bomb site. Jerd gets his 5th in a row.
All down to Bance. And is against some familiar faces. 30 seconds, make it 25. Wuskin goes down, that's a double, the twins are down. It's all up to Rated and Jerd. With 20 seconds left, you think it's almost impossible, but he can find the kills. He's just got to find the players. But time ticks away. He hasn't got dead silence. He's going to be taken from behind. 3 back-to-back for the Ravens, and now, potentially, a chance to close it out. Of course, they've already taken the hard point, Miles.
This is map point for the London Royal Ravens. Look how yellow that guy is.
That's a bright hoodie.
He's proper yellow. Look at you, mate. Well yellow. Map point.
Don't wear that on the battlefield.
One more round for the Ravens now on offense. The defense has been solid. See if they can't find something offensive round. Wuskins once more up top, not able to see too much past the railing. His brother's leading the charge. Oh, wow. I mean, just the sense to even have taken that shot at that time. Brilliant stuff. Dylan, though, he's going to charge forward under the wings of Jerd. He's going to get that first kill. And Dylan, what a hit by... Oh, my... What a shot! And Dylan, he keeps going! And that's a 4v2, and he's still running the bookshop. Jerd finds one on the outside, and that's it! London! What a round! And it was the Irishman to close out that one.
Talk about a 6th Raven. I think that was the 6th sense that came through. That round was so clinical. The one thing I want to point out was the last time I saw Ravens play Search and Destroy, Jerd was getting blooded. This time, it's the opposite. He picks up 9 kills, slaying for his squad. And again, kind of unnoticed, but putting in the dirty work.
Disgusting stuff when we come back after the break, friends. It's Domination. Don't go anywhere.
Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army. What's your warrior? The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
And welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are at the home of the London Royal Ravens, and what a show they are putting on for us today. I am so hyped right now. Watching them getting hype on stage is probably one of my favorite things to do on a Saturday. Rich, Nameless, a showcase for sure so far from London Royal Ravens. What are you making of it?
I mean, it looks pretty good. The Search in particular. I mean, when you look at Search, the Ravens, they're not a bad Search team at all, but Ultra, they're the only other team that's undefeated besides FaZe in that first week. They won all 3 of their searches. So when you see the Ravens able to grab that, all of a sudden you have to say they're very favored in the series.
I mean, in the way that they did it, right? They were down, and they were down 4-2, and the Ultra looked incredible. They were playing well, throwing the smoke, stopping Weston from getting those sniper picks. They were set up those mid-map traps, and they just fell apart. It was incredible plays all around by the Royal Ravens to come back and get the crowd hype again.
I think that Jared may be the only thing more disgusting than my sweater in the entire arena, and that's the biggest compliment I think I'm able to get.
I've got to agree with that, actually. It is quite an interesting sweater, but I'm okay with it. This is your fashion sense, and we're going to flow with that.
I'm okay with
Jared
as well.
It's all right. You know, something actually I was really impressed with is seeing the snipers being utilized a little bit more throughout the mid-map. Before, you know, on our showcase weekend, snipers were huge on Piccadilly S&D, and they weren't that effective at the start, but we're going to take a look at our Army tactical play right now to see how these guys did manage to clutch up that S&D map.
Yeah, so this was actually the swing round. You can see that they're down 3-4 right here, and they're in a 2 versus 2 situation. Earlier this round, Dylan pushed up and got a big 2-piece to open it up. Ravens got that bomb down, and Jerd behind this flaming car here just picks up 2 massive kills to win this round, and ultimately they end up taking this map. If they were to lose this situation and it goes 5-3, that's a tough margin to come back from. So Royal Ravens needed that round. Jerd and Ray to clutch up with 2 big kills out of Jerd.
Indeed, and obviously we're into the second event of CDL here. We actually, I think so far, have seen a small amount of improvement with teams S&D, and we know it can be the Achilles heel of some of our series going forward. But we've also seen teams like FaZe who really have made it their own as well. But are we seeing anything start to come through here, tactical-wise, that maybe they've made some home improvements on?
I mean, I keep looking at Jerd, right? I mean, one of the first happy birthday. This crowd is so incredible. This crowd is actually the most incredible crowd I think I've ever been in.
I was just throwing beach balls around. I was getting hyped with it. I almost fell off the stage. So yeah, you guys got to keep bringing that energy. But in terms of tactical play, stuff that's changed, you know, and that Search and Destroy on Piccadilly, we were seeing people play really slow and just go towards B at the launch weekend. And now we're seeing people go towards mid-map, get control of those buses, and see that that's actually how you win that map. We saw Dylan push up to the buses, pick up a bunch of big 2-pieces later in the game to secure the Search.
I also need to talk a little bit more about Wuskin, because you called it. Dude, he's a freak. 36-16, I'm pretty sure, at the end of the Hardpoint.
He was dominating. Like in that Hardpoint, he was 36-16, destroying, picking up M4s, MP5s, just going off the entire time. And we talked about the game field keys to victory, what they had to do. Wuskin had to perform. He had to be the guy to go off because they feed off that energy. If he's going to be a star throughout the season, the Royal Ravens can be one of the best teams in the game, if not the best. Because I did not expect him to be their dominant slayer at all. I thought it was going to be Scraps or Dylan.
I mean, even some people, not to go too quickly, but people are like, wait, you have Mad Cat on the bench on this team? How are you going to be able to do that? Obviously, very naturally could fit in the spot of Wuskin, but he comes out, silences any of the haters.
Yeah, and I remember back when me and you were watching them in World War II, it was really Wuskin that was sort of the weak link on his teams. He was the guy that was very slow, and you know, him and Rated being on a team together, people had they were saying a lot of things. They were like, they're going to be too slow. They're not going to be very good. Myself included. I didn't think they were going to be very good for that reason, and Wuskin has silenced all of us. He's shut me up. His hardpoint game is on an entirely new level, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with in Modern Warfare.
He is indeed, and I think if the Twins do get that right, they have that chemistry that really can be, you know, unmatched. And Wuskin, to me, has really come out of the gate hot, like you said, and I honestly think he's only going to get better as the season continues to go on. If you're playing against teams that really do bring that fire and they have that competitive edge over you, when he goes against the likes of Chicago Huntsmen, I think this guy can really step up to the plate and serve, like, you know, what we know he can.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at the teams that are here, right, like, it's not a tall task for the Royal Ravens to win this whole thing with the crowd support. I mean, they have to beat Huntsmen or maybe Empire, one of those teams. Like, if they can beat those teams, and if this is an accurate depiction of what we're going to see out of Royal Ravens, they can do it.
Yeah, I think you're happy with this group if you're a fan of the home team. You look at the group and everything does look very possible. You've already seen that these teams can bleed.
Indeed, and we've actually got a stat for you guys to bring up right now, because of course we love stats here at CDL. It's all about those and what numbers these guys on stage put up for you as well. We've got Jerd and Rated here just to have a little look at and a comparison of. Jerd going 9 for 6, Rated 7 for 5. Fantastic stuff across the board here for London Royal Ravens, and it just shows you that team effort that is coming through. I mean, Nameless, you said right at the beginning, you know, you weren't sure actually how these guys were going to be performing and whether London actually had a little bit of a fluke performance on the launch weekend.
Yeah, I mean, when we brought Scraps on the desk in launch weekend, you know, I was talking about the pacing of their team and how it was going to be, and, you know, it's kind of like a perfect storm. They have Rated, who's sort of that slow, just methodical player, and then they have Jerd and Dylan, who just fly at you, and then they have Scraps and Weston, who just slay everything. So it's just such a good formed roster that I think can be very good if they continue to improve.
Indeed, and I want to ask you, of course, obviously Vance being brought on as well by Toronto Ultra. Any kind of adjustment there that we kind of saw in the right direction? Is that something that they really did need to change, and has he brought anything to this team so far?
I really feel like it's too soon to tell. It's one of these things where I feel like Metals is a really incredible player. Vance is obviously a really incredible player, but when you have 10 players that you were saying are all going to be starters, how on earth are you ever going to be able to accurately assess what the team does look like moving forward? I hope that maybe we just see this next week as well. I don't think Vance looks bad by any stretch.
We just have to keep the same team. Yeah. I mean, or else we're going to keep having the same discussion. We talked about this before the season began. We're like, the Ultra have such a big roster, they're going to end up just switching players in and out. We're never going to know the right formula, let alone they're not going to know the right formula. So, you know, they're just going to have to stay with Vance for a little bit and see how he can perform, because by all means, he's a great player. He's been in finals before. So they just keep running with that and see if they improve as time goes on.
Indeed, and obviously we had a little look at their respawn as well. Are they hot off the mark here, guys? Going forward here, are we going to be seeing them lighting up this stage here for a final third map? Are they going to end it right now?
I think Royal Ravens got this right now in this domination.
I agree with Nameless.
I think they are. Guys in the audience, I want to know from you, are you ready to see London Royal Ravens close this one out? I think they're ready, gentlemen. They are definitely ready indeed. And of course, we're going to be here, Hackney Yard. Oh, sorry, Gunrunner, my bad. Gunrunner Domination. Interesting one. Obviously, a little bit longer here for Domination. And you obviously want to focus as well on A and B, trying to get that double duo. And whether or not you go for that third cap, that's kind of the big ask here. Do these players want to take the risk and go for that triple cap?
I mean, at times, I think the better play is to go and neutral it and try to keep them in that, you know, that trap there at their home flag. We see a lot of teams trying to play like that and just be a nuisance in their base and bleed out that clock. So whoever gets that early lead, we'll see what decision they make.
Indeed. Okay, it's about time we toss to the casters right now. Let's get into this game.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we're ready to get into this one. London up 2-0 so far as we roll into the Domination. Could well be the last map if our analysts and Rich have anything to say about it.
Well, let's get into this one. Dylan, looks like, just for you guys at home as well, looks like the players and teams are just swapped over. We've got Dylan rated right now under the name of Toronto Ultra, so just keep that in mind with the colors. They are switched around, so we'll keep you updated as much as possible, as much as we can anyway here. But Scraps on your screens here. Trying to find one. I was confused. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, what's going on?
Well, the
Scraps.
crowd's on board. The crowd's starting to cheer, let's go Ultra, because the players they want to win are tied now. So, we're going to roll with it. We're going to do it live. It's Jerd of Toronto Ultra charges forward. Desperately trying to make his way towards that B site as Cammy's going to find that quick kill and shut him down, and that's not a terrible thing if you're a London Royal Raven fan.
Well, right now, the two home flags here, A and C, are in control of Royal Ravens. I'm so confused here. However, looks like we are going to see a contest. Jerd, going to shut down both Methods and Classic here, as it is going to answer back. C changing hands for a second. Now, both kills once more going in favor of Ravens. I'm just saying what I see right now. And I'm seeing Scraps. Scraps, you look good in purple. I don't know if you wear it a lot, but it looks kind of cool.
It's royal purple right now. Cammy pops out dead silence. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you very much. Cammy pops out dead silence as he tries to just hold down that B-side. A made neutral, C now going towards the hands of what is actually Toronto. Shots from Jerd as he makes his way in towards B. He's been in quite a while. He's not able to make the play happen because he doesn't have his teammates to back him up, really, and that's a big nade from Looney again. Having to sit still for that long, it almost guarantees him an easy death there. Nonetheless, London making their way forward. Looney finds his 5th kill in a row. Big stuff from him. Again, the pace being set very, very early on here by the actual Toronto team.
Yeah, Looney on a multi-kill there. Method set up nicely. He's only found 1 so far, but he's in a great position here, just over by the coal. Probably has a trophy system down around him. Pants and Cammy finding the kill feed all red right now. You look at the mini-map, though, B and C firmly in control here of Toronto, and the Royal Ravens trying to break in. It looks like they're trying to get some mid-map control over by the boiler room, and you see all players just kind of jiggle peeking over these coal trains, and rightly so. A great form of cover. Just defending B is going to be classic, and the kill to his name, and going to find himself a quick reload. 2 in a row now, and he's going to feel the pressure of Dylan and Scraps.
Classic trying to hold down B. Vance in the mid-map control, and again, the presence is really being felt right now as Toronto will be doing the very best they can to keep the Ravens pinned in that towards that A side. Classic once again, another 5 spree for him. He's absolutely popped off thus far. 6 and 3 for Cammy, 7 and 4 for Looney. Oh boy, Vance, that was a big one. He and Cammy and Classic have just dominated the kill feed. Once again, we're seeing this just pincer hold as the Ravens are trapped in on that A site, unable to break out. Toronto keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, this is difficult for them to break out. You can see again, just over that half wall, you see Cammy taking down Scraps. And it looks like a break has been made towards C. That's going to be one of the players here, just checking in who that might be. It's going to be rated here, combined with Jerd. 2 of those players, of course, trying to put on the pressure. 1 goes down, another jumps on in, rated. 2 kills for him. Neutralization goes through. Can he secure the point? He's going to be pressured. He's from behind. Bans finds 1. Bans finds the double. And we are going to see C's change hands to neutralization first and foremost. And this is a potential for, of course, the Royal Ravens now to push towards B and put the pressure on.
Yeah, Bans, this is disgusting. This is 8th kill in a row. He is absolutely running through the entirety of the London roster. It is disgusting, and it has not stopped yet. 12 and 5 for him.
8 kill streak. We ain't going anywhere. We're watching Bans, and we're seeing what he can do here. Still goes over and connects, but he should be good. Communication seems to be flowing just by watching these guys. Talk about communication. Muskin and Jerd there. A bit of miscommunication as Dylan is taken down. Muskin finds 1 kill, but again, these kills and this kill feed is going down, and nothing's changing here. We see the Royal Ravens really being pinned back, trapped. Vance finds his 9th kill in a row.
Vance still going. 10. 14 and 5. He just cannot stop. I mean, he had a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Nonetheless, the trophy's there. The 11th is there waiting for him if he can take it. London now making their way in towards the minecarts. But again, they've been stopped by Classic and Cammy. Those 2 Cs have just been ringing through the kill feed all game long. 88 points now lead the 54 of London. If you've just joined us, the scoreboards are swapped around. It's okay. Bance isn't usually on London, but that's the way it is.
Okay, well, they're down, but they're not out. Let's jump on board with the Royal Ravens for an Astro listening to see what the communication's like.
Go see. Cammy 2 pipes, do it, I'm pinching a B. Stuck him.
One more, hit you.
Kill me, man.
That's the 3, the 4.
One more there.
He's on B, man, I thought you killed him.
Back alley, push down, goes.
On me left side.
One back here again.
He's on me B, one shot B, Looney. Backed up pipes, he went pipes.
Just try to get flags now.
Everyone OEC.
I'm LDC.
I spawned close forest, there's 1 close forest.
Not P2, no. In the window. Classic, on the window. Can't see.
Still top out, B.
Try and neutralize it if you can.
Back right seat, Nick.
I'm one shot. Spawn back, eh?
Nice, go in.
Nice. You want to? Can't see P2. Be anywhere, by the way.
Method's 1 shot, it's halfway. One's bathrooms.
Bathrooms, absolutely, Luna. Yo, a good angle. Going back from bathrooms. Could be back alley,
Pipes in the corner, Judge. Get left, slid left.
Method's weak.
Let's him come past me. Still back alley.
In the back alley.
Steady, dead. One more, back left. Got 2, 1 more back alley.
Green.
Finish Pipes, he's on pipes.
Try Kappa. They're going to need Nade dead, right. We're going now.
Ward you, dead.
Nade passing out, 2 on B.
C. Kappa. On C. Dead, 1 bathrooms, Ben.
That's fine, yeah, bad.
As you heard the comms, not...
How many weak?
Do the exact same shit, back
Let's go, yeah. My bad.
Well, we're not quite shooting bodies just yet. The first round is now done. An incredible performance there from Toronto. And Bance again, just disgusting stuff.
not sure on the player card. Saw Jude rocking a Portuguese. Bance is looking like he's Italian for a second. Spicing things up. I like it here. 122 to 74. And even though it might look good here for you guys at home, and obviously the London fans here, they're down. But they can, of course, bring this back. It was kind of like 6 minutes of being pinned in, though. A 2-cap for that long really is going to put the pressure on. And right now, Toronto, they just need to kind of play this one safe, play it slow. Royal Ravens, they need to make a stand here. They might need to obviously neutralize some flags, even go for a triple cap at some points.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've got London spawning on that A side. They really need to get out there and try and get in towards B.
On your screen, Bance sliding around, trying to another hit. 5.5 minutes. Plenty of time, of course, but as we look at the scoreboard here, 130 to 80. 50-point lead. For a 2-cap, guys, you're going to get 12 points every single minute. You can do the maths.
Just unable to do anything there against those two assault rifles ringing out as we are finally seeing London get in towards the point. Dylan, though, cut down by Cammy. What a disgusting two-piece that was. Looney there holding the side of pipes. Once again, we're going to see what we saw in the first round. We're seeing a lightning hot sprint towards that B side and an iron grip all over B, forcing London in on A.
So far, so good. Once more for Toronto. The domination looks strong here. Again, as time ticks away, they have B. They've got it pretty much locked down, and you start to look at that mini-map, and it doesn't even look close for the Ravens here to break out. They're being pinned back in their own spawn. They're trying to make breakthroughs through on C, and it ain't coming through. Wuskins is going to find a double, but to what avail? What's going to come of this? A trade? A bait and switch? It's looking like a very, very strong performance. And Bance, of course, the newcomer to Toronto, coming in off the subs bench, making his mark 22 and 10. Classic 22 and 14 as well. The slaying power certainly in favor of Ultra.
And now we see a big set of kills that come through from London. That's going to be a potential triple cap. B's been made neutral. C a moment away from it. Now they're going to push forward, try to make some damage here. Not able to quite finish out on B, but Dylan, he's coming in and trying to finish this up. There's a bit of smoke, and as it clears, Dylan will punch right through. There's one. Able to just steal the damage, but not able to get it done as Rated tries to be the reinforcements, but not able to get the hero play done. Still, A and B now in the hands of London. Jerd will be cut down in mid-map, so we are going to be seeing Toronto once again closing out towards B, turning this play on its head. It's a pace that London simply cannot match right now.
And when it gets to this time as well, this is where we see Toronto, you know, just decap hills, decap those flags and just kind of keep it neutral. That's all they need as time ticks away. This is just favoring Toronto more and more. They're trying to push it to a second hard point, of course. Wuskin on your screen is going to find 4 kills in the kill feed back to back there, as it is broken up methods with a double. And just like that, we're going to see it go back and forth. Trophy might be going down. It won't be going down as Looney controls B. And 172 to 109. A dominant performance right now. Ravens, they need a triple cap, and they need it literally right now.
Well, see how they go. Almost managing to secure C. That's going to be it. So now all they have to do is worry about B. It's a bit of a gunfight happening over the other side of the map, but you can see Toronto swarming around that C site. It's going to be Scraps who's going to back on up. If you can stay alive, brilliant. If you can get kills, even better. That's a great way to start it. Any more out of this one? Still trying to maintain that pressure on the point. Clear out C, make it safe. This is good work from the Ravens.
B is going into them for a second. It's going to be challenged, though, and Looney Methods locking things down. And it might not be a home flag, but they can certainly treat it like one at this point. With 2.5 minutes on the clock, they're still getting points. Might not have 2, but the spawns are going to favor them shortly if these kills keep going the way of Toronto, of course. Just highlighting once more, classic 24, Bance 25. The slaying power is very, very strong, and they seem to have worked this map so beautifully. Wuskin, Jerd, and Dylan, though, do find themselves a couple of kills, and they're spread quite well over the map, but it's just so hard to lock down all 3.
Yes, it's very difficult to lock down all 3. B's getting a little bit of love now as A. The spawns have flipped, so you can see Toronto now spawning on the far left-hand side of the map, Rated, cutting these players out from the middle, not able to get much more out of it. Oh my, what the Looney. That's a huge 2-piece. B is now being neutralized. A is being capped. All of a sudden, the Royal Ravens looking like in a tough spot.
Yeah, and once more, you know, we have 1 flag either side. We've got 2 minutes on the clock, and Toronto are playing their cards so well here. They might have been outslayed just in the last couple of minutes here, but the way that they're rotating, they're constantly putting the pressure on B, and that's one thing you do want to do, is you want to continuously push for this B flag. And at the same time, what they're doing is they're defending the home flag. It's a very, very good strategy here. They're looking to break that 200-point mark.
Oh boy.
And at that point, it's pretty much game over.
Well, Bance just turned Wuskin inside out with that shot, so that was powerful stuff. Looking to get 200 points quickly. That's going to be B, slowly but surely capped there by London, but is it enough? Push now from A as they try to hit through mid-map. Encroaching towards C, and again, Toronto have just looked so dominant here on Gunrunner. Classic, able to make his way all the way to the flag. Brilliant kill there straight on a Jerd. I mean, that's unbelievable to manage. In fact, he even managed to get that one. So this full secure now, and the potential for a trip cap if they can get their way into B, but that's where London is spawning right now.
50 seconds on the clock, and this is where Scraps might just be playing for a little bit of fun here and maybe talking through, of course, the hard point as the time starts to tick away. A doesn't look like it's under pressure at all, and Toronto have been so strong here. 26 and 22, quick tally over the whole Toronto feed, and again you see a +6, a +8. Bance is 31 and 19, a phenomenal performance from him. Caps all round for everyone. And a lot of them too. 25 seconds as the clock does tick down. Toronto already with this one in the bag. And they'll be looking to take this momentum over to the hard point and push this to a game 5. Again, we've not seen many reverse sweeps in Modern Warfare yet. Are we going to see one today?
Oh, not if you're a London fan. Methods putting it out of work in the final moments of this map. And I will say Toronto have certainly come to play. We will be seeing a hard point. And if the Ultra can have their way, a search and destroy.
Strong stuff from Ultra there. Strong stuff. And Bance must be feeling confident after that one. There's something about joining a team and then putting a solo performance on like that to really drag them into, I would say, the series. Because right now, those first 2 maps, they weren't in the series. Right now, they are. They're back in it. And we're going to a hard point. Of course, we saw how close the first one was. Ravens came out on top if you just joined us. And if they can push it to a game 5, that's when you start to worry as a Raven fan. Where's the 6th Raven?
It was 6-5 in the first search and destroy. And it was tough scenes in the first hardpoint to a degree. So the biggest question for me right now is, do Toronto have the momentum? Do they have enough to keep pushing forward, to take that hardpoint win? Has the mental game now collapsed for the London Royal Ravens?
Well, we're looking through a highlight of Bance here after a phenomenal performance, the MP5. And again, he's playing up against former teammates, fellow countrymen. And he's made them look amateur in the Domination. But Domination, just one mode of 3, of course, and we'll be seeing another hardpoint, potentially another search and destroy. Well, Bance feeling himself here, and that gives some confidence to his teammates as well. You know, did they make the right choice? Right there, you know, he's looking like a great player.
Yeah, it's tough to...
It's nice to see him back.
It is good to see him back. It's tough to question the choice now. I mean, obviously he's been performing. That was an outstanding performance. Look, he's loving life right now. Again, this is 2-1. This is the first map of... Well, first map for either of these teams here in Group B. The way the format works now, friends, you win 2, you advance to the bracket. Lose 2, and you go into the crowd. You enjoy the rest of the show here in London, and it's been a great show so far. You've been great crowd. You have not disappointed. An exciting stop in the COD League calendar. It always was going to be for London. And we love the fact that we get to come back as well. Coming up next, it is going to be a hard point.
Of course, this is your Game Fuel marquee match. London Royal Ravens versus Toronto Ultra. 3 maps down. London have the lead by just 1 now. And as we get into a hard point, we're looking over the shoulder of Wuskin. It might be Scraps, I don't know. Wuskin here, and he was having a phenomenal hard point. It was. Damn, should have switched my guns, but he's probably one of the best hardpoint players in the game right now.
Yeah, he's very, very exciting to watch. Again, the Ramaza hardpoint was a very close map, a little scrappy, a little bit of a mess, but nonetheless, we saw incredible potential from that London roster. But again, Toronto, it is very difficult to count them out now. Again, watching the way that domination played out, watching how fast they were playing. Bance absolutely turning up. Looney, he's been playing fantastic all series long. But it's the man on the left-hand side of the screen that I'm most interested in. It's Cammy. If Cammy can keep up that pace, alongside Methods and, of course, Classic, that's where I want to be seeing the pace set for Toronto. That's where you see the Game 5 come to play. And that's where, you know, all bets are off. We've got no idea how that's going to turn out because the first one was a 6-5 on Piccadilly.
Sad we didn't have a walkout for Cammy. Killed the first one, didn't he?
Killed the first one. Mate, he did. He killed it. That grin.
That big wave. Methods, I think, quite enjoyed the booze coming out as well when he came, as much as Classic, who led the line out here on the main stage. Tough to play against a crowd like this, but the pressure, I feel, may have just been relieved for a moment. With the way that they played that domination, it was a convincing victory. With a minute and a half left, they'd already won that game.
Yeah, that's a lot to work with there in a dom game. And now in a hard point, you know, these maps, they tend to get closer and closer. No one's quite got a grip of the Modern Warfare hardpoint system just yet. No one's quite able to, you know, abuse the way the game plays yet. In these early days, it's very, very exciting to see these teams go against each other because it's always a bit of a mess. It's kind of a coin flip. You know, we have our expectations coming into this one, but yeah, at the same time, anything goes. Anything goes in these tournament formats as well. The best team who shows up on the day wins.
Yeah, it's still so early on in the game as well. We've seen these teams play, what, on LAN twice, 3 times maybe. We've seen many, many scrims online, but after Minnesota, you saw the pro players. Jerd, right there, was one of them saying, power rankings, nah. They've been craving to play in front of this crowd. They've been very vocal about that. They know what it's like to play in front of a home crowd, and for a lot of these Europeans as well, and for the majority of their time, they're playing, you know, in front of an American crowd. And it's not like they're against them sometimes, but having that crowd on your side is different. You hear it from the people who have it against them or who have it for them. You saw Formal in the post-game interview there just kind of saying it is wild and how much it affects the gameplay.
Yeah, it really does. It's one of the keys to victory for Toronto. Silence that crowd early. I mean,
soundproof headphones.
It is map 3. Is that early? I'm not sure, but you know, they're getting there in the end. Slowly but surely as they work their way in towards this hardpoint map. This is still Group B, the London Royal Ravens versus Toronto Ultra.
We're gonna switch them colors back.
Yeah, we're working on the color situation. That's
technically Ravens 1-3 right now, right? I mean, how do you want to look at it, Miles?
Well, look, I know what I saw, but sometimes you gotta listen to your head over your heart. Sometimes, mate. Sometimes the heart cuts afar, and that's just the way it is, mate. That's just the way it is. Hardpoint is coming up very, very soon, friends. We've now sorted everything out and excited to get back into this one. Players ready their classes. A very, very exciting conclusion of what could be the end of this series. If London can have their way, but the momentum coming into this one from Toronto now, I mean, experienced players that know what they're doing.
Next map's going to be Cave.
Mate, it ain't over until it's over, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, a game 5, it's nervous stuff again. When you go 2-0 up, their confidence is flowing, you're laughing, the communication is probably very, very good between you and your teammates. When you lose a map, it's like, okay, no problem, we're still in the lead, we're going to a hard point, we're good. But again, that hard point might slip away from you, that game 4, and it's a very, very different feeling. But Azir Cave is going to be the map, hard point is going to be the mode, and we're going to call it a football field.
We will, indeed. Are we ready, London? I think so. Azir Cave, hardpoint, map 4. Let's get into it. I can't believe I've got this Maven mask up here. It's weird. He's always looking at me.
You can get rid of it. There's actually more than one. That's the worrying thing. I've seen multiple.
Yeah, Ben's got one. Ben's got one in the crowd.
Where's Maven at?
Quick pause, friends, as there has been some form of technical issue. We'll get there eventually, but hope you're comfortable, hope you're doing well, hope you're enjoying yourselves on this Saturday. It's been a lovely day so far, and if you're indoors, thank you for coming. If you're watching at home on youtube.com, well done you. Hope you got a tasty beverage and a lovely snack. It's going to be a long day of COD, a very, very exciting day as well. We do have some knockout games coming up later today, 2 more. So somebody will get sent home. It's just the way it is, friends.
It's tough. It is very tough. The competition is higher than ever in the CDL, and these players, these teams, obviously so much pressure. Here we go. We're ready to rock and roll.
It is time. Here we go. It's straight into the hard point. And you know the drill, friends. First to 250 points. The hard point will move every minute. Here we go. Dylan off the rip right through the football field. He's going to make his way on the right. Big nades. Jerd actually finds a kill with his grenade to start this one off. And there we go. Dylan with a kill. Hard point now, though, in the hands of Toronto. But look, this is what Dylan's playing for, is actually the next hard point.
Yeah, sometimes you're playing 1 step ahead, sometimes 2, sometimes 60 seconds. Dylan does try it. It's not going to work out for him right now, but it has been neutral the whole time so far. A couple of seconds either way. But that's a good start for Toronto, because again, you wanted to keep these spawns. We are going to be going into the cave shortly. Say shortly, 30 seconds. And those kills all lining up here for Toronto.
Oh, Jerd climbs in the windows. catches those players, and this is actually looking very good. Now they're going to start to try to make their way through the cave, through this truck area, and onto the next hard point. There's 20 seconds left, but Methods is holding that one down. This is a good look now for Toronto. Early time is one thing, but getting the next hard point even more important.
And I think at this stage as well, if you realize that you haven't won that rotation or you haven't swapped those spawns, you've got to try and make the most of that middle hill. And it looks like that's what the Ravens are doing. They're soaking up as much time as they can. They're going to get 20 points for it. Not what they wanted, of course. And Toronto are going to be on what we call a quote-unquote money hill, which is where they can really take a lead. But they're going to be fine from behind, but I think they'll be okay with that right now. Rated finds one from the front here. The smoke's going down, beautifully placed. And out of that, Rated, Wuskins, and Jerd, they find a couple of kills. Can they put the pressure on? Right now, Classic laying down prone, soaking up all those points. Methods backing him up here, has that power position. A couple of boxes in hand, and still, with those spawns, Ultra looking good.
It's very difficult to break into this hard point. Methods in that back position, great stuff. And again, his teammates are spawning so close to the hard point. That right-hand side of the minimap, the reinforcements can get there so quickly. And Methods, that's 3 in a row. And the player on the hard point as well. What a brilliant set of kills, and that's going to be more time to Toronto.
Zinni looking hot, looking good. Didn't miss a bullet there, and Methods on a 4-kill streak, 6 to his name so far. And I will say that was a good push, and without Methods kind of going off there, it could have been a very different story. But the rotation now to the football field is going to be in control of Ravens. A little bit harder to hold here, but of course you've got to get that high ground. A couple of entrances to this, and we're going to see a lot of smokes coming down. Blocks. A lot of lanes of sight if placed correctly. Wuskin's going to be holding just down by the gun. Familiar spot.
This is a tough spot to be in alone for Wuskins. He's got that kill decisively, otherwise the reinforcements are not showing up. He doesn't have a whole lot of teammates around him. Jerd just up on that top catwalk there, but the kills are coming through. Nice bit of work from Jerd. That's going to be a solid hold. Football field in the hands of the Ravens. It's going to be the cliffside spawn now for the members of Toronto, and they're going to have to charge right on up into Jerd. These shots are great. Bit of pre-fire there to slow them down. Still, the clock ticking in favor of the Royal Ravens. Whoa, Cammy's going to get the kill. Open up that top lane now. The push develops.
Yeah, and again, with 20 seconds left, this is a really strong hold. You're going to start to see Toronto rotate back into the cave because they're going to be looking for that rotation, and they've done that quite well as well. This is where the Ravens have to start to act fast. You got to get those kills. Jerd's having a phenomenal series so far. He was fantastic in the S&D. Right now, Jerd is 15 and 10. Incredible. No one else in the lobby's even hit double digits, and he's already halfway through to hitting 20. He's on 16 kills now, 3-kill streak for Jerd as he finally goes down. The cluster will come back, and that's going to be Vance.
Toronto have absolutely nailed this push on a cave. They managed to get Scraps all the way to the backside there. Vance leaving the front. Classic's there on the hard point, but Raid's actually going to come through on the flank and manage to find those kills. So Vance, great job on the turn and burn. A little bit of help from his friends. That's going to give the hard point now into Toronto's hands. But Scraps not letting this play stop, but nor Toronto. They're holding onto this one with their absolute teeth right now. Not letting this one go. Not letting it go into London's dirty met. 16 and 9 for Jerd.
And it's such a hard one to break because Methods is in probably one of the most powerful positions on the game there. Finds 2, does go down. It's going to be Wuskins with that M4, but it's breaking this hard point. It's so difficult. And again, with 20 seconds left, are they going to keep that pressure on? We see another kill coming through, but no points for the Ravens. Rotation must go down, and they're looking to do that right now. Dylan on your screen, looking to get up close and personal. A scrappy player that he is. He's got very fast reactions and prides himself on that. Jerd's going to tuck himself in. He's got his camouflage on with a bright white jersey. For yours eyes only at home. 30-point lead here for the Ravens.
Yeah, 30 points. Solid hold as well. Rated up the front. Cliff face covered. That trophy's going to help out a lot. And you're going to see this push now. 3 angles of attack. That's what Toronto have got to work with. Here comes Scraps now up on top. There's going to be a player developing around the rear. Dylan, he's going to get taken down by Classic, but still the spawns should still just be working out in favor for the Ravens at this point in time. Scraps holding that top high ground. He's going to get shots in, but not able to get the kill. Cammy. Oh boy! Cammy's just done one on him. That's dirty. We're still going to have that hard point in the hands of Toronto now. They've managed to break that one, but the Ravens are so close by still.
I mean, they've got the powerful spawns. They've got to have to challenge this, but this is great from Ultra here, pushing forward and putting that pressure on. We are going to rotate this one back to the middle shortly. We're going to see those red outlines pushing on forward. Scraps looking for the final 10. And he might be rewarded with it. It's actually going to be taken down by Methods here, who's got 15. Looney, a slow start to the first rotation of kills. Only 5 kills to his name, but is looking to change that with a double.
Ooh,
he just went pretty quick to 7 in about half a second.
He nailed that one. Back over we go to the town centre. Cammy's in there. Nice defensive hold. Toronto starting to close their hands around the neck of London here on the first hard point. Cammy still on your screen as he keeps that run going. Hardpoint still in the hands of Toronto. London has slowed this one right down. That's because they have full control of Cave. They're looking towards that next one, and this is what we have to see. Looney trying to make that play forward, not able to get on his pogo stick and charge in, but Cammy's there to pick up the pieces. Can Toronto break the hold that London have of the next hard point while picking up time here in the first?
Yeah, that's the important thing of what you touched on at the end there, is Toronto have had the whole of this middle hill, which is sometimes what we can call kind of a bit of a scrappy hill, one where you contest or it would go uncontested. We're looking to break on through right now. We are going to see Toronto Ultra from down by 60. They're going to take the lead here. We are going to see, of course, the Ravens in a more favorable spot going into the next rotation, but we've got a lead here for Ultra, and we've got a game on our hands here.
Oh, it's not over yet. Rated. As we roll directly now into KPs. Once again, Joe's going to be watching the intersection there in the middle. We've got players out by the ruins on the backside. Here we go, Scraps, he's got a big job. He's got to take care of these players before they can get close, and Methods, he's really making this one difficult. 19 and 12 for him. Brilliant nade from Scraps. EOD not able to save him. It's classic. He will get the trade. But once again, solid time. Cammy, though, he has the job of breaking the hard point from behind.
Spawns are flipped. The spawns are flipped. All 5 players there coming in from behind, and Ultra find themselves in an interesting position now as Cammy finds not only one, but he finds the second. Still on your screens, though. The kill feed is red, and Rated and the boys are going to find themselves with that last 20 seconds. They're going to take that lead back and probably find themselves about 40 points in the lead going into the football field. Wuskin on your screen looking for that hot rotation. He's going to find himself quite a few Ultra players, though, pushing on forward. It's going to be a hard one to hold, but he's probably looking just for a kill or two right now.
Yeah, if they can break in, it's theirs. A few seconds left, and here we go.
This bit beautifully done by the Ravens here. They just got the last 5 seconds here. They've managed to break straight onto the football field. An Ultra caught with the pants down.
Oh, Dylan. Speaking of pants down, he takes care of him in the toilet there, and Dylan now zips up, rolls on out, still keeping control of the time. Rated. Got to watch out for those players coming in from the top cliff side. Smokes up. That means the play's now developing. We're going to watch this push happen as Rated continues to get these kills at 25 and 16. Jerd taking care of these players on the perimeter there of the hard point. This lane still coming through as London with a very, very solid hold here on the football pitch. And what do we see? Dylan in mid-map will be cut down, but again, just trying to cause disarray there in the Ultra lineup. As things are starting to work out, Scraps with a nice 2. The kills and the time going the way of London.
Yeah, again, if you look at the slaying power here, Dylan obviously a little bit of a slow game, 13 and 23, but the rest of the squad putting up numbers, especially Rated and Jerd. Rated 25 and 16 with over a minute and a half hill time. He's having a fantastic map right now. 210 plays 125. Scraps on a killing spree. Finds his 5th, but he's not going to find that 6th. His twin, though, is Wuskin. He's down by the cave. He's under a lot of pressure, and this is what we saw last time. We saw Ultra hold this one, but pretty much the whole time. One break here could be the end of the map and series if Ravens can do it. Scraps is under pressure.
Tough work to be done. He's going to be the tip of the spear as he leads his way forward. Wuskin's backing him up, finds 1 kill. Here comes Scraps, the Marshall combo. They are going to go down, but Methods actually helps out by taking care of Bant, so Wuskin stays alive here. The reinforcements now rolling up to his left-hand side. Can he find the opening kills? No. Zinni shuts him down as Classic now. He's going to hold that side of the hard point. Still with a solid lead for London, but is this going to be enough? This has been a great hard point again for Toronto, as the pressure is still there, but it's not quite enough to get the break entirely. Hard point has been stopped for now. No one in control for the time being, but Bance is now fighting for further control. Cave West has been very good to Toronto.
So far, so good. 214 plays 175. If Ultra can hold the next hard point, it's going to make for a very interesting map here. But they're going to have to break down the Ravens. And first line of defense is Scraps. He's going to find himself with another player coming around the corner in just a second. It might not be one. It might be a double. Oh, don't turn around. Where are you looking, Scraps? He finds another, but he's going to go down. He's going to have to find a couple more kills, though. Wuskin finds one, finds the second. A quick reload for Wuskin's, a trophy system going down. The team player that he is. It's not all about the kills, but they only need 12 more points.
12 more points for the series. Scraps is still alive on point. There's 30 seconds left. They can get this done. Dylan trying to hold down the middle lane, trying to get it done, but he can't. Bance cuts him down in a hail of gunfire. Methods now takes care of the last players there in the defense for London. That's it. The point is pretty much cleared, and Toronto are going to be able to take the next 20.
And this is a beautiful break here. However, it looks like the Ravens are actually going back for it. There was only 12 points that they needed. Right now, that clock looks like it might tick over to 250. I think they've got a challenge. I think they've got to go. We've got to see a contest, and I think that will be enough, though. We're going to see a nade come through, and it is going to go to another rotation. But who's going to be there first? Wuskin's first through, but he's going to be cut down through the end. It's all down to the kills, 248 to 181 right now, and now they need to get on it.
There, it's the contest. Dylan's going to win the gunfight. Scraps is going to find the kills, but once again, you have to get on the point. London! once again. It's a messy Hardpoint, but a win's a win. As they close it down in 3.
The Ravens take it 3-1, much to the happiness of this home crowd here. But that last Hardpoint, much like the other maps as well, they weren't super convincing, but it's a win at the end of the day. It's a 3-1 victory, another 10 CDL points on top of that. And this home crowd very, very happy, but my goodness, it was going down to the wire. It was actually a great break from Ultra.
Solid play from Ultra, and again, this is the same sort of thing we see with like Seattle. They're on the cusp of being a great looking team. Few things here or there that have got to change, and all of a sudden you're starting to see bigger wins for them. But Toronto can't be too disappointed again. They now sit at 1 and 2 in the overall standings. The Ravens, 2 and 1. What a series so far. Well, plenty of more matches to come, friends. We hope you enjoyed that Ravens matchup as we gear up for an interview on stage. And Phil, I mean, any major takeaways from you, mate?
I mean, starting things off, Wuskin looked so hot once more in the Hardpoint, especially the first one. For me, the Search and Destroy was interesting. I pointed out, you know, in Minnesota, Judd was actually getting first blooded a lot, and it was quite worrying. But this time, it was very, very different. I believe we've got Frankie down on the main stage with the fan favorite. It's 1/2 for the twins of the Marshall brothers.
Yes, I have got Wuskin here for the instant reaction presented by PlayStation. What a performance you've had in the CDL so far, Wuskin. Why is Modern Warfare such a great COD for you?
Well, first of all, my mum sat in this crowd somewhere and these are doing this. Like, this is surreal. This is a mental feeling. So let's get that straight. Thank you for all. This is not even normal. I don't know what to say.
Well, tell me why you're so good at Modern Warfare for a start.
Well, honestly, I think it's come down to like time. Like since like I'd say like the past 2 Call of Duty titles, I've not put in enough time like what I used to. That was my own problems, which has now been fixed, and I'm focusing on myself and putting time in.
Absolutely, and Search and Destroy. We know Toronto are incredibly strong on that map, and yet it came down to a situation where it's you and your twin brother Scraps, and you get a bomb defuse. Now, I know these guys are probably clearing your mind right now, but can you remember that moment and how you managed to clinch it?
First of all, Piccadilly. This is where we're from, Piccadilly. You don't pick that against us, come on. And I got a hit marker, you know, when it was in a 2v2, and we got a hit marker, and I thought, and when I died, because I didn't finish him off, I thought we would have lost the round, but my brother made a play, and it worked.
Well, listen, I've learned one thing in esports so far. It's always leave the crowd wanting more, but I do have to ask, you mentioned your mum earlier. Yeah. You got any words for Victoria?
My mum's here, I love you. My dad's here as well. Dad, I love you as well. This is mental.
Well, thank you so much, Wuskin. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. But next up, we've got Dallas Empire versus Chicago Huntsmen. Do not go anywhere.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
So lovely to have you joining us here at the CDL. It's the Call of Duty League and it's number 2 in the season. We're here on weekend number 2 and I'm also joined by this absolute legend here from London in your hometown, Scraps. So wonderful to have you and congratulations. What a showcase you really did put on for your fans. Talk to me about the experience of having this insane home crowd behind you.
When we was walking on the stage, I nearly started crying, just getting shivers, like listening to everybody going mad. It's a good feeling. This is what it's all about. This is what I look forward to the most, and nothing but blessed to be in this situation.
I got to say, too, when I look at you, and honestly, a few of the players on your team, I'm going to think of Rated right off the rip. Players that have been hungry for a win for a really long time. Yeah. Now you come out here with this crowd. You also look, I mean, obviously FaZe isn't going to be here this week. You look at the group, it does seem like it's potentially your tournament to take. How does it feel when stuff starts going your way in front of this home crowd?
Yeah, this is a big advantage for us. And like you said, a few big teams aren't here, but obviously Dallas are here, Chicago are here. They're 2 really big teams, tough series, but one game at a time, we have another group game, and then I'll focus on that.
I got to bring up the Search as well, because when I was watching Ultra last week, they were one of the 2 teams that was undefeated in Search. They took all 3 of them very cleanly, and you're able to grab a Search. How do you feel about your team overall in Search?
Well, they were playing really slow, so we just had to adjust mid-map, because we like to make plays, get aggressive on sites and stuff. And they were playing really slow, so we went 3-0 down and said, everyone calm down. Let's get one pick at a time and take it from there, and we managed to pull it off.
Scraps, listen, we got to talk about this. How is Weskin so good at this game? I don't know. It's so weird to see him like the guy going off on that stage. What is like in practice? Is he playing like this, or is it just when he gets up on this stage, does he just take over? What's the deal?
In practice, is the exact same. Obviously, he was unbelievable on IW. In the Fnatic team, he carried us all the time. So obviously, the last 2 years, he's not been the best.
He was all right.
But now he's showing what he's capable of, and he's putting his on. So I'm proud of him.
You really are honestly dominating the game right now, and I'm so proud to watch you guys at home and do that in front of your fans, because it's so special. Like you said, you had goosebumps going on that stage. Yeah. And I just want to nitpick a little bit at some things that we did notice here in your gameplay. We saw you have a stellar S&D on Piccadilly before in our showcase weekend.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lottie, but I wanted to do this while we had Scraps on the desk, because he has the best singing voice in the entire league. Many a late nights you will hear him sing songs, and right now he's going to be singing you happy birthday with everybody here in London.
We're all going to sing happy birthday to Lottie. All right, lead the way, Scraps. To you, happy birthday to you.
Wow.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. Thank you, OJ. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, London. This is amazing. Wow.
That looks nice, you know. I might dip my head in it.
Yeah, we probably should have put him over on this side, Scraps. You know, he might get in on that cake a little too quick.
Yeah, I would smack you in the face.
I'm actually going to talk to Rich for 1 second, because, Rich, I actually heard you mid-series say that London Royal Ravens didn't deserve this win.
Oh, it's not that. It's just this guy's getting carried by his brother.
Oh.
Before we carry on this conversation, let me remove that before things get out of hand.
Okay. We have a situation here, guys. We have a situation.
Oh, don't get it on the jeans, man.
That's what we have, guys. That's what we have in London. Don't disrespect a winner on the stage right now. Rich.
Get off some of that.
That was Lottie's birthday cake.
Get off some of that. No chance.
I couldn't think of a better use for him. Absolutely loving it. Hopefully he'll have to take that hideous jumper off right now. We're going to head to a break before we get into the rest of our gameplay for today. Plenty of action coming your way. We'll be back after the break, so don't go anywhere. Get a cup of tea, a bit of food, a little bit of a snack maybe, and we'll see you guys in a few.
Move me away from him with that. Whoa.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Before the break, you did miss the sweetest action, and that is, of course, the cake in the face to Rich Campbell, which was actually my birthday cake, but that was actually quite fun.
Do you want some?
Yeah, actually, that would be, no, I'm joking. I would definitely not like some of that birthday cake for sure. I think that's kind of gone now. But what a fantastic way to celebrate turning 25 today. Rich, how are you feeling, pal? You all right? They're a bit icy, huh?
Oh, no, I'm feeling absolutely excellent, and as I look at my notes right now, I'm really excited to get into this next game.
It blends in pretty well with
it. Does.
It actually
really
looks better on the sweater.
I think so.
I was freaking out about the shoes, though. I'm not going to lie.
But the Balenciagas?
Alas, they're safe. Oh, thank you for the casual flex on stream.
We are going to head into the keys to victory for Dallas Empire. Nameless, you've been coming up with these all day long. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, mine's going to remain the same for Empire, actually. Illy and Shotzi need to perform. We saw them when they played against Chicago at the launch weekend. They played absolutely terrible. They had like 0.7. I think Shotzi had the worst domination map, if anything, that I've ever seen ever on that main stage. So if he can perform better in this match, if Illy can live up to the hype, these guys can beat Chicago, because we saw them play great in their first match. But they did not play like they did online at launch weekend. They look a little bit better in their first match. We'll see what they can do.
I still can't believe that there are so many doubters after just one weekend. I think when you actually do look at the squad, there's so much potential.
They're nasty.
There. They are nasty. They had a pretty tough schedule. I think coming out here, this tournament looks like one they could potentially take as well.
Yeah, they smoked the Surge. They're looking better. Yeah.
Indeed. We're going to head on to our Chicago keys to victory by Game Fuel here. Nameless, talk to me about this one. Are these staying the same for you as well? The Huntsmen?
No, I actually think that, Gunless and Envoy played amazing in the last final maps that I watched in their series that they just played. If they can play like that, they have Formal Scump next to them, RCD's next to them, they should be able to dominate. Like, this is a top 2 team in the game right now. They look like they haven't skipped a beat since launch weekend. Their practice has been incredible. We saw Chance talking about it during the cast. They prioritize search and destroy. So if they become dominant at that mode, this is a team that can reign championships throughout the season. So just continue what you're doing if you're Chicago, and you'll be fine.
Beautiful stuff, gents. We'll come back and talk about it, I'm sure, after the first 2 games. Those are your Game Fuel keys to victory. But we're heading to the main stage right now. We need to meet our teams. They're in the building. And Frankie, let us know who they are.
Yeah, we do, Lottie. The first team looking to take the cake today is the Dallas Empire.
But on the flank, it's going to be Clayster. And Clayster's going to get bumped. 4 going to drop 3. They're going to get the clear. You've got to go fast. You've got to go quick. You've got to go that way out. It's chaos.
Show Dallas Empire how you feel. I don't know if they're used to being the bad boys, quite frankly, but the guys who know that they have some fans in this audience are our next team, Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scump. And Scump, the king. This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot. It doesn't have to move. Oh my lord!
Copper Box Arena, give it up for the Chicago Huntsmen. Now, we have 2 gentlemen making their debut this year in London. They're keen to meet you all, and their names are Maven and Maven?
Yeah. There we go, there we go. All right, well, I've got a strange echo, but now I believe our mics are live. So hello everyone. Sorry about that.
I had a mask on.
The mics on. But Joe, you looked absolutely beautiful. Might be a little bit biased there, but you looked fantastic. Yes, let me hear it. It fuels me. It's my favorite chant in the world. But this matchup might be my favorite matchup so far, Joe. All the hype coming in regarding Dallas, Chicago, shut everybody up very, very quickly. Chicago looked a team to beat this weekend without Atlanta in attendance. I just want to know if Dallas is going to play them a little bit tougher here. And when we talk about the maps and modes we're going to have in this, we have a couple repeats, right, from the first series?
Yeah, so this was going to be, well, this was map 4 that we saw in Minnesota. I mean, Chicago, they looked great. They won around 250 to 170. Then we're going to see Hackney Yard Domination later on in the series, map number 3. That was one where Chicago just absolutely dominated, but we got a long way to go before we get to that.
So even though you just saw Empire look a lot better, obviously, their matchup today, they got the victory. They show that they are a team to be reckoned with. You still got to heavily favor Huntsmen, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Chicago has looked a better team so far throughout this year. Dallas, it was a couple of tough matchups. Atlanta, Chicago, but we thought they were going to be better. We'll see if they're better here today.
We'll kick things off with the King. It's going to be Scumpy looking to make the play inside of green, as Huntsmen will get control of the hard point. He tries to hold the push, but it's Crim6 and Shotzi. They're able to push through and alleviate some of the pressure towards the hard point for now, but I think this is big for both of these teams here this weekend, though. Because Chicago, they're the favorite. They're the ones that need to come in and win the event. Dallas need to shut everybody up. You saw the memes. It was like it was the Dallas Routers, basically. You saw the picture of the router. We all saw it. All the trash talk between then and now. Can they improve on what we saw in Minnesota?
So far, so good for Chicago. They're controlling the right side of the mini map as we rotate towards that depot side. Formal, he's able to pick up 2 kills. As he's going to back things on up with Scum Glacier now. A lot to work with. You see all of Dallas starting to work the top track side. So Formal with his M4 has some work to do. Not able to find it, but the rotation in a depot is here. In Chicago, they have the setup they want.
Well, you see the MP5 can do it in all ranges. You got everything there, like an ADS close range kill, long range kill, hip fire, as now he's going off. Scum 8 and 2, quadruple positive with 4 in a row. But that's a strong bit of cover there that Hook had. He's gonna have to back down from that for now. Try to keep the streak going as the lead up to 60 here, Joe.
Yeah, already a great hold with 30 seconds remaining. I mean, you just look at the kill feed. It is all green right now. Scump on a 5-3 finally gets shut down. Gunless, it's his turn, and with 20 seconds left, Dallas, they should be thinking about rotating here, but if you take a look at the minimap, it's actually Chicago who's already on their way. You have Scump, you have RC's already set it up as minecart area, and they're trying to flip positions for the later hills.
They've got a chance to do this, especially once the old hard point finishes. You might have a bit of a pinch that's getting set up just based on the next spawn coming through. Now here we go, the battle at minecart. Envoy wins his one-on-one on one side. Scump does it on the other end of things. And they should get control, but they lose that fight inside event, so there's still someone there to make a play from Dallas Empire. Is it going to be enough to keep it scrappy early? It looks like the answer is yes. It's Illy that's getting it done.
I'll say Gunless was trying to sneak his way through the Dallas side. He does get taken down. Illy, he's able to snap, finds that on the Scump, trying to stay alive. Shotzi's there to help him. The 2 young guns locking this one down. But here comes Chicago right off spawn, just so fast behind those smokes into the hill.
I know Illy's only 6 and 8, but that was 4 in a row, I think, in a big time, because you were at risk of getting blown out early in this game. He makes the huge wave of kills. They get a really big chunk of time here at minecarts and really keeps him in this game. If he doesn't make that play, I mean, this is what? You might have an 80, 100-point advantage already for Chicago early.
Well, that's what we saw in the end of that depot hill with 20 seconds left. Dallas went for it one more time. They went for that scrap time, so it ends up working out. Now only a 10-second lead for Chicago, but still a very balanced effort across the board for them. You look at the top left, you already had 3 players in double digits. This is what we saw in Minnesota against this Dallas team. Everybody contributing.
Yeah, especially in the response, man. Like, it was so consistent. And looking to keep that winning formula going here, but contested currently inside of containers. Everybody drops in and around the hard point. A one-on-one will be set up inside. Clay gets the kill before he gets traded out almost instantly. Dallas
a chance maybe for a lead change in this. Down 17 with 20 seconds remaining, but it's going to be Chicago right into the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas right now is just playing conservative. They want to control that left side of the minimap, so when we rotate to warehouse, that fourth hill can really be a money hill where you can rack up a lot of time. So they're going to give up about 20 more seconds. Chicago, that lead from 10 grows to about 40, so a nice 30-second chunk there for Chicago, but now this is the hold that Dallas needs. This could put them in the lead.
And what's interesting too is like the slaying differential is not that crazy. It's what, 5 kills or so? Well, probably a little closer to 8, but it's like not that wild. It's still pretty even, but you got the big edge to Huntsmen when you talk about the overall scoreboard. But how much damage can Dallas do inside a warehouse? This is the first big wave coming in from Empire. 4 kills through for Empire, making a 5th as Hoop chains together 2. But as 2 fall, now a chance to flood forward for Huntsmen. The close spawn coming in at Minecart as they try to get on in. Everybody dropping from Empire. They're spawning out containers. That's a wondrous break on your second push there from Huntsmen.
And it's actually crazy because Crimsix was pushed up towards the hop-up. He was pushed up middle of map. He was cutting things off, and it looked great. But he left his teammates behind. He thought they were going to pick up those kills, get those trades. They had the number advantage. Chicago, they go big behind the King of Scump. 19 and 12 on a 3 spree, able to lock and break that hill. Going to keep their lead.
Scump and Formal just light up the kill feed. We'll now look to get into our second set of rotations here with a 20-point advantage for Huntsmen. Scump keeps it going. Finally drops, but the damage done and into the hard point early. Go Huntsmen, but it's Hook that goes big inside of green. And that'll keep Huntsmen at least out of the hard point for now as he has the angle in through that window. Formal at top containers trying to line it up with the M4, but he just gets beamed by Illy's MP5.
And this reminds you of the first rotation. Just right off the start of the game, Chicago knows exactly what they want going into that second hill, into Depot. They're controlling the side. They're trying to force Dallas through train tracks, and it's just so tough to flip these spawns. You at least have to try to get some time, at least bring that deficit down as much as possible. You know Chicago's going to have the early setup at the second hill, so just try to get as much scrap time as you can.
Yeah, they got smoked here last time, right? Yep. It's Minecart that they really answered back. I think if they can clean up this hard point again, find success at third, they've got a chance to see their first lead since, what, the very beginning of the game? If they even had one then, it's just been all Empire. But, all Huntsmen, but Empire have done enough to keep it close. They've kept it in striking distance, but now they'll look to surge through for the break. Shotzzy gets in, can't take the second with him. It's Gunless and Arsity that are going to cut down 3. A team kill does come through for Huntsmen, but they're able to hold that first wave. But you can see how close the spawns are in Modern Warfare. Like in Hardpoint, you're spawning like 10 feet out. The next challenge is coming in almost instantly.
Yeah, Chicago wants to try to get as far out as they can, but with those close spawns, it's just so tough. They're already there right in your face. You can see at the top of the mini-map, that's going to be Envoy. He's already rotating towards Minecart, and this is very similar to what we saw in that first rotation. The only difference for Dallas is they got the scrap time. They fought for it the first time, they weren't able to get it. This time, they're able to get it.
That early rotation from Envoy is going to pay off, though. He gets there first. Shotzzy not ready for it. And he takes one down, but it's Illy tucked away in a pocket that might have a chance to make the play. Envoy does get 2 before he falls, but now a chance for a pinch attack due to Illy's position and the fact they have vent control. 30 points now separating these two teams as Empire looks to bust through. 3 are going to drop from Huntsmen. It's Illy again.
It's
at
Illy
this
and
point that goes huge.
Yeah, I mean, Illy stays alive, but Hook was inside vent room. He's able to pinch and get 2 kills, so that cut off Chicago. They spawn a little bit further. Illy stays alive. His teammates spawn on him. A nice play from Dallas, but they're not able to hold. Chicago, they're going to get in the hill.
That's those close spawns. Like, you feel like it's such a great play. It's like 4 down. They lose the hardpoint 5 seconds later. It's ludicrous the number of waves sometimes you need to hold on some of these key hard points. But one of the biggest leads we've seen for Huntsmen now is we'll take a quick look at the scoreboard. +9 is Scump as he's leading the slaying way for Huntsmen. It's Gunless right there with him. On the other side, nobody really taking over the game from Empire. If they're going to come back, somebody's got to do it down the stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you and I sort of talked about what's the key for Dallas, and you just have to think this map 1 is so important. The confidence is there for Chicago. Scump's already on 30 kills. Gunless is on 30 kills. When it comes to the respawns, Dallas just has to feel like they can compete with these guys, especially Illy and Shotzzy, and right now, I just don't know if they have that confidence in each other.
You mentioned Scump's big stat line. He also has, 90 seconds in the hard point to go with that, so he's really leading it in every capacity. Biggest lead still for the Huntsmen and growing with 25 seconds still on the hard point. Scump takes one before he drops. Advantage 70, 25 more points needed as Gunless making it rain.
And they're at this point where they can fight for this scrap time. It's great for Dallas that you have the next hill control, that you're set up at Warehouse, but it doesn't matter because Chicago's just going to play around scrap time. Just hill after hill. It has to be perfect from here on out for Dallas. It's just such a large deficit. I just don't know what can happen. And on top of that, Chicago, they win the rotation. They get 4, make it 5 as RC starting to heat on up. 3 in a row for him, and that's going to cut down Dallas, and map number 1 going to go the way of Huntsmen.
And we've chatted about the importance of the multiple flex positions you have in this, and it's been all arsenals. All the talk over the past several years has been AR. But one of the things that stood out to us is the second we started watching scrims was when the MP5 is in his hands. He's a playmaker there as well, and you saw it to close it out. They get the 99-point W. It was close throughout. Like Empire had about a 20-30 point game for most of it, but the final 2-3 hard points, just everything goes the way of Huntsmen. You see why they're such a strong hard point team, strong domination team. The respawns with that amount of slaying power on the squad, who the hell is going to slow them down outside of maybe FaZe?
Yeah, I think there's really one play that changes things for me. I mean, that second hill just controlled time and time again by Chicago, but the rotation over to Minecart that Envoy was able to do, that keeps them in the game. The first rotation, Dallas, they won Minecart. That's how they keep it at a 10-point game. As soon as they go back-to-back at second and third, Chicago, that blows the game wide open.
Well, we are going to take a look at the scuff play of the game, though. You heard the crowd getting loud for Gunless's two-piece. He made the play, and this is when they really pulled away with the game. You see the 70-point advantage here, and Gunless goes huge out towards containers, and these kills kind of open up the map for them on the bottom side, and a part of the reason they're able to get set up for Warehouse in the next set of rotations. So big plays from Gunless. Scump was a madman in and around the objective and also in the slaying column. We saw what I think we expected from Huntsmen, but right now in this particular matchup, they still own it.
Yeah, and again, it's just that confidence thing, especially for the young guys. I mean, it is tough to play against the crowd. It is tough to play against guys like Scump, guys like Formal, T2P. If you continuously go down in the series, it's hard to get yourself back up.
Absolutely.
The good thing for them, I mean, we're going to be talking about that search and destroy. S&D for Dallas, they look great at Minnesota.
Well, speaking of S&D, let's talk a bit about our map, too, as we take a look at the maps and modes presented by the U.S. Air Force. Started off on Gunrunner, going to Piccadilly next. You just saw that in our previous series, and last time I watched this, at least from Huntsmen, it was the sniper of Formal that really stood out. He had like a 4-round stretch where I think he had 7 or so kills, just dominant within that one. And you get off of Arcloth, in which you got smoked the last time you played it. So a different look, and now I guess we get to see all this talk about Huntsmen. How much are they going to improve in search? But before we get into the map too, it's the quick scope, also presented by U.S. Air Force. And one thing that stands out instantly, really that top scoreline too with the CDL points. You've already got 30 on the board for Huntsmen. The first points earned from Empire earlier today.
Yeah, both of them able to win their first games, but Chicago, they go 2-0 in that Minnesota weekend. I mean, but you saw the respawn KD. It was 0.93 for Dallas, 1.13 for Chicago. Just so consistent across the board. But yeah, I mean, when we were taking a look at those maps, you saw a couple of changes between their first series. No cave hardpoint, right, which was great for Chicago, and Dallas vetoes that. They're going to play Petro map 4, and then as you talked about with Search and Destroy, you got rid of Arcloth Peak. What's the response? It's Piccadilly. It's Formal Sniper. We saw it against Optic Gaming LA in Minnesota.
And I think regardless of map right now, for Search, we likely give the edge to Empire. We know how much work they've been putting into it early in the title. I guess I'd like to know from your experience as a pro for all these years. Yes, okay, we've heard they put the focus in their first set of scrims has been mostly Search prep over the past, week and a half. How much improvement can you make in a week and a half?
A lot, right? Especially if you consider the fact that they played very little going into Minnesota. A week or two is a very big deal, especially if they knew the way that some of the vetoes were going to work. They can focus on a map like Piccadilly. And even if they didn't have a lot of Search and Destroy prep, they still looked great on this map in Minnesota against Optic. So things are, I think, very strong for Chicago.
Were you at all worried about a letdown on the side of Huntsmen, maybe from like an energy standpoint, in the sense of there was obviously some extra fuel in that first matchup? Scump wanted to come out and throttle Krem. You saw the interview afterwards. You saw him on the desk. He obviously wanted to smoke him. They got that win, Were you expecting any kind of slowdown whatsoever?
No, they want to do it every single time they play each other.
So that's the thing that's all year.
Every single time they play each other, they want to put them in the dirt. And even for Chicago, you start off with a rival here this weekend against the LA Gorillas, right, versus Aches. Yeah, there's already some bad blood there. The energy is flowing for these guys day one.
They're having fun. Can they keep it going throughout the rest of this weekend and maybe be crowned our first event champions for the CDL 2020 season? But it's Piccadilly search and destroy time. The snipers obviously going to be a huge focal point, but you saw in that last series, man, those MP5 players can get pushed up. You saw Jerd wreaking havoc once you can get in position. The difficulty sometimes is just getting into position on this map.
Getting started, right? The reason London had such a slow start is because your sub players are getting picked by snipers. So we'll see. This was formal spot all game long when we watched him in Minnesota. Just so difficult to deal with it.
Well, it's an absurd bit of cover, right?
Yeah, well, just kidding.
Yeah, not covering his forehead, apparently, as Illy takes it off and Formal gets jettisoned around 2. We'll get right over to Illy's POV. Couldn't find anything, so it's over to Clayster. Clayster takes one down. The re-challenge comes in. Maybe don't have to challenge that, but he's feeling himself and gets dropped. 3 versus 3 now with 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Krim, he's able to find one on Envoy. Still a lot of time to work with. They're going to pick up that bomb. Just which site do they want to work? You have to play together. Hook, he's going to avoid all the danger. There was a player mid-buses. That's going to be Scump. He's just waiting to pounce. I think he's going to be the playmaker for Chicago.
Well, weren't they the two that had like big clutches on this map last time in Minnesota? Like Scump had a bunch of clutches. Yeah. They had a 2v4, they had a 2v3, in which Scump went massive, and there it is again. To turn it into a 2v2, it's Scump that's able to get it done. On the flank though, and with the shots is Illy. I like the patience there, the trigger discipline to make sure you get the final shot in. Arseny's last up, Arseny's cut down, round 1 to Dallas.
And I like what we saw early on from Dallas. First, Illy is able to find that first blood, and immediately what happens is Chicago has to respond in some way, taking map position, and then that's when Clayster comes out towards that A side, right? Because Chicago, what they're trying to do is get those bus controls, really just sort of choke them out with that retake. Clayster knows that. A great job by Dallas early on, and yeah, behind Illy's patience with that sniper. A nice round from him.
Well, I thought that's one of those situations where you miss a couple shots with the pistol and maybe you get world
scary,
starred.
yeah.
So I like he takes a second, make sure he hits that final bullet.
You only need 2.
Smoke out towards scaffolding as Huntsmen begin to layer the map. Heavy pressure towards B early, but you got Illy on the steps. But it's Formal this time to hit the first blood. Illy's going to get backed up almost instantly, so no eyes on the cross for a moment. That allows Gunless to now get through.
Dallas has a double sniper setup, so Hook's able to take down Formal. So Illy and Hook both sniping on defense. We'll have to watch to see if that continues throughout this map. Bomb being planted towards B. They have the man advantage now as Shotzi's able to take down Gunless 4 versus 3. But it's tough to retake with 2 snipers, but the bomb not finished. You see at the top how close it is to being done.
Clayster, nice pick, 4v2. Scump again going to try to make the play when the odds are not with Huntsmen. Illy just looking for any kind of angle through the window. You can see bomb carrier right outside to his left. Plant now going down. Scump trying to get it down. Him and Arcedy's in another tough situation. Can they come up with a clutch this time? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Arseny's falls, but Scump now with an opportunity for the 1v3. Has to play defense now for approximately 30 seconds. Nice shot, backs one up, just gets away with his life. The reach-out comes in, and Clayster able to take him down. Scump almost enough for the clutch, but another big play from Empire, and Clay goes huge.
Yeah, Shotzi, I mean, almost gets a little too, puts himself out there a little bit too much. One more bullet. Scump would have loved to have that kill to force a 1v1, but Shotzi, he plays it smart. He waits for his teammate as Clay's just turning this corner. He holds off this. He jumps off the bus. They double challenge. A nice round again. We'll have to see if Dallas continues that double sniper setup. That was really the key, is who's able to bring it back. Now Chicago back on defense. We'll see if they're able to tie things up or to get back in this game. It's Clayster a nice start, 4-1, leading the way for Dallas.
Mix it up this time. Aggression towards A. Illy spots him for just a second, but the slide across gets him to safety. That's a quick plant from Dallas as they look to secure a 3-0 round count advantage. Now, how to Huntsmen opt the retake, because you've got to go. Gunless, head rip clean off. Crim6 and company in power positions across the map, but Arcity's at least able to bring it to a 4 versus 4. The problem, just no time. They've got to go. 3 versus 3. Can they even get there in time as Hook's got the angle on the bomb?
And when you have this double sniper setup, it's just going to be so hard to defuse. Hook just trying to play his life. He's the last one left now. He knows the time. He only has to kill one. That's going to be the play. That should do it. He knows it as well. They're able to get the bomb down. They execute so fast. And, well, with that double sniper setup, Chicago just can't get it done.
And you saw some nice trigger discipline there again. Just doesn't take the shot from scaffolding at the first player. Knows all he has to do is get one clean peek on the bomb. I think it was Envoy that was in his sights. Obviously, that's the right play, the smart play. But some players, you know, might just take the shot, end up blundering it.
Yeah, he misses there. Envoy's going to easily clean him up.
He might,
they'll wallbang him through. Now this is starting to remind us a lot of what we saw in Minnesota. Formal though, able to find first blood on the Shotzzy. You still have double snipes out for Dallas. Illy able to bring it back, so now a 4v4. Jump very aggressive towards B. I don't know if they know he's there already. Well, now they do.
They certainly do now as Illy drops. Scump now 6-2. But he's got as many kills as the rest of his teammates combined. Somebody's got to help him if they're going to get any rounds going. Scump should have another one. That's a tough peek from Crim6. Scump 7th in the game. And what feels like a round advantage for the first time throughout the course of this map. Look at bomb planted. Hook's going to put a Simtex at his feet and blow himself to the sky. Don't see that all that often.
Typically we see, you know, in the past, people, you know, jumping off the map, going out of bounds. It's difficult to do in this game.
Yeah, not just blowing your legs off with the Simtex, but same end goal, right? Finally, a round for Huntsmen. Can they string together two? This time they'll need to do it defensively. Back to this spot. Does Illy have his number again? First blood for Arcities.
Look at the aggression though from Dallas. They just go right up the middle of the map. Hook, him and Shotzzy were able to work those buses. Now you can see Hook's position. He's gonna spot Arcities. Can he finish the kill? This just be a second of the round. But Arcities able to finish. And win that one-on-one.
And during this, Scump has now got 5 in a row as he is taking over map 2. That's why you don't chase kills, because sometimes you get destroyed.
Well, hopefully when he's that one shot, you do chase and you get the kill.
But when you don't, it doesn't look good, Joe.
No, it doesn't.
No clutch for Empire as Huntsmen go back-to-back, bring it within a round.
Yeah, now 2 rounds in a row. And you saw the switch up from Dallas, which you do like to see. They were sniping so much. They had 2 snipers time and time again. Hook, Shotzzy, they get aggressive inside the buses, and they had the opportunity to get the advantage in the round, but RC goes big.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he just cambered him there or just heard him sprinting over and pre-fired him, but from Hook's POV, it just looked like he didn't have a chance, man. Envoy doesn't have a kill yet, looking to get going. He got 1 for Gunless. We said someone had to help Scump, and it's been Arcities. I think he had 2 kills 2 rounds ago. He's gotten 5 over this stretch. Envoy there now on the board. Arcities, 5 in a row. You saw it from Scump, now from Arcities. I think both of them currently on 5 streaks, and the reason they've won back-to-back rounds. Formal. Yet to spot anything.
And this is when you would just love to get a bomb down, right, if you are Chicago, because you do have the double sniper set up once again from Dallas.
Don't do it! Yikes!
That was a quick one.
That's a haircut!
But it's so difficult to retake bombs when you have 2 snipers. That's basically 2 players who have to use pistols. Formal trying to get out of the bus. He gets caught. Just taking their time, working towards B site, but someone's playing very sneaky. That's Shotzzy, who's behind that barricade. You see On the mini-map, he's just prone through X-ray. He's going to be the player at B, and Scump finds him.
Yeah, super sneaky.
It's a common spot.
Yes, he gets naded out, and the numbers go with Huntsmen 3 in a row now. Have you seen anything you've liked behind these round wins? Like, are you seeing some improvement here? Are they adapting to what they're seeing from Empire?
Yeah, I think they're avoiding those snipers, right? It was just time and time again where it was Illian who constantly in the kill feed. They're just taking advantage, and once again, it's Scump and RCs. When you talk about repetitions in Search and Destroy, it's what we just saw Scump do. He knows that there's a spot that they have to clear out. He keeps his nade. He's able to find the kill on Shotzi.
Right through the smoke they go. RC is going to connect with the stun and sets up Scump perfectly. They've been the duo dominating. Kill for Scump, kill for Arcides. They are picking apart Empire over the last 4 rounds. The question was, how are they going to answer the double sniper setup? Now the question for Empire, how the hell are you going to slow down Scump and Arcides? As this is just a ludicrous stretch. Four v2. They're so pushed up on A.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows. Crim's already across. You see, he's watching the cross towards the B side, but Crim already made it through. Illy was able to find one on Scump, so he's able to make this a 2v3. A lot of time to work with, but they do not have the bomb. See if Crim can make the play. Pops did silence. Now's his time to go. Doesn't want to open any doors.
Should have 3-1. There it is, 2 versus 2 now. It was a 2v4 for Empire.
Envoy's trying to find him. He's trying to find him.
Both players with dead silence pop, but that's going to be another. Crim's able to take down Envoy, just doing laps right behind him now from a 2v4. It's Envoy trying to clutch a 1v2. I'm sorry, they had a 4v2, and he's trying to clutch a 1v2. Illy will be able to pick up the bomb. He got spotted though. Nice shots, 1 versus 1. Envoy versus Crim 6.
I like this. Repositions, takes the time. He knows Crim has to plant. You just play around the door. He can just check bomb, play around the door. He'll hear him.
I don't know how you lose this round if you're Envoy.
I don't think he does. I don't know if Crim got there. I don't know if he got there. It's going to be close.
Oh my God, he gets it off. Can he get away with his life? Oh, no, no, no! That is just not a round you can lose. It's Crim 6 that makes the play. He gets the plan with what, .01 on the clock?
I thought he was going to check the bomb.
Pre-aims the window and smokes him. What a round from Crim 6.
I thought he was going to check the bomb at least once.
That's a 2v4 clutch, a 1v1 clutch, a Crim 6 on your forehead clutch. Holy hell.
And that was a big round for Crim because he was 1-6 going into round 7. So we pointed him out. He got through the cross that Envoy was watching. He pops dead silence. He makes the play. A bad nade for Millie, but can he make it up with a snipe? Just misses. But a big round for Dallas to keep them back in this one. I mean, losing 4 in a row, you needed your leader to step up, and he does.
What a moment from Crim, but still need 2 more rounds to close this out. First blood from Gunless, a big one from him, as that's his 2nd kill. And we're 8 rounds deep. But the Arcides Scump show for the Huntsmen, can it continue? Arcides POV now as he's working up towards this A site. That's a rough timing there. Yeah, you get the mantle up, and then Hook meets him with the MP5. Looked on target, but just narrowly a miss from Formal. Gunless with a 2nd in this round. 3 versus 3. Hook gives Empire the numbers. Formal looking for some kind of angle. Gets him behind, able to hit the shots. 2 versus 2. 45 seconds on the clock. Bomb in the hands of Huntsmen.
Yeah, they're sort of flipping the map. You see those gold arrows, they go the other way. Formal, what's he going to do with this bomb? What do they decide to do? Illy, he knows where they're going to come from, towards that bookstore. You have a one-on-one going towards the middle of the map. That's Crim, that's Envoy. He's going to back on up now. Now it looks like they're going to go towards B. Yeah, he hits the shot, and that's bomb down.
Can Crim do it again? Don't find the kill, but it's Illy. Illy that does it, hits both snipes. Looking over the bomb site, and all the momentum that you had from the 3 rounds in a row from Huntsmen just gets silenced by Illy's sniper. They have the 1-on-1 clutch for Krim, the 2-on-2 clutch behind Illy, and another round to Empire.
And again, when they won those 3 rounds in a row, they minimized the sniper, right? You didn't see Illy, you didn't see Hoot getting a lot of those snipe kills, but the last 2, those have absolutely helped keep them in the rounds.
Can they do 3 in a row again? Because they're going to have to. Hoot gets dropped in the early moments of the round. Advantage to Huntsmen. Envoy doing work now. Gets you even at 5-5, just dominates the bus part of the map. That's 3 in a row. Now Envoy working on the ace in this one.
He's out.
He might get another. There's the challenge.
He's going for the ace.
Envoy.
He's going for the ace.
4 for Envoy in the round, but it's Arcades who takes the final Empire player down, and Chicago still alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just you pop dead silence, you hit a timing, and you continue to make plays. Envoy knows that the dead silence is going to reset. He's got a lot of time to work with. A beautiful play by him, but can they win an offense? These offensive rounds just so difficult. But Envoy able to keep them alive.
Round by round, they work to get this 2-0 series edge. Sniper put away for Formal. Tactical and nades out. RC's just looking for anything with this angle under the bus. Envoy has been on a tear, and he keeps it going. 5 in a row. You get a 5 streak for him, for Scump, for Arcades. These individual moments where the Huntsmen players are taking over the map. It's Envoy's turn now. Big advantage, 5 versus 2, 5 versus 1. Hook left alone. Hook drops. It's round 11 here in map 2.
Man, if you take a look at this scoreboard, I mean, if I showed you these numbers, you'd think Chicago would have won like 6-3, 6-4. It's just been so scrappy, and the rounds that they have won have been dominant. Then you look at the side of Dallas, it's come down to a couple of clutches, right? The time really working against Chicago. But because of all the kills, it's going to be Dallas on the attack, which see if they can win this and tie up the series 1-1, or Chicago, they're going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, I think they have like 10 more kills.
Yeah.
The all-important round 11. Can Empire even the series? Or the Huntsmen take control? It's Clayster with a huge first blood, but Formal answers right back. The pressure on Empire to open up a site, but still a ton of time to go.
I mean, they have a lot of position towards the A side. You have Gunless who's sort of watching that site. Still a lot of time to work with, 1:20.
Here they go. Multiple players pushing on mid-bus. The pressure now to Scump. He's going to stun out and back out. Reposition. You had dead silence dropped on, I think, 2 or 3 players of Empire, as they now wrap it right back to A, as they couldn't find the look they wanted through the mid-buses. Bomb planted down in the 4 versus 4. Here we go. Scump behind the car, able to get a kill as Illy drops. Gunless knows he's got one there, but the smoke is going to come out. Gunless gets some damage in, but can't get the kill. It's Envoy that's going to soar on through, and he's just going to hop it. He's just going to hop it. He's just going to hop it. And that could be it. Envoy's on the bomb, and that's the round. Envoy with the defuse, everybody down, and it's 3 rounds in a row as Huntsmen close it out. Now up 2-0. They did it in flurries, Joe. What? They go down 0-3, rip off 3 in a row. They go down 5-3, rip off 3 in a row. When they were hot, they were hot.
Yeah, now we were on Clay's point of view. If he gets that kill, that was Scump throwing the grenade. That grenade lands on Illy, blows him up. That gives them a 3 versus 4. They have this smoke tactical to retake the site. They do a beautiful job. And now, really, the question is, what is the confidence like on the Dallas side? Chicago up 2-0, feeling good.
Huntsmen firmly in control of this series. It'll be Domination coming up next for map 3. But for now, we head to a quick break.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Continue to control this rivalry early in the COD League, now up 2-0. They seem to have improved in Search and Destroy. They look very, very scary, but now what can Empire do? Because I believe we had the same exact Dom they played the first time through it. Empire looked so good in Dom heading into Minnesota. They got smoked. They lost, 60 points on Hackney, I believe it was. They looked all disjointed. We talked about the changes of the mode coming into it. Now you don't have that excuse. Now you've got the chance to improve.
Yeah, hopefully they have improved, right? Because, I mean...
I love you!
Yeah, well, they love me more. But anyways...
Yeah, why isn't there a Shut Up Joe chant?
That'd be rude.
Shut up, Joe. That doesn't sound good. I am. That's true. That's true.
Idiot.
But let's take a look at the Army tactical play as we get ready for the third map. And this is going to be the final moments of round 11.
Yeah, that was the moment right there. Scump, his grenades, and it's, connect on the Elite from there. It's a 4 versus 3. They used their numbers. They had the smoke tactical. It was beautifully played. I mean, Dallas was in a position to win this game. They're able to get that bomb down. We know how tough it can be to retake. But it starts with Scump, it ends with Gunless, and, well, Envoy on that bomb.
I just loved it. Envoy saw the smokes. He's like, I'm on this. He got the kill. He hopped it. But the reason they were in the game, the duo that brought them back when they were down 0-3 was Scump and Arcitys, 12-5 and 13-6 respectively. They were dominant. Not a lot of first bloods to go with it, but in the mid-game, they were just taking over. And you saw what the 5+ sprees you got from both of them. And then the late game, it was Envoy, man. He was, what, 2-7, 2-6 at one point.
It almost felt like they just let him off the leash, right? You're down 5-3, and it's just
thing.
sort of like, screw it, guys. Like, I'm going to go make a play. He pops dead silence. That's when he gets almost that ace play. He's able to find 4, and just after that, he played so aggressive near the middle of the map. It was a great job by Envoy, but just the entire team.
Okay, well, back to the Dom. I know we took a look at the search and destroy, but back to the Dom. Did you see something other than Shotzi getting obliterated because he was like 7 and 400? Did you see something from that map 3 on Hackney that they needed to really improve, or is it as simple as that?
I mean, it's just when you're spawning on that AB side, you have to be able to control it, and I feel like you just have to have a good first half if you're Dallas Empire. Again, to me, it's very similar to map 1, where the confidence has to get under their shoes, right? They have to feel like they're a part of this game. They're in it. Right now, it just doesn't feel like that. And if you have a big lead, if you have a big first half, that's when things can change.
I do have one more question about the search, though.
Sure.
Did you learn something about Huntsmen being able to come back in that after they lost that 2v4 and Krem had the 1v1? That's a pretty big comeback, man.
I mean, we saw him rip off 3 rounds in a row, and it's one of those things where you just sit next to each other. It's like, we already did it. Let's just do it again.
Okay. I just thought after that round, I thought that was a dagger, man. That one from Krem. But let's get into the Dom. Huntsmen up 2-0, looking for the hot sweep. If they can finish it here, starting on the preferred side of the map is going to the Empire. What kind of lead can they get early in the game? How much will Huntsmen invest into trying to get the flip early?
I mean, you just want to see Dallas really control this game early on. But right away, it's going to be gunless, it's going to be formal. They're already starting to assault on towards A. There's going to be 2 players here. There's 1 player from Dallas. He's going to have a lot to work with. He gets shut down, and that's exactly what you didn't want to see if you were a Dallas fan. Scump, he's going to capture this A point. He has some people to work with, but here comes the push from Dallas. Maybe to get it back, but gunless almost lines up the 3rd.
Great play from Huntsmen. Answered by a great retake from Empire to get back in control of A. But I love what you saw from Huntsmen. They're like, okay, go ahead and attack B. Then they had 2 people pre-aimed at the back door. So Empire comes scrambling out to try and get back to A and just get chopped down. But when the dust settles, a minute in, Empire is still in control with the retake. Yep.
A big retake, and now you have some map position as well. As 4 kills come in. Placed her inside of B. You have 1 player working outside of L. Towards the middle of the map, that's going to be Hoot. The other 2 making sure the push towards top A doesn't come in. But Chicago, they're headed towards the B side. A few one-on-ones going down. Shotzi talked about how, well, his dreadful performance in Minnesota. He's on 3 in a row. Hook as well on 3 in a row.
Almost more kills than his last 12 minutes against them on this map. But it's Chicago that are up 2-0, but currently only have 1 flag battling for that mid-map control. I'm going to go right to an Astro Gaming listen-in with the Huntsmen.
Kyler's standing in the door. Kyler's standing in the door.
All right, wait. Fight for B. Fight for B.
We're dead.
We're not playing for A. We're not playing for A.
We're playing for B.
It can be stand out. Top AC dead. Top AC dead.
Set up L. Bottom Crim. He's pitching middle. Bottom L.
Coming top L. One is going top cat.
Crimson up. Crimson B. I need it. I need smoke mid hop.
Fire shots. I spawned left. We can know you.
Fire door dead. Fire, right? Fire. Cop. Fire. Nice, we dropped it up. One weak. They're gonna be green behind you, Pierce. They're gonna be green behind you, Pierce. We're gonna be, guys.
I'm bottom with you. Go top, guys. Go top.
Jump across.
Bottom hut.
Wait for B. I spawned.
Hut, guys, hut. He's pushed our side.
Yeah, one's a B.
Green spawns, guys. Green. Never mind.
I'm owing.
Where's bottom L, Tyler.
Right back into it we go. 17-point advantage for Empire. But it's Envoy's POV as he's looking for the break top L.
You have 1 player on A right now. Gunless shot all the way through. The neutral's going to get done. Now, how does Dallas respond? You at least have that 20-point lead. Half of this round is done with 3 minutes off the clock. But Chicago able to secure A. Now, what do you want to do here if you are Dallas Clayster with a nice 2 kills?
What do you think it's like if you start on A side, if you're on that coalition side, that's where you start. What's like the comfortable lead? What are you looking for through the first half?
I would say 20 points. I think it's solid 20 to 30 points. I mean, you would love more, but that's 2 to 3 minutes. And I think at this point, you should be good enough to at least hit some neutrals on A on your next side.
And you think anything under that's when it gets a little bit scary?
Very scary.
Okay.
Yeah, very scary. Because at that point, then when they get a lead on the next side, they can play around 2 flags. They can continue to neutral your homes as well. We saw it done just time and time again, where you're basically just wasting the clock. So yeah, you want a 20 to 30 point lead, I would say, at a minimum.
Well, the best thing from Empire has been every time they've lost A or it's been neutral, they've been able to really retake it very, very well, efficiently and quickly. But pressure here once again from Huntsmen. That's a 3-man, about to be a 4-man push coming in. The one remaining guy still back there is going to be Clayster, who has some work cut out for him. Just trying to play his life. But he is going off right now. Clayster going huge at 14 and 6. Clayster's still back there. He has a chance to win another one-on-one. He'll finally drop, but the streak at 7 and the hold on C was enough for his teammate to get back in, win his one-on-one, so Clayster did his job. He gets 1 key kill, gets another weak, or at least holds enough for a player to come in and assist.
Yeah, now who's just trying to stay alive back there? He's going to have some help from his teammates. Shotzi, can he win this? The stun's going to come through. Nice play from the King. He's able to get 2 kills. He's able to lock down B. They capture C as well, and this could be dangerous for Huntsmen. The neutral comes in. A lot of points could come their way if they're able to keep them off of it.
Yeah, and even though, we mentioned the retakes from Empire happening very efficiently, those neutrals are still big, right? That quick take coming in
Wasting
from Huntsmen,
time.
the quick neutral. I mean, it might be a difference of, 10, 15 points, but when you're talking about 20 to 30 being the big difference going into half, that surely adds up. And that lead we saw, that 20, 25-point lead now gone. It's just an 8-point advantage for Empire with 60 seconds remaining. So this is a big final 60 seconds. It's a chance to approach that threshold you talked about, or a chance for this maybe to be a tie game or a Huntsman lead.
I would love to see Dallas now with a minute left, maybe to take some more risks, right? Just get some pressure towards the C side. Just at least try to get a neutral for, 10, 15 seconds if possible. But Formal, gunless, they're able to find kills. And behind that, they're going to try to get into B, but Krim behind his double slow things down. There's still a chance for them to get pushed up, but it just feels like the trade's just going back and forth, just allowing no room for either team so far.
And we can't not talk about it, but a much more balanced effort from Empire. It's tough to win maps against a team like Huntsmen with the performance that Shotzi had the first time. This time, right around even, and they're performing. The lead going to be right around 20 points as the final seconds tick off. Hovering right around the threshold you mentioned.
Still
like, will it be enough? It's 19 points?
19 points. I mean, Chicago,
you said 20.
I feel like they did a solid job. I mean, there was just consistent pressure towards A. They neutraled it a few times. They almost got the flip that they wanted. Dallas able to retake it. But when we saw this in Minnesota, what Chicago was able to do when they had the A-B set up, they were able to get that 3 cap. They were being annoying towards C. They put them in the trap. We'll see if Chicago can do that here and close the series out.
Maybe took more risks than you saw from Dallas, you're saying? These opening moments, though, so crucial for the entirety of this best of 5. A car almost takes 2 with it. But Formal holding from back, Brick gets the headshot into Shotzi. A-B controls. You saw the game plan a little bit different from Empire. They want to flood everybody through green, try to get to A instantly. Formal made it difficult from his power position at the back. Brick.
Yeah, Chicago just did it a different way. They sent 2 players right up the middle, and there it is already. The neutral's already at C. This is what I was talking about. They played much more aggro as Envoy's able to get that neutral. But now Dallas, they have 2 players at this A flag.
And there's the neutral at B as well. So a good answer in a scary spot once again from Empire. And a big part of why they had that lead. Shotzi, a huge job in and around B, and that's the flip. Empire.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play too aggro and you don't get the kills. Envoy was able to hit his one-on-one towards C, but basically everybody else goes down. So the spawns flip. Now Dallas in a comfortable setup once again.
And you've got Illy just pushed up towards bottom L. Almost a triple. But now you gotta think about how you want to play this if you're Huntsman. Do you keep on flooding B for the neutral? Do you try to slip 1 or 2 through to A and disrupt that home spawn of Empire? They got all the kills mid. Yeah, they got all the kills mid. They're gonna do both at the same time. Okay, so I asked which they were gonna do. Basically, both happen, and that's what happens when you go 5 down. That's a scary moment there for Empire.
Yeah, Chicago, they just get so far pushed up behind those 5 kills. They're trying to secure A. You see Dallas. They're trying to get pushed up middle. Clay now the last one left.
That is one of the cleaner flips and takes of B you're going to see on a map like Hackney. That just happened in 5 seconds, and the whole thing flipped on its head.
Now you're just sort of playing around the clock, I feel like, if you're Dallas. A 20-point lead, that's about 2 minutes with a very clean 2-cap for Chicago. So can you get some neutrals at B? Behind that, can you get some pressure at A? We saw them flip once. Can they do it again? And maybe if you're Chicago, because your aggression didn't pay off, maybe you don't do that.
Well, Scump, a really solid job holding them off at B, and you can see the defensive setup they have from Huntsmen. They've got 2 sort of locking down that overextension towards green. They're now wrapping back to get in. They have to. All 3 of their teammates dropped into B, so here come the reinforcements. It's Formal and Arcees that are going to try and get in and stop the neutral. The neutral does go through.
They flipped.
And it's a big one, and the flip comes in at the same time. It's Spawn's still a little bit messy. You're spawning kind of towards mid-map right now. If you're Chicago, what are they going to opt to do? They can't track back to C. They're in the process of losing A. The 3-cap about to go through, and this might be Empire's map. It seems like they tried to do multiple things there off spawn. There wasn't just like a concerted effort, like, hey, let's push back to C together, let's push back to A. Everyone just kind of scrambled, and you saw how weird the spawn was. They spawned, what, 2? Looked like they spawned like outside green, 2 back towards like the blue bus. They were all over the place. That's 5 down for Empires. They're smoking Huntsmen now.
And when you're sort of spawning in the middle of the map, what you probably want to do is try to take A, but if that fails and if that doesn't work, you lose. I mean, how many points got taken off the board for Chicago? So then they spawn up there like, all right, we need something. That's when you go to C, but now you're down just so many points throughout this. So a great job by Dallas, and finally a comfortable lead for them. Up 39 points. So already Chicago gonna at least have to 2 with a neutral.
Well, I think just within these 2 series they've played each other between Minnesota and London, you see Huntsmen improve and search and destroy. I know it's not the same map, obviously. We saw Arklov go 6-1 to Empire the first time, but this is a straight up rematch. Empire get blown out by 50. Now a chance to win by even more as a 3-cap coming in. Empire improved massively in the domination. It looked like they're gonna stay alive in this best of 5.
Yeah, ridiculous movement right there by Shotzi as he's able to defend B.
Who is it that was telling us he like focuses more on his movement than his shot? Like,
oh yeah, he just loves sliding around.
Yeah.
But this is that time where, yeah, you can just play around one flag. You can play around neutrals. That's exactly what Dallas is doing. They're playing around the clock. That is Chicago's biggest opponent right now.
Do you think the biggest moment of this is just that opening 30 seconds with the flip from Empire?
Well, the second time they were able to do it, because Chicago got that one back. So yeah, the second time that turns into the 3-cap, that is the key moment throughout this map.
Well, yeah, that's where the big lead came behind, right? It's wild how quickly a 3-cap can make a close game not look very close.
But I mean, we talked about it. This is big now for Dallas. It just felt like you couldn't beat these guys no matter what. You go up 5-3 in the search and destroy, you lose 3 rounds in a row. The respawns at Minnesota, they were dreadful. That first hardpoint, Chicago dominated. You finally win something against what feels like their kryptonite. And maybe that just gives them some life headed into map 4.
Just a respawn, right? Like proving to yourselves you can take a respawn. But can they chain together 2 and take the hard point, get us to a map 5? I'd love another search and destroy after how that game 2 went. What is it? It's Petro for map 4?
Yeah, I was talking to Krim too. He said that's one we've been keeping in the back pocket, so we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a lot of it in Minnesota,
I
right?
feel like that's just what happens, right? The vetoes at Minnesota, we saw so much cave. Just time and time again, map 1, that was it, because people didn't want to pick Hackney, and I don't think they were too comfortable on Petro. So what happens is you're like, somewhere we have to change our veto process. Petro is just that map that starts to pop up more often.
And I feel like Azir Cave's just like the first one in the rotation of every scrim too. It's just like people feel comfortable on it, but that is a dominant win from Dallas, and it keeps them in this series, silences the Huntsmen fans in attendance, because that game was over 3 minutes ago. That's why, I mean, I know we weren't getting too amped, too hyped about the final moments, because it wasn't close, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it was similar to what we saw in Minnesota. It was about a 50-point game. And again, for about 9 minutes, it was very back and forth. I thought Chicago did what they had to do on the first half. They kept it very close. But Dallas, they get that 3 cap, they're able to capitalize on top of it.
And I know a lot of talk with Dallas has been the young talent for obvious reasons, but Clayster's been awesome today. He had somewhere about like an overall like a 1.5 in the first series. He had a very, very good first series. He drops 32 and 19 there in the map 3.
Well, there was I think there was a tweet from him where he just said, like, my team just wants me to go positive 10 with an AR, right? Like, in a lot of the times what happens when you're a veteran time and time again, you've been around for forever, you've won, you sort of, I wouldn't say you get away from the basics, but you're trying to play the perfect team game. And what happens is the slaying gets away from you. You focus on where you're at, where your positioning is, what your teammates are doing, instead of just finding the kills on the map. And we saw Clayster do this at his champs performance, you know, years and years ago, where if he's just focused on slaying, he can do this as much as he wants.
And he's more familiar with it than maybe any player ever, as he's our oldest player in the Pro League. He's like 28 now. Guy looks like he's going to compete forever. And, well, I'll tell you what, a good run with this Empire team, and his career might have a big extension within it. But you saw the Huntsmen guys kind of talking through that Dom. Things obviously don't go the way they do the first time through, but now the focus will shift to the Petro, as that'll be the first time we see these teams square off on that particular map and mode. But before we get into the map 4, we can take a look at the highlight that we saw from the Dom. Quick replay as they get loaded up and inside of it. Crimsix had a lot of moments over these last few maps. They couldn't close out the search and destroy, but helping his team go big in the Dom.
Yeah, it was just a great performance from a lot of different players on Dallas. You saw Krim, you saw Clay, Illy a few times, Shotzi with the nice plays. Hook was just consistent throughout. And on the side of Chicago, I think when things got said and done, it was Envoy and Arcees who struggled a little bit. And, you know, Arcees was insane at Minnesota. And those were the two of the impact players that we just saw on that search and destroy. But they've just looked so darn comfortable on Hardpoint as a team.
And you can just see the swings with these players within a game, because we talk, when we're mentioning Hardpoint, we'll say, like, if you see somebody have a bad game, it's like, sometimes they just don't have their early rotations, right? You're just like headbutting the Hardpoint over and over again. Like, the same can be said for Dom. Like, if you're going against that 2 cap at all times, you're going against people with a very fast time to kill in Modern Warfare that are set up in ADS in power positions. Like, it's not fun. It's very, very difficult. It comes down to your lethals and tacticals, your team shots, your comms, but you have those stretches where you just die 5 times in a row. It's like, I have a chance in these gunfights.
That's what happened to Shotzi, right? You know, in Minnesota, he goes like 7-30, whatever he does, but the first half he's stuck in a 3 cap, and then at that point, you're just trying to do whatever you can to get yourself back in the game. And typically what that is full sprinting into Chicago set up, trying to get on as many flags as you can. It's just difficult to come back in.
Okay, well, let's focus now going forward on the Petro. Anything for you in particular maybe stands out about this particular map and the pool for hardpoints?
I just think it's very similar to a lot of the different maps that we had. A lot of close spawns. You're able to, you know, there's typically 2 spawns on these hardpoints you can control from the front. Of course, there's a good spawn, but there's a lot of different spawn traps that we've seen. You know, this really stands out for like what we've seen in Atlanta, what they were able to do in Minnesota. So I'm sure, teams have been practicing quite a bit.
Well, I know Scump had a lot to say when they played in Minnesota. I think we've got a clip of him with the choke symbol, I believe, during the map too, as they go up big, go up 3-0, and you can see him on the other side in the top right, just let him know the choke came in. They let him rip off 3 straight. And you call it friendly banter, you call it whatever you want.
I call it a rivalry.
Yeah.
Again, they don't like each other. Yeah, they don't. Again, every single time that they play, that is what's going to happen. That's what's going to be on your screen.
Well, the difference this time, Empire gets 1 respawn win. But can they win a hardpoint? That's been something they have not been able to do. They've now won a Dom, they've won a search and destroy. The thing they haven't done is won a hardpoint. Can they? I know they've had a couple games that were 50 point range, but that's been sort of the tale of hardpoint just in this particular title. We haven't seen, like, think of all over the past 3 years, all the 100-point clubs we've had. I don't think you're going to see many this year. I just don't think you're going to. Just the nature of the spawn system in this game, it's going to be hard to do.
I mean, map 1 was probably one of the bigger blowouts that we've seen throughout this year, right? The 250 to 150 that we saw Chicago able to do in this series. So
yeah, it's like 100 point wins the new 100-point club. It feels
yeah,
like.
It's difficult to do. Throughout this weekend, there's been so many 250 to 200s. It's just so hard to get out to a big lead. And with the spawns, the way they're set up right now, it's hard to hold hills as much as you can.
It really is, Joe. It really, really is. To Saint Petrograd we go. First time.
I thought you were going to call it what you usually call it.
St. Peter Griffin?
Yeah.
I saw somebody tweet it once. It was stuck in my head forever.
Yeah.
I thought for sure I'd accidentally let that slip at some point.
I thought you were about to right there.
Yeah, no, I almost did. I don't know who. It was like Nubsy or somebody tweeted that. It's just been in my head for months. Clayster's POV. As we rock into this map forward, the grenades connect. The first kill to Crim 6.
And I like what you saw from Clay off the start. He actually had extended mags on, so he had 60 bullets. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. I'm sure he'll switch. That's just for the start.
What do you want to do? Just shoot.
Yeah, it's just like search and destroy. I mean, they have to try to get through those big pillar areas and behind all the nades, behind all the shots.
That's a good pickup, Joe, because we don't talk too much about the attachments because there's not usually a ton of versatility, but this game, you would think have more, but everyone sort of finds their sweet spots and things they like, but that's pretty cool off the opening break from Clay.
Yeah, and Clay's always been one of the more unique players, right? As many advantages as he can. At Chicago, they know what they're trying to do as we set up for the second hill towards Cafe. That's going to be on the top right side of your mini-map. They don't get the time, but they get the spawn flip. We'll see. Can Chicago push on through and at least hold it?
Empire, really good job on the first hard point. Shotzi looking to make the play on the flank. I thought maybe a little bit too shaky at first with the re-challenge. Maybe a help from the light post as Arcees must have lit that up. That's 2 for Shotzi and opening Hardpoint control. There's still one more player tucked in a corner there. Who's that? It's going to be, I think, Gunless that was tucked away, but it's just 1 kill for him before he falls. He had the entire team spawning on him from Empire.
And now the key here is, to get Formal out of top loop, because with Formal up there, he can watch the Dallas Empire spawn, and well, he has this control. So as long as Formal's up there, he's doing so much for his team. A nice break from Chicago. That could have been a big point for Dallas to have a big lead.
Just look at it on the minimap. You can see they have to cross this little road. Formal's just posted up with the AR in the top window. Finally, they're able to pick him out, but at this point, there's only 20 seconds remaining. So nice job by Formal and Huntsmen to get a good amount of time considering how that looked early in the hard point.
Yeah, that had to have happened because I think Dallas would have been up about 90-10 if that doesn't. I was going to give props for Dallas for the way they were really able to break the early setup, but they weren't able to hold it. And now as we rotate on Hazmat Chicago, they have the setup they want. They have early control.
Formal once again in this power position. Gets the nade out, which I thought might take a third down, but he gets 2. Now that's the first step. The first win you need to get if you're Empire as you try to push in. The next one up is going to be the MP5 of Arcees, the MP5 of Gunless. As they look to hold it down. Gunless and Arcees wipe them out. That's a triple from Gunless. Scuffed in with the final kill, but where's that spawn? They get
That's
the
what
back.
they want. That's what they want because look at Envoy's position. Look at number 9. Envoy's already rotated towards Pool Hall. This is exactly what Chicago wanted to do. They would have loved to got to scrap time and control them towards that back spawn the way they did it. Obviously, Dallas is going to have the close spawn. There's going to be more reinforcements, but they got majority of the time. They rotated to Pool Hall. That's exactly what Chicago wanted.
So they just want to open up the back there and hope they can get some kills behind it, though, and maybe contest. So not a flawless transition, but it gets you set up for Pool Hall. As you saw Envoy already posted up in a corner. Now look at this trek you have to do across the map. You're going to have to win multiple layers of fights if you're Empire. Nice shots out of Arcees at range with that MP5. There's the first step, though. You kill everybody at mid-map. Now you can apply pressure to the hard point. Here they come. Envoy, he's been here for an hour, getting set up inside, but it's Illy that goes on the tear. I believe that's 4 in a row for Illy as he goes surging through before he falls into Pool Hall. Empire able to break in. The early setup for Huntsmen. Maybe not returning as much of an investment as they hoped for.
Yeah, I just feel like that first setup has to be better from Chicago. Formal, though, he's able to get behind this bar. Gunless, Arcees, Scump, everybody contributing. They're going to hit this scrap time.
Well, it looks better now.
Yeah, it looks a lot better now, but you thought behind it that they were going to, they're going to take the lead, but you thought it would be a little bit larger. We're taking a look at our stats. Pretty even across the board for Dallas. Huki would love to see step up. Well, Chicago, they've just been so good. Every single player when it comes to Hardpoint. Now we head to Restaurant. Both teams just fighting for early control. You would love to have the Riverside, the top side of the map. Spawn your teammates out low.
And I think it's Gunless that won the gunfight to get that Riverside control. And that's exactly where the spawn starts coming in for the yellow arrows on the map. Empire, sorry, gold arrows. As they spawn out low, they try to battle back in, but it's a contest fest inside for now. But the numbers seem to be there for Huntsmen. They're able to just narrowly hold on as Envoy gets 3 in a row at 13 and 7.
Yeah, you already see. I mean, Dallas, for the most part, has given this up. So this has been the biggest hill so far for Chicago. As they're going to get the last 20 seconds, Dallas, they have to go. As we head back towards this shipping area, this has to be a response now from Dallas.
And they won it, all right, 40-10, somewhere in that ballpark the first time, right? So
yeah, but you have the massive advantage just off spawn, right? You don't have that here now.
Very true. So even though it's the same hard point, it's a very different story going into it the second time. Scump with a big entry, hopping through tunnel. Shotzi in the corner. Can he be the difference maker? 2 down with him, 3 down with him. Shotzi with a nasty triple. And looks to light up the 4th. There comes the peak as Formal drops everybody down from Huntsmen. It's beautiful from Empire and Shotzi early in the second set of rotations.
Yep, and then similarly what we saw on the first side, they want to try to get cafe control, so all of Chicago push on up. But Dallas did a great job retaking this when they had to. Shotzi's still alive. He's on a 5-3, trying to find Gunless. Gunless finally takes care of him, shuts him down. But Dallas, they hold on to most of that hill. They keep themselves inside the game. They're going to fight for this scrap time, but Chicago have flipped the spawns here at Cafe. Now Clayster, you can see he's trying to get top blue control. We talked about it at the first rotation. It's such an important part of this hill.
But Scump's there. Scump is already set up, trying to make sure they can't get into that spot. As Scump falls, I think it's Crim6 that'll now get into top blue. Sorry, Clayster will get right back in as he comes off spawn. So Clayster with the M4 looking to cut down the reinforcements. It's split spawn, kind of all over the place from Hudson now as they're trying to rally back. The spawns get very, very messy just due to the position of the players in and around the hard point. But because they're so far pushed out and they won the spawns inside, look how far out Empire was. That was basically across the map. That's about as deep a spawn you're going to get in Modern Warfare.
Yeah, Formal, though, he's really starting to heat up. He's on 4 in a row. He's the reason they held on to this hill, and he's the one who got pushed out. As well, Arcedy's right there with him. Envoy as well.
He's been their MVP on Cafe from both sides.
That's 12 kills in a row for Chicago. Finally, Clayster is able to end that. Now going to be a 60-point lead, and really throughout Modern Warfare, this has been the question. Can you respond with a great hold of your own? Now down 60 points. Can Dallas bring this one back?
They have to go huge in Hazmat. This is their chance to do it. It's Hook that's watching River. He's going to get flanked. Empire look to be getting opened up. The smokes come out for Huntsmen as the push comes through. Illy, I thought, got bad timing for a second. Just spots him inside of the window and now trying to finesse. A nice one-on-one win top, but Scump there for the trade. 4 going to drop for Empire. They're still spawning in the back, but inside the hard point go Huntsmen. They disrupted early. In the opening 20 seconds, they're able to break through, and I think that's where you had to have a better hold if you're Empire, if you're going to take this map.
Still a one-on-one, but Envoy continues. 7 in a row, 21 and 10. The knife is out from Envoy, able to cut down Crim.
Envoy's eating now. Envoy's eating now. Even the hip fire going through as the streak will end at 8. Just 37 more points needed for Huntsmen to close out this map, to close out this series, and to continue to dominate this rivalry against Empire.
And once again, they're already on the rotation. They're always a step ahead. And a lot of that is due to Envoy. I feel like he's really, his playstyle is sort of built around that to make the right play, to try to get those spawns.
Oh, look at his time at the hard point right now. It was 2.5 minutes.
And then when they need a break, it's like Scump and Envoy. They're just able to find their way in, just weasel their way through, and they're able to pick those multi-kills, and that's what breaks the setup at Dallas. And now just 15 more seconds to close this series out 3-1.
A last-ditch effort for Empire as they've yet to take a hard point within this matchup. Crim6 going huge to keep them alive in this game. 10 seconds away from at least making sure that Huntsmen can't close it out on this hard point. Good job contesting, but a contest is not enough to win this game. You still have a ton of time on the play clock, so the comeback is there.
It's there, but they don't have restaurant control either. One player from Chicago already rotated. Guess who? It's Envoy. Always the first one there, it feels like. He's got a one-on-one going down, able to win it, takes down Hook.
Every single time, man, he is ahead. Every single time. It's Envoy makes heads-up play, high skill play, play after play. It is all Envoy. It is all Huntsmen.
He's 30 and 12 with almost 3 minutes in the hill. This is an absurd performance from Envoy.
One of the more ridiculous stat lines you're ever going to see in Hardpoint. It's Envoy, it's Huntsmen, and they dominate the map 4.
Every time I looked at the mini-map and I was like, who's going to rotate for Chicago? Right, they were a step ahead. It was Envoy. A couple of times at Pool Hall, a few times at Hazmat, he was the one that broke in. When Dallas had to respond, Envoy cut him down.
Well, we've talked about the differences kind of it spawns for this particular title in Hardpoint versus others. How important is that situation still? That early rotation, how big is it compared to past titles?
Especially on Petro, this is one of the maps where like it kind of makes sense compared to past titles. If you look at Hazmat, if you look at Pool Hall, you're able to really push them out.
So more old school Hardpoint on that map?
Yeah, and I see, you can see the way Envoy played it. He knows how important it is to flip those maps.
Well, Huntsmen, they get the 3-1 W on stage. We've got Scump with Frankie.
Is the instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I had to grab Scumpy for this crowd, didn't I, London? Yes, indeed. Now, Scump, last time you faced the Empire in Minnesota, they beat you on S&D. This time round, you managed to sort it out. How?
I don't know, really. We kind of clutched up. They choked a little bit. We played to our strengths. We just played an all-around good S&D map. We kind of like figured out their strategy halfway through it and then adjusted to it, and it ended up working in the end. So
just tell me percentage-wise, was it more of a choke on their part or a victory on yours?
A little bit of both. Probably more of a choke on their part, though.
Okay, so what happened to you guys on Domination then? Do you think you got overconfident?
No, they played the map well. Our comms were a little bit stale. They just rode their momentum, and they honestly played the map pretty well. They snuck a few times through A, and we just couldn't keep track of them. It felt like there were 7 of them, like we were saying.
It does feel like there's no stopping the Huntsmen, but let's face it, we're only in the second event of the CDL. Modern Warfare is still a new game. Are you concerned about other teams catching up with you as they learn the game a bit more?
I mean, yeah, the skill gap's going to keep closing and closing as people learn the game, but the only thing we can do is try to stay at the top and just keep improving our individual game, which I think we're doing a good job of doing so far.
You are indeed, and I want to ask, have you got any words for this crowd? Because they clearly love you, Scump.
You guys are awesome. I love London. Y'all always come out. I also have one more thing to say. Shit was easy.
Was maybe easy. Will it be easy for our next 2 teams? That was the instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Coming up next, though, this crowd, you guys don't want to miss it. It's the London Royal Ravens versus New York Subliners, the rematch.
live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? The United States Air Force, learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
In this grand imperial town, history is woven into every inch of its existence. This is a place defined as much by its people as its places. A region lionized not only for its royalty, but its resilience. Past and present inextricably linked. And it has been told that if 6 ravens ever leave the tower, the crown will fall. But it is 7 ravens who find themselves here and now, at the ready, to bring a new crown to the city that bore them. For it's time to write a new history for a place that is defined by it. This city, in all her majesty, all her might, prepares for a new legacy to take flight. This is London. This is the Call of Duty League Week 2.
Well, there you have it. The Ravens are here. They're back on their home turf, and they are putting on a show for you guys right now. And the arena is filled with incredible fans making themselves known, who they are standing here for. And also, I have a special guest on the desk with me, Odie, Managing Director of the London Royal Ravens. I've got to ask you straight out the gates, how amazing is this home crowd?
It's fantastic. It's exactly what I dreamed of. When we were looking to get a franchise, it's exactly what I was hoping was going to happen. And what a crowd. They're making a lot of noise and having a lot of fun. It's pretty cool.
They are indeed. It's pretty Rich, you got a massive smile on your face right now. You're happy with this, huh?
I mean, do you think any crowd on any of the other stops is going to be able to beat what's going on here?
No, not at all. The UK crowd's the best in the world. Like, got these guys down here. We've got guys up here, University of Chichester. Got to point them out up there.
They want the jumper back.
I'm sure that a lot of the people working for these franchises are going to be battling to see who has the best crowd. And we saw Gary Vee up here getting super hyped last in launch weekend about their crowd. How do you think this one stacks up to our last one in Minnesota?
This is way more noisy. I was there. Like, this is much more noisy. I don't think anybody's going to beat this.
Who do you think is going to come close?
I don't think anyone will.
There we go.
Literally,
No one.
not going to happen.
No one is coming close to these guys here in London. And obviously we'll be back here on home soil again for you guys. And are you hoping they're going to be a little bit louder as well next time? Or is it even possible? Look at them. They're already going again. I love it.
Yeah, well, no, they're going to be louder. It's like we've got tomorrow as well. So hopefully more people in tomorrow. They can make some more noise as well and have a lot of fun.
Well, I know, of course, you have an incredible background in esports. You're a founder of Dignitas, 18 times world champion, serious stuff under your belt here. But talk to me about how it feels to start something new, a new venture in esports. Call of Duty League, franchising league, brand new, fresh off the airship. We've talked about it so many times. Are you proud of what you're building here in London?
Yeah, totally. Like, for about 5 years, I've wanted to get back into Call of Duty. I was one of the first esports teams back in 2004 to get into Call of Duty. So when I joined my new team, my new ownership group, we spoke about Call of Duty, and I told them how great this country is for the crowds, for the fans, the amount of fan base that play the game. Absolute no-brainer for us to go with it, and look where we are now. It's everything we planned is here. Pretty cool.
It is indeed.
Honestly, if you throw an after party half as good as the actual show has been, I might just move here, especially when we've seen how my home team played against you guys last week.
They shut down New York.
Yeah, we don't need an after party. We just jump in with these guys.
That's a good enough party for me.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, guys, everybody in this arena right now, you've been so amazing all day. But we have the managing director of London Royal Ravens right here. I need to hear you make some noise for this guy. He's making it all happen. So please, please give it up here for Odie. Love it. Love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, Odie, and I'm sure the rest of the event will be absolutely epic and one to remember. We're going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, I have to inform you guys, we have the London Royal Ravens themselves performing on the main stage, taking on the...
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas. We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Back to London. We are live here, the home of the London Royal Ravens. We're here for the Call of Duty League, of course. And you guys on YouTube, I hope you're getting as hype as this room is right now, because we're about to see this home team take the main stage against the New York Subliners. I do have my wonderful desk here and a very lovely wardrobe change as well, coming from Rich Campbell, and always looking fresh at the end. There got Nameless, of course. We need to get straight into this, guys. We need to go into game fuel keys to victory. Nameless, I'm handing over to you, man. You're the dude with all the plans.
Yeah, my thing for London is Weskin needs to continue to fry. We see them have incredible performances when this guy's going off, and he went off in that last series. We were talking to Scraps on the desk, and I was like, how is he so good? And he's like, I don't know. This is the best year he's had in 3 years, and he's continuing to dominate. So if he can continue that, they'll be absolutely fantastic. Feed off that energy, because now they're playing for a championship. It's right there. It's in their eyes. They need to win a couple more games. Keep in mind, they win one more, they're out, and then they have potential to win this tournament. So this is a huge match against a team that they already beat.
It's a rematch as well, right? And we saw Weskin be absolutely insane the first time around. I'm looking at Jared. If Jared can play like he's played today, I think this one might be easy for him.
They smoked New York last time they played them. Destroyed them 3-0, made a statement, and Weskin played better in that match than he did in the last one we just saw. How's that even possible?
I mean, back in Piccadilly, S&D, Weskin was having the time of his life in London on that map. But we need to talk about right now, New York Subliners.
Sure.
We said it before, they did get smoked last time at the launch weekend. Nameless, what do they have to do? Game fuel keys to victory for these guys.
Okay, so I'm going to say first and foremost, they need to forget launch weekend. They need to delete that from their memory. And, I was worried about these guys for that because they are a team that can tilt easily. They have some people on there who have raged in the past and some combative personalities. You look at Temp, you look at Temp, you look at Zuma, these guys, they can get in arguments and they can start to get frustrated. So they need to forget about launch weekend and focus on this match. They have the VOD to go back to look at from what they did wrong. It looks like they improved a little bit in their match. So we'll see what they can do here versus London.
I seriously think Temp's already matured a whole bunch. I really like Temp a lot as a player. And then also, I talked to Revan a little bit backstage. He used to be up on the desk. Now he's going to be the coach. He said it in a really nerdy way. He said, launch weekend was not indicative of what to expect for a team or something like that. I definitely do think we've already seen they're looking better than what we saw week one.
Well, they're one of those teams where their roster is so good. You got to expect them to turn it around at some point. It just worries me going up against a team like London who has looked incredible. They have the pieces right now, and they have this wonderful crowd behind them. That can be very difficult to play against. After playing for years, when you play against a team with that home field advantage like that, with the crowd rooting for them, it can be very difficult if you start to go down in a map. It's hard to come back.
Lottie, it really feels like this is not the weekend that you would want the rematch to happen, even if New York is picking up steam.
It definitely is, and I think it's very difficult. It adds that little boost of confidence to the team that you can't get anywhere else apart from on your home turf. But I've got to say, some of the glimmer of hope I did see from New York Subliners, I saw Attach and Zuma really going off on the respawns, especially Hackney Yard, Domination, looking really good at points and doing things that were kind of that executive decision their team needed. If they can all get on that same page, I think that is going to make the difference. Talking about making a difference, though, maps and modes presented by US Air Force also will make the difference for these teams. Let's see what these guys have actually chosen for themselves. That's always an interesting start. We've got Ramaza right now, Hardpoint. Talk to me about this, Rich. What game mode do you want to see for these guys coming through out of this list?
I think the main takeaway from New York is I need to see them look better in every game mode, right? I think that it wasn't 1 point of pressure at all. And then when we look over on the side of their opponents right now, the home team, they've looked better in Search today. And if they look that good in Search, then this one might just be done and dusted.
We also have our US Air Force quick scope here as well. New York Subliners, the points are a little bit different here. Obviously not a huge difference yet. We're into the second weekend for all these guys having played. But I've got to say, despite these CDL points, I'm really seeing a huge difference in the team strategy, in the team performance, and the talent here.
I'll tell you what, though, that New York KD was a lot worse before their match versus Legion. It was like a 0.7 or something like that. Accuracy was sitting at the bottom. And, going up against this team, accuracy, or against Legion, accuracy played a lot better. So if he can play well again and, take down Weskin, they can absolutely have a chance in this series. We know this roster is star-studded. We saw Temp and accuracy in finals last year. There's incredible players across the board on this team. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to take these guys to a Game 5 and possibly win the series.
Yeah, Lamar had a 0.69 coming out of the first week. I don't know why that stat stuck with me so well,
because
but
it's so bad.
Yeah,
that's like
I think that's
you
why.
might be able to throw up like a 0.5 if you went on stage, so it's not very far off.
It's not.
Yeah, I can handle that.
Little
Maybe
bit
a point
savagey. He's
five.
already had a cake in his face today. But I just got to ask you guys, especially you Nameless, as a pro player, when you're in that hole on stage, especially the first weekend, when you want to make a statement, how hard is it mentally to try and get out of that, especially if you're a player like Attach or Zuma who have had that experience? You've been there, you've done that, you've done incredible things.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just silencing the noise. Like, you can get past it because these guys have been playing for years and they've been in this situation before. It's just sort of the critics on Twitter and, me and all of us saying stuff about them. It can get to you a little bit, but really when you're on that stage, you just zone in and you play your game. The biggest thing for them is just going to be to ignore this crowd. As much as the players will go in their interviews and talk about things and say, I wasn't listening to the crowd, it didn't get to me. It gets to them. I'll tell you that straight up. It gets to them. So if they're able to silence that crowd and play well, they can win this.
I mean, there was some pretty brutal backlash, I feel like, on social media. I saw a lot of people telling Doug to get off the jet ski and actually get on the sticks. And when you're calling for a sub that early, it's something that is very quickly, I think, going to get in the mind of a player.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're pretty sound in their roster right now. They probably won't be making any substitutions soon, but we all know Sensor is sitting in that back pocket. He's ready to go in and play at any moment, so these guys better be on point.
I'm pretty sure, once again, he said he wants the ring.
If he were to sub in for New York, I would be mind blown. But, it's possible.
What does that do to a team? When you've actually had that practice as that 5, and then you suddenly bring in a brand new player, how does that work in practice? I mean, he comes in with a different mentality, the different chemistry now going on. Does that fit them?
I don't know. I've been seeing these Doug Twitter clip posts, and he's been frying.
He's actually been frying. He always is. I'm telling you, don't count Doug out, especially if he's not wearing sleeves. We saw the stats in the past. Actually, JP was the one who made the sleeveless compared to sleeves, and now that's also going to be on the coaching staff of their squad. So he knows. He knows when to bring in Doug. But obviously, this is not a team that I want to see a sub with right now, but we've seen it work in the past. Think about 100 Thieves, for example. The second that they actually
They brought in Priesta.
Yeah,
That's
but
totally different.
I mean,
Pharaoh
Pharaoh didn't look bad, though. I mean, the thing is obviously bringing in Priesta gave them an injection of new life. I didn't think Pharaoh looked bad at all, but yeah, it definitely worked for them that time around.
We're having a little bit of a chant in the back here. I just want to know, guys in the crowd, are you guys ready for your London Royal Ravens to come on stage? I can see Benson is riling you up as well, but I need to know from you guys yourselves. Are you ready for London Royal Ravens to come out and play a match? Oh, is that little boo?
No, they're booing at Benson.
Are they booing Benson?
Pretty sure they're booing at Benson.
Benson, I'm sorry about that, mate. You're getting booed. You need to work on your chemistry and your charisma game, I think.
He's too American now. That's what it is.
He doesn't have an accent anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't have
It's the hybrid. It's the hybrid accent.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we're actually going to go and meet our teams right now. You've already met them earlier on today because they belong here in London. But Frankie is going to introduce you to your next game.
I am, but first of all, I just want to say, Lottie, I saw what they were booing, and to be honest, I wanted to boo him too. Now, it is time for our first team. They're hoping history is not going to repeat itself. It's the New York Subliners.
Mr. Ice in his veins. Bongo top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Here we go. 1 versus 3.
It's like, no worries, bro. I got this.
Continues to light it up. Come in and dominate the respawn.
Honestly, Copper Box Arena, you couldn't get enough of New York earlier. Now you're blooming booing them. Come on, make some noise for the New York Subliners. And Copper Box Arena, you have waited long enough. It is time for the return of your home team, the London Royal Ravens.
The Royal Ravens and one spare watch over the Tower of London, and with them goes the fate of Britain. They have watched over the kingdom, shielded kings and queens. They stood defiant as the bombs fell. Legend says that the ravens protect us, and if the ravens Ravens are lost or fly away, the crown will fall, and Britain with it. But we won't allow that. The tower stands strong. The crown remains. London Royal Ravens.
All right, London, I know you're a shy bunch, but please, for the last time today, please welcome the London Royal Ravens! Up first, it's Waskin! Followed, of course, by Scraps! You love to see him cap it, Dylan! It is my favourite Welshman, Rated! And last but not least, the beast of SND, it's Judd! Well, there you have it, London. Your home team are ready to go on the stage. So we're going to head over to Miles and Momo for the final series of the first day of CDL in London.
Very much. It's the last match of the day. It's flown by, hasn't it?
It certainly has. It certainly has. Been quick. We've had a few 3-0s, to be fair, though.
Yeah, that's actually been a massive surprise for us. Last time these two teams played, it was a 3-0 as well. Will it be a 3-0 today? That's cheeky. Right.
All right. Okay. Should we just take the headsets off?
Mate, they're pretty
These
loud.
seem to have it covered. Actually, maybe not.
Hang on. So, it is going to be a qualification matchup. In their group so far, both these teams have won one map. Another win will send them into bracket play. What a great shot. Phil, what can we expect from this matchup?
We saw in Minnesota, these guys go head-to-head. We saw a very, very poor New York City. I'm sure that's what a lot of people want to see again. I don't think that's what we see. We see an improved, we see a better version. Is it good enough, though? Is it good enough? Is it better?
Look,
than London?
One thing we've seen already is that New York have completely turned their game around. And again, this is something that we expected coming into this event. There's no way a team like New York, the absolute caliber of the players on that roster, there was no way they didn't come away from that opening launch weekend and improve their game. But now we have a tough matchup. The London Royal Ravens again. The form they're in right now is pretty solid. Shaky hard points, so I must admit, a little bit scrappy against Toronto, but nonetheless, a win's a win. We saw them play Ramazra in the last series.
And we saw some very strong things from that. Good rotations, good holding, coming out on top, of course. However, New York City, they're looking better, they're looking fresher, and they're looking to shut down the home team on the final night of the game here. Ramazra Hardpoint, of course, kicking it off, but Wuskins, he's been one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint player we've seen in the CDL so far, and I'm excited to see if he can continue to do so. Which player is the one that's going to shut him down? It may be his countryman, his fellow countryman, Zero. It might not be, but it could be. Accuracy will be rocking that M4, of course. Jumping into the game, Miles, let's get into this one. It's going to be Hardpoint, Ramazra, Dylan with the MP5.
Yeah, of course, New York would absolutely love a bit of revenge from the showing in Minneapolis, but here we go, straight off to it. Scraps opening up these kills as the Hardpoint now opens up. It's going to be full control downstairs by the London Royal Ravens. Nonetheless, the kills are coming in through upstairs. You can see Waskin on your screen trying to take care of that top cafe position, a very powerful position to hold, especially with a Hardpoint over by that bridge. The kills, though, going the way of New York. Accuracy posted up, trying to catch these players as they come through the hard point. Oh my goodness, not able to find anything there through the smoke. But Scraps will. A nice big kill just to get London now on the board in the hard point.
Yeah, Trophy came a little bit too late there. A couple of FMJ kills coming through. It's going to be Scraps and a Zero penetrated. This wood, as you see on construction, you can hide. But you can also get shot through that. A full clean sweep there for the New York subliners here as they are going to be on the hard point. They are going to be getting points. And I will say Zuma kicking things off 5-0 there is finally going to go down. It's none other than Wuskins to shut him down. Of course, at this point, you're going to be seeing that rotation set in. And right now, it is looking to be favored by New York City.
Yeah, they've actually got the rotation set as well. So New York are going to be able to get a nice chunk of time out first. And they're going to be looking at the second and attach. Hops his way right through the gun store, will be taken out. Now to the electronics we go. Accuracy up on your screen. Once again, those trophies coming into play. Accumulated through time and gathering of points. Kills, hope you get those. And he's been doing a great job so far, keeping himself in this game. And here we go. Hard point in the hands of New York. London now making their way in through the bottom of that gun store again. Jerd, Rated, Dylan, the kill feed starting to light up red. But now the toughest battle they've got, that front door, and Temp's going to load them up with a nice bit of nade work there, as is Zuma. Accuracy as well. So again, New York, they've taken the fight straight there on the door by the hard point, and they've won it.
Yeah, and they've perfectly locked this down. You saw a couple of players fall, but you saw the trophy, you saw a couple kills coming in with the MP5, and honestly, that's perfect. The one interesting point here, if you can see the minimap, there's one player for the New York subliners just around the corner, trying to be a nuisance. Is going to wait. There's 12 seconds left on the hard point, but it looks like Scraps is hunting. He can sniff something out. That's 6 cents coming in here.
He just finished his dead silence as well, so now that one player, there it is. It was going to be Temp. Temp, great position, but not quite enough to get it done. Oh boy, Jerd! Unbelievable. Zuma just managing to stay alive there, but Dylan's going to pick it up. Lovely two-piece there from Dylan as well. Now the hard point's in the hands of London. They've got one player who's managed to creep in through for New York, and actually, he's just done a bit of a lap around the front. He's still alive. It's Temp.
He's somehow still alive. Finally gets taken down. The spawns do come in there, and you see Ravens holding things from the back. This is what you expect. Of course, they rotated early. This is how it should go. The Ravens should be able to get that preferable spawn and push on in and keep pushing back the subliners here. And they'll do just that. A couple of contests going back and forward. Zero trying to make his mark. But at this point, when you start to see that 30 seconds turn to 20, this is where we're going to see those white arrows just kind of dictate themselves and rotate themselves, should I say, towards that construction area. Can be a money hill. Scraps and Rated lining up the kill feed with 15 seconds left. The Ravens are now pushing out and putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Barbershop was fantastic for Ravens. Great hold. New York really unable to make a dent despite the early play from Tim. This next hard point, however, another tough one. Rated and Attach just going toe-to-toe for the back area there. The spawns by construction. If Attach can find Rated here, this is big. Shots are there. The kill is as well. That's going to be great. Back control now as they're going to have the setup and the above in construction. And Zero just roaming around the map, trying to find kills, trying to disrupt the play from London as they push their way across the map, trying to get into that three-story building.
Time ticking away here. Subliners starting to make a bit of a gap. Trying to double points here are the Ravens coming in from behind, though. Jerd's going to find one. Jerd finds a second. That's Accuracy who falls as well. And a potential break going down, started by Jerd. And Dylan continuing there. It is going to be contested. No one on the point for now.
Unlucky for Rated. Gets straight in on the point. The damage is already done, though, but again, Scraps and Co. If not for a little bit of a third party there from Accuracy as he gets involved from Top Cafe, that would have been an absolutely ideal situation to be in for London. Still, let that one go. New York with a solid lead for now. We go to the Ruins next. The battle now starting to develop, but London in early. Can they hold that position?
Dead silence popped by Scraps is where he can get aggressive. He can start peeking things that you may not want to do. We're going to see him just continue there. Dylan's going to find a double. Jerd finding Temp as well, and this is strong for the Ravens. You see two players pushing from behind. This could be a perfect pinch coming in from the subliners. Keep your eyes on that mini-map. The kill feed is red right now, but the contest is going to go in. Quick bird's eye view there. Scrap's going to find one. 17 bullets left in the chamber, and he's going to have more to deal with here. Rated there, taking down Accuracy. Still on board with Scraps. He's going to find himself a reload. He's going to find himself two. Helped out by Scraps there, locking things down. And with 30 seconds left, this is huge. And this is even bigger, because if they can hold this for the next 10 or 15 seconds, they can rotate early. They can be the one that really dictates the pace of the game.
Looks like they might already be on top of that one. I mean, the shots here. Scraps who just posts himself up. The back to the wall. Rated and Wuskins are doing all the work. Wuskins is still going. That's a 5 spree for him. Scraps is still on the point, getting time. The final 10 here are all sweet, mate. But he's out of bullets. He's down to just his knife. His shank. But look at that. Rated again. You talked about it. Full control there on the Ruins. And now we roll straight across to the hard point over by Bridge. Brilliant stuff. The Royal Ravens in a commanding position right now. But that death of Rated, that means that the rest of the Ravens now have to make their way up that 3-story building and now have to fight for the hard point once again.
Scraps is looking for a gun right now.
He's got nothing!
Scraps has a knife. I'm interested to see what he can do. Maybe just get in there. Maybe contest. Maybe just get up close and personal. No, doesn't work out for him.
Mate, if he'd been the second earlier, he could have probably got that kill there.
Don't bring a knife to a good one.
Oh, he almost made it work. 135 is leading the 103. New York have managed to do a great job here on bridge. Again, Rated stays alive a little bit longer. It might be different. Attached. Lovely two-piece there. Now, Waskin's doing exactly what he needs to do. Get ready for the next hard point. Going down here to the bottom of the electronics store. And looky, there's a player right behind him. Once again, Temp, those early rotations time and time again. He gets in there very early. He finds another kill there with a little bit of help from Attach. Temp has been an absolute all-star right now for the subliners.
Yeah, and we saw the Ravens, they failed on the rotation first time around. It looks like the subliners once more have this rotation locked down. They've got it locked down at the perfect time, and they've took the majority of course, that catwalk 1-2, Dylan and Jerd finding 3 between them. But is it going to be enough? The contest is going to come in. You see attaching it out, and he's actually going to fall as well. The Ravens, at 50 seconds left, they've flipped these spawns, they've broke the hard point, and it seems so effortless, but that is a huge swing in momentum in this hard point.
Difficult to do. Nonetheless, here comes the push now from New York. Two-pronged attack if they can time it well. The nades are coming through. Dylan managed to find one. Dips out straight away. He's going to stay alive. Quick reload. He could maybe find another one out of this one as Temp is desperately trying to break that hard point. But once again, London hold. London keep the clock ticking.
You saw it was a perfectly placed trophy system. It's very important to get these trophies down, especially in hard points like this, the barbershop. You can't allow anything coming in. Zuma's actually going to connect with a teammate there with Buster. And we are going to see Dylan and Rated find 2. Shut down, Attach. Rated with the last couple of bullets in the chamber. He's going to find himself more ammo, and he's going to be rewarded with that. But Wuskin's on a 5 spree. We've got Dylan on a 6 spree. Rated on a 4 as well. However, all said and done, the subliners, they're still in the lead, but can they retain that lead?
Wuskin's on the 6. Hunting down the 7th kill in a row. Rolling on over to the barbershop now. There's not a whole lot working out for London. It's again, traversing the map's a bit of a difficult challenge. The barbershop looking solid right now for the New York subliners. Jerd, dead silence pop. He's trying to creep his way in through the back door. Here comes the Irishman. He gets one. He will be taken down quickly, but the reinforcements are here, and it's going to be Dylan. Sadly, they will be taken down as New York will continue to hold that barbershop. 30 seconds remain. Deep breath, maybe one more push with Zuma providing that cover fire from upstairs. But after that, you've got to think about the rotation.
I wanted to touch on Zuma a little bit as well. It's just the sheer amount of kills that he's picking up, but it's the interactions that he's got. I believe just going into this half point, he had 44 interactions to accuracy's 22. Double the amount of interactions is kind of mind-blowing, but accuracy, of course, soaking up all that hard point time, the objective work being put through. And right now, whatever's working for subliners, keep it up for those guys. 5 seconds left here as we rotate round. And this time around, it looks like the subliners are 1 step ahead. Rated. Tagging a couple of players up on that rotation, but they are going to need to break this construction. This is not an easy one to break at all, Miles.
Yeah, it takes a long time to make the entries. It takes a real long time to get across the map on this one. The spawns are good right now. For London, Scraps opens it up. His teammates are there to back him up. But once again, Jerd with a 2-piece on the entry. That's ridiculous. Attach is never going to be able to stay alive for much longer because, again, brilliant stuff from London. The communication is there, stopping New York subliners from making it to that 200 mark. But Zuma, this is a dead silence play. There's the one. And around the corner comes the second. Zuma making his way another hard point with the 30 seconds remaining. The 3rd kill in a row. And that's powerful stuff, just to get back on the hard point, just to try to stop the bleeding for now.
28 to 26, most kills, most deaths, crazy amount of interactions. Accuracy, again, want to point out, 2 minutes and 22 hill time. Absolutely insane stuff right now. 184 plays 210. The Ravens are down, they're not out though, and they need this rotation, and they need it badly. They've got it at the moment, but can they hold on like they did previously?
Yeah, again, the Ruins were very, very good to London last time round, but Temp, once again, gets in as early as he possibly can, and this is very sneaky. In from behind. There's the first. Is he going to be able to find the second without his teammates getting there in time? They're going to hold in for the now, but no, Temp. He managed to get 2 and get away with his life. And now the reinforcements are arriving. It's Attach. That's an absolute deal breaker right now as New York, they're able to get more time out of this. And oh boy, Temp's killing everything, his teammates included.
Yeah, and this is where they can end it with that couple of kills there coming in from Temp. He changes the game. He finds himself in the hard point, and Temp's still going off right now. They can win it here. Wuskin trying to deal some damage over the power position there. He's going to be shut down by Zuma. But Ravens, they're trying to break him from every single angle. It's not a good look here, and the subline is just 5 points away from closing it out. They've got to get in, and they've got to get in now. New York shutting it down, and 250 is upon us. The perfect break from Temp. Oh.
Yeah, that's what we like. Donnie Temp is getting lit up. He's ready to go, and he's letting the London crowd know what he thinks. An interesting start to this series, I must admit. Let's face it, it's not going to be the same as Minneapolis.
No, it certainly isn't. We saw a very, very dominating 3-0. We've already seen the improvement of the subliners on Search and Destroy previously. And you get someone like Temp stood on that stage who's fearless. He loves this attention, and honestly, he'll be thriving off of this.
Yeah, again, that's the one thing we talked about. The crowd it's kind of do or die sometimes, you know, when they're cheering against you, it's one thing, but for players like Temp, players like Aches, these guys who thrive on that, you know, they thrive on that opposition, they thrive on the doubt, the haters. Maybe it's doing them nothing but favors. So right now, London, tough spot to be in. Again, we thought the Ramaza Hardpoint maybe not the best choice when it comes into the map vetoes, and maybe not their pick, but nonetheless, a difficult series ahead of them now, being down by 1 as we go to the Search and Destroy.
Absolutely. Now just a highlight there from our Hardpoint, the scuff play of the game coming in from Zuma all map long. The interactions, again, could just cast your eyes to the top right there, 25 and 26. Like I said, during game, most kills, most deaths. He was just in and out everywhere, picking up double after double. And when he was to go down, he was to bite right back, but a nice triple to break into construction. And this really was kind of the start of the end.
I mean, that's a hard thing to do as well. It's so difficult. We talked just seconds before that play happened. We were like, oh, it's really difficult to break there. You know, into construction, the first thing he did was hit 3 kills, and his teammates come up the back stairs there from the low, you know, electronics store. Brilliant stuff, nonetheless. Fans are getting into this one. Search and Destroy, though, Phil. What happens next, mate? What happens now?
One thing we judge it on is what we saw in Minneapolis. We saw, obviously, the Ravens come out. They dominated New York, but it looks like we've got a different New York. They could not come here to London with that same team, and they haven't. Credit to them. They already want to open the series. They've already shown us just today how much they can improve. So, again, the Search and Destroy should be a lot closer. You look across the board, the likes of Attach and Zuma, that duo alone, so incredible. S&D in the past, what, 5, 6, 7 years, maybe?
Yeah.
And then you add things, add players like Temp. Like, it's power. It is power. Zero, though, he'll be have a little smirk on his face.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear that back home, but Nathan's getting it. He's getting it real good. Search and Destroy on St. Petrograd coming up next. I'm not sure if the stream can hear this.
I hope you guys at home can hear this.
I really do.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Wait. What's he saying?
That was an aggressive one.
I have no idea what he said.
Ben's there helping him out. Crowd has been incredible as ever. Lived up to the height here. And the Royal Ravens, they might be down, but the crowd certainly isn't. They're ready for map number 2. Search and Destroy coming up next. We've already seen what Wuskins can do with the sniper. We've seen clutches already in the CDL from the squad. And Jerd, for me, the most improved Search and Destroy player from Minneapolis to London. Leaps and bounds.
I mean, that's the one thing to say on a squad that's been so solid at Search and Destroy throughout most of their careers. I mean, Jerd is a devastating player and touching it on the desk. I think Rich might have touched it on the desk. It's weird me quoting that one, but I think, you know, he did want to see Jerd play a little bit more consistent. He wanted to see Jerd pop off a little bit more. I mean, again, it's hard not to when the team was playing so well in that first series, but against New York, it's going to be a tougher ask. St. Petrograd, or P. Griffin, as it has been affectionately dubbed by the community. Search and Destroy now. You know the deal, mates. 2 bomb sites. Teams will alternate attacking and defending. It is 1st to 6. A fast map feel. I think we will be expecting to see a lot of snipers though down by that tram side.
Yeah,
there on your screen.
We saw Formal whacking out previously, and I'm hoping we see the same. We might not, though. Again, with the subliners kind of changing the way they're playing Search and Destroy, they might go just kind of straight to the point, pretty methodical, and we might not see that sniper. I can already see one on the screen at your close right. It's more than likely going to be Wuskin, a.k.a. Bradley Marshall. As we see the bomb being picked up, he's probably going to jump up top, and honestly, it's one of those things with a sniper. You can predict the play all day long, but it can be one of those things where you're like, I know where he is, I know where he's looking, and he will still take you down. Wuskin, though, doesn't look like anybody's going to be in the line of sight. You look at the minimap, we've got 3 over by A, 2 at B for the subliners. And a quick check, no sniper for subliners.
Ooh.
That's info.
That's a lot of info. Don't let it distract you from the other 4 guys on the team, though. Wuskin, one of the more exciting snipers we've seen in Black Ops 4. He was very fast. He was able to beat a lot of his opponents to those power positions very quickly. Here comes the push towards A. It's a 3-man push. Oh, that's a lot of gunfire, but you know what? Only a single tag. Gonna keep Dylan in the fight. Up close and personal with the window. What a snap. That was almost, and he's gonna go down. Attached with the first blood. Here comes Jerd, trying to get the revenge. trying to level it up, but again, that is a very naughty gunfight to have just through that little doorway there. Waskins, is he able to get much as his teammates are sadly being beaten and bloodied around him as New York hold the A site?
It was a nice little bait, though, from Subliners, obviously the person pushing forward. Dylan got aggressive, and it was actually attached, just free kill almost, it seemed. Scraps, though, trying
he's
to
actually
creep his way around.
He's managed to slip past that guy watching mid. Uh-oh, there it is. Oh, that's good timing.
I hear you, says Scraps. Former teammate, of course, and now in a 3v4, we're going to see Rated fall as well. Just the Twins versus 4 of the Subliners. 25 seconds left on the clock, but the bomb is in the hands of Waskins.
And the routing that the Waskins has taken is actually going to allow him to get straight on top of the site. If that one player there on the New York roster on the far left-hand side, if he looks, he could potentially make something happen here, but it looks like Waskin might be able to make it through!
Oh! Woohoo! Coast is clear, says Waskin.
Put the bomb down. Scraps has got to find his kills now. There's one.
No.
The Marshals.
No.
The Marshals!
No! Don't you dare.
All comes down to attach as the Marshall twins have turned this one right around, but it's not over yet. There it is.
2v4. Waskins had a 1v3 in the bag in Minnesota. Scraps, I believe, had a 1v2. Now they have a 2v4. They've been doing it on their own, and now a combined force, a force to be reckoned with.
What a fun way to start the search.
Scraps has 4 kills. But without Waskin in that pick, oh, that's a round the Subliners will be kicking themselves at later.
That's brotherly love right there, mate. Waskin not able to find those smoke shots that he has been known to do so far in the COD League. Dylan, wait, what a nade that was! First 2 go down. Zuma answers back quickly. That's handy work, but again, the bomb is making its way very aggressively towards A. And Dylan now in a tough spot. The MP5 will work perfectly at that range. There we go, big tags. Lovely bit of work. But London have got the numbers attached, so what a sneaky position to be in now as Scraps has got to contend with the remaining players of the Subliners pushing through. And accuracy, wonderful work. Posted up on top of the bar. Makes it a 2v2.
Attach will regenerate that health. Oh. And now with a sniper, Waskin misses, slithers past his ear there, and he's going to be taken from the side. Attach now puts his team in a preferred position. Rated just made a big noise there, kicking down that door. And I was going to say he might be punished for this one, but Rated finds the first, checks 2 sites instantly. Attach last alive for the Subliners. And you see there on that mini-map, not close just yet, but a rotation is being put down.
The Welshman is very brave, and that means the bomb's going to be. Yeah, look, they're wearing those good Astros. He can't hear anything. You're wasting your breath.
Now he knows. Bomb has been planted. Rotation coming in from Rated. One thing he has to play with is that smoke grenade, which is going to be interesting to see how he goes about this one. He could use that to bait it out, and here we go. Smokes go down, and so will he.
What an angle, though, from Attach. I mean, you're going to see this in the kill cam. That was so close. I mean, Rated really tried to not expose too much of himself in public there, as we all should, but still, you can see the shots. Attach nailed that one. A great round there from New York.
And I tell you what, if we saw another back-to-back clutch, a 1v2 after a 2v4, Subliners may as well have started map number 3. Good victory for Attach, though. One of the best in the game mode itself. He loves it. He thrives off of it. That fast-paced play.
Cheeky. Here we go. Slow push through mid for London. Waskin once again sniping from that top bar position. Just wondering now if an adaptation towards B, maybe off the rip, might be the better thing to do, but they're going to stick it out. Zero just posted up there in mid-map, watching that cut across. Has yet to find a kill so far, same with Temp.
And it's interesting the way the Subliners are playing. You know, they pretty much know the snipers coming out from Waskin, and they're really trying to counter that just by having more map control, pushing up, getting aggressive, and you see that by looking at the minimap. You see that 1 arrow in the middle there, just posted up, tight corners. They don't want to give any long lines of sight, and it's smart. They're taking Waskin out the game right now.
Smart indeed. Zero is going to get that first kill on the board. Tags from Scraps, just able to get that last one as well, so you're going to level it up, and Rate is going to now do the work there on the 10. Dylan picks up the bomb after his fallen comrade, and now we're going to be moving forward. It is going to be a push into B. They are going to be able to get on top of this as quickly as possible. Again, only one defender from New York there in position to try to find anything.
Trying to find one on the cross is Waskin. However, his team are dropping like flies. Now, storming down the doors, he's into the pub, he's having a game of pool, and he'll be looking to jump on out and get in the action. ASAP here, 35 seconds left on the clock. A lot to do. Yes, it's Wolfskin.
Hang on. Cheeky goes for it, but again, New York, they will stand fast and they will manage to take their second round now in a row.
All right, so Subliners bite back. Search and destroy as we go back and forth between the two teams. We find ourselves in round number 4 here, another 2 minutes on the clock. We saw obviously Scraps getting 4 kills in round number 1. He's added 1 to that. On the flip side of things, though, attached with a clutch of his own and 6 kills to his name. Temp, he was loud after game number 1. Currently sat 0-3.
Could be worse.
0-4.
Heavy push through mid from New York now on the offensive round, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it all the way. Scraps is going to get the first raid with a nice nade. That's a very, very aggressive start from New York, and they bit off a lot more than they could chew here. London managed to hold that one down very, very well. With the advantage now, what will they do? Rated cut down in a hail of fire by 0 at great distance there with the MP5. Get Dylan now as you sort of pick up that position where Rated was. Caught a lot of information there as accuracy is trying to cut across.
I think Dylan saw one there in the arch as well. I think it was accuracy. Info will be relayed to his team right now. However, it's a 4v3. They've got the number advantage. Dylan dies to the death, jumping across the train tracks, and it's not the trains you need to be worried about. The players in between.
How's he done that? How's he managed to get away? Now he's got Scraps coming in and just catching these kills. Those players a little eager to try to hunt down Dylan as he escaped there, but...
Dylan, the dancing queen.
17. Tangerine. I don't know the words.
Never mind.
On towards B we go. Accuracy's going to be able to get that bomb down quite quick, but the good news is, right in the very back of the map, it's Waskin. He's going to be able to move now. The timing on this has got to be very, very good. Accuracy's thumping around. Those heavy boots, is he going to be able to catch something here? I think he heard something there. His spidey senses have just tingled. He knows those players around, but wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Dylan.
Hold on.
Dylan.
Dylan! He's going to get it!
Lay down, give it a wiggle. Left, right, left, right. 5-7, 4-3, 2-7. Bomb defused.
And moves like Jagger, who's just shaking them hips on the floor there.
Nice covering fire as well.
Yeah, admittedly, that kill from Jerd actually probably saved it. I mean,
yeah, we were obviously watching the back and we didn't see that, but it was, you know, a very important kill to make. He trades it out quickly, and now we're all tied up.
I mean, accuracy's positioning as well. If he manages to get in there a little faster, you might see it. But what a great round, 2-2 now. Donny Temp yet to get on the board, but here we go. It's another aggressive play right through the middle of the map there from London. Waskins once again propped up now on top of Pool, not running the sniper this time round. And Jerd is going to try to find those openers. Smokes the cross. Eliminates that line of sight, tries to bait out grenades, possibly try to bait out the shots there, and you see those Semtex coming through, but Dylan in from behind. The first blood. And they've overrun the apartments.
Uh-oh, Dylan.
Dylan's collecting rent right now upstairs. That's powerful, but still he has to worry about the reinforcements. Here comes Temp. He's upstairs now looking to get a bit of retribution. And there he is. Whoa, what a shot that was from Temp.
What a way to get on the board. An important kill, shut down Dylan and the momentum. Scraps is going to find one. It's going to be accuracy here. 3v2 number advantage towards Ravens. Bomb is down. They have a lot of position in here, but up top. Temp's going to find another.
All comes down to Scraps. Waskins is still just making his way through the outside now. He's perked up just to help out, but again, the time is ticking. Hipfire is there, but Temp, once again, what a round from Temp. This has been absolutely disgusting. 3 kills. This is a great position to be in, though, for Waskin. There's the diffuser.
Take your time. Play the time, Waskin, like the magician he is. Pulling it out of the bag again. He might go down, and it might be Temp, who I believe found 3 kills there, but Waskins with a big clutch there, and it was trigger discipline. He saw both, he didn't take the shot. That man is something else on this game.
200 IQ plays. Another round to London. 3-2 now. With a small advantage. Now they go into a defensive round. 8 kills to Scraps. He's really been putting in a shift. However, not to say the entire team hasn't been doing great work. Straight off to the races we go into A. Nades are up, stuns are out. A little bit of information now garnered. He does have the help of his teammate there, and it's going to be Jerd immediately traded. But again, a solid opener. As London have spread themselves quite thin on the defense, and Dylan just gets out with his life. But look at that, 3 solid kills immediately go the way of the subliners. And now, oh wow, it's a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, this is where you expect the subliners just to take control of A. They take down 3. They find Dylan on the outskirts, and this is where I thought they might just push in. Dylan's going to open the door. Head back to the window, trades go down. It is Wuskin. It is Wuskin. Double headshot coming through. I said he was a magician, and my goodness, he needs to pull something out of the hat here. Not going to happen. Subliners don't make the mistake twice. 3-3, all tied up.
You know, all things considered in that 1v4 situation, he makes it a 1v2. I mean, he's just got to guess right. You see it's very difficult flailing it around, and the timing was so unfortunate there. He pops the door. Temp, if it become like a little, you know, cat and mouse there in the top of the apartments, it would have been a little different, but you've got to give it to Temp. Right place, right time. He pushes up immediately. He doesn't let anything get past him. 3-3. What a good search and destroy this is.
I mean, it feels like it's been a really long one, and obviously, you know, it's been drawn out sometimes with that bomb plan, but endurance is kicking in. Last game of the day here. The Ravens, of course, trying to go 2-0. Like we said, it is a qualifying match.
Hello. Zuma somehow alive there. I mean, oh, well, that's unfortunate. Dylan just comes out of absolutely nowhere. Takes good care of him. Dylan once again finding these kills. I'm not even sure how he's doing that right now. 4v3. London with the advantage. Accuracy, outstanding shots to get that first kill. But Dylan, yeah, I mean, he just keeps going. 3rd kill in the round.
Dylan's looking for his ace, and he's going to have to find it to win this round. It's all up to him. He's found 3 so far. He's got his friendly MP5. He's going to put it to a 1v1. 4 kills in a row. Can the ace happen? Attach already pulled off a 1v1 clutch. Dylan looking for that bomb. Of course, you can see it there in the middle. 60 seconds left on the clock. Attach is posted up on the outskirts.
There it is. He's got the bomb. Trigger discipline. What Attach! Great position. He knew the bomb was down and he just had to watch it. And again, Dylan has slipped away time and time again in this map. He could not escape there.
It was Dylan v Dylan. And Dylan came out on top. Sadly, Dylan didn't win that. Yeah, Dylan. Okay.
2 Dylans.
2 Dills don't make it. Round number 8.
I was going to say something horrible. All right.
Yeah, we're going to leave that one.
New York with the lead. That was a long round, wasn't it?
All these rounds have been pretty long and drawn out, and again, it's due to the amount of bomb plants that we're getting down in, you know, these last 15, 30 seconds, just drawing this one out. Interesting though, Wuskin, he started with a sniper, he's not using that anymore. It seems like a staple here that we're seeing that traded out. Concussion's going to connect, and again, a heavy push for A for New York, and again, this is what we've seen previously. Ravens are starting to read this. However, sometimes you've got to read it a little bit better than that. Back and forward rated and scraps here come out on top, but Attach levels the playing field here. Sliding on in, it's Dylan.
And this is scary. This is the scary Dylan you know and love. Taking shots like that. I mean, Temp's doing it for the New York subliners right now as well, so it's just this boisterous plays. Dylan! Oh, Attach is going to get it, that's it.
Oh my goodness.
My God.
Yes, Ravens just won that, and Dylan kind of went off, but that was a close call. Watch this final kill on the left-hand side. Nearly. Attach, and it's Attach who's made 2 1v1 clutches already. That would have been a 1v2 to put them even further ahead. However, with that round win, it is all tied up 4-4. I tell you what, Attach has been having a fantastic series so far. 10 kills to him, 10 for Dylan, 10 for Scraps. He's gone a little bit under the radar here, just picking up kills here, there, and everywhere, it seems. But will we see that same aggressive A push here for the Ravens?
It's unreal as well. I mean, Attach is doing that with an M4. He's not doing that with an MP5. Here we go. It's a heavy dead silence push, actually, and Waskins is going to get the first onto Zuma. 3 members there of the Ravens making their way in towards A. 2 of them pop dead silence. Jerd's managed to get very far forward. Very far forward indeed, and he's got 1 player to his left, and it's going to be Attach.
This is what he loves. Up close and personal. Smoke.
Whoa! No way! No way he got that one. Wasky gets the other kill. The Ravens have just taken over the A site entirely, and now Accuracy's on his own. How many tags can he take through that wall? Put the gun away, man!
He's trapped.
He's so trapped. And maybe, just maybe, Zero, the last player left alive! We saw that little face poking out through the doorway. Wow!
And it was Jerd as well. Look at that. Talk about a snapshot. That MP5, lethal in the right hands.
The reactions on the first kill he got when he was lying prone behind the crate.
Sickening.
It's disgusting. I mean, he admittedly, the guy he shot was damaged, but still, just to get there that quickly. Map point for the Ravens now to tie up the series.
And Miles, we said these rounds have been going very, very, long. That was a very quick round. That gives a lot of momentum right now, and the Ravens are going to be feeling the confidence here. 10 kills for Scraps, 11 for Dylan, and it's going to be once more aggressive over by A. Are we going to see the same fast and furious gameplay? It's going to be Jerd up front.
Whoa, ears are ringing. Here we go. The smoke's there. Hipfire is now going to come into play. Again, it's just sort of a guessing game at this point. Jerd's put himself into a good position, but he's got somebody right next to him at the same time. I mean, this is just ridiculous. He can smell him. Zuma's going to get it, though, and Temp. Another kill goes the way of Temp. This is an opportunity now for the New York Subliners to force the round 11. Waskin says no, though. Temp says yes. Any more offers?
Going once. Going twice. 2v4.
But this
is the Twins again.
This is huge. 2 players now from New York making their way up top. Waskin's trying to hit the flank in a big way. Oh boy, Scraps is going to get one.
He's got out somehow, but Zero shuts him down. Now a 1v3 for Waskin. Not in the best of positions, but if he plays this bomb correctly, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to see that. He can see attached at the back, but the drop is going to throw his shot up a little bit. Nicely closed down by the Subliners. And ladies and gents, we got a round 11 on our hands.
What a round. That aggression from the Ravens did not pay off early on, and Temp has been unbelievable. Attach has been unbelievable for New York. Round 11. This is to take the lead in the series for New York or to tie it up for the Ravens. Look at those numbers, 11 and 8 for Dylan, 11 and 7 for Scraps, 10 and 5 for Attach, and 10 and 7 for Temp on the side of the Subliners. Boy.
Temp was 0 and 4 at one point. He's really turned this game around.
He's absolutely pulled his team through this one. Here we go. We're all in on A for the Subliners.
2 smokes, 2 stuns, I believe 1 Semtex. Everything, and the kitchen sink is being thrown right now. First blood to the Ravens and Rated.
A partridge in a pear tree's up next. Now, while the fight's going down on A, we have 2 players from both teams who have just kind of moved away, and now B is the target of choice for the New York Subliners. And again, the good news is you've got Waskins lying in wait over towards B.
And what's important here is Scraps actually pushed forward there. He's got a lot of information, and he's kind of saying, listen, guys, there is no one over A. This rotation has been spotted already by the Ravens. You see what map control they can get here? And look at Scraps. He's pushing right up to Pool. He's popped his dead silence. He popped his dead silence, but Zero come through with a headshot now, a 4v4. Maybe a re-rotating. Coming into A once more. Subliners just biding their time. 50 seconds on the clock.
Oh, it's a great play from New York. They chilled out just a little bit there by the side of tracks, and now they're going to make their way around towards that B site. Very, very slowly, I might add. And again, if they catch the head of Dylan as he moves through the map, this could get real ugly. They're going to cut across. Temp's going to find the kill. They cut right across now. It's a 3v4.
Waskin's going to be a primary player here. He's posted up. He needs to go big. But it looks like Zero's actually wrapping back around. It looks like they're playing the numbers game, and Zuma's going to slide on in. Take down Rated. And it is a 1v4 for Waskin with 15 seconds left on the clock.
I like it.
It's a good attempt. I mean, why not?
Oh, big tag. Ambitious to say the least, but the Subliners, they don't let it happen. They will take the search and destroy in round 11, and that is going to be the lead now in the series.
A strong finish and a big grin on the face of Temp. Oh, he's egging him on. He wants it.
Well, after that
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas. We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense to the heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Evening, London, and good evening to the rest of the world joining us here at the Call of Duty League. We are live from London town. It's the home of the Royal Ravens. They're playing on the stage right now against the New York Subliners. And boy, what a match it is. I'm sure they weren't actually expecting this level of competition coming out the gates from New York, who they previously, on the launch weekend, pretty much destroyed on the main stage. It's a real reverse right now. Gentlemen, I mean, comments about this.
They keep doing this. They come out firing, they fry in their first series, and then you start to get smoked for the next one. Now, granted, the maps have been close. But you already beat this team 3-0. You have the crowd cheering for you. What is going on, London? You guys got to get some more energy, get these guys hyped, man.
You know what I think it is? I'm not necessarily saying I expected to see the series go this way, but I did expect to see the level of competition get kicked up by New York.
Sure.
I mean, you look at New York last week, and it seemed like something was wrong. It seemed like they stayed in New York. But now that they're here, and we're actually getting to see them play, I think we're starting to see the actual caliber of team that they're going to be throughout the entirety of this league.
You know, we actually have something very special happening later on today. We actually have Wale and Nicky Romero performing in the building a little later on for your entertainment, because if you're not just interested in Call of Duty and you're interested in all the music that's also been surround sounded in this arena as well, we do have them entertaining us tonight. So that's going to be super exciting, gents. I'm excited for a little bit of music in here. I think our crowd will be too.
Well, I mean, Rich did say he wanted an after party earlier, and then Odie walks away, and what do you know? We have a concert coming up after the show. It's going to be amazing.
I really want to get a picture.
You going to be Millie rocking on the stage?
Do you know what? We're going to sort that picture out for Rich right now, and I tell you what, we're going to actually throw it to casters. We're ready for the game. Let's go over. Let's head right over right now.
Right over, right now. Hello, welcome back. Ready to get into the third and possibly final match of the series?
Miles, don't say that.
Look here, mate. New York are looking fine. Hackney Yard, though.
Hackney Yard.
Hackney Yards. Let's do this. Third map in the series so far. New York are up 2-0. Of course, the Search and Destroy, if you've just joined us, was exceptionally close. But in the end, the Subliners came out on top. The Hardpoint, the Subliners took that as well. This is the last chance for London to keep their dreams alive in this series. And again, this is a qualification matchup. The winner of this will move on to bracket play. The loser actually has another chance. They will be playing, I believe, Paris if it's London, or Toronto if it's New York.
One domination separates New York from a quick 3-0, and it would be sweet revenge after Minnesota. These two teams, of course, going head-to-head. You want to get that B domination. Straight away, we've got one player already on it. Attach is going to find Dylan. First blood, however, B so close. Is it going to go the way of the Ravens? I don't think so is close, but it is not in control right now.
Wait, it's not over. Wow, almost. There we go. Scraps goes down. You're right. Sorry, you're right. There's a subliners sweep on through.
Yeah, it was close. It was a good effort. However, they are going to have to decamp B, put it neutral first of all. Opening and closing doors here. We're seeing New York take control. And this is what we're going to actually see. One of the Ravens has actually snuck on through. They've neutralized C. That's going to be Dylan, which is an all-important neutralization. They've actually gone one further. They've actually capped C there. So for a couple of seconds here, we've got 2 flags in the hands of the Ravens. And as you see those 2 points climb as subliners now take over B. Now the hard thing is right now for the Ravens is keeping control of A and C is not easy. What they will be looking to do is regather, reposition, and put all 5 people into this warehouse. Try and take back B.
There's 4 of them now fighting for control of it. It's all down to attach. He's just looked away at the wrong timing. That's the worst case of COD timing right there. Living point. Dylan, oopsie daisy, he's going to manage to get away with his life for the time being. And this is a good look for him. His teammates have backed him up, so possibly looking to get towards C once again as B now falls into the hands of the Ravens. Points certainly going their way. Zero will cut him down from hail of gunfire from top yellow. Now up to Jerd. Good timing, but sadly, Zero will once again be there. And here comes the flood from New York straight onto B.
And this is a great break, but once again, we've got Dylan. He's been sent on a little goose chase here. He's neutralized C. And one thing that I will say the Ravens are doing is when they're losing B, they're always having some type of pressure over by another flag here. C is going to go back in the hands of the subliners here. We see Dylan go down. So for the time being, we might see a lead here for the Ravens, but we see control for the subliners.
Yeah, the Ravens, as soon as the battle of B is lost, they immediately overwrap to C. Overextension works out thus far pretty well. Zuma tried to do the same thing at A, but was taken care of by those spawners coming in from the green area, and then there we have it. Back to B we go. Will we see the overextension? It is on to Dylan. The way he plays it, he loves it.
Well, right now, they're in the lead. They're taking B. Let's go to an Astro listening with the London Royal Ravens.
Stop left. Green window, brother, or not? Mid heavy. Green door. One was green door. You better back up. I'm sitting in P3.
Top green, brother.
Make sure he has help with it.
Top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3. Top 3, top 3,
I'm on top window, brother. Top green window.
He hasn't come out. I got it right.
I'm holding mid. Oh, he's mid. P3. Front P3.
Top green, the touch.
Trey mid crits.
It's mid crits. One jab mid. Flanking our door, I think. Top green, holding it still. Front shot. Mid crits can be close, man. Top green. I'm right. Right side, watch out. That's one green. Touch was right side, he was green. Window, yeah. Forward. Got me. Third story. Close straight. It's going in. It's only fault lift. I sponsor you. You gotta campaign. Run back to it. Spawn story still. Third story. Hit left. I got one. Accuracy's there as well.
You heard the comms, a little bit frantic, but nonetheless they're making it work out. While everything was going wrong there at the B site, we saw a push towards C once again. Capped there by the Ravens, made neutral now by New York, but they've made A safe as well. So great map control, fantastic awareness and pace being set by the Ravens so far.
Yeah, and the lead really comes from whenever they're losing B, they're neutralizing C at least. So there's never really been a point except right here where subliners have had two flags. Subliners need to control the 2 flags that they have, maybe put some pressure towards the top side of the mini-map right now, but we're going to see a couple players fall. Zero and Temp go down accuracy. Long shots coming through here with the M4. We do see B neutralized, and it's actually looking to go back in the hands of the Ravens. We actually are going to see that go here, and we're going to see subliners jump right back on it. It's very much back and forth, this domination, but a 14-point lead. 2 minutes left on the clock. Ravens, of course, sending another on the flank. It's going to be rated this time. But what happens? B gets pressured, C gets neutralized. It's a constant change.
Seems to be working out. Waskin fighting tooth and nail to win the gunfights here on B, and he's got it. And rated. He won his individual fight over by C. He won't be able to get the kill there on a 0, but it's fine. He gets the flag, and now it has to be neutralized once again. The wind has just been taken out of the subliner's sails.
And one of the things that Rated did so well, not only is he jumped off it, he jumped back on it at the right time, he made the kill. He captured that flag. So what it does is leave it one subliner having to recap it. It takes one player out of the game. Then you've got a 5v4 over a B, and this is why we see the Ravens go ahead, take over B. It's a numbers game, and it's Dylan's game right now as Temp, accuracy, and attach go down, and multi-kill comes through, 80-56. Jerd finds one before Zuma bites back, but it's still in control of the Ravens with 60 seconds and a trophy system down. It's looking good for London.
And once again, this is the map, the very same map that we saw these 2 teams play against each other in Minnesota, and it was a devastating performance from the Ravens. This is where we heard the infamous shoot their bodies line. I think, friends, will we be seeing a repeat? It's possible, as Waskin, they may be live when he shoots him, but he's doing a great job of it.
And still kill. Not only are they controlling A and B, they're still sending in players. They've neutralized C again here, which just takes that extra point down for the subliners. It's a mathematical game, and right now, the Ravens, it seems like they've got a calculator.
Be interesting watching the Raven use the calculator. It's funny little talents. Either way, Temp and Zero, they're doing the work now on B. Jerd, though, great timing, wonderful awareness as they have managed to get onto A. So there's the neutralize. Here comes the Ravens, though. They're coming straight in and they've pecked his eyes out just like that. However, this does put the Ravens in a tough spot. Now they have to take back A. They have to neutralize, well, they have to take back B as well. With a matter of seconds remaining, though, it's going to be all for naught. But wonderful stuff thus far for the London Royal Ravens. New York, much to be left desired here. But look, with the spawn towards A, we could be seeing a very, very different round for New York in the second half.
30-point lead. The London Royal Ravens. We saw a very, very strong counter from Ravens. This was a triple which we saw Dylan picking up. It was constant pressure on their home flag.
That's disgusting.
Again, we are going to flip the spawns. We're actually going to switch the sides here. Make things fair. We might see the exact same. It wouldn't surprise me if the Ravens, again, they just put everything into B.
So far, it's going to be a three-man push straight towards B. C gets capped. One player makes his way through green for the Ravens. But it is going to be a presence felt early on by New York here on the B side. Zuma trying to just reposition, catch those players as they charge through smoke. No overextension towards A just yet. Zuma's going to find two. There on the point, a little bit of help from his friends, and now attached, lying in wait on that B flag.
2 flags to the good here for the subliners, looking to lock things down. You see on the minimap there, the Ravens starting to sweep on through. Maybe looking for that home flag once more. They're pushing around and they're really trying to play the rotation game here. However, as 3 do fall, only 1 survives. That's going to be number 5. That's Jerd, actually. He's just going to set up camp. Try and find himself a little play, but Scraps there, use that dead silence.
Wow, this game has slowed down so much. It's very, very much time frames for a very quick Astro Gaming listen in with the New York subliners.
Raiders down, he's going tractor, he's fork going A, I think. He might go A.
Yeah, he did.
Spawn to green.
Dead.
Spawn C. Hop it.
Push out B.
I spawn green. They might spawn squared.
Boy, top L. You may want to hold the right more. Yeah. Oh, top L, Jerd. Top L hitting middle step. We can hold C and A. Yeah, stay alive A. Hide A. Stay alive A, guys. Stay alive A. Spawn at A. Right side scraps. I'm holding this cop car. He's forklift. Right fork. He's on the back.
One spot low.
Jerd is on A. I got Jerd. Scraps is on you. We're on the box. Oh, behind me, white truck. Radiant with tires A. Radiant over B. Top L. What's top L? What's gonna be top L? Top L, got me.
I'm fucking one shot here, bro. Two steps, dead. Rolling down steps.
Nice, go. Near the door.
What's on B? What's B?
Well, there we go. We heard the spawns, we heard the comms, and it's not looking fantastic right now for the New York subliners, but is it enough? Will they manage to find a bit of a bounce back here? Because they can do it for, they've got 4 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to get back into this one. But again, the pace being set by London on Hackney Yard once again, just proving they've got just the edge here on this map.
Yeah, and what they've actually done is to flip the spawns once more in their favor. We see C get neutralized, and once more, we're seeing these sprees come through. It's actually rated once again to kind of go off. He's 14 on 14, but he's on a 5 spree. He's got 7 captures to his name. Ooh. Incredible objective work, and we've seen that in Hardpoint. We've seen that in the respawn specifically. Ooh. And here he is. Rated an MP5, who'd have thought it? Okay, maybe not accuracy, but not temp, in fact. And we are going to see Jerd continue the trend as he heads on over to A. He's going to be defending this point as he sees his teammates not only neutralizing C, but actually capturing that as well. And when we get to this stage of domination, you're going to see this. We're going to see the Ravens. Now they have the lead. They're going to neutralize flags. They're going to jump off. They don't need it. They just need to wind down that time.
At that time, keep on slipping into the next map as Jerd will be taken down there. And again, the wrap towards C happening now for the Ravens. 2 members of the New York subliners will come in and cut down Scraps before that can get out of hand, but still, he's dealt enough damage to pull those players across the map. And now Waskins is going to be sleeping across. Dylan will make A little bit safer. Now he's going to clear it out, and this is deadly. Now they're about to flip over. Makes A safe, pushes them back, and Waskins is still sitting on C alive and kicking.
That's the 1 kill they needed to make, because he neutralized it, and he gets the hell out of there. He doesn't need it. He's going to dip, dive, and maybe drop as he finds himself in an interesting position. Can he do it?
Oh, look at this. It's so sneaky. That's so annoying. He's going to get the kill on the 10. Right back onto the flag. Oh, that's annoying. Waskins, brilliant play. Absolutely stellar stuff. C now in the hands. Oh, should you take that back? We're going to have to get back on A. Good comms. There we have it. London will be able to grab A. They're possibly able to fight over B as well. But look at that. Waskins will go down, but he does get the cap finished.
Yeah, and with that cap being finished, it obviously secures just an extra point here. It takes a little bit of time to neutralize and, of course, go back in the hands. But those 3 minutes, Miles, they've been cut down to just 2 now. We still have a 20-point lead, as right now the A and B flag are changing hands. A still in the hands of Ravens, though. It might only be by a slither. They need to reduce that. B has gone back in the hands of the Ravens. The Ravens looking to close this domination out, push this to another hard point here, and really assert their dominance. The time is ticking by.
It's difficult to even put into words right now how solid that the Ravens are playing this one. Again, the score is a lot closer, but just the awareness that the Ravens have, taking care of the threat towards their home flag, pushing towards the enemy home flag, and making sure that that's in a constant state of pressure, as we're seeing now. They may have lost this fight on B, but they're about to continue to push that one forward. A, been just about made safe there by Temp, as he is going to be able to clear this one out. And this is actually a brilliant turnaround right now for the subliners. Talking about how good London are, we are seeing the shoe on the other foot right now.
Time starts to tick down. Ravens have both of the home flags. The kill feed is red, and London look really, really strong. 60 seconds on the clock, and this is where it's desperation. This is where the subliner's got to throw everything at every single flag, and it's getting from bad to worse here as we do see B change hands. The kill feed's been all red for about 30 seconds. Wuskin with another triple 5-kill streak for him, 22 and 17. But across the board, are rated at 19 and 20. They are all positive and all slaying out their minds.
Absolutely slaying out their minds. Scraps is going to find 2 there, and again, now it's just stop them at any cost you can. The clock is definitely not working out for New York. This well and truly could be mathematically impossible to get the win with 30 seconds remaining. Jerd's going to hold them back towards green. It's a desperation push in towards the backside of the office from New York, and it is not going to be enough. Make C safe they will, but it looks like we're going to be going to another hard point.
We certainly will be here, and this is just a confidence boost right now for the Ravens. Again, we talked about streaks. Scraps has just been ended on a 4 streak. But the slaying power, simply too much. Dylan has just dropped a 30 bomb here. The first to reach it. I don't think anyone else is going to, and Wuskins. All right. Okay, okay. I see you, Wuskin.
Shout out to the observers as well. Adding a little bit of cinematic, dramatic flair to the finish there. We love you guys. Wuskins, what more can we say? The crowd have been chanting MVP all day long. Performances like that, there's no doubt about it in our minds. Well,
so far, so good for Wuskin. Hardpoint, search and destroy, and domination. It's really been a highlight reel for Wuskin. It really has. I mean, pushing forward again, we go back to Hardpoint. We talk about Wuskin straight away, and it's refreshing to see, you know, a young player with a big career ahead of him.
Yeah.
And a big crowd in front of him.
Massive crowd, exciting crowd, fun crowd, maybe drunk crowd. Shane, a couple of moments of wisdom as they part onto the boys just before getting back into this one. And New York, the same thing. On the other side of the stage, we can see the lovely John Bobble having a quick chat.
Okay, well, it looks like we've got our US Army tactical play. And I believe it is, it's that man Wuskin. We've seen him all day long in every single game mode and map combination. Going off for the Ravens right now. They're down 2-1. They've got a long way to go. It has to be a reverse sweep, and it has to start on domination. It has started on domination, but it's got to transition to the hard point.
Mate, all he did all game long was just rip up folks. I mean, he got like 6 triple kills towards the end of that one, and this was absolutely disgusting towards the finish there. And eventually, who knows, even the knife kill. Absolutely rancid stuff. It was there at the end. We promise you it was a good one, friends. I mean, that's actually the first knife kill we've seen in London, I think.
I think so.
That's the first. That's the first melee kill we've seen.
We saw Scraps try and fail on Ramaza. He just ran out of bullets, poor guy. But again, they lost that one, sadly. For you guys at home, for the Raven fans, of course, back home, a reverse sweep is what you want. However, obviously we're a little later in the day. Maybe the East Coasters woke up and started going crazy in the chat. I don't know what's going on. A lot of subliners out there, I'm sure. They need to close this one out. I think they need this more than anything again because, yes, they had a very disappointing Minnesota. They came here now. Now they're 2-0 up. We're seeing a better subliner. But if they go away getting reverse swept, that's no CDL points.
That's no CDL points.
These need the wins.
Yeah, and again, this is a qualification matchup for bracket play. So for the winner of this, they will move on to bracket play. The loser will have to play the other member of their pool that they have yet to touch upon. So for London, that will be Paris, another rematch. And for New York, that will be Toronto. As we now get going into map number 4. You've all had sweaty hands when playing games at home. Can you imagine what it's like playing on a big stage for this much pressure, this much prestige, I mean, those hands would be gushing for me, mate. I don't know about you.
Oh, I don't even want to think about it. Pressure. Pressure for these guys. And again, there's no more pressure that can be added when you're 2-0 down. And you're in front of your home crowd, and it's almost like you're on the brink of disappointment.
No,
they brought one back, Miles. Can they do it again? Are we going to see a game 5?
We're staying on Hackney, mate. Can we go all the way? Obviously, the London fans would love that one, but here we go. Hackney Yard, Hardpoint, map number 4. A must-win for London to force the game 5. A victory here will be seeing the New York Subliners advance to bracket play. And again, everything to play for here in London. You've been fantastic, London! We love you! It's only Saturday. We've got a whole another day of these shenanigans. Let's get into it.
As we get into the Hardpoint. We've got a 20-second countdown here, so we can take a deep breath, get ready, set ourselves up. Again, I think a lot of eyes will be on Muskin, I think, with it being Hackney. Oh, that's a nice flag.
It's right, isn't it? I might change soon. You never know the way geopolitics are these days.
No, we're into the game. Never mind. Sorry. 5 minutes on the clock. Not that it usually comes into play, but so far so good on Hackney for the boys on the London Royal Ravens. Subliners, though, they were great in the first half, but we can't ignore that. This is a mode where the Subliners have already come up trumps.
We've just seen the way that London play Hackney. I mean, they're fast. They really take care of those cuts. They've got great map awareness and solid stuff already. Jerd taking down those nice 4 kills that go the way of New York, and with that, they're going to have hardpoint control, even if it's only momentarily, because Scraps is doing the very best he can to now find these entry kills, these little peaks, and he's going to find Zero. Oh, he doesn't! He just about goes down. Rated now, leading the charge, but look at that gunfire coming through that short door. That is just absolutely devastating. There's no way of getting in there. And Subliners shoulder to shoulder there inside the warehouse as they hold onto the hardpoint.
Yeah, 25 seconds as well. There's going to be a full hold here for the Subliners. It's going to be a nice one. You see the Ravens just blocking off here. And again, just trying to cut down the middle of the map and rotate for that next one. But it's going to be a re-challenge here with 15 seconds. Didn't expect that. It's going to be rated shut down by Zero. Scraps finds a double. He will be taken down by the grenade of Zuma. Dylan, though, shutting down Temp, and Ravens will hold this spawn. This is a hard one to flip as well, Miles.
That's really hard. With that time, though, nice 45 seconds in the bank for the New York Subliners. His position's now by the street as London are going to be fighting this one tooth and nail, trying to stop them, make their way forward. Dylan, lovely work, look at that. Full Raven kill feed. Hardpoint time now being guarded, and as you can see, the rotation's already underway. Dylan, oh boy, almost managed to get a snap. He knows the play's coming through that warehouse now, and he manages to get one, but Ray is there to start picking up the pieces, and the time is very, very much working out for London right now. This is amazing. They push that front line far, far forward in the map.
Yeah, and that's what's been so successful for them. Again, at this point, you can push out, create that distance between your enemy and that hardpoint, push them further back in those spawns, and we are starting to see that with only 15 seconds left here. This is, again, where Subliners, they give it up. They say, you know what, we've got to rotate, but who else is rotating? It's Dylan. He's going to be shut down by Attach here. Zero, of course, combining for another. And this is where the tables may turn. We obviously go to the next hardpoint. Subliners already set up and waiting for it. Trying to break on through, though. It is going to be the Ravens. Dylan tries to sniff one out. He's not going to be up top. He's going to be down low, and Temp gets the better of it.
Yeah, it does indeed. It's going to be a slow push now to the other side of the map. The Ravens have still managed to get into the hardpoint. The kill comes through and stops the clock for now, but New York have yet to get a single second of hardpoint time since the first. Now we see the battle now going down on the hardpoint. It's Attached just patrolling upstairs, making sure no one makes their way forward. Trophies and smokes now setting up. This is a very difficult hardpoint. Bottom of smokestacks. It's very, very open, easy to be grenaded. As you can see there, it's basically wide open in the middle of the map. Dylan has spawned behind. This is a difficult spawn. He's going to be right in from behind the hardpoint. Can he find anything out of this one? There's your first kill, and accuracy on the point. That's the second. Dylan.
Zuma.
Gifted! Oh, the shots from Zuma, so good.
Little jump shot there. Dylan was feeling himself for sure. Scraps continues the trend here, 74 to 57, with 5 seconds left here. Not many points gathered for either team, really. It has been a bit of a slugfest in the slain department. Wuskin trying to hold up top, close quarter fight will go in the favor of Zero and that MP5. Dylan with the double, though, and we are going to go down low here. We're going to fight for these offices. And a lot of time to play with. And you see the Ravens come on in. They're going to be first.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
my God, Dylan! Oh, my God, he's still going! He finds 2 with a nade, he finds 2 more with his weapon, that's 4. Now he's dead. What the? What? This is like you blink and he finds 4 kills. Hey, Waskin's nice job on the point as well. New York just unable to get on point and unable to break it without miraculous plays like that, and Zero's going to go down, a little too eager again, but Scraps, almost with the snap up at 0 now on 10. Breaching both the bottom and the top end of the hard point at the same time, but what a hold this has been, as London have really done a good job to make this one look good.
And the interesting thing about this is the slaying part has been here for the Sublime. They've just not managed to get many points from it, except right here. It's a full wipeout. They are going to push all 5 players back, but what that's really going to do for the team, again, is just going to have Ravens now set up for that next rotation. Jerd, 4 and 7, low interactions, but high objective. He was pretty much sat on the second hard point for a large majority, if not the whole of those 60 seconds. But as we go to the dock building here, we have a lot of points up for grabs. Temp's going to slide in, find the head of Scraps, and push forward.
Oh, that's the most dangerous looking Temp, you know, he gets right underneath your skirt. He's very, very dangerous in those positions. So aggressive. And now Attach, catching those players with a dead silence out, but look at the numbers the Ravens have got there on the point. Just managing to block up every entrance, stopping anyone making their way through. And Jerd, again, just these kills as he slowly but surely makes his way back in towards the next hard point. And that smoke is fantastic. However, it is unfortunately a trophy system that gets the kill there on Jerd. And nonetheless, I will say brilliantly that New York have done a magnificent job of locking down that hard point and setting up for the next.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's going to be a struggle here for the Ravens. But as we see the last 10 seconds go to in favor, should I say, Subliners. We're going to see these Ravens now kind of swoop on in and maybe look for a bit of a flank. They've got that time to do so. Scraps is going to go straight through. Whoa. Guns blazing, and he's got rated by his side. And the Ravens actually, the very dying moment as the hard point starts to pop, they take control of the warehouse.
There we go. Full warehouse control. Big nades though from Zero. No trophies at play yet. Jerd pokes the eye in the sky out, and from above a nice second. Great position for Jerd to be in. He's going to stop those players making their way to the hard point, but you can see the frantic nature of his aim. He knows full well he doesn't have enough teammates around him, but this could be very cheeky. Indeed it is. A cheeky Jerd as he cleans out the point. He takes care of the players upstairs, and now he's right in there. Brilliant stuff from the Irishman. Brilliant stuff from London.
Don't do it to him, Jerd.
Oh.
Still there from Jerd, trying to go for the wallbang. Smoke's coming in. Not going to be able to take out Jerd. The hip fire comes through, and just so you know, Jerd's on a 4 spree right now. 100 points to his name and for the squad. Trying to get that wallbang. Scraps and Jerd are combining for 4. Make it 5 in a row for Jerd. Can he make it 6? He doesn't need to. We're watching Jerd go off. Scraps right above him, doing the exact same.
This is disgusting.
Scraps is on a 5 spree, 25 and 17. Those 2 right there just dominated that warehouse.
Back over to the tire shop we go, and this is a tough position to be in for Jerd. He will finally go down as New York have just cleaved across map. They've managed to take out 3 members of the Ravens. Despite that, the Ravens still spawning a little closer, able to get into the fight very quickly. Scraps cleans out upstairs. Waskin's doing the job downstairs, and this is looking very good. London in control. Watch that play, though, from top of the awning. This is where we're going to see New York try to break in, and they can't do it. Onto the stairs we go, as Scraps just frantically firing from the hips. Waskin, though, his brother, with 2. Straight onto the point, New York go, though. This is looking a little better, but still so frantic here on point. New York, take a breather. Try to get those rotations done. You don't want to be having to win these miraculous gunfights to get time. And here we have it. Still pushing towards that point. 10 seconds left. We now go to smokestack. Oh, big nade.
40-point lead here. Rotation is going to be put down. I will say Subliners, they managed to take a couple of points here from, of course, that back one. We're going to see this go to the smokestack now. This is notorious here, not for getting the most points, but you are, of course, going to have to rotate and keep control of this green building. You're going to start to see both teams kind of fight for that. Waskin, Dylan, and Jerd. 3 in the bag. Zoomer and Accuracy, though, do find 2. We saw Dylan on the Domination drop 30 kills. I was going to say leading with 23, but Scraps trumps that at 28. On the flip side of things, only 1 player to hit 20 kills, and that's Zoomer, and he's only just doing that. Subliners, for me, actually, surprisingly, still in this game at the point of slaying. I don't see how.
It's just the brilliant use of rotations, the fantastic contest they've got going on right now, but you're right, the slaying department is all London. Scraps on your point. Clock is ticking. 40 points for the win. The MP5's ringing out. And again, the teamwork from them both. Look at the hops right through the bottom of office there, and it's going to be rated picking up the trade. Jerd watching the backside there, pops his dead silence so he can wrap as fast as possible around that bottom docks building. And now we have Accuracy desperately trying to make the entry, but it just looked clueless. There's not a lot they can do. And now we see the Subliners in real danger.
A lot of time here on Office. They only need 30 points, and the kill feed, Wuskin, Scraps, and Raiden. The minimap is all favoring Ravens, and for the last minute, maybe 2 or 3 even, the Ravens have been dominating here. We see Scraps dropping the 30 bomb, trying to go for another knife kill. Wuskin, you cheeky bugger.
Tim manages to get the beat down in the end, but look at that again. All Ravens, all kills going their way, and now the time we're looking, friends. We're hoping, nay, we're praying we're going to get it as Wuskin finds 3 kills. We're going to a game 5.
Beautifully done by the Royal Ravens. It was close at the start, however, London run away with it here on Hackney. 250 to, I believe, 135. It was a dominating performance.
Very, very dominating performance, but it's not over yet. We now go to Search.
Search and Destroy will be coming up soon. However, the coach is on stage to run them through maybe a bit of last-minute preparation. I believe Shane there making his way over. All tied up here. New York versus London.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
The last match of the day, a qualification match. The winner of the next Search and Destroy will be advancing to bracket play. Miles and Momo taking you through the London Royal Ravens versus the New York Subliners. And boy, oh boy, what a series it's been. Our Scuff Gaming player of the game is the king himself. Jerd went on an absolute tear to help his team retain that dominant lead they had in the Hardpoint.
Yeah, it was kills, it was slain, it was objective work from Jerd. And again, we've talked about how influential he has been as a player through all 3 game modes. But right now, really stepping it up into that next gear in the Hardpoint. And you saw this little 6, I believe, 5 or 6 spree. Trying to go for the wallbang on Temp, cheeky stuff, but he doesn't pull that one off. He doesn't need to. Scraps at this point is right above him. And those 2, they were just taking names and putting them 6 feet under. And Jerd, of course, sneaky as always, will be going into the Search and Destroy, feeling himself. I mean, this is at a point now where... that was disgusting, by the way.
Unbelievable stuff. Just tearing through them. And again, can't do it all alone. His teammates are backing him up. Again, Scraps directly above him. He finds a 5 spree. This was absolutely ridiculous stuff, and it allowed them to rotate straight over to the next hard point there in the bottom of the tire shop. Absolute devastation as the London Royal Ravens force that game 5, as we will soon roll into the Search and Destroy. London, I mean, what more could you ask for? A game 5 to close out the last match of the day. But here we go.
In the first search and destroy. What's up, Rel?
Quite real.
What's he doing here?
Everyone's been enjoying themselves thoroughly, and we hope you've been enjoying the show at home. Even Guns there, sit down. Embarrass your mum.
#1 Raven fan right there.
It's been a fantastic day.
That is not my brother.
That is your brother.
Nope.
That's your brother. That's your brother there.
Security.
Look, no, look, go back. That's his brother.
Get him out.
Here we go. We're about to get ready to do the game, friends. And again, Search and Destroy. The last time these two teams played, it was at the start of the series. It was a 6-5 on Petrograd. Now, it's a gun runner. It's going to be a little different. Oh, wave. Yeah, you're right. Give him a wave.
I can't hear it.
You can't. You got to take your headset off.
I've got some music pumping in mine. It's kicking me off. It's getting me ready here for Gunrunner. First search and destroy miles close. Round 11. We saw Wuskin with a snipe. We saw some crazy clutches from the twins. I hope to see more of the same.
I mean, this is a go big and go home as the last match of the day, but the one thing you want to be doing is going home knowing that you're in bracket play tomorrow, that you don't have to play that last-ditch desperation match. Here we go, end of the search. And right off the rip, it's going to be just MP5s and M4s. No snipes this round. As Dylan finds that first blood immediately on a slow approach towards mid-map.
Making sure no one's in those vents there. And he's going to find himself a little window to perch on through. Jerd running into trouble, and the trouble is nullified. Zuma shut down. Jerd read that one like a book. He may have had that information. The way he jumped around that corner, it felt like he knew where he was. Accuracy's going to be tippy-toeing around, and
he's got to sneak. He has to sneak it. If you can get any closer and find a single kill, that might help out. And that pulls him maybe towards the A site, and then his boys can jump B.
1 minute and 10 seconds. Accuracy has tippy-toed his way around. He's going to find one now. Information has been gathered, and it's all guns blazing. Accuracy and Attach level the playing field here, 3v3. As Attach is going to quickly reload, looking for another. Accuracy. Really the game changer around #1 right now. Got one player flanking around. Looks like that's going to be rated, trying to find Accuracy, but no bomb position movement just yet. We're watching it though. Zero has it in his hand. Maybe looking to push on to B shortly.
Yeah, right now New York are trying to find that kick. Oh, Scraps, get out of there, mate. Keep yourself alive for now. Rated managed to get the trade, but again, immediate trade. So it's now a 2v1. Scraps is all alone. Oh, wow, I love this. He's so sneaky. He has a concussion to work with. As soon as he sees that bomb go down, creep round the corner. How quiet can he be? There's a dead silence player right there on top of the bomb. Oh, wow, what covering fire. Brilliant stuff from New York. They have to play slow.
This has been beautiful from Accuracy. He's played such a perfect round. He's really helped his teammate.
Wait.
Dead silence coming through. Dead silence, not silent enough. Whew. I'm not sure who finalized that round there, but Accuracy had a very, very strong round. It was actually Attach here. He sends the flank, and rightly so. Beautiful bait and switch from these guys. Beautiful cover. They were watching each other's back.
Perfect cover. It could not have been any better in that situation.
First strike for the subliners here. 3 for Accuracy, 2 for Attach.
And don't forget, it is first to 6. And the winner advances to bracket play. London now on offense. No snipers for either side, so we're going to be doing this the old-fashioned way.
This is interesting. This is really different. Usually we see a very aggressive push to B. This time Ravens have gone straight away. They're going to be punished for it. Jerd's going to be dropped, and now they've lost all map control. They're going to be pushing straight back into another. It's going to be Zuma on the flank. Who would have thought it? Tommy finds the double, and he's done the damage already. He might go down, but has left his team in a 4v2.
And that's huge. That's such a huge gift to his teammates just before dipping out. We'll see him again in the 3rd round.
He's done his job, though, and that's all that matters for him. Dylan, though, trying to claw his way back into this one. He's partnered up with Scraps right now.
3v2. Good shots from Scraps, not really enough to get the job done. He's going to move that bomb in towards A a little bit more, but he needs to be careful. Dylan is also just trying fishing for a kill there in mid-map as well. So if either of them can find success, that's tremendous. It's going to dictate where the bomb goes down. But they're opting for B. Dylan, he's going for it. He's hungry, but he has no idea where those players are around him.
He's popped the dead silence as well. He's running fast and furious around this. He's actually just up top. He's checked every position but the one. However,
there we go.
If he finds one, he should be traded. He will be traded.
Scraps, though, now has to pick up the pieces. Tags on Temp. He's got another player to watch out for behind. The numbers are not working out for Scraps, and just in the nick of time, the subliners can trade it out. They're going to be very, very happy with it. And once again, the teamwork of New York prevails.
Yeah, it was the end. It was 2 baits and switches. You know, and the first one wasn't even on purpose. It was just good positioning. It was unfortunate for Dylan. He checked every single position except on top of the crates there, but 2-0. Subliner's looking strong here. It's been close rounds, but you don't want to see this one get out of control for the Subliners.
Slow push through mid. New York set up on the offensive. They're going to be slowly but surely creeping forward. They're hoping to catch somebody from London overextending aggressively, but no one's quite taken the bait yet. Temp hoping to find something on top of that box. Great position to be in. Zuma's going to get that first blood. Dylan answers back instantly. Now we find us in a 4 versus 3 as New York go down another man.
A good round so far. Temp is in a dangerous position though, and he can actually just sit here and almost wait. However, is Scrap's going to be the bait? Is he going to be the one to push on in? He doesn't need to.
Oh, accuracy. Sadly for Dylan, not able to get the kill quickly. Looking for the bomb right there. That's what he's trying to find. Does not get a positive ID on the enemy cargo, and now Waskin's going to roll that snipe just up a little further. Needs to be careful.
Does have his teammates just surround him? It's going to be his brother. Scraps finds one, looking for the trade. Woo! Bang, bang. Round 1 on the board.
And this time, his Desert Eagle does say .50 on the side, as he gets 2 right on a Temp before he even hits the ground. Good round there from London, 2-1.
A much needed round as well. Losing 3 off the start is very demoralizing, especially if the first 3 are so close. But now we see the Ravens back in attack. I expect not to see another A push, Miles, I'll be honest with you. I expect to see bread and butter. I expect to see B and heavy B.
Yeah, it's going to be a big old B push. Scraps finds his first on Azuma. That's a nice bit of work. They dodged all the incoming nades, all the incoming utility, and now they've managed to overrun the B site.
This is so fast. I believe Waskin's sniping as well, so he's going to be perched up in the forest. Looking, he's going to have to back down. Pushing through the middle is going to be attached, but he's lost his teammate. Accuracy does go down. Temp trades things out with Dylan, but attached might be knocking on the door. What? What on earth have you done, Scraps? You've just backhanded him in the face.
How's he even done that?
No idea.
A 0. Ah, he's just been taken care of out in the woods. 20 seconds for the detonation. Temp, it's not over yet. So 1v2. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, you're a dead man.
I would love to see a replay of that kill.
That was disgusting.
I have no idea what just happened. No idea. It's land now.
It is land now.
Minnesota, though, this was a 3-0. We've got a different New York. It feels like we've got a different Royal Ravens too. But we are in game 5, round 5 here, as 0 picks up the ball.
Waskin's looking for aggressive play with the snipe. He's managed to get across on that quite quickly. He's got to watch out for attach, though. Scraps once again with another first blood. Slow and steady. He's going to... Oh, man, Waskins needs to back up. He saw a lot of faces there.
Scraps has found 7 already. Waskin's a bit of a quieter game. Okay, all right, I'll eat my own words.
He does
get it, Waskin.
But look, the bomb has made its way straight towards B. With that kill, they were like, right, go. This is it. We need to make something happen here. We're losing players faster. We need to make something happen, and that's it. Bomb goes down, 3v5. Dylan right in the head.
Oh, no, he's got a concussion out. He stayed alive somehow between a rock and a hard place, literally right now. But Dylan thrives under pressure. Smokes are out. Attach finds 2, though. On the flank is Scraps. I think he knows where Dylan is, and Attach goes down. Scraps stopped playing for a second then. I think he might have just stood up and screamed. London, this is not a time to go quiet.
The one thing they do have is plenty of time to get the defuse. Judd was on the bomb, hitting the defuse while Scraps was finding the kills.
3 rounds back-to-back for the London Royal Ravens. For a reverse sweep, they need just 3 more. Wuskins finding picks with a sniper. Scraps, I believe, is on 2, maybe 3 first bloods for the Search and Destroy as well. And again, don't expect an A push.
Don't expect the A push. We're going back to B. Scraps is once again so aggressive. Won't get the first blood, but he does get the trade. Now Dylan overextends very, very quickly. Dead silence at the ready. Now he's going to try to make something sneaky happen here.
He's called it out.
Here it is.
Jump on in. Accuracy shuts one down. Would have been a game-changing kill here. Jud's hesitant to put that bomb down, but he has got the cover. Wuskin now with the sniper, though, a 3v3. This might be a... Probably, I was going to say, not a good thing to have a sniper in this position. However, I might eat my own words. That bomb's down.
He loves this position. Wuskin loves to sit up here, but the smoke's going to really make that difficult. No one's going to get top box like that. Jud, they're lying in the grass. Quick pounce, gets the 1. Now it all falls down to 0. Oh, no.
He doesn't even need the sniper.
0.
Jud and Ray seem to have it covered. He's got a light in his face. That's a long-range MP5. He's not going to be long-range for long, though. Pistols are out. He finds one. There's only 12 seconds.
He's just swinging for the fences.
4 rounds back-to-back. And the crowd are getting behind the home team now.
2 more rounds is all they need, and then we can go home happy. London will find themselves in the bracket play. We're a little biased, I'm not joking. I said I was trying, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard.
I have no idea what you're on about.
Offensive round for New York now as they try to get themselves back into this as the momentum is just starting to swing well and truly out of control.
Dodge them, Dylan.
Yeah, great dodge. London's actually been really good at dodging all the utility shots, you know, New York has thrown at them.
Just needing...
Oh, wow.
A very specific position. Tickle.
That could not have been closer.
Tickled the ear of him, I believe. That's a free kill. Okay,
what, Dylan didn't get
free
it.
Kill.
Dylan didn't get that kill, so that player managed to make his way across. Zero's managed to jump straight onto the bomb site with that first blood on the Wuskins.
That's a huge kill from Attach as well. Bomb down. And the wallbang, not going to be in that corner, Scraps, but he checks it. And Rated is now on a 5 spree. Over multiple rounds, he's stayed alive. Grenade's not going to connect, however, Scraps is going to find another Attach. Fights back with not 1, but 2. Attach gets traded out. It's Scraps v Temp. A 1v1 with 20 seconds left. And Temp is miles away.
Wait, he's just coming a little closer. Shots are up, 1v1. The tags are there. Is he going to get anything out of this one? He's got to make the push. Dead silence has been popped, and it's ring around a rosy right now as Temps come right back into this one. Scraps has got to guess this right. Scraps, he's gone down! Whoa, what a round! And the subliners, they stop the streak at 4.
Yeah, Scraps had 1 chance to win that, and it was the first initial gunfight. When Temp got into the green building, it was all over. The time was just simply not there. Even if Scraps picked up that final kill there, it wouldn't have made a difference. However, still leading by 1 is the Ravens, but a much-needed round win here for subliners. And once more, another 1v1 victory. We saw many from Attach on St. Petro.
Ravens on offense.
Wuskin has put the sniper away. Information gathered. Dylan's actually just called out as well that Attach had pushed up. Scraps has found 12 kills already, by the way.
Great position to be in for Attach. Oh, wow, what a jump shot. Scraps helps out, but it's a lovely trade.
Scraps made that kill with an MP5 from Boiler Room. I just want to point that one out.
Big fan of his work.
Accuracy finds the header Rated, 4v4, all tied up. However, Accuracy, he was the player of round number 1. He's going to find 2 in round number 8 before he falls down. Zuma gives them the advantage. It's so back and forth here. Miles, 2v2.
I mean, London, they really played that very, very slowly, and New York have just crushed them. Now it's a 2v2, though. 0 and 10 versus Wuskin and Dylan. Dylan's looking to get a bit aggressive, get a bit naughty as he makes his way in. Planting in the open as well, planting towards the cables here. So Wuskin's in a great position to try to help out. Temp aggressive, up over the top. He gets the kill straight away. With 40 seconds left in a 1v2 now for Wuskin.
Temp's got a smoke as well. Now they're playing this one very slowly. That information actually is going to help Wuskin. And now Wuskin knows that 0. Temp, though.
Great stuff from Temp. Wuskin's got no idea where he is. He checks perfectly onto the container kill on a 0, and the next thing that happens is just bad timing. But for Temp...
Nice shots from Temp.
Brilliant shots. 4-4 now.
Look at the reactions here. And you know what? Wuskin, he had to kind of check it. I think the fear was that he was actually already defusing. He wasn't, no. 50-50 on that one. All tied up here. 4-4, round number 9. As we jump back on board with the subliners here on the offense. Are we going to see the same old B? A didn't work out well for the Ravens. Scraps 13-7.
Well, here we go. Again, no snipes this round. As we push directly into mid-map, it's a very, very aggressive start. Look at that position from Dylan. How's he going to done that? Just jumps over the top of the wall, gives him a little bit of the cheeky MP5 and dips out. Tags through the glass there from Scraps, and that's a lovely way to start the round. And he gets out with his life as well, so that's huge.
I don't know how he survived that one. He poked his head over the wall, asked for his ball back, found himself a kill, and somehow he's still running round. I think a lot of those bullets which went into him were through the wall. But again, accuracy. He's been fantastic, this search and destroy, Miles. He's just hit double digits here, 10 kills to his name.
Got to watch that push, though, towards A. Is rated, though. Again, we touched on it briefly. He had that 5 spree, turned his game around massively, and now just being that lone watchman towards A. Big nades coming in through from Dylan, as the other Dylan. Attach pushes his way forward. There he is. Dylan managed to find the bomb carrier. Zuma goes down.
He is so sneaky. Dylan is so sneaky. I was watching the mini-map, and the way that he moves, it's like a little ninja out there.
Mate, he
doesn't walking his way around.
He can do whatever he wants right now. Accuracy's the last player left alive in the 1v3. He manages to tie up one. Accuracy, what are you going to do? Grab the bomb and kill all 3 of them. It's now or never, mate.
Not today.
Match point. The reverse sweep is almost complete. Oh, Kevy. Oh, Kevy. You know he's in the chat.
Our Ravens really gonna do it in London. A reverse sweep. Scraps and Dylan. 26 kills between them. Which is absolutely wild for a search and destroy. Jerd's gonna grab that bomb. And it looks like they're gonna stick to what's been working. Semtex and concussions are out. Dead silence pop for Dylan there.
Oh my gosh, Dylan. Oh, wow. Bit of aggressive parkour. If he checks this right. Hello, attach.
Welcome to the Dylan Show! 15 kills, and he ain't stopping now. He's looking for 16. It's just a race. Scraps on 14, and it's over. The London Royal Ravens. The reverse sweep is complete. And you can give credit to Dylan. You can give credit to anyone on that roster. But Dylan was dancing around those crates.
What a series. It does not get better than that. The full reverse sweep, round 11. As London will now find themselves in bracket play. The New York subliners still have a chance to find themselves in bracket play. They do have to now defeat Toronto. But that was one hell of a series.
That was incredible. It really, really was. What a performance there from certain individuals. It's hard to just ignore what we saw from Dylan in the search and destroy. Scraps was right there with him. We go back to the previous Hardpoint. The Domination is when it really changed, and we saw an orchestrated event. It was Jerd, it was Scraps. Going to the Hardpoint, it was a real team effort, but that search and destroy, the amount of kills. You've got to take it on the chin sometimes, I say. Temp with a smile on his face. He'll be back and he'll be raring to go against Toronto tomorrow.
And again, that's the thing, is you just look at this roster and you think New York have still got that chance to turn this around, a couple of tweaks here or there, and they're actually winning these maps, and that's just what makes COD so exciting. It's a game of pixels and milliseconds. They did not disappoint, and London did not let the reverse sweep get to them. They absolutely nailed that one. That's all from Miles and Momo. Frankie, who have you got on the stage?
Thank you so much, Miles and Momo. Excellent work today, gentlemen. Now, it's time for your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And after he turned things round on Gunrunner that last map, I've got to talk to Rated. Dude, how you doing?
Not too bad. I can't hear them talking anymore.
I'm not surprised. I mean, you had to communicate the hell out of that last game, I imagine. Why do you think you were able to manage the reverse sweep today?
They just can't handle us in gunfights. Like the first two maps, they were just trying to avoid it at all costs, and then on both Hackneys, you can't avoid gunfights, and we're just better, so.
Now, what is it like playing with these lot yelling? Because to be honest, most of the time they were booing at temp rather than cheering for you guys.
It's unbelievable. I've never had anything like this, and we're going to try to go all the way for you, trust me.
You know what, Rated? I've got to give you a performance. 2 thumbs up. I know this man loves the 2 thumbs up. You're going to go off and do a fan signing now. So, guys, I think you're going to need to form a queue because I imagine a lot of you want to meet this gentleman. Rated, congratulations. Before you go, I do want to ask, do you have any words for this crowd?
You're all unbelievable. We love you all.
Thank you so much, Rated. We love you. You are doing Wales and the rest of the UK so proud, my friend. We'll see you in the bracket play tomorrow. Now, that was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. It has been absolutely epic on this stage here in the Copper Box Arena. We've got so many highlights, and we're going to show some of them to you right now. Enjoy.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
in New York City. Come on, this is carnage! That's stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome to the headquarters post-show. What a game we just saw behind us there with the London Royal Ravens taking that reverse sweep to the home crowd. Just what they wanted to see. I like to think, actually, gents, that maybe they just put a little showcase on for their fans here today, because who doesn't love to see a Game 5? And
you got a New Yorker on this desk. You got a New Yorker on this desk.
How you holding up, man?
I'm actually pretty happy, even with that loss. I mean, they're playing the way that they need to play. I didn't necessarily come out today and think we were going to see them exchange blows with one of the teams I consider pretty highly throughout the entirety of the league. So at least they don't look like last
Well, last time they got 3-0'd, right? Yeah. You did walk out into the crowd and start chanting New York, and you pretty much got booed back to the stage. So
not pretty much. I had to move back to the stage with security.
They looked a lot better in that series, especially in that game number 2 in that search and destroy. In that last round, I really wanted to talk about it because the way that they were rotating back and forth, just playing with the London Royal Ravens was incredible. But Royal Ravens kicked it up in that game number 3 and just rode that momentum all the way to game 5, where we just saw Dylan put on an absolute masterful show.
We did indeed. And you know what? I can't honestly name one MVP on that roster, because as a team, they all looked so beautifully together, working with absolute synergy. It was quite like spectacular to watch, really. And I've got to say, Watkins, though, really coming out of his shell this season is doing wonders for him.
I really need to agree with everything you said there. Obviously, Waskin picked it up quite a bit, started off the day incredibly hot. But what do you see in the final moments of that series? Waskin may not be the player who was shining, but that's when Scraps and Dylan step up. That's that's basically the mark of a phenomenal team, having other players be able to pick it up when their star player in the moment isn't there.
Yeah, I was talking to Benson a little bit about this, and what worries me about these European teams at times is they never had a closer before. And Dylan last year was incredible, and his roster wasn't the best, but he was a standout player. He was the closer right there. On those last 2 rounds, he got up mid-map and was just making plays, getting those first bloods, getting that 2-piece on the top containers to open up the map and shut it down. When a player does something like that, it closes out the game for you, and it just makes it that much easier. And you can get that confidence and know that you can go on to win games.
I feel like the Ravens really have their roles sorted as well. They're doing fantastically, but we have had an absolute epic day. And of course, we have highlights for you guys. Of course, it's CDL here. We want to show you all the best bits of your Saturday. Insane stuff all across the board here. Starting with New York Subliners, versus Paris Legion. New York, different team here to start the day against Paris Legion. Paris looking phenomenal last time. And then, of course, Seattle Surge and Dallas Empire up next.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big things that I keep going back to is the squads that entered with 0 points and seeing them step up and actually see a lot of them perform closer to what I think your power rankings maybe represented the first week. One team, though, that breaks my heart every time I've seen them play thus far has to be Seattle. I really hope we see a heartbeat in them tomorrow.
Man, and I believe they were up in that search and destroy as well, and then Empire came back to win it. We saw a lot of comebacks in Search and Destroy today. It's something that we talked about during launch weekend was the sloppy play in Search, and we're seeing a lot of teams sort of refine their strategies, and they're able to adapt mid-map. So we're not seeing those 6-2, 6-1 victories anymore. We're seeing these 6-5s, these long, drawn-out Search and Destroys, and that's a testament to the work these guys put in at home over the last 2 weeks.
I have to say, AX may have been the green wall killer in the past, but now it looks like he's got a little ways to go before he can hunt the Huntsmen.
Absolutely. And in this series, this was all Wuskin, man. He was just absolutely phenomenal through and through. We see Jerd here picking up this huge two-piece, and this was actually a comeback as well. Ultra was up 4-2 in that Search and Destroy, and the London Royal Ravens came back to win it. So comebacks across the board today. It was a spectacular day of Call of Duty.
I know you guys have obviously been talking about London Royal Ravens a lot. We have on the desk because this is their home turf, but I want to talk about their S&D game because we did see a huge contrast in that last series. They really weren't performing well on S&D against New York Subliners. Oh, lovely little bit of cake action there.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Stuff. Thank you very much. But I want to get your understanding of this as well, Nameless, because how did they change the game up there in the last one?
I mean, it was just Dylan just going forward and just absolutely dominating. I think that was my favorite, map of the day and favorite match. That reverse sweep just shows so much about that team and their tenacity. But, a match we really didn't get to talk about a lot was this one. And this was like the marquee match of the day. This was a huge game. Huntsmen coming out and Envoy destroying. He had 3 minutes of the hill and he was 30-10. We got to show some love to him, man. He was dominating today.
100%. I mean, he's fitting in so well with that team. Nameless, did you expect for him to really come out and perform this weekend? Did you feel like he needed to kind of show why he is on that team, why he has been picked up?
I think the community knows what Envoy did last year was incredible. On his team, he was absolutely amazing. He's one of my breakout players of the year. And picking him up, I think, was a no-brainer for these guys. Formal and Scump to team with some new talent like that, to sort of teach an old dog new tricks. I think it's been great, and he's been performing at a top level. And he's also that player that will get 3 minutes in the hill and make Scump and Formal comfortable. And you can see Huntsmen look like the best team in the game, or the best team here at least.
100%. And I have to bring it back again to London Royal Ravens because we're going to take a look at our PlayStation 4 damage dealt leaderboard right now. And it's the one and only Dylan. We've been talking about him a lot today and for very good reasons. He's at the top right there. Rich, you surprised with some of the others we're seeing underneath here? Wuskin's at 3, Jerd at 2nd. We also got Scraps. We've got the twins there, back to back, and then rated 5th.
Yeah,
I think Dylan, he deserves that first place.
This is the damage that they dealt in Domination, which is just great. They've just been a fantastic team. And if we talk about the Domination from earlier on, they did a great job of rotating back and forth. Like, that was the map where they could have gotten 3-0'd by New York, and we saw them rotating. Every time that New York tried to push their home flag, they rotated, and they were just one step ahead the entire time. It was a great Domination game on Hackney.
And you were kind of starting to talk about roles on the side of the Huntsmen. When we look at this squad, it feels like a team that has figured out what everybody needs to do. And I think that's where we're starting to already see in week 2, teams bring it to the next level when they actually know what each player is responsible for. But I kind of want to ask you right now, because you say that Chicago is going to be in the top tier of teams. I definitely agree. I don't think that takes a rocket scientist to actually figure out. But where do you put the Ravens right now? Would you put them in that same tier?
Not in the same tier, no. But can they upset them? It's definitely a possibility, but I can't put them in that tier yet. Just not yet. It's too close for them.
Too close, gents, but we will find out soon enough as we get through our season. We're going to head to a quick break, but before we do, take a look at your Scuff Team of the Week.
This is your Scuff Team of the Week, a super team built with 5 of the top performers at the most recent event. This week, we're picking 5 players from the Call of Duty League launch weekend, hosted by the Minnesota Rocker at the Armory in Minneapolis. First up, it's GodRx. Minnesota's GodRx put on a show for the home crowd with both the sniper and the assault rifle. He scored the 7th highest overall event KD and played a key role in Rocker's 2-0 run. Next, it's Formal. Representing one half of the infamous T2P duo, Formal gave the Chicago Huntsmen fans plenty to cheer for. Armed with his trademark AR, he fragged his way to the 4th highest KD of the event and the 2nd highest in Domination. Paris Legion's Kismet brought the heat to Minnesota, firing back at everyone who ranked his team last during the preseason. He played a stellar S&D against Optic Gaming LA, going 13-4. Next up, we've got Wuskin of the Royal Ravens. He had the highest KD of the entire event, and he put on a sniper clinic in London's match versus the New York Subliners, going an impressive 11-3. And finally, to round out the roster, we've got Simp. If you want to know what it means when a player is frying, just watch Simp.
the star of Atlanta FaZe exploded into the year with a staggering 1.74 KD in Hardpoint and a ridiculous 6.5 in S&D. That's your Call of Duty League launch weekend Scuff Team of the Week.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile, complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back to our post-game show. It's HQ, of course, and we've seen some insane action all day here at the Call of Duty League. And what a better way to finish off than to talk about our Astro Castacoms. What on earth was Merc doing?
Dallas beat Seattle, Huntsmen beat LA.
Gorillas.
Dude, I can't. I can't.
I look good, dude. I look real good.
Real good, Merc. How could you not look good when you got Maven's face stuck to yours?
I mean, it's actually impossible to
It is.
Yeah.
It is absolutely impossible.
Maven looks like a pencil, I'll be honest.
Looks like a pencil. I'm not really sure how I can actually follow up with that.
Next top.
The elusive number one pencil. Valueless.
We're gonna move on and have a look at our results of today. We're gonna have a look at our Army match schedule because of course we've had plenty of games to get through today. It's been an amazing Saturday, I'm gonna say that, of course. But any on there that's shocking you now, right now, gentlemen, because we have seen some serious games, some game 5s, some 3-0s. It's been actually a little bit of an array of different wins.
Honestly, I think today went kind of how people thought it was going to go. I guess the 3-0 Dallas dominating Surge, people would have expected that going into launch weekend, but right now, I guess that's probably the most surprising to me. I thought Surge would get a little bit better with the 2 weeks, but they didn't.
I think the biggest surprise is how bad Surge has looked. I will say the main idea that I think is really important to start thinking about is the fact that Dallas does not look bad. I think a lot of people were just talking about the idea of these guys being an online team after 1 week of results against a relatively difficult schedule. It's just not the case. They look very good.
Schedule.
Yeah, they look very good.
Huntsmen, and then they play Surge and they dominate them. So yeah, I think Empire can still be like a top 3 team. It's yet to be known.
I think so too. We're going to take a look at our tournament bracket right now to see where our teams were placed, where they're standing. And of course, they're getting into the bracket stage slowly but surely. We've got Huntsmen waiting in the wings there at the semi-finals, and also the Royal Ravens. And what a better way to close their first day at their home stand while being in the semi-finals going into tomorrow. Do you think anybody else deserves to be there right now, group stage, if you could honestly like try and fortune tell their fortunes for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some squads that deserve it, but I will say the 2 teams that have made it right now to the championship bracket, that's the grand final I want to see when we actually do get here tomorrow.
I think that would be an incredible match. In Search and Destroy, that's where Ravens have been getting better, and they look astonishing at it. So going up against Huntsmen, that's where they can kind of exploit what Huntsmen haven't been that great at. So that will be a great final if that's it.
It will be indeed. I'm really excited for tomorrow. I think it's going to bring some amazing gameplay. I'm really excited to see some of our teams really start to come out of their shells and perform. I think a lot of them are going to be kicking themselves after today, and I think that they could actually improve on a lot of things. I'm sure they'll do that overnight. But gents, I want to thank you for an amazing first day here at London. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. But, you know, day 1 is done and dusted here in London, and it has been a truly incredible start to the weekend. And London, you've certainly showed your lungs that you have here in this room when cheering on the Royal Ravens. But tomorrow we will be putting on even more points on the board for our teams here at CDL, and we'll be with you bright and early. I'll see you guys then.
Positions on scene.
Well, CDL fans, it has been quite the day here at the Copper Box Arena, London, but there is still more to come because we've got none other than superstar DJ Nicky Romero and Wale coming up very, very soon. Right now, the fans in London, they're queuing up to meet the Royal Ravens. You guys, I know you're watching at home because you can't wait for that performance. But while you do wait, we've still got some entertainment for you because like me, I'm sure you're a massive fan of Hex and the Huntsmen, so we've got the final episode of the campaign for you. Stay tuned.
Thank you. And for the Chicago Huntsmen, the campaign is just beginning. These are the final days of the Chicago Huntsmen's preseason campaign. And before they hit the road for Minnesota, the team is focused on final preparations.
Oh my God, awesome.
All right.
It feels incredible.
Look at this.
Now we're cooking with fire.
For Huntsmen owner Hector Rodriguez and star players Seth Scump Abner, the launch of a new league brings the start of a new tradition. A pre-game manicure-pedicure together.
My fingertips get sensitive whenever I cut them too short.
Yeah.
So I don't like to cut them like the day before, because if I mess up and cut them too short, then I'm playing with like discomfort. So like I don't like to cut them. I usually cut them like 3 days before I leave for an event, and then I let them grow through the event.
Do you let them grow so you can claw your way out of a bad situation?
You never know. You never know. Oh.
Ooh, what you got in there?
Some warm water, and that feels nice.
Oh, the water's awesome. You just can't drink it anymore.
Yo, oh.
Ooh. Best part of the manicure was definitely the hand massage. She like took my hand and she was strong. She was like massaging this right here, which is like what we use primarily on the joysticks. So I'm sitting there for like 8 hours a day just doing this over and over and over. So I get a little like tension slash pressure slash, I don't know, just a little pain right here at the end of a day. And she started doing that, and the past 2 days I haven't had any pain. Does that hurt?
No, but it feels it's like someone tickling your foot times 9,000.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I enjoyed the pedicure. Tickled a little bit, but it was an enjoyable experience. It was just the same as the hands. Got a little massage, got put in some like weird wax bags or something, which were hot and it felt good. I don't know, it was just a relaxing thing. I felt bad for the dude doing my toes because I got some claws down there.
When this comes out and people see us getting this well treated, they're gonna be like, yeah, we expected that sort of treatment on the Huntsmen.
You see the shine? You see the gloss? I'm talking about these nails, baby. Look how shiny they are.
People that haven't gotten mani-pedis in their life, you know, they're quick to judge, especially men, because it's some sort of toxic masculinity. But
I hate that.
Yeah, honestly, if you're not getting them, you're living wrong, first of all, because they're amazing.
We just do it big over here, you know? Work hard.
And relax hard.
Oh, look, I'm having such a bad day at work today.
Hex and Scump's preseason pampering is complete. But with Minnesota only days away, Hex has another pregame plan in the works.
In 800 feet, turn right onto Bellevue Drive.
Dylan Envoy Hannon joins the duo as they head out to meet up with the rest of the roster here in town.
Yeah, so I figured that we'd go buy a couple of things just so we can show up and look super fresh at the event in style, as we usually do.
Hector hit us up to go down to the lab. It's a pretty nice like shoe and luxury shirt store.
I'm gonna give everybody a $500 budget. Don't go nuts.
$500 budget? That's one pair of shoes at this place?
Maybe.
He said it was free, so I mean, I'm there. Getting free stuff, there's nothing like it. So Hector said that we had a little budget.
The whole point wasn't the shopping or them getting a budget to buy whatever they wanted, or the point of the matter was that we're gonna be together.
Again, it's all about team building vibes, man.
I want them to know that I'm here for them. So I figured, yeah, let's go shopping. I gotta go shopping, let's all go shopping.
The fact that we're teammates, we're gonna celebrate before we even win a championship.
Welcome to the laboratory.
Thanks.
Hector is the coolest. I've never experienced an owner or someone hitting us up to have a spending limit to go buy shoes.
There's so many selections to choose from. It's blowing my mind. Ooh.
My agenda was to get some Jordans because I don't have any. Yo, Hector, these look good?
Yeah, fire, dude. Yeah, of course.
Wait, they're gonna go with the colors good.
Yeah, look.
And mission accomplished.
We have issues right now because everybody's, well, the majority of them have been able to pick super, super quickly. Pierce hasn't picked.
We're all having fun getting our stuff, and he's like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't buy this stuff with my money, so I'm not gonna make Hector buy it for me with his money.
I'm just the type of person I am. I'm very picky with like anything that I buy, and all the stuff that I like want, that I like, all seem to be super expensive.
Oh, Hector.
Yeah.
Pierce didn't use his 500 and relinquished 250 for this dope Star Wars piece. It's Star Wars.
He was very hell-bent on not getting anything for free, which is admirable, but foolish.
Pierce, are you doing that?
Pierce's gift to me.
I don't, anything in here is overpriced for me. Everything's above $1,300. There's no point for me to use it.
So I ended up getting a free jacket because Pierce refused to get anything.
One dude that I walked out of there with like massive respect was Pierce. He can afford any of the shoes in there if he wants to. But he said, if I'm not gonna buy them with my own money, I'm not gonna make you buy it with your money, which I respect. That's so dope. Moral of the story is we had a really, really good time. Team bonding happened, and we walked out of there with smiles. I know I did.
Total comes out to 53.90.
Say louder for the camera.
53.90 is the total.
During this preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have done all they can with the time they've had. Now, with only a few days left before Minnesota, Coach Troy Sender-Michaels convenes one last meeting at the Hex quarters.
Basically what we're going to do right now, guys, is we're just going to watch a VOD of a Florida scrim that we played the other day and just try to see if we can learn something.
Let me top L.
One right. Well, I should just pinch the hill right away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you made like
around.
a bad play. You could have just stayed sandbags for a second.
I don't know how he didn't die. I threw a nade at him.
If anyone's playing for the flip, bro, you just got to be like instantly trying to get to back bar as hard as you can. You just got to make sure these last few days of practice, we just put in the serious grind and make sure everyone's performing as much as they can individually and just take it one step at a time.
Troy's been amazing coming in. He's helped us a lot already. He talks to us in a way that is easily understandable and, again, isn't too, like, intrusive or being mean or questioning our skills as players. He's just very, very good at relaying what he wants us to do or what he thinks is correct.
Oh, he trapped. I'm telling you, it's Seth's second sub, man. He's just a monster.
It's the second sub, that pressure, Seth.
I mean, you're pinching, I'm just running and dying. Like, there's no method to what I'm doing.
During the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have regularly studied tape together, a process that helps them improve their play and figure out team chemistry.
The thing with our team is that we have a lot of like strong opinionated people on our team, me being one of them. I'm smoking it.
Yeah, no wonder we ain't got no smokes.
Wait, I'm throwing smokes, don't worry.
Yeah, but they're on the flank.
Sometimes me and Pierce will get into it a bit when it comes down to a certain play or anything. At the end of the day, we both realize that it's for the better of getting better as a team and working together to find a solution that works for us.
Going over VODs together, you always see those little small things that could win or could lose you a map. People don't realize how much that helps going into events.
Whenever I watch you guys like have a bad problem with sometimes flowing through the hill. With this team, it's very different as everyone on this team is an actual legit superstar and doesn't really need that much time when it comes down to watching like a certain mistake back and over and over.
Back hill, TJ. Peter, back hill weak.
Ain't a lie, bro.
The second we lose L control, they just spawn there and they have like infinite pressure. It's like we have to fight 2 to 3 waves just to like actually feel content in this hill.
No one's out to get you. They just want themselves to get better and you to get better, especially if they're on your team. So they just want to win as much as possible. And that's something I had to learn over the years because I was very toxic when it came to taking criticism. And it's something I'm trying to work on still and something I could get better at.
There was a time when Alec and somebody else was in bar and I was like, just keep getting kills inside of it and you'll spawn them out because that's every single time what Empire does.
This is the final chance to study tape before season launch. The Huntsmen kick off against the Dallas Empire before a much-anticipated showdown with a new potential rival, Optic Gaming LA. The team Hex, Scump, and Formal left behind.
I don't personally see that as a rival at all. You know, people that watch might just because it is my old organization, you know, Optic. I don't hold any bad blood over them at all. They did what they thought was right, and you know, they're doing their thing. Obviously, I want to beat Optic just because it is Optic, and if I don't beat them, everyone's going to be like, ha, 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 you lost Optic.
So one thing we're messing up on this map, on First Hill, like, whenever we don't have control of it and we don't have the spawn already, like, we have to just headbutt the hill, because if we don't, then they're just going to get second hill rotation, and then we're going to be down, like, 90-0.
Wait, Dylan, I think this is the game.
Oh, this is the game.
Go back. Wait, go back?
What do you mean go back?
Go to me. You actually want me to go back? No, go to me.
Oh my God.
Frosty, you're shooting my own trophy.
Why are you shooting our trophy? No wonder we got no trophies.
Over the final days of the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen continue their work, scrimming daily and breaking down tape. Their flight to Minnesota for league launch is scheduled for tomorrow. The last thing left to do is pack for the road.
I gotta make sure that the jackets are all packed away for sure, because it is Minnesota.
Gonna be a long weekend, but I'm excited. It's the home opener. You want to come out with a bang and show everyone like a preview of what's going to happen this year. I think we're making the right strides in our practice and preparation to be at a good spot when we get to Minnesota.
And we are about to compete against the OG. A lot of people think that there's going to be a rivalry between us and Optic because of the history that we had. Optic, for me, ended when we stepped away. Optic, to me, is just a brand out there, a soulless brand out there. There is no new Optic. The real thing that no longer exists. Everything that was ever something there walked away when we walked away.
I'll have 4 outfits for the weekend, even though we're only there for 3, just in case. You never know, because it is the inaugural first game of the new Call of Duty season. I want to show up looking as fresh as humanly possible.
All right, so right here you got my headset, controller, you know, you need those to play, and then my glasses that I use. They're like blue light glasses that actually makes me play a lot better on those really long days. I'm one of the few pros that use a scuff impact, and I like the feeling of it.
Envoy knows exactly what he needs for the event, but as he starts only his 2nd pro season, he also knows there will be a lot to learn on the journey ahead.
Whole new team, you know, whole new like league structure this year, whole new experience. Figuring out how our team works and like our chemistry and what gets us in our groove at events, or what like actually preps us. Try to grab these shoes that we just picked up at the lab. You know, pretty nice. First pair of Jordans, had to go with the pine green. These are definitely the game day shoes. I don't think Dallas or OGLA is stopping us with these on.
Over the past 2 months, the Chicago Huntsmen have done all they can to prepare.
The daily grind consumes.
But the time for preparation is over. The Call of Duty League is finally here, and the Huntsmen know the real campaign is about to begin.
Everything that we have been working towards culminates at the Minnesota event. This event means a lot because it's our first one. It's the first appearance under the new brand. It's our first appearance as a brand new team.
Dylan, Arcides, and Gunless, they're hungry to do everything for the first time. And I feel like me and Seth can just, you know, provide them the path to succeeding at the level that I know that they want.
We've been putting the extra effort in. We've been putting so much work in scrims, VODs, and extra time into Call of Duty outside of scrims, and we're all ready to go. Super excited to put these guys on for the first time.
I feel like Minnesota is going to be a test for us. Everything's been coming together online, and it's all going to come down to then. So it's going to be exciting to be on the stage. I know we're a top 3 team. It's just going to come down to putting everything together whenever things matter, because I know we have the talent. I'm really excited for Minnesota and to see how far we've come.
Just know that we have been preparing very, very hard. We've been playing nonstop. That's ours, and we're going to take it.
And
Envoy trying to stay alive. Can his teammates spawn him? Slasher's trying to hunt him down. He's able to get another kill. But it looks like the Octa Gaming LA team still going to spawn pretty darn close, but now they have to flood through. Envoy continues. What a play from him.
And that's the big thing, though. Even if you don't have those spawns, the fact that you have the momentum inside, you're able to get that presence at the hard point early as Envoy keeps on going. Look how difficult this is now for them to come through. And that's 5 in a row, 6 in a row.
Sky's in a premium position. Lovely shots from top yellow here. This rug position again, very, very important. Ooh, just catching the